Chapter 951. After initially completing the cross-region boundary mission, Angelus was filled with pride and arrogance, determined to use all means to slow down the Night Wanderer's progress, allowing him to catch up and gain ample room for growth. But subsequent events went somewhat beyond expectations. Or perhaps it couldn't be said to be entirely beyond expectations, mainly because the time frame was too short. They had only just opened the cross-region boundary, and their arrangements were only just beginning to take effect, so they hadn't yet found a way to completely contain the Night Wanderer. But now, it seemed that finding a solution was unnecessary. The Night Wanderer was coming for him, and he was armed with some special means that could even remove a player's already earned title of God's spokesperson. This was outrageous. That was recognition from the gods, earned through the player's own hard work. And now, it was being eliminated by other players. Angels really wanted to ask the game developers of Apocalypse what they were thinking, and whether they could do something about it. But no matter how much he complained and agonized, the problem at hand needed to be addressed. How to avoid the Night Wanderer's prey this time? Richardson had already been stripped of his spokesperson title. He couldn't afford to be the next unlucky one. Angels resolved to remain in hiding. He simply couldn't believe the Night Wanderer could accurately locate him across such a vast North American region. He could then arrange for people to build momentum on the Yen Nation forums, which would surely force the Night Wanderer back. Thinking this through, Angels calmed down. Remembering that unlucky Richardson was still hanging around, he even felt like chatting with him. The key was to get the details of the incident. There wasn't much to say about the process. Angelus could basically deduce that Night Wanderer had been given some special mission, requiring him to battle a divine spokesperson. The losing side would lose their title as spokesperson. As he thought about it, Angelus's eyes lit up. If Richardson's spokesperson title was revoked, then conversely, if Night Wanderer lost, wouldn't he also be stripped of his title, thus losing his current combat power? If that were the case, then Night Wanderer's cross-region operation might actually be their opportunity. Angels immediately contacted several colleagues and shared his ideas, which garnered considerable support. Soon, some players on the North American cross-region forums began to clamor. Night Wanderer was sent by Yen Nation to disrupt our North American cross-region operation. To hinder our players. Recent investigations have revealed that Night Wanderer isn't actually a real player, but a fabricated character created by Yen Nation after hacking into the Apocalypse database in order to monopolize Apocalypse. Free citizens of the Gale Nation, rise up in resistance. We will never surrender. Show the Yen Nation players our free will. Richardson's defeat was an honor. He didn't lose to Night Wanderer, the player, but to a Yen Nation conspiracy. Defend our freedom. Various posts stirred the blood of North American players, their previously spectator-like attitudes shifting. They couldn't sit idly by and watch Night Wanderer, a Yen Nation player, run amok in their region. Many players even agreed with the claims in the posts, claiming Night Wanderer wasn't a real player, but rather fabricated data. Otherwise, why would he stand out so much? We all entered the game together, so how could he be so strong? There's definitely something wrong here. Even if there truly was a single player who surpassed all others, it would have been from their North American region, not a Yen Nation player. Many North American players, inspired by this, spontaneously took action, constantly exchanging information, reporting Night Wanderer's location, and then rushing in to pursue and intercept him. On the other side, after Qin Chuan defeated Richardson in seconds, he began to check the list to find the next unlucky guy. Chapter 952. According to the information he had gathered, at least 5 players in the North American cross-region had earned the title of spokesperson. Richardson was one, and there was also Angelus. As for the other 3 players, Qin Chuan had also heard of their IDs. They were all relatively well known in his previous life. But precisely locating the remaining 4 players in this vast North American cross-region proved somewhat challenging. Before Qin Chuan could even begin to act, he discovered that the North American players were exceptionally enthusiastic, rushing towards him in waves. Cunning Yen people, die. We destroy you for freedom. This is our land. Amidst a flurry of cries, the North American players charged forward with fervor. Qin Chuan paused, then casually dispatched all of the 100 or so players with a single shadow knife. Soon, a notification appeared. You have killed 114 players in the outer cross region, earning 1,140 merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for various supplies in the main city. You completed 100 kills without dying, and your notoriety has begun to build. Every 30 minutes, your location will be broadcast to nearby players. Qin Chuan had memorized these instructions by heart. In his previous life, he was a frequent participant in national wars, wielding a long sword and a massive shield, dashing in and out of battle, known as the invincible god of war, and a ruthless achievement collector, earning the attention of many foreign players. Compared to that time, this 100 kills was nothing. As he pondered, a beam of light materialized around him. This was broadcasting his location to nearby North American players. Soon, hundreds of players rushed over, shouting about freedom and defending their homeland. Then they were all sent to the respawn point. But this obviously couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the North American players. It rather ignited their fighting spirit. Qin Chuan's blade swung, and players fell one after another. Complete 1,000 men slaying while still alive, and your notoriety will spread. Every 10 minutes, your location will be broadcast to nearby players. Complete a 10,000 men slaying while still alive, and your notoriety will spread like wildfire. Your location will be broadcast to nearby players in real time. Thanks to the enthusiasm of the North American players, Qin Chuan achieved the 10,000 man slaying achievement in almost an instant. His ID above his head turned a bright red, and the beam announcing his location was no longer white, but scarlet. And unlike the intermittent appearances before, this beam no longer faded, but remained radiantly upright. The Yin Kingdom players on the border looked at the red beam in the distance, then glanced at the buzzing North American forums. They immediately understood what was happening across the way, and exchanged glances in bewilderment. As expected of the Night Wanderer Master, he slew 10,000 people with a single strike. And it seemed this wasn't his limit. One player lamented, "I was so cautious and sneaky when I went out of the cross region, I only managed to kill 10 players at most before being surrounded and sent back. And then the boss came out and killed tens of thousands of people. It's outrageous. Those of you who previously grabbed the boss spot, stand up and open your eyes to see what cross-region combat is all about. The North American region is going to be in big trouble this time. Homie, we attack from both sides this time, and we definitely killed an evil villain. We can't let a Yin countryman show off his power in our cross-region. Free will surely help us defeat evil." Unlike the Yin country players, who were just watching the fun, the North American players truly experienced despair. Some players had tried to charge several times, but their best result was getting within 100 meters of the Night Wanderer. More often than not, they'd barely even taken 2 steps before a blast of green poisonous blood hit them, and then they'd be instantly killed at the respawn point, completely defeated. Although North American players quickly discovered the drawback of the poisonous blood plague, that is, it cannot spread beyond a certain range. Chapter 953. But the problem was that Night Wanderer was too fast, and his skills had a short cooldown. Even if they scattered and charged, they would be killed one by one. Some North American players even noticed a black shadow swiftly moving across the battlefield, easily and instantly killing the players in front of it with each attack. Add to that the black zone created by Night Wanderer, and players who entered it would be killed by their own shadow before they could even make a move. In a very short time, the mentality of the North American players began to collapse. From the initial boasts to the current silence, it took only 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes were a shameful moment for the North American cross region. Player Night Wanderer achieved a 100,000 kill in the North American cross region. A global announcement focused all players' attention on the North American cross region. Apocalypse was launched simultaneously worldwide, and nearly 200 cross regions, with hundreds of millions of players, were all aware of the events in the North American cross region. Many other cross region players began to check the forums, wondering what had happened. The sight of this almost made their jaws drop. My goodness, the North American region is almost being taken down by one person. Not only are North American players acting in game, but the forums are also bustling with activity, with various resistance groups popping up. The Freedom Alliance is hiring. We sincerely invite players who are not afraid of sacrifice to join us in the fight against the Night Wanderer. The American II Association branch has been established. We invested heavily in purchasing additional guild orders to rally those who stand up for justice to stop the Night Wanderer's rampage. Let's put aside our color biases and defend our land together. Reading these posts, players around the world instinctively rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had misread. No, this was still the free, somewhat chaotic cross-region movement they remembered. Such words of unity, those who didn't know would mistake it for the University of Tokyo. It must be said, these posts were quite appealing. At least Qin Chuan saw players pouring in from all directions. Those who didn't know would have thought they were teaming up to fight a boss. But on the other hand, with Qin Chuan's current stats, ordinary bosses wouldn't have the guts to challenge him. Just earning merit points was nice, but that wasn't what Qin Chuan needed. He wanted to complete the quest by defeating the god's spokesperson. These ordinary players, even if they killed 1 million people, wouldn't count as spokespersons. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan, while controlling Shadow to dispatch the attacking players, switched to the Apocalypse North American cross-region forum and posted, "I'm Night Wanderer. This time, I'm only targeting players with the spokesperson title. I don't want to harm innocent people." As soon as this post went live, it instantly attracted thousands of replies. And most of them were curses. "Yin Nation players, get out of the North American cross-region. You're not welcome here. Free will not yield. You want to use our tactics against us? You say you're targeting just a few individuals, but you're clearly targeting our entire North American cross-region. Yes, the old chief was also hopeful at first, but now his entire clan is wiped out. Don't try to trick us." There were many replies, but clearly none of them were what Qin Chuan wanted. Qin Chuan remained calm about this. He's used to it. That's how North American players are. They won't sit down and talk properly until they're convinced. Forget it. Although the items I exchange for merit points aren't top-notch, and I can't use them myself, they can be used by other members of the guild. Qin Chuan stretched his muscles. Since the North American players are so stubborn, let's help them wake up. And as the old saying goes, a good son is born under the stick. Now let the North American players experience the fear of being dominated. If they really encounter a divine attack later, they will be mentally prepared. This is a good deed. With this in mind, Qin Chuan unleashed another relentless attack, the light beam around him becoming increasingly crimson and deep. Speaking of which, one has to admire the North American players' attitude towards corpse hunting. They're completely fearless. When sent to the respawn point, they immediately rush back, fearing they fall behind. They kept killing like this for who knows how long. Thankfully, after being killed, the corpses spawn quickly. Otherwise, this place would be a sea of corpses and blood, the kind that would give you nightmares just by looking at it. Player Night Wanderer achieved a 1,000,000-person kill across North American regions. I hope the North American region will continue their efforts and complete their counterattack soon. A new global announcement was released, shocking many people. No, that's 1,000,000 kills. Even if it were 1,000,000 pigs, they still have to work overtime to slaughter them. Are these North American players really capable? On the other hand, with so many people being sent to the respawn point, the North American players' mentality is quite impressive. If it were them, they'd probably be ready to surrender by now. In fact, the North American players were also very conflicted. Keep fighting, it seemed there was no hope of victory. Forget defeating the Night Wanderer. Even the black dragon beneath his feet was an insurmountable chasm for most players. Even if a player managed to get close to the Night Wanderer, they would be killed by their own shadow. So far, no player has even actually hit the Night Wanderer. Is it really necessary to continue this battle with no chance of winning? If they just give up now, they never be able to hold their heads up high again in the future. The slogans were loud and clear, but in the end, so many players were sent to the respawn point by just one person. Angelus, who had been sitting quietly behind the scenes, was now in a state of panic. Could it be that what they said was true, that Night Wanderer was actually a bug? Why else could he single-handedly take on the entire North American region? The North American region was full of talented people and beautiful scenery, so it couldn't be that bad, right? He couldn't figure it out. Just as Angelus was struggling with his thoughts, a colleague sent an urgent message. "Angels, this is terrible. There's a voice on the forum saying that since Night Wanderer is here to represent the gods, then the players who have earned the title of spokesperson should deal with him. We, the ordinary players, are being implicated. Many players have already evacuated the battle area, urging the titled players to deal with Night Wanderer. Angels, you previously announced that you had earned the title of spokesperson of the vampire clan, and many players have signed a petition asking you to fight. We're worried that if you delay responding, it will resent the ordinary players and hinder our subsequent plans." Chapter 954. Angels had finally understood that his fellow Illuminati members were sending him to his doom. Hadn't he just earned the title of spokesperson, putting him ahead of the others? Why would they be so jealous as to stab him in the back when they needed to unite against an external enemy? Letting him go out to fight was no different than giving up his title. Even Richardson was instantly defeated on the first try. Angels didn't think he could hold out much longer. Besides, Night Wanderer had single-handedly racked up 1,000,000 kills across North America. Countless players had tried their best, but none could defeat Night Wanderer. Angels considered himself quite capable, especially after earning the title of spokesperson for the vampires, which unlocked some of his vampire abilities, even allowing him to resurrect. But facing Night Wanderer, Angels felt these tactics wouldn't be enough. Thinking of his colleagues' tactics, Angels felt he was in a dilemma. Going into battle, he'd be instantly defeated, no doubt about it. Without the spokesperson title, his colleagues would probably offer only hypocritical words of comfort, and not even contribute a dime. But if he didn't go, as his colleague had said, the resentment among ordinary players would continue to accumulate. Even if his account became useless, no matter how outstanding his achievements were, they would still be unrecognizable. This was far from Angelus's goal. Undeterred, Angelus asked, "Can't we organize more players to encircle and suppress them?" The colleague paused for a moment, then asked, "Don't you think we haven't tried?" Angels was speechless, and after a pause he said, "I understand. I find a way." At this point, the only option was to turn the tide. He was bound to be attacked, but how to reverse the inevitable loss was what he needed to consider. After dispatching another group of North American players, Qin Chuan surveyed the surrounding scene. The North American players all kept a few hundred meters away. Though their expressions were defiant, and their eyes gleamed with anger, none dared to risk their lives. Hundreds of thousands of players took turns fighting, but without exception, they were all sent to the respawn point. Some were sent back more than 10 times. This unwavering perseverance not only made Qin Chuan achieve the feat of slaying millions, but also made the North American players realize the futility of relying solely on human wave tactics. They couldn't even touch the edge of the Night Wanderer's robes. They were instantly killed by shadows upon entering the black zone. Even if they cast skills from outside, whether elemental spells or physical arrows, they were all swallowed by the black zone. Melee attacks were inaccessible, and ranged attacks dealt no damage. This battle yielded no tangible results other than wasted lives. Even the most enthusiastic players were forced to calm down and consider the meaning of their actions. If they could see a glimmer of hope for victory, it would be fine, any sacrifice would be worth it. But now, they saw not even the slightest glimmer of hope. This so-called sacrifice had become a joke. North American players were left dazed and questioning their lives, and other cross-region players also felt mixed emotions. North American players were accustomed to being overbearing, constantly boasting on the forums that they were the strongest cross-region players. They also looted and plundered everywhere after the cross-region ban was lifted, causing untold suffering for many cross-region players. While being crushed by the Night Wanderer was certainly a relief, a new problem arose. What if, just what if, the Night Wanderer came to their cross-region? How would they react? Would they also queue up to die, hoping to win a 0 for a million? Would the cross-region still have any sense of dignity? Cross-region trading in North America is shameless, but they want it. Compared to the entanglements of foreign server players, Yinhua players are much more straightforward. Thousands of words condensed into one sentence. Chapter 955. Night Wanderer awesome. Even if anyone wanted to criticize Night Wanderer, they wouldn't dare say a word in this situation, fearing they'd be drowned out by the fanatical players' saliva. One person crushing hundreds of thousands of players, like a living god, too outrageous. I heard North American players have been clamoring to show Night Wanderer their might, but why are they quiet now? Oh, so he's just running around, no wonder. It's said that one unlucky guy got instantly killed by the boss over a dozen times, losing all his gear. Isn't that too brutal? Brutal? I don't think so. I think the boss's methods are too gentle. He shouldn't have waited for the North American players to arrive, but should have gone to their main city. You seem a bit too aggressive. Now the North American players are in a dilemma. They can't win, unless they let those players with the title of spokespersons do it. Everyone should come out and give the boss a head, otherwise the boss won't leave easily. I heard that the North American forums are in turmoil, and countless players are demanding that those title players come out and fight like men. Sacrificing a few title players in exchange for peace is a good deal, I think. Indeed, I hope the North American title players won't be stubborn. Fighting against the Night Wanderer boss is ultimately a dead end. It can be said that Qin Chuan's cross-regional operation was originally intended to cause trouble for a few spokespersons, but the enthusiasm of ordinary North American players has turned the incident into a major event that attracted global attention. Of course, how many of these people were there to see North America make a fool of itself is unknown. It's definitely a significant number, anyway. And the attention isn't just high within the game. Many people are also discussing this matter outside of the game. This also included discussions about using nuclear bombs against the Chosen One's upper echelons. Everyone, rumors say that Night Wanderer is a bug character we created after hacking into Apocalypse. Is that true? Absolutely not. You all know how formidable Apocalypse's defenses are. Countless hackers have tried to break into it since its inception, and all have failed. Honestly, if we truly possessed that technology, why would we even be holding a meeting here? So Night Wanderer is indeed a real player, and in our Yin Nation? That aside, I just want to know, if our previous speculations come true, and a being of the Chosen One's caliber truly appears in reality, would Night Wanderer's abilities also manifest? Haven't we discussed this before? It's a possibility. If Night Wanderer could truly bring this power into reality, it's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. From Akabane and the others' reports, Night Wanderer is a good person. I'm just not sure if his mindset would change if he were to master the power in the game in real life. There's no point in worrying. To put it bluntly, if the power in the game were to manifest in reality, with Night Wanderer's strength, no one would be able to stop him. On the bright side, at least Night Wanderer is from Yin country. If it were a player from North America or elsewhere, it would be a real headache. That's right. If that day ever comes, the headache will fall on other places. Angels finally stood before Qin Chuan. Of course, he didn't want to come. But for some reason, his real personal information appeared on the North American forum. Although the post was quickly deleted, many people still learned of Angel's true identity. Immediately, a furious old man shouted a slogan, declaring he would go offline for real. In Yin country, this statement wouldn't have much of a deterrent effect. At most, I just have some good juice. But in North America, this statement carries considerable intimidation. American II is no joke. Of course, as a member of the Illuminati, Angelus holds a high position of power. He not only owns his own estate, but also has a team of private bodyguards protecting him 24/7, and can call for more at any time. He wouldn't be afraid of even 100 or 200 of them, let alone a few volatile men. Chapter 956. As luck would have it, the Illuminati recently used shady means to eliminate a wealthy individual. The security personnel, supposed to be on duty 24/7, were collectively dozing off. The fire truck, only 2 minutes away, was lost in a cyber attack, allowing a luxurious mansion to burn for 3 or 4 hours. Under these circumstances, Angelus couldn't help but wonder if his esteemed colleagues would give him a taste of the truth. Those people were capable of such a thing. Although the title of spokesperson for the Blood Clan held great potential, that was for the future. If Night Wanderer continued his rampage across North America, Angelus believed his days were numbered. Night Wanderer, don't be complacent. I admit you're ahead at the moment, but we won't concede. Angel's expression was sinister. If there were any other possibility, he would never have stood up and faced death. Sacrifice him to save the other ordinary players? What a joke. Those fools are only qualified to be dominated and ruled. Qin Chuan looked at Angelus and said with a smile, I know you're not convinced, but even if I let you keep the spokesperson title, I'd still kill you in the end. Why waste your energy? Besides, you're not alone. There are several other players with titles, and I treat them all equally. With the strength of your Illuminati, I'm sure you already figured out their true identities. After a pause, Qin Chuan suddenly thought of a plan, a smile playing on his face. Angels, do you want to keep the spokesperson title? Angels was stunned. He had prepared himself to be killed the moment they met, and yet the Night Wanderer was in the mood to chat with him? Angelus, used to playing dirty, immediately realized what was going on and tentatively asked, if I provide the coordinates of other title players, will you let me go? Qin Chuan also gave a clear answer. Besides you and Richardson, I know there are at least 2 other spokespersons in the North American region. Give me their coordinates, and I let you go for now. You also need to provide the coordinates of new spokespersons. If you hide them, I just have you as a filler. Qin Chuan knew the difference between having one full meal and having multiple full meals. After all, he wasn't a North American player, so obtaining the coordinates of the spokespersons here wasn't easy, so he had to look them up himself. But if the Illuminati could help, that would be different. They'd be accurate. As for whether Angelus, overcome with a sense of justice, would sternly refuse, Qin Chuan doubted it. This kind of person was the most selfish, using other title players in exchange for a chance to keep their own title. Angelus wouldn't refuse. As Qin Chuan had suspected, Angelus didn't hesitate for even a second, immediately replying, Night Wanderer, I hope you keep your word. Qin Chuan nodded, I give you 3 minutes. As long as I eliminate the other title players, I won't break my promise. Okay. Angels' response was concise and to the point, and he immediately mobilized his network. Soon, Angelus sent 3 coordinates. These are the current locations of these 3 title players. You need to act quickly. If they move, it takes time to confirm their coordinates. Before Angelus could finish his words, Qin Chuan vanished from the spot. With Dark Hour, once the coordinates were confirmed, they could be teleported directly there. After dispatching the 3 unlucky souls in one fell swoop, the mission progress had reached 4/50. Qin Chuan then teleported back to his previous location and, looking at Angelus, said, It's a pleasure working with you. Angels immediately knew that the 3 title players had been stripped of their spokesperson status. Rationally, this was an act that would harm the North American Cross-Regional Alliance. But Angelus also believed in the old Yin nation saying, I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. Watching Angelus's changing expression, Qin Chuan didn't linger. He was a man of his word. Since Angelus had betrayed the three unlucky souls, he would let Angelus retain the spokesperson title for now, and come back to reap the benefits later. With this North American cross-regional journey came to a relatively successful conclusion. Qin Chuan glanced down at the players on the ground and said, Angels, it's a pleasure working with you. I look forward to our next collaboration. With that, he teleported away, leaving the players staring at each other in bewilderment. Soon after, the fate of the three titled players reached North American players. Combined with the fact that Angelus had survived a confrontation with Nightwalker, a conclusion spread among players. Angels had become a traitor. He betrayed the information of other titled players to save himself. A classic act of cowardice. Instantly, countless posts denouncing Angelus emerged, and the three players whose titles had been stripped even stated they wanted justice and would not let this matter go. Even within the Illuminati, some criticized Angelus's actions. If he had fought openly, even if he was instantly defeated, they wouldn't say anything. They could then build momentum and portray him as a tragic hero, instantly winning over the public. But now, while his title was saved, his reputation was completely ruined. If word got out, how would the Illuminati stand up? Angels didn't care. After experiencing his initial shame, he had figured it out. As long as he possessed sufficient power, any future opposition would vanish. Infamy is temporary, but power is eternal. Angels even considered that if he could sell the coordinates of titled players, why couldn't he sell the coordinates of others? The Night Wanderer was a sharp weapon. If wielded effectively, it could be used to eliminate dissidents. Thinking this way, Angels grew more indifferent. It's just that the insults on the forum were too harsh, and they needed to be dealt with. That wasn't difficult. Just hire some trolls to confuse the audience. It would be a simple matter, with a little money. Back in the Yen Country Cross Zone, the red beams of light surrounding him immediately vanished. Before Qin Chuan could even take a sip of water to rest, Dragon World returned with more exciting news. Boss, I heard the Cross Zone next door is doing quite well. They also got a few players who have earned the title of spokesperson. Are you interested? Chapter 957. Interested, absolutely interested. Qin Chuan's answer was firm and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. It had to be Long Tongue again. This kid had always looked clever, and indeed, he had brought exciting news. Long Tongue Tianxiu was thrilled to receive the accurate answer. The big boss was about to strike again, and the neighboring cross-region players could expect to suffer the same fate. Although he had just returned from the North American cross-region, having racked up 1,000,000 kills in one go, and deserved a break and refreshment, the thought of other title players still at large made Qin Chuan restless. Especially since these title players were enjoying a comfortable life. He couldn't wait any longer. Do you have specific coordinates? Qin Chuan asked directly. Longting Tianxia quickly replied, we can only determine the approximate range right now. As you know, our Longting dynasty is quite large, and many of our members are studying abroad. These coordinates are what they collected. Okay, give me the coordinates, and I'd be leaving right away, Qin Chuan instructed. By the way, have your little brother keep an eye on it, and let me know if the coordinates change. No problem, leave it to me, Longting Tianxia agreed immediately. This was a great opportunity to build closer ties with the boss, and it also allowed him to offer some warmth to the more ordinary players, killing two birds with one stone. After concluding his conversation with Longting Tianxia, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze, looked at the players surrounding him, and said loudly, brothers, make way. I need to go out again. Having just returned from a cross-region trip to North America, Qin Chuan was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic players, his ears filled with cheers and shouts. It must be said that the side of Yushin, the strongest player in Yin Country's cross-regional competition, overwhelming hundreds of thousands of North American players, made Yin Country players as happy as if it were New Year's Eve. Plus, those players who had been trying to stir up trouble had become a visible sight when they left the border earlier, and now they couldn't afford to stay any longer. The remaining players were mostly supporting Yushin, or at best, neutral. Qin Chuan's resounding victory naturally earned him widespread applause. When Yushin announced he was leaving again, a player immediately asked, Boss Yushin, where are you going this time? I think it's Dhaka. Those players deserve a beating. How about we cross to Europe? The last time the cross-region boundary opened, they joined forces with the North American players to target us. Now that the North American players have been taught a lesson, they definitely won't let the Europeans off. Although I can't fight alongside you, boss, I can still cheer you on from the back. Hurry up, Atmosphere Team. Boss, why did you keep that thing when you crossed to North America? A player named Angelus. It shouldn't be that hard to take him out. What do you know? The North American player's wrath is already focused on denouncing that traitor. And if Angelus hadn't provided the coordinates, Boss wouldn't have been able to easily eliminate the other titled players. Right. That's what they call setting up a target to share the firepower. Forget the North American players, Boss. Where are you going this time? Looking at the eager players, Jin Chuan didn't hold back and shouted, "Next, I'm going to check out the cross-region where things are going well." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. After a brief silence, the Yen Nation players erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Great! I almost forgot about those guys. Their American daddy got beat up, so their big boys should definitely get beaten too. That's called fairness. That's right, the North American players got beaten to a 0 to 1 million. I suggest we go to a 0 to 10 million over there. Boss, these are the explosive bombs I paid a lot of money for. Can you help me drop 2 across the next zone? Count me in. These explosive bombs are too expensive. I can't afford them all by myself. Are there any brothers willing to share the purchase? Let's pool together 1 explosive bomb and have Night Wanderer Boss release it. Chapter 958. Great idea. Soon, over 500 explosive bombs were piled up in the open space by the enthusiastic players. Jin Chuan looked at the bombs and felt a sense of familiarity. He took another look. The maker was Ji Xing. He could only smile wryly. Ji Xing is really too idle. I find her some blueprints to study later. Seeing the players' enthusiasm, Jin Chuan didn't want to spoil the fun. He accepted all the explosive bombs and said, "Rest assured, everyone, I will deliver these gifts to the Good Day's main city." The cheers around him grew even louder, and every player wore an innocent smile. Even on the other side, news of Night Wanderer's cross-region trip to Ria spread instantly across the border. The players of Little Days were furious, and the forums erupted in chaos. Night Wanderer is going too far. We are peace-loving. He's already attacked the North American cross-region players. Why are he attacking us? Don't come over here. Where are the title players? It's time to show your samurai spirit. Stand up like men and duel with the Night Wanderer. Oh no! The title players are all offline. Jin Chuan was caught off guard when he received the news. No, they're all offline so quickly. Do they have any sense of play left? Although the North American cross-region title players were undoubtedly eliminated in seconds, at least they didn't choose to log off and escape. Jin Chuan didn't have a good solution for this offline evasion. He couldn't just fly off and go offline. It had to be said that while escaping was shameful, it did work. But it didn't matter. Even if the title players were offline, Jin Chuan would still go to Xiazizi and explore the cross-region area. No matter what, we have to throw these hundreds of explosive bombs over. They're the kindness of the Yen Kingdom players, and they can't be wasted. Besides, with Xiao Rizi's twisted personality, if Jin Chuan goes over there and kills everyone, those title players will eventually come online, no matter how reluctant they are. Speaking of offline reality, the players there are no worse than those in the North American cross-region. Waving goodbye to the enthusiastic players, Jin Chuan rushed to the neighboring Riot Kingdom cross-region. A considerable number of players have already gathered there. They're here to try to stop the Night Wanderer. Whether they can defeat him or not, at least they have to try, just in case they succeed. Player Night Wanderer has killed 10,000 people in the Riot cross-region. Player Night Wanderer has killed 10,000 people in the Riot cross-region. Player Night Wanderer has killed 1 million people in the Riot cross-region. I hope the Riot cross-region will keep up the good work and complete the counterattack soon. Amid the enthusiastic devotion of the Ria players, a red beam of light, so intense it was practically tangible, once again illuminated Jin Chuan's surroundings. It's almost time, Jin Chuan muttered to himself. He then began to move, carrying the crimson beam, towards the nearest Ria main city. This cross-region operation involved hundreds of explosive bombs. They couldn't just focus on one main city, they had to attack all of them equally. Boom! The explosions continued incessantly. The players in the small, cross-region main city of Ria stared at the crimson beam outside, their eyes filled with anger and despair. The Night Wanderer had arrived. He was charging in with hundreds of explosive bombs, and before this, he had already slaughtered hundreds of thousands of Ria players several times, effortlessly achieving the million-kill feat, making the Ria cross-region operation a laughingstock for players worldwide. Boom! A building in the main city collapsed on the spot, the flying debris sending the surrounding players directly to the respawn point. As for the NPCs, they already fled with their valuables before the red beam reached the main city. Just kidding, The main city could be rebuilt after it was blown up, but if they were destroyed, it would be the end. However, some NPCs were more resourceful and issued quests to players to fight foreign enemies, requiring them to defend the main city and absolutely not let it fall. This quest was something the players from Ria wanted to complete. Chapter 959. But facing the brutal Night Wanderer, with hundreds of thousands of players left for dead, what good could they do? They could only watch as the Night Wanderer flew around, occasionally dropping a few explosive bombs. Many players from the Kingdom of Ria took to the Yin Kingdom forum to denounce this behavior. The Night Wanderer bullies others, relying on his strength to oppress weaker players. What kind of hero is that? Have you any sense of fairness? If you have the guts to make the Night Wanderer retreat, let us ordinary players fight head-on. We from the Kingdom of Ria didn't provoke you from the Yin Kingdom, and we didn't participate in the last joint operation. Why should the Night Wanderer come to trouble us? I want to complain. The Night Wanderer is undermining player unity. We should join forces to boycott him. The Yin Kingdom players' response to these posts was simple. Fuck your ancestors. The two sides engaged in a heated exchange of words on the forums, overflowing with beautifully written words. On several occasions, even Tianchi couldn't bear to read them, and automatically deleted the posts. But this didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the players on both sides. After a post was deleted, they would just move on to another thread, and continue their arguments. Whoever was cowardly was a fool. Such a lively incident caused many players to abandon their focus on leveling and return directly to the safe zone of the main city, opening the forums and firing on all cylinders. By contrast, even in the main city, the situation of the players in Real was much worse. Many, while replying to the posts, didn't notice the bombs raining down on their heads, and headed to the respawn point before their vision went black, their faces turning green with anger. But even at the respawn point, many Real players didn't forget to interact on the forums. That's enough. Let's continue in another main city. Qin Chuan clapped his hands, and prepared to call it a day. There were only a few hundred explosive bombs. If he threw them all away at once, what would the other players in the main cities, who didn't receive them, think? Wouldn't he seem unfair? In order to ensure fairness, Qin Chuan was extremely concerned. Luckily, the overall scale of the Ria region was small, with only 5 main cities, and the size of the main cities had shrunk several times, highlighting their small-scale nature. With scripts around, it was easy to fly there. Since the title players from Ria hadn't shown up yet, Qin Chuan could only throw explosive bombs first. However, from the news he had received, those title players should be online soon. There weren't many players who received the spokesperson title, only a few, and after receiving it, the first thing they did was show off to their friends. This meant that even if the title players from Ria were offline, others could still find them. Some Ria players had already declared that they were sawing pipes at home. If the title players were too cowardly to come online, then they would have to go offline. Not only were players from their own region applying pressure, but North American players also took to the Ria forums to air their opinions. It made no sense that their cross-region title players should be wiped out by the Night Wanderer, while the Ria cross-region title players remained unscathed and survived unscathed. This was absolutely intolerable. Under pressure from all sides, the Ria title players began to come online. However, they clearly weren't prepared for a head-on confrontation. Once online, they began teleporting frantically, bouncing back and forth, their main point being, just because I'm online doesn't mean I'm willing to fight the Night Wanderer. Qin Chuan's response was simple. Chase them all the way. As soon as a title player got a message, he'd teleport over immediately, unleashing explosives and unleashing skills to destroy every creature within his sight. Whether it was a player, an NPC, or even a passing monster, no one could escape. After teleporting several times, the players of Ria could no longer bear it. This was clearly a feud between the Night Wanderer and the title players. What did they, the ordinary players, have to do with it? They were walking and ended up at the respawn point. Who could stand that? Some unfortunate souls even discovered, with great sorrow, that the NPC they were supposed to hand in their quests to was gone. Some even completed hidden quests and tried to submit them, only to be a moment too late, their efforts falling through, leaving them furious. The calls for a head-on duel between the title players and the Night Wanderer grew louder. More and more real players were clamoring for an offline encounter. A combination of factors led the title players of Ria to adopt the image of tragic heroes and stand before Qin Chuan. Although they were bound to lose this time, and would be instantly destroyed if they showed up, their sacrifice was for all the players of Ria, and was a glorious one. Not to mention, many players from Ria Kingdom truly fell for this, treating those title players like heroes, and Qin Chuan as their mortal enemy. One player even declared that if anyone could reveal the Night Wanderer's true identity, he would fly to Yin Kingdom overnight and take him down offline. This news reached Qin Chuan via Dragon Soaring World. He smiled faintly at this. It was a small scene. But since the Ryuk Kingdom players were so energetic, why not give them a little surprise? He casually eliminated the 3 title players, bringing the quest progress to 7/50ths. Qin Chuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he wandered around the 5 main cities, throwing all his explosives, then flew around a few times in the wilderness before finally finding a level 100 legendary boss, the 8-headed serpent. Seeing a bright red beam of light appear, the 8-headed serpent didn't attack directly, but instead observed the surroundings, ready to flee at any moment. It wasn't stupid, it could sense the murderous intent within the red beam of light. Even it couldn't achieve such an outrageous kill count. If a fight broke out, it would surely die on the spot. Qin Chuan, looking at the 8-headed snake before him, a faint smile played on his face. He took out the item he had previously acquired and said with a sigh, "This time you're in luck." As he spoke, Qin Chuan flashed behind the 8-headed snake, grabbed its tail, and used Shadow Reforged to fuse the level 100 legendary boss with a cursed aggregate. Amidst the surging shadowy mist, a brand new god was born. Cursed Snake, level ? With a twisted form, and a gaze filled with resentment, a single glance inflicts an irremovable curse. And then, attach the cursed torch. All done. Of course, Qin Chuan wasn't going to give either the cursed aggregate or the cursed torch to the Raya players, so he left a shadow hidden behind the cursed snake. If the Raya players were lucky enough to bring the cursed snake down to a critical health deficit, he would teleport over to clean up the mess. However, from the current perspective, players from the Kingdom of Ryal will have to endure some hard times. Chapter 960. After reforging the cursed serpent, Qin Chuan prepared to return to the city. The 3 titled players from Rhea had already been eliminated, and the remaining NPC-type god spokespersons would be difficult to find anytime soon. He could only wait for the remaining ones to lock onto their coordinates before reaping their gains. Furthermore, flying around the world with that red beam of light was too conspicuous. For an assassin player, such ostentation was truly inappropriate. Returning to the Yin Kingdom zone from the cross-region boundary, Qin Chuan was immediately warmly welcomed by the Yin Kingdom players. This crushing victory over Rhea's cross-region was a thrill for many, but some players felt it wasn't enough. How could these hundreds of explosives truly express their innermost feelings? Even the neighboring players thought they couldn't afford to throw them. 500 more. No, 500 each. Ji Xing complained bitterly in the Peak Guild. We can't finish them. We can't finish them at all. Who's placing orders for these unstable bombs? The batch I made before was just for skill training, and now the orders are backlogged until next month. Ying Luo, Sister Ji, that's not what you said before. I vaguely remember you excitedly saying you made a killing this time. Ji Xing, no! You're slandering me. President, please believe me. I'm innocent. Qin Chuan, I do. I absolutely do. Actually, it's not a big deal if you make some bombs to sell. Just don't let them interfere with your leveling and inheritance quests. The same goes for everyone else. Earning extra money is your own skill, and I fully support it. If you need any help, just let me know. I help you out when I have time. But besides making money, don't forget to level up and improve yourself. Ji Xing, I knew you trusted me, President. As for the inheritance quest, don't worry. I'm going into seclusion to level up soon. The next inheritance quest requires me to be level 80. Ying Luo, let's level up together. My subsequent quests also require a certain level. As he spoke, the others also became active. Shao, President, what were you doing in the Ryak region? The forums there are going crazy. There's talk of a super boss appearing. Su Chongqing, I heard about that too. Judging from the pictures posted on their forum, that boss is incredibly difficult to defeat. The key is that anyone approaching will be cursed with at least 7 or 8 different types of curses. Even a tank with full health can't withstand it, and squishy characters will be instantly killed just by looking at the boss. Dejaling you, boss? Does it drop a mount? Snow Swordsman, Sister D, that boss is incredibly ugly. Here's a picture of it, take a look. Dejaling you, ugly as hell. Yinmi, breaking news. The Ryak region boss is heading towards their main city. And I don't know if it's evolved, but it's actually gathering monsters as minions. It's almost like a monster attacking a city. When Qin Chuan reforged the cursed snake, it was to create some trouble for the Ryak nation. He hadn't anticipated the trouble coming so quickly or so violently. However, The Cursed Snake's reforging utilized the Cursed Aggregate and the Cursed Torch, both of which were of the caliber of lower-level artifacts, powerful enough to transform even the lowest-level goblin into a top-tier boss. Not to mention that the Cursed Snake's predecessor was a level 100 legendary boss. With the added power of these two top-tier items, it could easily reach the demigod level with a single breakthrough. Continuing its evolution through the Cursed Torch's ability to absorb souls, a breakthrough to the lower god level is imminent. However, how many times the players of Rhea will have to travel to the resurrection point during this process is hard to say. But judging from the current situation, the Cursed Snake has already brought immense disaster to Rhea. I casually switched to the Rhea Inter-Region Forum, which was filled with complaints. Chapter 961. The Cursed Snake is approaching Shiobon's main city. Players nearby, unite, and defend our city. Just as the Night Wanderer left, another terrifying boss has appeared. What wrong did we, the Rhea Cross-Region, commit to deserve this ordeal? This boss was created by the Night Wanderer. The red beam of light overlapped with the boss's coordinates, and then the Cursed Snake suddenly appeared. This was clearly the Night Wanderer's doing. Damn the Night Wanderer. Who can punish him? I paid a large sum to acquire the Night Wanderer's real information. I'm going to kill him. Oh no! Monsters are attacking the city. Everyone, come to Shiobon's main city and support us. The forums are bustling, not to mention the action at the scene. On the Yen Kingdom forum, a player studying abroad in Rhea Kingdom started a live broadcast. It was a horrific scene. A twisted, snake-like boss loomed atop a hill in the wilderness, gazing at the distant main city. Before it, countless frantic monsters, like an endless tide, launched a frenzied attack on the small city. Around the Cursed Snake, the corpses of players lay scattered in a chaotic pattern. But even the players closest to the Cursed Snake were over 300 meters away. Many players collapsed within 600 or 700 meters of the Cursed Snake. This was the characteristic of the Cursed Snake. Anyone directly observing it would be cursed. The closer the distance, the greater the curse's power, and the greater its number. The player in charge of the live broadcast was no exception. He had to be replaced after a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the rapid health loss. Even if players charged blindly, ignoring the Cursed Snake, they would still be cursed if they got within a certain distance. This had the players in Rhea in a state of panic. To defeat the boss, they had to rely on superior numbers to crush it. But the Cursed Snake was now impossible to approach, let alone defeat it. Even after the fight began, it hadn't even lost a single drop of health. And the skin it had lost had regenerated in the blink of an eye. At this rate, even if the boss stood still and was attacked, it would take at least a month to finally defeat it. And that was an ideal scenario. The Cursed Snake had indeed remained motionless, but the army of monsters it commanded was not idle, charging towards the small main city in front of them. Only 10 minutes into the battle had the city wall already half collapsed, and it was not far from collapse. A swordsman in the snow commented in the guild, "At this rate, it looks like the small city of Rhea will be lost. Shao, if it really is, then this would be the first city in the world to fall. This little day is truly historic." Su Changqing, latest news. The front wall of the small city has collapsed. Monsters are entering. 5 minutes later, a global announcement sounded. Rhea's cross-region small city has fallen. Cross-region monster stats increased by 20%. I hope the cross-region players in Rhea will keep up the good work and recapture the city as soon as possible. Qin Chuan had never expected the Rhea players to be so incompetent. From the start of the Cursed Serpent's attack, the small city was declared lost in just half an hour. This speed is comparable to that of a Gallic rooster. As for the increased monster stats after a city's fall, Qin Chuan knew this. In his previous life, many small, cross-region cities fell regularly, and global announcements like this were common. At first, everyone was quite curious, but eventually they got used to it. And with the apocalypse becoming reality, no one cared even more. However, hearing this global announcement at this moment also made Qin Chuan quite emotional, a sense of nostalgia. But before he could even reminisce for a moment, he received several messages. Longting Tianxia, Big Boss is awesome. He even blew up the main city of the Real region. Chapter 962. In addition to Longting Tianxia, several guild leaders also sent congratulatory messages, expressing their gratitude to Night Wanderer, saying he had truly brought honor to our nation and done a great job. Qin Chuan replied to each one, saying it was no big deal, a matter of course. He hadn't expected Rhea Cross region to be so vulnerable, taking down their main city with a single boss. As everyone chatted, the neighboring Rhea Cross region forum erupted in fury. Originally, they only had 5 main cities, a relatively small scale, and now one had fallen. Not only had they become a laughingstock for players worldwide, but the loss of those NPCs was also immense. Numerous players were unable to submit their quests, their previous efforts wasted. For players who had received hidden quests, their efforts were completely wasted. Some unfortunate individuals even managed to secure a quest for a hidden class, spending all their savings to complete it, anticipating their career change and unleashing unstoppable power. Instead, their main city was destroyed, the NPC disappeared, and their quest was rendered ineffective. If it were other quests failing, it would be fine at most, I just bear the loss. But if the job transfer quest failed, that's a problem. Many job transfer quests for hidden classes are unique, and once you claim them, you can't change them. Now that the NPC has suddenly died, I can't submit the quest, nor can I claim another job transfer quest. My level cap has been reached. I can either play at a low level or delete my account and wait 7 days before recreating it. Either way, the loss is immeasurable. The key is that even if you recreate your character, leveling becomes more difficult. The fall of the main city increases monster stats by 20%, meaning combat becomes dramatically more difficult. Some players also noticed that not only were wild monsters gaining stats, but even the monsters in dungeons were getting stronger. All monsters in the Riet Cross region were collectively buffed. This was the most devastating thing. Leveling was already difficult, and now the monsters are being buffed. This simply leaves no hope for players in the Riet Cross region. Immediately, some players posted on the forums accusing Night Wanderer of his brutality, and demanding that Apocalypse punish Night Wanderer and delete his account. But Apocalypse ignored such comments, no matter how loud they were. While Riet players were furious, other cross-region players were still terrified. The North American cross-region players had a complete about-face. It was a good thing Night Wanderer didn't stay in their cross-region for too long. If the cursed snake had appeared in the North American cross-region, they would have been the ones to have their main city blown up. Angelus shrewdly seized this opportunity, sending out his troll army to confuse the public. He even claimed that if he hadn't endured humiliation and sacrificed a few titled players in exchange for Night Wanderer's departure, North America would have suffered even greater losses. Sacrificing a few players to preserve the vast majority of the remaining players was no small feat for Angelus. While this claim was met with scoffing from many, some players believed it. At least it reduced the infamy Angelus faced. It even attracted a group of fans. Xin Chuan gave this a heartfelt thumbs up. When it comes to distorting right and wrong, it's these so-called elites who are the real deal. After achieving the feat of killing 1 million people in 2 consecutive cross-regions, Xin Chuan decided to take a break. The forums for each cross-region were filled with opposition, fearing that their cross-region would become the next North America or Rivia. Players from all over the world were questioning each other in their own language. What if the night-wandering god were to invade their cross-region and cause trouble? What could they do to resist? It seemed impossible. But if they allowed other cross-region players to come and cause trouble, what kind of man would they be if they didn't resist? They have no backbone at all. Seeing this, Xin Chuan could only hold off for a while. At this stage, simply killing titled players wouldn't be enough to complete the mission. More would require waiting for the NPC-type god spokesperson. So, he might as well wait and gather more intelligence. Use this time to redeem the merit points on hand. With 2 cross-region operations and 2 million man-kill achievements, Xin Chuan's accumulated merit points had exceeded 30 million. This was an extremely terrifying number. Even during the full-scale national war of his previous life, the total merit points earned by players in a single large-scale battle might not have reached this number. But now, Xin Chuan had accomplished it alone, and in a remarkably short time. He went to the merit point redemption station and opened the redemption list. Ignore anything below epic level, it's useless even if you exchange it. Epic class set, level 60, exchange price 150,000 merit points. Not bad, I exchange it right away. Only 5 sets in stock? What's the quartermaster for? So ill-prepared, just empty it out. Epic class skill book, corresponding to the following classes: Mechanic, Swordsman, Mage, Archer, exchange price 50,000 merit points. Not bad either. Xin Chuan himself won't need it, but the rest of the guild will definitely need it. Unfortunately, there are only 10 in stock. Pack them all up and throw them directly into the guild warehouse. Talent upgrade stone, legendary, exchange price 1 million merit points. Xin Chuan was stunned. And this unexpected surprise, I take it right away. Crushing the talent upgrade stone, he raised his sniper god talent from level 8 to level 9, just 1 level away from level 10. Other than that, Xin Chuan packed up everything he could see, leaving the NPC at the exchange counter staring in amazement. Just how many kills had this stranger before him? This merit point count was a bit ridiculous. That's all. Qin Chuan smacked his lips regretfully, his shopping trip coming to an end. Even with his blindly buying spree, clearing out the entire inventory above Epic, he only spent less than 20 million merit points. He still had over 10 million left, and he had no idea what to do with it. He could only wait for the NPCs to restock. The others at Peak also gazed at the guild warehouse, lost in thought. This sudden surge of epic-level armor sets and skill books was clearly the guild president's addition. The point is, the guild president must have robbed some vault. To have so many items in one go is ridiculous. Qin Chuan typed in the guild, "Take whatever you like from the warehouse. Ji Xing and Ying Luo will discuss the required guild contribution points for the exchange. I won't be involved in this." Chapter 963. After running 2 cross regions, he increased the mission progress to 7/50. While this was a significant gain, it was still a long way from Qin Chuan's goal. However, Qin Chuan also knew that even if he ran through every cross region globally, he probably wouldn't be able to secure the remaining 43 spots. There was no way around it. Currently, only a very small number of players could achieve the title of God spokesperson. It could even be said that if Qin Chuan hadn't pushed for the Apocalypse update, the God spokesperson gameplay wouldn't appear for another year or two. At this point, earning the spokesperson title was largely a matter of luck. To put it simply, it was like picking a general from a group of dwarfs. This strength, gained through luck, was then stripped away by Qin Chuan due to bad luck. It was a cycle of cause and effect. Next, I have to go talk to President Yidao. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Liu Xiaodaizhen was not one to keep his head down. Rather than letting him retain the title of spokesperson and then go back to harm ordinary people, it would be better to help him get rid of it first. Besides, the ancient gods are behind the deep sea, and now they're trying to extend their tentacles onto land. That's a bit too much. This is something Qin Chuan can't tolerate. As for finding Liu Xiaodaizhen, that's much easier. There's no need to even specifically investigate Longting Tianxia, just asking around will tell you. After some inquiries, Qin Chuan discovered that Liu Xiaodaizhen was currently in Lingang City, and a strange thought arose in his mind. Why did he feel like Lingang City was about to suffer again? And in fact, Qin Chuan's feeling was absolutely correct. Ever since seeing Night Wanderer's cross-regional operation, killing several title players in a row, Liu Xiaodaizhen had felt a chill down his neck, and he couldn't walk safely, fearing that Night Wanderer would suddenly appear from behind and strike him. Liu Xiaodaizhen was self-aware, knowing that even if he maxed out his defense, he would still be instantly destroyed. But sitting back and waiting for death wasn't his style, so he immediately decided to call for help. It didn't matter if he couldn't defeat the Night Wanderer god, he still had the Nada Queen. He took a ride on the giant deep-sea octopus and arrived directly at the Eternal Palace, where he met the Nada Queen behind the veil. After their conversation, Liu Xiaodaizhen's confidence soared. The Lord of the Deep Sea had noticed the disappearance of the external divine representatives and realized that someone was targeting the gods. This was blasphemy. According to the Nada Queen, the gods they worship will organize an operation to let the one who hunted the representatives know that the majesty of the gods cannot be violated, and Liu Xiaodaizhen's task was to lure that person out. At that time, a signal would be given, and the gods' messengers would appear and slay the blasphemers. Liu Xiaodaizhen was excited, but the scene also felt familiar. After Liu Xiaodaizhen returned to Lingang City, he pondered for a moment and called Liu Quanxue over again, asking, "Quanxue, who do you think can defeat Night Wanderer at this stage?" Liu Quanxue slowly typed a question mark, looking at his guild leader with a caring look. "Guild leader, are you getting senile? Night Wanderer just achieved 2 million person kills in a cross-region operation, even single-handedly causing the fall of Ria's main city. And now you're asking me who can defeat him? Why don't you just check the lottery numbers?" But Liu Quanxue could only say this in his heart, and he subtly reminded him, "Guild leader, I don't think anyone will be able to defeat Night Wanderer until max-level players appear in large numbers." Liu Xiaodaizhen glanced at the level leaderboard. Second place Yezakura Luo is already level 68. It seems that day isn't far off. After a moment's thought, Liu Xiaodaizhen asked again, "If we call for reinforcements? Perhaps a few chosen one-level teammates? Could we defeat the Night Wanderer?" Liu Quanxue recalled. Chosen ones, beings of that caliber are truly terrifying. Even without the chosen ones, the apostles alone can crush ordinary players. Chapter 964. But the problem is, whether it's the apostles or the chosen, they were all defeated by the Night Wanderer. Raksha Quanxue gently reminded him, "Guild leader, before the Night Wanderer attacked the titled players across regions, He went around all the major cities and eliminated all the chosen hiding in the cathedral district. I think even if we send people over, we'd just be giving ourselves a kill. Raksha Yadayasan thought it made sense. But then he thought, when he went to the deep sea this time, the Naga Queen had said that the gods were aware of the targeting of the spokesperson, and would use this as a basis for counterattack. Thinking that way, his teammates this time must be much stronger than ordinary chosen, perhaps even capable of defeating the Night Wanderer. Liu Sha Quangxue observed his guild leader's expression and asked cautiously, "Guild leader, have you offended the Night Wanderer again?" "What do you mean again?" Liu Sha Yadayasan raised his voice. "I always been at odds with the Night Wanderer." Then Liu Sha Yadayasan's expression softened slightly as he explained, "I also hold the title of spokesperson, and I had a feud with the Night Wanderer before. I don't think he let me off the hook." Liu Sha Quangxue agreed. "Guild leader, I think so too. I even suspect the Night Wanderer is on his way." Before Liu Sha Yadayasan could reply, a voice echoed nearby, making his palms sweat. "Oh, isn't that Guild Leader Idao? What a coincidence to see you here. And Vice President Quangxue, what a coincidence you're here too." Following the direction of the voice, Liu Sha Yadayasan glanced over with difficulty, and swallowed even harder. Night Wanderer, Liu Sha Quangxue was also stunned. No, he just said it casually. How come the Night Wandering God really came? Liu Sha Yadayasan looked a little nervous. He and the Naga Queen had made an agreement, but it wasn't time to start. How could this teammate possibly defeat Night Wanderer if they hadn't arrived yet? Liu Sha Yadayasan emphasized, "Night Wanderer, what do you want? This is Lingang City, a place where rules apply. You're still planning on fighting in the main city? This isn't an external server, it's the main city of our Yin nation. I advise you to be careful." Liu Sha Quangxue also advised, "Yes, President Night Wanderer, even if we really have to fight, we should find a deserted place. It wouldn't be appropriate to have our president killed in public at the headquarters." "That's right, let's fight somewhere else." Liu Sha Yadayasan began to make a calculation. If they fought in Lingang City, the Naga Queen's reinforcements wouldn't be able to arrive directly. They'd probably start a fight with the church in the city first. So they had to lure Night Wanderer to the coast and fight there. But Liu Sha Yadayasan wasn't sure. After all, his impression of the Night Wanderer was of a swift and decisive attack, instantly dispatching anyone with a single strike. To Liu Sha Yadayasan's surprise, the Night Wanderer, after a moment's reflection, actually agreed to a change of venue. This truly is the case of Heaven's Road to Heaven, but if you don't take it, Hell's door is nowhere to be found. Liu Sha Yadayasan felt he was on his way again. Just now, he had heard the Naga Queen's secret message, learning that the god's messengers had arrived on the coast, awaiting the blasphemer's appearance. Liu Sha Yadayasan felt his victory was assured, and Qin Chuan smiled. A divine aura emerged outside Lingang City. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of Liu Sha Yadayasan, he knew he had proposed a change of venue after preparing an ambush. At least, he had managed to shake someone down before. At this stage, Liu Sha Yadayasan could only shake off those deep-sea creatures. One was a win, and so were a bunch. Since Liu Sha Yadayasan had kindly summoned the enemy, how could he afford to waste their efforts? He had to capture them all in one fell swoop. Only then would Liu Sha Yadayasan's efforts be justified. Liu Sha Quangxue watched from the side for a moment, then calmly sent Liu Sha Yadayasan a private message. "President, I sense something is amiss. How could Night Wanderer be so easy to talk to? He must have someone to rely on." Chapter 965. Liu Sha Yadayasan quickly replied, "Don't panic. We have support this time, and we can definitely defeat the Night Wanderer. Just think about it, Quangxue. If we could remove the Night Wanderer's title, what a sensation it would cause. Our Liu Sha Hall would definitely become the top guild in Apocalypse, and you would then be the first vice president of Apocalypse. Wouldn't that be fantastic?" Liu Sha Quangxue was tempted. The title did sound quite impressive. But with a hint of worry, he asked again, "Guild leader, is the person you found capable? What if, and I mean what if, we fail to defeat Night Wanderer again this time? You'd probably be the one to suffer. Don't forget those titled players in Richardson. After being instantly defeated by Night Wanderer, they all lost their spokesperson titles. You, guild leader, might as well lose your deep-sea spokesperson title." Liu Sha Yadayasan replied with a determined look, "Because if we lose our titles. That's why we have to give it our all. There's absolutely no way I just sit there and wait for death. Everyone knows now that Night Wanderer is hunting down title players. Whether it's for a quest or a personal vendetta, to keep his spokesperson title, he must confront Night Wanderer head-on. Since he can't avoid it anyway, he might as well give it a try. If he succeeds in defeating Night Wanderer, it will truly rock the gaming world." Liu Xiaoyudaizhen speculated, you said Night Wanderer was willing to cross regions and kill the title player there. Was it really just to complete the mission? Where did those stolen titles go? Who knows? I suspect Night Wanderer's missions are two-way. If he defeats the title player and takes their title, he will likely gain their abilities. Conversely, if we defeat Night Wanderer, wouldn't we also gain his abilities? Then, the title of Apocalypse's strongest player will be ours. This speculation also made Liu Xiaoquangxue very tempted. If he could truly obtain Night Wanderer's abilities, he would be rich. Putting aside other things, the speed at which he could earn money with that power alone would be enough to drive anyone crazy. To be honest, Liu Xiaoquangxue had some complaints about Night Wanderer. He could easily kill the boss in 1 second, so why didn't he take advantage of it? Selling some random equipment would bring him astronomical figures. Why not make more money while the game is hot? Would he wait until it's cold to earn equipment and sell it? Liu Xiaoquangxue had privately complained to his friends that Night Wanderer had no business acumen. If he were in his place, he would have made a killing and retired to enjoy life. But it wasn't too late now. If he could help the guild leader defeat Night Wanderer this time and gain his abilities, not all of them, but just a little bit, it would be like finding a money-making machine. With this thought, Liu Xiaoquangxue suddenly became energized. He said, President Yushin, let's be clear. Although we haven't started a guild war, as the president of the Peak Guild, challenging our president to a fight is equivalent to a guild war. So, it wouldn't be a violation for us to call our guild members over to help. Qin Chuan casually waved his hand. Vice President Quangxue, please do as you please. Call as many as you want. Then he turned to Liu Xiaoyudaizhen. President Yidao, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you want help, do it now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance once the fight starts. Liu Xiaoyudaizhen's face froze, feeling like his thoughts had been seen through. To be honest, he had no idea if this would work. But as he had said before, if he didn't fight, he'd just sit there and wait for his title to be taken away. That was absolutely intolerable. Xiaoyudaizhen retorted sharply, Night Wanderer, don't be so complacent. Since you told me to find help, don't blame me for being unsportsmanlike if I'm defeated next time. Qin Chuan smiled, if that day ever comes, it's because I'm inferior to you. There's nothing much to say. Captain Yidao, please, finish the fight quickly so I can move on to the next one. Xiaoyudaizhen enraged Ding Han. He simply didn't take him seriously. Let's go to the beach. I show you what it means to be better than others. The news that Night Wanderer was going to fight Xiaoyudaizhen spread like wildfire. Before Qin Chuan even reached the beach, a large number of players had already gathered there, bustling like a market. Here we are, guys, waiting to see the fun. Night Wanderer boss is about to strike again. How can we miss it? But then again, Liu Xiaoyudaizhen really doesn't learn his lesson. He's been instantly defeated by Night Wanderer countless times, and he still refuses to give in. That's different. Liu Xiaoyudaizhen previously earned the title of Deep Sea Spokesperson, and he was very proud of it for a while, but unfortunately, he's fallen on hard times this time. Night Wanderer boss is targeting title players. Actually, I think it's a bit inappropriate. It's a good thing for big guys to beat up title players from foreign servers, but it's a bit inappropriate to beat up our own people. Liu Xiaoyudaizhen is still a player from our Yin nation, after all. If his title is taken away, it's always a loss. Those guys in Liu Sha Palace are so arrogant. I've long been fed up with their overwhelming numbers, their monster stealing and malicious piking. This time, Night Wanderer boss wants to beat up Liu Xiaoyudaizhen, and I wholeheartedly support him. That's right, I support Night Wanderer boss too. Ever since Liu Xiaoyudaizhen earned the title, I haven't seen him bullying foreign servers. Instead, he's been bullying his own people. I despise people like him the most. What's the point of keeping his title? He should be contributing to Night Wanderer boss. I choose Night Wanderer. He's the true representative player of our Yin kingdom. Qin Chuan's 2 previous cross-region operations had dramatically increased his standing among many players. Especially after the fall of the main city of Ria, many passers-by immediately became fans and declared their unconditional support for Night Wanderer. Now that I hear Night Wanderer is going to fight Liu Xiaoyudaizhen, I have to support him. When Qin Chuan arrived at the beach, the crowd erupted in applause. Qin Chuan responded, gazing out at the dim sea. He could sense the presence of an ancient god lurking beneath the surface. It seemed Liu Xiaoyudaizhen had indeed come prepared. But so what? The reason Qin Chuan didn't instantly defeat Liu Xiaoyudaizhen wasn't to see what he had in store. Now it seemed there was indeed an unexpected reward. Chapter 966. Night Wanderer, your time has come. After Lu Xiaodaozhen arrived at the seashore, he immediately received the Naga Queen's soul message. He also sensed the ancient god's messengers waiting beneath the surface, and instantly felt he was safe again. Although the Night Wanderer was indeed powerful, the ancient gods behind the Naga Queen had made advanced preparations this time, and it seemed likely that the Night Wanderer would suffer a bitter defeat. And once the Night Wanderer was defeated, even if he couldn't gain his abilities, at least as long as he could neutralize them, it would be considered a victory. As Lu Xiaodaozhen shouted, the sea surface in the distance exploded. A massive figure, tens of meters tall, rose from beneath the surface like a mountain, dimming the surrounding light. The Faceless Champion, the master of the power of heavy blows. Kashi Liuwu, a projection of a god, with a questionable level. The moment the divine projection burst from the sea, a fierce storm swept in. Players standing nearby were sent to the respawn point before they could react. By the time Kashi Liuwu leaped from the sea and landed on the beach, the shockwave had carried away thousands more players. He slammed his hammer into the ground, and divine power distorted the air, spreading outward, instantly clearing the area. The once bustling beach was deserted in the blink of an eye. The players who had been waiting to see the excitement converged at the respawn point, staring at each other in bewilderment, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. One player, with lingering fear, exclaimed, "Oh my god! This boss carried us all away in its entrance animation alone. What a fight! I doubt even tens of thousands of players fighting in a round-the-clock battle could defeat it. I even think this boss is more powerful than the cursed snake from the kingdom of Libya. Is our main city going to fall too? Don't let that happen. Don't panic, we still have the Night Wanderer. Brothers outside, make way. I need to go back to watch the boss battle. Hey buddy, you're still going. Be careful not to get sent back by the cutscene again. You don't understand. I stripped off all my gear before I got here. I'm not afraid of death at all." Skilled, incredibly skilled. As the crowd of onlookers were sent to the respawn point, Qin Chuan observed intently. It must be said that the support brought in by Rakshas's one-blade slash this time was quite impressive. Judging from the name, this wasn't the true form, but it was still far superior to the average chosen one. In terms of status, it even surpassed that of the Son of God. It was still a bit inferior to the true form of the deity descending. But that shouldn't lead to contempt. This Kashiliu's first title is the Faceless Champion, signifying his emergence from countless foes and possessing supreme combat prowess. The Faceless are a combat unit affiliated with the ancient gods, somewhat distinct from the Holy Spirit warriors of the kingdom. They are born from the power of the ancient gods, not from the souls of their followers. Therefore, in terms of power, the Faceless are superior to the Holy Spirit warriors. Generally speaking, a single Faceless can defeat more than 3 Holy Spirit warriors. This demonstrates the strength of the individual champions. In addition, Kashiliu also has another title, Master of Heavy Blows. Smash is a complex attribute that not only deals increased damage, but also imparts a temporary knockback effect, giving him a significant advantage in close combat. Master of Heavy Blows signifies that Kashiliu has maximized this ability. Furthermore, he excels in close combat and possesses exceptional defense, making him both a formidable opponent and a formidable opponent. The ancient gods are truly gifted with surprises. Qin Chuan looked at Kashi Liuwu, his expression unfazed. Kashi Liuwu wasn't his true form, but a projection. His combat power was likely on par with the evil god of Meteorite Island. If Qin Chuan could defeat the evil god, he could certainly take down Kashi Liuwu's projection as well. Chapter 967. But before taking action, I need to gather intelligence first. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan snapped his fingers, and a shadowy figure quietly appeared, binding Lu Xiaodaozhen tightly, rendering him unable to move. First, I immobilized Lu Xiaodaozhen. After I learned more about Kashi Liuwu, I sent President Yidao back to the resurrection point and make a small contribution to my mission. Lu Xiaodaozhen was frozen in place, sweat pouring from his forehead. He shouted to the sea, "Kashliu, save me!" Kashliu ignored Lu Xiaodaozhen and simply stared at Qin Chuan. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Mortal, I heard you were hunting the god spokesman, and now you even reached out to my master. You should commit suicide to avoid such an embarrassing defeat." Qin Chuan asked curiously, "Have you been hiding underwater for too long? You're a little behind the times. Didn't you check my record before you came? Is it necessary to go to such lengths?" Kashliu said proudly, "I wield the power of a heavy blow and am the Faceless Champion. It doesn't matter who the enemy is." "Excellent." Qin Chuan couldn't help but praise him. "I admire confident fighters like you." As he spoke, a pitch-black flying knife swung out. Kashilia looked a little disdainful. How dare you launch such a light attack? But Kashilia soon regretted his arrogance. Pain. So much pain. Not only did the flying knife pierce his defenses and strike him directly without hindrance, the various damages it inflicted caused Kashilia's expression to fluctuate continuously. Sky, fire, frost, destruction, savagery. All the power attributes Kashilia could name were actually found in this flying knife. For a moment, Kashilia thought he was being assaulted by the gods. Wait! Kashilia stopped the fight immediately, his expression serious. Mortal, how do you possess so much power? Do you have so much faith? Why would the gods accept such impure faith? Qin Chuan countered, does obtaining such power require the gods' consent? Can't I just snatch it from them? This stumped Kashilia. Theoretically, it seemed possible. How hasty. Kashilia felt a pang of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have listened to the Naga Queen's nagging before setting off. But at this point, even calling a halt mid-fight was useless. He had no choice but to fight. He wanted to show this mortal the power of a crushing blow. Bang! Kashilia swung his hammer, and the air visibly distorted. The shockwave instantly spanned hundreds of meters, leaving a crater more than 10 meters deep in the beach. Kashilia unleashed dozens of such attacks in the blink of an eye, turning the beach into a crater. A player ran back from the respawn point, saw the scene, and retreated. This boss battle was better left unwatched. On the beach, Kashilia attacked, his mouth never idle. Mortal, I don't know why you hunt the god's spokesperson, but are you truly doing the right thing? Do you think you're truly on the side of justice? Justice? Kashilia's words left Qin Chuan pondering. However, considering Kashilia is a subordinate of the ancient god, his specialty is his unbridled boasting. If even 1/10 of what he says is true, he's considered decent. Therefore, Qin Chuan bluntly retorted, if what I do isn't justice, then what you do is? I know you destroyed more than one nation and caused countless deaths. Don't tell me that's justice. Kashilia replied matter-of-factly, we were born in chaos, so returning the world to chaos is our justice. Qin Chuan waved his hand, forget it. Let's not dwell on what justice is. We can't convince each other anyway. Let's just use our fists to enforce justice. Chapter 968. Just what I want. Kashilia's expression grew enthusiastic. He was the faceless champion, a warrior through countless battles. Asking him to reason would be a bit of a stretch. But a contest of whose fist was bigger was much more straightforward. But after a few rounds of fighting, Kashilia suddenly felt that reasoning was better. Fighting and killing were truly inappropriate. Mainly, no one had told him beforehand that a mortal could possess such terrifying power. Rational? Mortals, anything is negotiable. Kashilia's tone grew sincere. Your hunting of the god's spokesman is actually nothing. Even a few gods wouldn't be a problem, let alone spokesman. While seemingly submissive, Kashilia was secretly observing the situation, waiting for the mortal to reveal a flaw, then unleashing a thunderous attack and securing victory. He was the faceless champion, having fought countless battles. How could he afford to surrender simply because of a momentary setback? Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, saying, you're right. So, Kashilia, let me ask you, why have you come? Are you here just to reason with me? Do you have so much free time? Kashilia replied, actually my lord noticed a slight loosening of the world's constraints, so he sent me to investigate. Qin Chuan said calmly, go on. Kashilia was also unsure of his opponent's mentality, but he hadn't yet found a flaw that would allow him to strike a decisive blow. Delaying the attack would be beneficial for him, so he continued, I wonder if you noticed that one of the world's pillars collapsed, and the corresponding constraints have naturally loosened. Pillars of the world? Though, Qin Chuan hadn't seen any signs of collapse. But Kashilia's mention of this must be groundless, otherwise he wouldn't have had to force such a topic. He could have just said something nonsense. They were good at that, anyway. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately followed up with, why only one? Kashilia chuckled, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he were considering something. After a moment, he continued, so you killed the deity corresponding to that pillar. Kashilia then revealed new shocking information. My information was a little delayed, and it took some time to synchronize. Now I'm certain you eliminated a deity. I'm not sure how you did it, but the result is that my lord has more room to maneuver. Qin Chuan asked, are you talking about the tiger god? Kashilia countered, have you killed other gods? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, and replied truthfully, does the evil god count? No, Kashilia was surprised, but shook his head in denial. Things like evil gods don't deserve to be pillars of the world. What about you? Qin Chuan sized Kashilia up. This faceless champion is imbued with twisted divinity. Honestly, the ancient gods and the evil gods are practically the same, so let's not laugh at each other. Cash Liu replied proudly, neither are we. We are destroyers of order. We're too busy destroying the world, let alone supporting it. His words were so frank that Qin Chuan was speechless. You're quite proud. But Cash Liu's words were packed with information. If what he said was true, then Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder if it was because he killed the tiger god that the rules of the world began to loosen, leading to the subsequent events. For example, the god of light altered the trajectory of Meteor Island, sending the false god into eternal night. Or perhaps the evil god statue appeared in the eternal night, drawing out the evil god's true form. Qin Chuan calmed himself. Things might not be as simple as they appear. The key is that these words came from Cash Liu's mouth, and their credibility needs to be questioned again and again. Their credibility is truly low. The tiger god's fall was bound to have some impact, but it wasn't necessarily the loosening of the pillars that Cash Liu had suggested. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan looked at Cash Liu and said, you stalled for so long. Have you found a way to win? Cash Liu's expression froze. Was his intention discovered? But it didn't matter. During the conversation, he had already accumulated more power, making this projection even more real, more than enough to deal with a mortal. Mortal, you will regret not repelling me immediately. Cash Liu's body began to swell, and endless, twisting divine power emanated from the deep sea, making his aura as deep and boundless as the ocean. Ultimate smash. With Cash Liu's roar, space began to compress and fold, generating immense pressure from all directions. Cash Liu swung his hammer, instantly generating a shockwave through the air, charging towards Qin Chuan. You have something to be proud of, to die from this move. Cash Liu's tone was tinged with regret. He had once won the championship title with this unique skill he had created, a move that no other faceless man could withstand. But the next second, Cash Liu was stunned. His attack was indeed powerful, but the problem was that even the strongest attack had to hit the target. As space folded and compressed, Qin Chuan immediately used Darkest Hour to evade. No matter how powerful Cash Liu's attack was, it couldn't inflict any substantial damage. If this is all you're capable of, I'm disappointed. Qin Chuan's tone was flat. But the underlying meaning was self-evident. Time is running out. If there's no other solution, then die. Cash Liu grasped this and began to ponder a countermeasure. After a moment, Cash Liu spoke. This world is a vast cage, a man-eating monster. Everything is heading towards its end. If you spare me, I can explain everything in detail. Chapter 969. Cash Liu wanted to trade intelligence for his own survival, and Qin Chuan had no objection. The main issue was authenticity. As a subordinate of the ancient god, if Cash Liu could provide even a tenth of the truth, he'd be considered relatively ethical. There were those who weren't so honest, lying from beginning to end. If you truly believed it, expect to be ripped off to death. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan nodded and said, you speak first. I consider whether to spare your life based on the information you provide. Cash Liu felt the scene was familiar. It seemed as if he encountered this situation before, but back then he'd been on the side of the victor, watching the loser linger. Now, he was the one desperately trying to save his life. It was truly heartbreaking. However, as a faceless one under the ancient god, Cash Liu had no concept of dignity. Forget about compromise, he even do the most menial things without a care in the world, just to stay alive. Besides, he had his own plans. The combat power of this mortal before him was somewhat unrealistic, but on the other hand, if they could be persuaded to defect or even induced, they could become a force for the ancient gods. Who the prey was still unclear. Cash Liu, feeling reassured, spoke without hesitation. This world is a vast cage, with the void as its dome, the earth as its base, and the gods as its pillars. Combined, these three elements form a cage that will devour all life, blocking all escape routes. Mortal, you are no exception. This sounded quite intimidating. Qin Chuan immediately said, if this world is truly a cage, as you say, then I should kill the gods to break the cage. That's right. Cash Liu nodded repeatedly, then chuckled softly. But for the lambs, the cage isn't just a restriction, it's their strongest barrier. Without this cage, the hunters outside would be unhindered and free to act recklessly. Take us, for example. Cash Liu's tone was tinged with mockery. Mortal, the more gods you kill, the freer this cage becomes. Conversely, we outside the cage will no longer be hampered. But if you stop here, you essentially remain a prisoner. So no matter what you do, it's ultimately futile, a journey from one bad ending to another. Really? Qin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, raising his own question. If that's the reason, then you should continue to lurk in the dark and wait for your opportunity. Why risk yourselves for a spokesperson? Although this is just your projection, if it were eliminated, it would likely have a significant impact on your original form. Given the inherently selfish nature of your ancient gods, how could you possibly do such a selfless act? Therefore, the importance of a spokesperson is probably more than meets the eye. Cassia stared at Qin Chuan and said meaningfully, "Mortal, your intelligence astounds me. I be generous and tell you more. The spokesperson is a nail planted by the gods, an anchor of activity. We finally gained a foothold in this world, so naturally we must do everything we can to preserve it." Qin Chuan agreed with this statement. Whether it's an apostle, a chosen one, a son of God, a spokesperson for the gods, or even ordinary believers everywhere, they all ultimately form a connection with the gods, and their actions strengthen the connection between the gods and the world. But things are definitely not that simple. If the ancient gods can bestow the title of deep-sea spokesman upon Lu Sha Yudaism, then they can also bestow it upon other players. This time, Lu Sha Yudaism even summoned Kashiliu, the faceless champion, which seems a bit excessive. To put it bluntly, Lu Sha Yudaism doesn't deserve it. Chapter 970. Even if 100 Lu Sha Yudaism were remembered, their value would still be far less than Kashi Liuwu's. Giving away the faceless champion to secure a dispensable spokesperson is a losing proposition, no matter how you look at it. Thinking back to the 2 previous cross-region operations, the gods behind those titled players remained indifferent. Not only did they not send down divine projections, not even their apostles appeared. This demonstrates that titled players are of limited value to the gods. But this conclusion doesn't apply to Lu Sha Yudaism. The ancient gods not only sent reinforcements, but they sent a large one. Qin Chuan turned and looked at Lu Sha Yudaism, who was frozen in place by a shadow. What was so unique about this guy that he deserved such attention from the ancient gods? Could it be that Lu Sha Yudaism was also reborn? As soon as this thought occurred to Qin Chuan, he laughed at himself. Judging by Lu Sha Yudaism's performance, if he were reborn, he'd be a complete failure. That possibility can be ruled out immediately. Besides that, it's hard to say what it is about Lu Sha Yudaism that warrants the ancient god's attention. Lu Sha Yudaism felt uneasy under Qin Chuan's gaze, and said with a hint of guilt, "Night Wanderer, what are you looking at? I admit defeat this time, but I won't admit defeat." Qin Chuan looked back at Kashi Liuwu and asked seriously, "For this guy, you went to so much trouble to send down the projection. Is it really worth it?" Before Kashi Liuwu could say anything, Lu Sha Yudaism shouted angrily, "What do you mean, Night Wanderer? What do you mean by worth it? I'm the president of Lu Sha Hall, and I command the support of hundreds. How dare you question me? I refuse to accept. Come on, go have some fun." Qin Chuan waved his hand, and the shadow slashed Lu Sha's mouth shut, preventing him from uttering a single word. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan looked at Kashi Liuwu and said, "Your ultimate target is me, right?" As he spoke, Qin Chuan observed Kashi Liuwu's expression. Those ugly, ferocious features didn't reveal many details, but Qin Chuan still keenly grasped a subtle shift. Even if his previous inference wasn't definitive, it was at least on the right track. With a general idea in mind, Qin Chuan continued, "Or perhaps the ancient god's target isn't entirely me, but the shadow power within me. However, this still doesn't explain your appearance. Mortal, take your time to guess." Kashi Liuwu seemed somewhat pleased. "You will forever carry this question with you, never finding the true answer." As he spoke, a void gate appeared behind Kashi Liuwu, and his figure began to fade. "This battle with you has made one thing clear to me. Under the current rules, we are no match for you. Therefore, I look forward to our next meeting, and I hope you survive to see it." Qin Chuan's gaze fixed, and he wielded darkest moment to slice through space, but he discovered that even if he sliced the void gate into several pieces, it wouldn't stop Kashi Liuwu's departure. Kashilia shook his head and said, "Mortal, don't waste your energy. I circumvented Apocalypse and sent down my projection, but now I've been repelled by him. With your methods, you're powerless to stop this process. Again, I hope you survive until our next meeting, but by then, it's hard to say how much of your world will remain." With this whisper, Kashilia vanished completely, leaving with a clean, decisive demeanor. Although Kashilia tried to appear unassuming, Qin Chuan felt his departure was somewhat awkward. Kashilia's retreat left Qin Chuan pondering, as if his previous speculation had been dashed. Could it be that the ancient god didn't value Rakshas's slash? Otherwise, why would he abandon the rescue midway through? But if he truly didn't value him, why would Kashilia send down his projection? Wouldn't it have been easier to just replace him with someone else? Chapter 971. With so many players, standing on the main city wall and throwing a brick down would hit several. Why bother focusing on just Liu Xiaodaozhen? There's something wrong here. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at Liu Xiaodaozhen and smiled. Guild leader Dao, the reinforcements you called in don't seem very effective. If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. Woo woo woo. Liu Xiaodaozhen struggled frantically. Qin Chuan smiled. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't hold it in. Liu Xiaodaozhen's eyes widened. Seal his mouth, then tell him to stop holding it in. Is this something a human being could do? It's like torturing a prisoner, beating him for 3 days and 3 nights, then asking him if he tell you. Then at least give me a question first. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and the shadow released some of the restrictions. Liu Xiaodaozhen let out a long sigh and raised his voice. Night Wanderer. Don't be so complacent. I already sent Quan Xue to gather the members. Thousands of Rakshasa Hall players will be coming to rescue me soon. If you can, don't leave. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Guild leader Dao, do you think I'd be afraid even if all of you Rakshasa Hall members mobilized? Liu Xiaodaozhen was speechless. That seems to be the case. Night Wanderer had achieved the feat of slaying over 1 million people in both North America and Rivia. Even if these thousands of Rakshasa Hall members charged forward, it wouldn't seem to have much of an impact. Liu Xiaodaozhen steeled his resolve and lowered his voice. Night Wanderer, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? As long as you keep the title of my spokesperson, I pay you any amount. As the old saying goes, losing money can ward off disaster. Since they couldn't defeat him head-on, they could only adopt a tactical retreat. Qin Chuan didn't answer, but instead observed the situation around him, hoping Kashi Liuwu would strike back. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, indicating that Kashi Liuwu had completely vanished. A little disappointed, he sighed and said, Captain Dao, it seems you're doomed this time. Don't. Liu Xiaodaozhen was anxious. The spokesperson title he had worked so hard to obtain would be a huge loss if it were to be revoked. But after much thought, Liu Xiaodaozhen couldn't think of a way to save himself. Just as Liu Xiaodaozhen was about to close his eyes and wait for death, he felt his body loosen. Looking again, he realized that the shadow that had trapped him had vanished. Night Wanderer, what on earth are you trying to do? Liu Xiaodaozhen was a little overwhelmed. Whether he wanted to kill me or not, at least give me a quick death. Qin Chuan's expression grew solemn. He glanced at Liu Xiaodaozhen and, without saying anything, teleported away. Liu Xiaodaozhen was bewildered. What was going on? President, we're here. Liu Xiaoquangxue's voice echoed in the distance, accompanied by the rumbling of footsteps. Following the sound, he saw Liu Xiaoquangxue rushing over with over 1,000 Liu Xia Hall members. President, did you chase off the Night Wanderer? Liu Xiaoquangxue had been about to collect his president's body, only to see Liu Xiaodaozhen emerge unscathed, while the Night Wanderer vanished. This left Liu Xiaoquangxue perplexed. No, when had the president become so formidable? Could it be that the title of Deep Sea spokesperson is so powerful? Liu Xiaoquangxue pondered. Is it too late for him to switch sides now? That so-called Lord of the Frozen Hell hasn't been heard from since the Arctic ice field, and he's starting to show some signs of activity. It seems like following the guild leader to join the Naga wouldn't be a bad idea. After hearing Liu Xiaoquangxue's words, Liu Xiaodaozhen finally said calmly, No, the Night Wanderer suddenly left. We don't know what happened, maybe he went offline. Forget about that for now, let's get going. If the Night Wanderer comes back, we'd be hard to stop. Everyone figured this out, and hurried back to the city. How much safety there was in the city, though, was unclear. Is the news true? It should be. My company manager told me that martial law has been imposed on his neighborhood. Looking at this reply, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. The reason he didn't kill Liu Xiaodaozhen was because he had received a message from Dijiaolingyu. Guild Master, supernatural phenomena have occurred in North America. People have gone missing in 4 districts. According to the police report, it was a wild animal attack, but the information I received suggests it was caused by a non-human creature. There's also unconfirmed information about a similar situation in Riyadh. These are Dijiaolingyu's exact words. It was these 2 pieces of information that allowed Qin Chuan to temporarily spare Liu Xiaodaozhen. North America and Riyadh, supernatural phenomena. The 4 districts in North America, in particular, immediately reminded Qin Chuan of the 4 players who had been stripped of their spokesperson titles. Qin Chuan immediately contacted Dijiaolingyu for more information, specifically asking if the locations of those 4 districts overlapped with those of the titled players. Dijiaolingyu, I haven't been paying attention to that, but since you mentioned it, I have someone investigate. I have news in half an hour at most. Qin Chuan, okay, I wait for your news. A moment later, Yu sent another message. Guild leader, the neighborhoods where strange events are occurring roughly correspond to the 4 titled players in North America, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. After you defeated them, and stripped them of their titles, they went offline one after another. Not long after, the supernatural phenomena I mentioned appeared in their neighborhoods, including Richardson, who is now unreachable. Qin Chuan's expression immediately grew solemn. Could these so-called supernatural phenomena be the work of monsters? Combined with the information previously mentioned by Kashi Liuwu, a terrifying hypothesis gradually took shape. If the gods are the pillars of the apocalypse world, then are the titled players the pillars of the Blue Star world? Does stripping them of their titles mean shattering those pillars? A cage without its pillars may see the dawn of freedom, but it can no longer stop the monsters outside. And could that monster be the apocalypse? Qin Chuan couldn't help but wonder if his defeat of the titled player would cause a rift to appear in the corresponding region, thus bringing the regional apocalypse forward. Beings like gods might not be able to pass through, but wandering monsters wouldn't be so restricted and might appear on Blue Star. Thinking back to his past life, the first sign of the apocalypse was the appearance of a monster. Chapter 972. The apocalypse will eventually come. That's inevitable. But when it arrives, and whether the Blue Star players are prepared before and after, makes all the difference. At this stage, aside from the elite few, the gaming experience for ordinary players is mediocre, and not particularly user-friendly. While 100% virtual reality technology has certainly elevated the gaming experience to a new level, it has also exposed numerous issues. Some people aren't suited to combat. Using a keyboard and mouse to kill monsters is incredibly accurate, and the controls are incredibly smooth. But switching to a true first-person perspective and facing the monster's head-on leaves many players stunned, frozen in place, bewildered. In fact, the stage with the highest number of player deaths is the Novice Village. A bunch of newbies were chased to the ground by the rabbits and boars in the Novice Village. It takes repeated beatings to gradually adapt. Under these circumstances, if the apocalypse arrived prematurely, the roaming monsters would appear in the streets and alleys, a calamity. Especially since no method for extracting character attributes has yet been discovered. According to Qin Chuan's speculation, if the apocalypse has begun its regional arrival, its full-scale arrival isn't far off, and the ability to extract character attributes will be available soon. In fact, if we extrapolate this in reverse, there have been early signs of the apocalypse's arrival. For example, the soul contract between Des Martin and the Deathbringer. The fact that that item appeared in the real world speaks volumes. And then, there's the Phantom. The fact that a piece of a game equipment can actually exert its effects in the real world is enough to prove that the boundary between the two worlds is not so clear-cut. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan reopened the chat, pondered for a moment, and typed, "I know your Lin family has extensive connections, so I have a commission. I hope you can send someone to investigate the situation in North America and Rhea, bringing back as much evidence and documentation as possible. This commission carries considerable risk, especially regarding the North American incident. The Illuminati will undoubtedly send someone to intercept or even assassinate you. Be prepared, and choose your personnel with caution." After sending the message, Yu didn't respond directly. After a long pause, she replied, "President, how did you know my last name?" "Lin?" Qin Chuan replied, "Don't ask too much. If all else fails, you can ask the military for help, they're certainly interested. You can also contact Yu directly. I remember there's a special operations unit with that name, and I think he'd be able to speak with you." Yu, "President, you're making me increasingly curious. Where do you come from? How do you know so much? Since you know Chiyu's background, why don't you tell him yourself? Your words will speak louder than mine." "Qin Chuan, I'm just an ordinary player. As for Akabane, I don't want to get involved too much just yet, as some things haven't been finalized. If you step in, there's still room for maneuver. At worst, I can just pass the buck to you, right?" Yu, "President, thank you so much." Qin Chuan, "You're welcome. We're brothers, why be so polite?" Yu, "No wonder Sister G always complains to me about your scheming. I'm convinced. Leave this to me. Since the President has personally instructed me, it must be done beautifully. I give you a satisfactory answer in 2 days at most." Qin Chuan, "In recognition of your hard work, I give you a mount to play with later." Yu, "President, what are you saying? With our friendship, do we really need to go into details? I definitely give you news in 1 day, at most." "Oh my god, are these really the marks left by a wild beast?" In the rubble of the collapsed house, 2 white men crouched in a corner, exclaiming in surprise at the claw marks on the wall. They were renowned paranormal hunters in North America, amateur enthusiasts who had heard the news and rushed to the scene, bypassing multiple layers of police blockades. Chapter 973. Then, he saw the claw marks on the wall. Judging from their appearance, they certainly looked like those made by an animal like a black bear. If you ignore the size of the marks, anyone who saw these claw marks, which covered the entire wall from top to bottom, would not believe they were the work of an ordinary wild animal. The thinner white man among them joked, "It's more believable if you say it was done by Wolverine." The joke wasn't a bad joke, but it went unanswered. The man felt a little dissatisfied. He wanted to see what his companion was thinking, but he was speechless. His companion was already flying with his feet dangling in the air, but before the man could exclaim, he was horrified to discover that his companion hadn't flown on his own, but had been pierced through the chest by sharp claws and lifted up, looking over his companion's body. In the dim light, two crimson eyes shone with a bloodthirsty gleam. That must be a person, the man thought. In the sparse moonlight, one could barely make out the other's body, which was humanoid in shape. His arms were exceptionally slender, his pale fingers tipped with sharp nails, 20 centimeters long. It was these nails that pierced his companion's chest and covered his mouth, silencing any sound. Delicious blood. The humanoid uttered a half-hearted tone, his eyes growing increasingly frantic. The next second, darkness enveloped the corner, bringing everything to a state of stillness. Only a few drops of fresh blood on the floor betrayed what had happened here. "Jack, did you see that?" In a further corner, two other white men exchanged glances. They were bounty hunters, operating in a gray area, and this time they were commissioned to investigate so-called paranormal phenomena. At first, they hadn't taken it seriously. After all, similar stories happened every year. But in the end, they were just pranks. They assumed it would be the same this time, but just as they bypassed the blockade and arrived at the scene, before they could even begin investigating, they witnessed two amateur enthusiasts being slaughtered and devoured by a humanoid monster. They were terrified. They waited a full 5 minutes before they began to talk. But their companion, Jack, didn't respond. The white man who had been questioning felt a pang of fear. What they had just witnessed was a similar scene, a replay of the two amateur enthusiasts' fate. But unlike the two men before, the man questioning didn't even look back. Instead, he thrust his legs into a swift, unstoppable burst of energy, dashing forward without a backward glance. He also dropped two stun grenades. After two sharp explosions, dust fell from the walls. The officer on guard outside dropped his coffee and cursed under his breath. Those guys, used to their freedom, were still trying to get in even though the area was cordoned off. It was just a beast attacking people. What was there to see? And they were making a big deal out of it, saying it was a supernatural phenomenon. You're kidding. He'd been patrolling here for over a decade. How could he not know if it was a supernatural phenomenon? The officer confidently walked into the ruins under the night sky and never emerged again. "President, this is a bit tricky. According to my security company, they outsourced at least 3 teams to investigate the situation, but no one has returned." Qin Chuan was wandering around the Beast Tribe's territory when the news from Jiaoling Yu arrived. He heard that an NPC-like spokesperson for the gods was issuing missions here, so he decided to investigate. But before he could find the spokesperson, the news from Jiaoling Yu arrived first. The content of the news was actually quite predictable. Something must have gone wrong in North America. Because it wasn't just Richardson, the game IDs of the 3 other defeated title players had all vanished. Chapter 974. Either they actively deleted their accounts and started over, or they were involuntarily deleted. If the real person is gone, the in-game character naturally ceases to exist. Of course, Apocalypse doesn't check household registration, so if the in-game character disappears due to a person's disappearance, it only happens under Apocalypse's surveillance. That is, if they disappear while lying in the game cabin or wearing a gaming headset, Apocalypse will delete the character, otherwise, it will remain offline. Previously, Richardson and others had logged off one after another, and then, suspected paranormal activity occurred in their real-life neighborhood. Then, several people's IDs completely vanished, even those they had previously added as friends. Richardson, in particular, had previously been a well-known character on the rank list, but now, his in-game ID had also been lost. This incident naturally sparked much discussion among players. However, ordinary players didn't think too much of it, simply assuming that these players had deleted their accounts and started over. After all, according to their understanding, after a titled player is defeated by Night Wanderer, their title is revoked, their previously acquired attributes and skills are lost, and they may even receive additional deductions. Since it's already like this, it might as well be a fresh start. It's a shame that Richardson has deleted his account, considering he has SSS talent. Similarly, the 3 title players from Riyadh are in the same boat. However, compared to the North American region, these 3's fate is far worse. On the Riyadh forums, they become a disgrace to Riyadh, and they should commit suicide to apologize. Losing to anyone else would be fine, but being defeated by the Yen Nation player Night Wanderer is absolutely unacceptable. This incident also sparked intense discussion on the forums between players from both Yen Kingdom and Liao, leading to a heated debate. Under these circumstances, the disappearance of the 3 titled characters didn't cause much of a stir. After receiving Dijiaoling's message, Qin Chuan quickly replied, "Let's leave this matter at that for now. You don't need to send anyone to investigate further. The distance makes it inconvenient. Dijiaoling, since the guild president has said so, I pass on the message. By the way, guild president, I contacted Akabane before, and he hinted that the military is also taking some action, but due to regulations, he can't tell me more." Qin Chuan, since he won't say, then don't ask any more. By the way, I saw the chat in the guild. Have you already taken Xiao Jing, Su Chongqing, and the others to the Magic City? Dijiaoling, yes, this is the guild president's order. I must see to it. I also want to obtain a few more mounts. Qin Chuan, you did a great job on this matter. I give you an extra mount later. Dijiaoling, great. Guild president, you're wise. As the two were conversing, a message resounded through the sky. The fog over the sea was blown away by the strong wind, and the Lost Kingdom reappeared before the world. A new map, Purgatory Island, has been opened. Qin Chuan was stunned. A new map? Which player discovered this? A new map on the sea. Could that Lu Xiaoyadeas and kid have done it? Dijiaoling also sent a message. President, there's a new map. Should we explore it? Before Qin Chuan could reply, a notification sounded. A whisper echoed from the forest. The ancient gods have opened their eyes again. The Dark Elves will reveal their might to the world. A new map, Misty Forest, has been opened. Another new map. Qin Chuan was shocked. My goodness, the player's enthusiasm for exploration is truly overwhelming. But on second thought, he realized the problem. If a player discovered a new map, the notification would include their ID. But these two notifications merely announce the opening of new maps without mentioning the reason for their opening. Qin Chuan guessed that these 2 new maps had been opened voluntarily. He quickly recalled. Purgatory Island is a Naga-themed map, filled with many lost sailors who have been transformed into the undead. The Misty Forest, on the other hand, is dominated by Dark Elves. Dark Elves are a branch of the Elves race, with dark skin. Unlike the Elves, who are known for their handsome men and beautiful women, Dark Elves are utterly ugly, brutal, and take pleasure in killing. After the apocalypse descended upon Blue Planet in their previous life, the Dark Elves hunted humans everywhere, committing countless atrocities. Both new maps are hostile. This is not good news. But the key question remains why the new maps were opened. While he was pondering, 2 more announcements appeared. Ancient horns sounded, and the ancient races found their way home. Under the leadership of their great chieftain, the mountain trolls will reclaim their place. A new map, Ringing Rocks Highlands, has been released. The sound of gears turning rose from the earth. The extinguished forge reignited, and the mecha gnomes discovered a path back to the surface. A new map, City of Mysterious Gold, has been released. 2 more new maps. These correspond to 2 races that were supposed to appear in subsequent versions. In the Pinnacle Guild, everyone else began to discuss the situation. Jixing, excuse me, Guild Master, did you do this? Opening 4 new maps at once. Amazing. Ying Luo, by the way, when the Dark Elf map opened, I also received a new inheritance quest. Thank you, Guild Master. Xiao, Godfather, when will you show me the secrets of inheritance? I'm dying to improve. Yinmi, me too. Qin Chuan, I said it wasn't me, would you believe me? Su Chongqing, hey, this incident has nothing to do with the Guild Master? Speaking of which, they opened 4 new maps at once without any downtime for maintenance. Apocalypse finally got a new programmer. AOE is very happy. Another new announcement. Let me see what it is. Update notes without downtime for maintenance? Wow, Apocalypse is really making progress. It's not easy. After quickly reviewing the update notes, Qin Chuan was certain of one thing. The opening of this new map was no accident. Update notes 2.2. 1. The gods are more active, and new races and maps will continue to be unlocked. Chapter 975. Seeing the words gods are more active, Qin Chuan immediately realized that it wasn't just the gods of the church who were beginning to be unsealed and revived. Other gods were also gradually being unsealed and revived. In his previous life, Apocalypse underwent more than a dozen major updates, opening up a vast array of new maps and races. This life's progress was disrupted, but those maps and races didn't disappear, they were simply temporarily hidden by Apocalypse. Now, due to special circumstances, new maps have been proactively unsealed. This not only signifies the appearance of new races, but also likely means that the corresponding gods are about to reveal their presence. As for the 4 new maps that have been opened this time, Ocean, Forest, Plateau, and Underground, these 4 terrains are distributed across different parts of the Apocalypse continent, representing a comprehensive expansion of the existing maps. Recovering his focus, Qin Chuan continued to review the update notes. Update Notes 2.2. 1. Gods are more active, and new races and maps will continue to be unsealed. 2. Hardcore mode is enabled. In this mode, pain is forced to remain at 100%, increasing the level of immersion. Please note that if you die in this mode, you will be forced offline for 6 hours, during which time you will be unable to use your headset or game pod. Please consider enabling this function as needed. 3. Race reincarnation has been enabled. Players can reincarnate their existing character to the corresponding race by completing the corresponding prerequisite quests. Please note that reincarnation will inherit the existing reputation system of the race, forcing players to engage in PvP with the opposing faction. Please consider enabling this function as needed. Also, reincarnation is limited to 1 time only. 4. The gods are granting more spokesperson titles. Please actively explore them. 5. All cross-region co-op quests have been enabled. Players in game activity will increase quest progress. When quest progress reaches 100%, a special event will begin. Stay tuned. 6. We be giving away surprise gifts to some outstanding players. Please pay attention to the game notifications and follow the prompts to claim them. If the first update note was just a taste of the new features, then the following 5 updates are even more significant. The activation of hardcore mode, in particular, signals the beginning of the countdown to the arrival of Apocalypse. Although Apocalypse currently boasts 100% virtual reality, pain simulation is limited, capped at 10%. Of course, most players simply turn off pain simulation. Currently, reaching 5% is considered quite courageous. After all, you're here to play games, not to be tortured. With this update, activating hardcore mode will increase the pain to 100%. Fighting monsters again, even a rabbit bite will be excruciating. The monsters in Apocalypse are far superior to ordinary beasts on Blue Planet, even rabbit bites can kill. Enabling hardcore mode will also enhance the immersion. This means making the battles more realistic. It's no exaggeration to say it's a true life or death struggle. The only difference from real life is that there's a chance to resurrect, and death only results in a forced log-off, not immediate death. This serves as a training exercise for players. The third item, regarding the race reincarnation feature, isn't exactly new. Players have been exploring similar features since the opening of the Orc map. However, combined with the activation of the hardcore mode, this feature is essentially a preparation for the arrival of the Apocalypse. Or perhaps it's the first step in the Apocalypse's division of Blue Star players. Qin Chuan then looked at the 4th item. More spokesperson titles meant he could complete the 2nd level of the Ascension Long Stage quest faster, but considering the changes in North America and Rhea, Qin Chuan seriously doubted that by the time he completed the quest, the real world would be overrun with monsters. The 5th item, which then appeared to be a server-wide gameplay feature, actually, Qin Chuan suspected it was a countdown to the arrival. Chapter 976. By the time the progress is complete, even if the Apocalypse doesn't arrive in full, it will at least arrive in part. For example, a large number of low-level monsters will be released. But what Qin Chuan was most concerned about was the last explanation. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Qin Chuan guessed that the Apocalypse was going to open the attribute extraction function to some players first. More profoundly, players extracting character attributes into the real world would serve as an extremely stable anchor, ultimately accelerating the arrival of the Apocalypse. While pondering, Qin Chuan saw a translucent light screen appear before him. You have been selected as a lucky player. Using your existing equipment and skills as a template, select one item and extract it into the real world. Please note that this feature is in beta testing mode. Do not disclose it to others, or you will be disqualified. The following is the list of available options. The list is densely packed with equipment and skills. Only one? That's too stingy. Qin Chuan couldn't help but mutter. He had so many goodies at his disposal, not to mention his numerous sanctuary-level skills. Any one of them, picked at random, would give an ordinary person the potential to become a true master. As for the equipment, it was even more dazzling. With several divine and semi-divine artifacts, any one of them was a good choice. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan eliminated most of the skills and equipment, leaving only the two most essential: Shadow Stealth from the skills section and Darkest Hour from the equipment section. Shadow Stealth allowed Qin Chuan to travel anywhere he pleased, allowing him to escape unscathed even when pursued. On the other hand, Darkest Hour could actually do the same. Although it lacked stealth, Darkest Hour allowed for unlimited teleportation. However, without the ability to extract more skills, the equipment's displacement effects can only be temporarily put aside for show. It's a bit difficult to choose. Qin Chuan sighed and tentatively spoke to the air. You said you were going to enable the extraction function. As a beta tester and the world's strongest player, I don't get any preferential treatment at all? Give me an extra extraction slot. Tianqi didn't respond, simply popping up the window again. Please select the extraction target. Well, the negotiation failed. Tianqi doesn't want to give any special treatment. I want to extract Darkest Hour, Qin Chuan said slowly. Extracting, please wait. Extracting completed, please check, and enjoy your experience. According to the notification, Qin Chuan immediately chose to log off. As consciousness returned, he immediately felt a chilling presence at his hand. An exquisitely shaped dagger lay quietly in the game cabin. It appeared so suddenly, yet so logically. Just like the previous soul contract. It appeared so suddenly, without a trace of warning. Qin Chuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How did Apocalypse do this? Deploying anything else would be fine, but Darkest Hour is a mid-level artifact. Even after Apocalypse officially descended in his previous life, the appearance of an artifact would cause a huge stir, altering the rules of the area. But now, Darkest Hour, placed in the game cabin, was as quiet as a fruit knife bought from a 2-yuan supermarket. This didn't make sense. Holding Darkest Hour in his hand, Qin Chuan immediately felt the scene before him change. He could even see the dust floating in the air moving before his eyes. The world slowed down. No, to be more precise, he was moving too fast. The super high agility granted by Darkest Hour instantly transformed Qin Chuan into the Flash, possessing superb dynamic vision. However, Qin Chuan adapted to this change immediately. Although he wasn't an assassin primarily focused on agility in his previous life, but a warrior with strength and physique, his level attributes made him quite adaptable to high-speed combat. Furthermore, in the game, he had long been accustomed to the extreme speed afforded by hundreds of thousands of agility, so he adapted quickly. Now that he had loaded Darkest Hour into the game, Qin Chuan's mind couldn't help but become active. Chapter 977. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan softly called out, "Demon Shadow, come back." A black shadow floated out from the wall, and stopped in front of Qin Chuan, awaiting further instructions. "Cover me completely." Qin Chuan issued his next command. The demon shadow drifted, completely enveloping Qin Chuan. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chuan grasped the darkest moment and activated the teleportation function. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and he was already in a dim corner, surrounded by shattered and collapsed buildings. Although enveloped by the demon shadow, Qin Chuan's vision was not affected. He could clearly see the surrounding scene, and he shook his head slightly. These people in North America are really lazy. After all, this is the scene of a supernatural incident, and it's been almost 2 days, and no one has come to clean up. But Qin Chuan soon realized that it wasn't that the people here didn't want to clean up, but that they couldn't. The moment he teleported, he immediately felt several pairs of eyes staring at him, and the smell of blood began to waft through the air. Turning his head slightly, to avoid the incoming blood arrows, Qin Chuan spotted his attackers. Humanoid bodies, pale skin, crimson eyes, and exceptionally sharp nails immediately confirmed their true identities. Blood servants. The vampire's lackeys, servants, emergency rations, and punching bags. Simply put, they were unfortunate individuals who had come into contact with the vampire's power, but were unable to withstand the backlash. Qin Chuan had previously speculated that the Illuminati, represented by Angelus, had defected to the vampires, and were carrying out mass sacrifices in South America. Seeing blood servants in North America only confirmed his suspicions. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan easily dispatched the blood servants before him. He then found a clean spot to sit down and try to piece together the clues. His defeats of the titled players had stripped them of their titles, and immediately thereafter, the corresponding players vanished, and paranormal phenomena occurred in their neighborhoods. Adding to the sightings of the blood servants, it was certain that the apocalypse had descended on a regional scale. Qin Chuan immediately thought of his quest. The quest required the slaying of the divine spokesperson, but at this stage in the game, even if a player was sent to a respawn point, they were only considered defeated, not killed. So, it was the apocalypse that improved the quest process and eliminated the defeated titled players? Qin Chuan came to a somewhat outrageous conclusion. But if that were true, then his actions in defeating the titled players had indeed hastened the arrival of the apocalypse. The rules of the apocalypse were unshakable. If it was a kill, it was a kill. Since this wasn't possible in the game at the moment, then a regional slaying would be used to eliminate the players, ensuring the completion of the quest. If Qin Chuan had found the NPC god's spokesperson, then defeating him, or even killing him, would indeed meet the quest requirements. But players are different. Without Dark Deathmatch enabled, even if they're defeated 10,000 times, they eventually respawn at the resurrection point, which undoubtedly contradicts the quest requirements. At this point, the cause of the so-called supernatural phenomena has been initially unraveled. As he pondered, a message drifted through his mind. Preliminary clues have been gathered, and the game can be viewed in reverse order. This is the divine power effect of the darkest hour. It seems that even in the real world, this divine power effect is unaffected. It truly is a divine artifact. Since the prompt had arrived, Qin Chuan immediately activated the darkest hour function. It was as if a film was playing before his eyes, unfolding the events unfolding before his eyes. Qin Chuan watched as a white player, cursing, sat up from his game cabin and, acting like a desktop cleaner, threw cups all over the floor. This guy was most likely the defeated title player. Soon after, several blood minions spawned out of nowhere, bursting through the door and tearing the player to pieces. During the fight, a gas leak occurred, causing a violent explosion that ultimately destroyed the entire block, leaving it in its current state. The blood minions, however, lurked in the sewers, preying on any living being who passed by. After watching the entire process, Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and chose to teleport back. With a wave of his hand, he lifted the demonic shadow, allowing it to continue its vigilance. Qin Chuan himself remained silent, pondering the situation. After a moment, he rose and lay back down in his game cabin. Apocalypse, start, entering the game, everyone else is in the guild chat. Ji Xing, the guild president, is online. Let's ask his opinion. Ying Luo, guild president, everyone wants to hear your thoughts on this new hardcore mode. Dijaling Yu, guild president, you've been offline. Did you go to receive a surprise gift from Apocalypse? Xiao, don't ask. If the guild president status is revoked, we'd be in big trouble. Su Chongqing, to be honest, I'm quite interested in this hardcore mode. It's just that if I die, I'd be offline for 6 hours, which is a bit unbearable. Akabane, guild president, do you think I should enable hardcore mode? After reviewing everyone's comments, Qin Chuan quickly replied, regarding hardcore mode, my opinion is to try to enable it, but not force it. If you want to push your limits, hardcore mode is essential. Ji Xing, see, I told you the president would definitely recommend hardcore. Come on, accept the bet and remember to transfer the money. Ying Luo, Sister Ji really understands the president. Song Ling, is this the story the president and vice president have to tell? Please elaborate. Otis, while you were chatting, I already quietly tried hardcore mode. Well, it's definitely powerful, but it's also really painful. Xiao, move. Once the hidden blade is activated, I continue moving. Everyone cheers. I mastered the essence of hardcore mode. Just as Qin Chuan was laughing, Dijaling Yu sent him a private message. President, I just received news of a new supernatural phenomenon in North America. Someone reportedly saw a dark figure in the shape of a thinker. It's very eerie. Chapter 978. After asking for more details, including the time and location of the sighting, Qin Chuan was certain that the eerie black shadow Dijaling Yu had described was him. It was probably a passerby in the distance, or perhaps it was captured by a camera. But it wasn't a big deal. Qin Chuan had already shrouded himself in a magical shadow before teleporting, never revealing his true identity. After all, he wasn't posing as a thinker, he just found a place to sit. Slander, absolutely slander. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan replied, maybe someone else's eyes are blurry. There's no need to follow up on this matter. Sending someone there would be pointless anyway. We better wait for them to investigate thoroughly, and then we can try to get some intel back. Dijaling Yu, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. We have some connections with the intelligence agency there. A donation should be enough to check out some information. I'll let you know if I have any information. Qin Chuan, okay, I leave it to you. Just as they finished their conversation, Qin Chuan received another private message from Akabane. Guild leader, we think this hardcore mode is very challenging and have decided to give it a try. Dijialing had previously gone to investigate the North American situation and must have contacted Akabane and the others. Now that Apocalypse has been updated and a new mode has been added, Qin Chuan also suggested to the guild that they should try hardcore mode as much as possible for practice. This made Akabane almost certain that this hardcore mode was crucial. Even the guild leader had said so it couldn't be wrong. Qin Chuan saw Akabane's message, thought for a moment, and replied, more practice is helpful. Akabane then asked, President, have you activated hardcore? Qin Chuan, of course. I always been passionate about pushing my limits, and hardcore mode makes the controls much more comfortable, and the experience is fantastic. Akabane, to be honest, I feel the same way. After turning on hardcore mode, it feels like I'm actually fighting monsters, rather than just being a spectator, constantly reminding myself I'm playing a game, which feels a bit sloppy. The phenomenon Akabane describes is actually normal and intentional by Apocalypse. If hardcore mode had been available right from the start, that strange feeling would have undoubtedly drawn a lot of attention and discussion, which would have been detrimental to Apocalypse's arrival. Now that players are familiar with the game controls, turning on hardcore mode wouldn't have been so noticeable. However, according to what Qin Chuan saw on the forums, most players, after briefly trying hardcore mode, immediately turned it off. It's unbearable. It's truly unbearable. In the novice village, even hunting a rabbit would have been chewed up. Some unlucky souls were even besieged by 6 goblins, experiencing the ultimate thrill of 6 blows in a second. The power of their swings and the precision of their kicks nearly drove them to a state of withdrawal. Some players preferred a gradual approach, not immediately activating hardcore mode, but instead cranked up the pain a bit. The results were equally disappointing, and they gave up on the idea altogether. While the average player struggled, a few thrived in hardcore mode, demonstrating remarkable adaptability and combat talent. Even elite players discovered that while being hit in hardcore mode was painful, the pain cues allowed them to subconsciously dodge, minimizing subsequent damage and making the fight easier. Previously, many monster fighting strategies involved a head-on, purely turn-based system. Player hits, monster hits, and the competition was all about who had the highest health bar. Isn't that how games are played? But now, with the activation of hardcore mode, a small number of players have begun to stand out, gradually figuring out how to defeat monsters without taking damage. Some discerning guild leaders have already taken action, offering generous salaries to recruit hardcore experts. Chapter 979. On this point, the Peak Guild has a first-mover advantage. All of its current members are top-tier experts in the hardcore mode. They were all forged through countless battles in past lives. The potential is there, a little practice is all it takes. After a brief chat in the guild, everyone else made their next plans. Most of them were preparing to explore the new map. Especially Ying Luo and the others, whose inheritance quests all had new follow-ups, leading to new maps. Qin Chuan didn't have any new quests, but he did have things to attend to. That was to continue killing the god spokesperson and complete the god ascension long stage quest. The apocalypse was inevitable, so we couldn't be timid and abandon our quests out of fear of an early arrival. That would only lead to disaster. When disaster strikes, being powerless is the biggest mistake. Before setting out again to search for the god spokesperson, Qin Chuan first visited the abyss. With a wave of his hand, Darkest Hour teleported him directly. Speaking of which, Qin Chuan had chosen to extract Darkest Hour, but after logging into the game, Darkest Hour was still in his inventory. Looking at Darkest Hour, Qin Chuan wondered who else had secured early access, and what abilities they had extracted. Although Apocalypse had restrictions, Qin Chuan suspected it wouldn't be long before someone couldn't resist, and wanted to use the abilities they extracted to do something fancy. Then we know. In fact, many people had already asked Qin Chuan about this early access, or what Apocalypse was calling a surprise gift. As the server's top player, if there was truly a big gift, he'd definitely get one. Even Rakshasa Guangxue came to ask indirect questions. Qin Chuan fooled around. He neither admitted nor denied, leaving others to guess. As he pondered, Dismartin's voice echoed beside him, "Boy, you teleported here and haven't said a word. Who are you trying to trick again?" "What do you mean by trying to trick again?" Qin Chuan immediately retorted. "Am I that kind of person?" Dismartin didn't answer, but his eyes said it all. Qin Chuan was helpless. His reputation was ruined in this life. After a few jokes, Dismartin curiously asked, "What made you suddenly want to come to the abyss?" "Don't say you're here to reminisce." Qin Chuan replied, "Several areas have been unsealed from the fog, so I wanted to ask if you had any leads." Dismartin nodded and said, "We're also keeping an eye on what you're talking about. I can assure you that many gods have awakened from their slumber. It's going to be quite a lively scene." It was bound to be lively. Even if we exclude the Nada of Purgatory Island, the remaining 3 new races, the Dark Elves, the Mountain Trolls, and the Mecha Gnomes, were all familiar to Qin Chuan in his previous life. The gods behind them were at least a minor pantheon, numbering at least 5 or more. The opening of this new map was like the sudden appearance of nearly 20 gods. Regardless of whether they were lower or mid-level gods, they were all legitimate gods, beings that mortals could not confront. How could the situation remain stable? "Old Ma, do you have any connections with those gods?" Qin Chuan asked curiously. "We have a relationship, but it's not a good one," Dismartin replied casually. "When I was a death messenger, my relations with the various gods weren't great. You know, we death messengers are law-abiding and simply guide lost souls. And yet, those guys call us thieves, shameless thieves. That's really too much." Qin Chuan said seriously, "Old Ma, when you introduce yourself, could you please stop using those extra, non-existent qualifiers? Good boy, words like law-abiding and honest don't even remotely relate to a death messenger. Also, when Old Ma talks about guiding souls, are you sure he's not stealing them from the gods?" Chapter 980. Also, why are those souls lost? Don't you have any idea? Dismartin's words were so full of flaws that Qin Chuan didn't know where to begin. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan asked, "Old Ma, those regions and races have emerged from the mist, and even the gods behind them have awakened. They certainly aren't sitting idle. They're probably taking some action. Do you think more representatives of the gods will appear?" Dismartin didn't answer directly. Instead, he studied Qin Chuan carefully, his expression thoughtful. After a long pause, he said, "There's something different about your aura, especially the darkest hour in your hand. The power of time and space contained within it seems to be slightly off. I can't quite see where it is." "What do you mean by too much?" Qin Chuan was surprised. "Old Ma, when did you get presbyopia?" Dismartin waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. Take out the darkest hour." Qin Chuan was puzzled, but still obeyed. At the same time, he carefully observed the darkest hour. "Nothing has changed," Dismartin explained. "From my perspective, the darkest hour is in a very unique state right now. It feels right before my eyes, but when I try to focus on it, it's gone. But even if it doesn't exist, I can still sense it." Qin Chuan nodded. "I see. Schrodinger's darkest hour." Dismartin looked puzzled. "Who is this Schrodinger you're talking about?" "I never heard of him." Qin Chuan casually said, "Someone who tinkers with cats for fun." Dismartin seemed lost in thought, and Qin Chuan changed the subject. "Old Ma, have you noticed anything strange lately?" "What do you mean?" Dismartin asked, puzzled. "Isn't it bizarre enough that the fog unleashed the gods and they awakened?" "That's bizarre, but that's not what I said." Qin Chuan shook his head. "Just a little further back. His victory over the title player triggered a regional early arrival of the apocalypse, a supernatural phenomenon." Qin Chuan doubted that nothing had happened within the apocalypse. Dismartin pondered this, then said uncertainly, "If you want to say it's bizarre, then there is indeed some. Simply put, the restrictions have been relaxed." Qin Chuan pressed, "Was it all at once, or in batches?" Dismartin thought carefully and replied, "It was probably several subtle changes that accumulated, ultimately reaching a certain level." Qin Chuan nodded. This was consistent with his prediction. His victory over the title player had indeed had an impact both inside and outside the game. Perhaps this was also the reason why the faceless champion, Kashi Liuwu, was able to project himself here unnoticed. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly asked, "Old Ma, can you name Apocalypse?" This frightened Dismartin enough that he quickly said, "How dare I?" Qin Chuan spread his hands and said, "I met a guy before, the faceless champion, and he had the nerve to speak of Apocalypse." "Faceless champion? A subordinate of the ancient god?" Dismartin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "That's not surprising. The ancient gods are not on the same side as us, and the restrictions they face are somewhat different." After a pause, Dismartin continued, "You managed to survive the faceless champion? You're quite the tough one." Qin Chuan waved his hand modestly. "Kashi Liuwu is certainly capable, but I'm still more skilled. It's a shame I didn't kill him and let him escape." Qin Chuan came to the abyss this time to confirm some things. He also asked Lao Ma about any recent unusual activity, which gave him a bit more confidence. As he spoke, a message popped up in the guild chat. Snow Swordsman, guild leader, something terrible has happened. Purgatory Island is moving. Qin Chuan, wait a minute, what do you mean by Purgatory Island is moving? Snow Swordsman, well, the new map is opened, so I came here to check things out. A bunch of other players came with me, but before we even finished exploring, Purgatory Island shook a few times and then started moving. I looked in the direction, and it seemed to be heading towards Lingang City. Qin Chuan's eye twitched. Lingang City again. Is this place cursed? It's been plagued by so many disasters. At this moment, other members of the guild shared their own experiences. Ying Luo, President, I have a small question. The Dark Elves are gathering their forces, and appear to be heading out for a fight. It's unclear where they're heading, but I suspect they're heading for the main city. Ji Xing, the Mechagnomes have unearthed an ancient artifact from underground and are attempting to restart it. I have a feeling they make a big news story. AoE is very happy. Coincidentally, the mountain trolls here are also restless. The chieftain has summoned all the tribe leaders, and the atmosphere is quite enthusiastic. For newly opened maps, experiencing unusual phenomena at the same time is definitely not a good sign. What concerned Qin Chuan even more was that Dismartin seemed to have sensed something. After a moment's observation, he slowly said, I have two pieces of news, good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Qin Chuan immediately said, why not both good news? Dismartin looked at Qin Chuan in silence. Do you think this makes sense? Qin Chuan said helplessly, let's start with the good news. Dismartin said, the good news is that several newly awakened gods are preparing to fight the beast god. Qin Chuan calculated that these gods were likely gods belonging to the mountain trolls. The Ringing Rocks Plateau, where the mountain trolls reside, borders the beast tribe's territory. A fight was inevitable over food and water, but the fact it happened so quickly was a bit unexpected. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan then asked, what about the bad news? Dismartin's expression was grave. The God of Light is making another move. Chapter 981. The God of Light? What's that guy up to? Meteorite Island has already been blown up. He can't possibly find another flying island, right? Qin Chuan immediately complained. Dismartin shook his head slightly. Things haven't reached that point yet. My description is a bit off. It's not so much that the God of Light is making new moves, but rather that the entire God of Light is reacting. They seem to want to go to the beast god to observe the situation, and see if there's an opportunity to take action. Dismartin added, and I sense some signs of the oracle. I suspect the God of Light and his followers are issuing some instructions to their church. I suspect things are about to get busy again in your mortal world. Qin Chuan said helplessly, it's already busy. He then recounted what had just happened. Dismartin marveled, saying repeatedly, if there are Naga on that infernal island you mentioned, then the old gods must have been behind it. Plus, you just encountered the faceless champion. I suspect the restrictions on the old gods have been reduced, increasing their influence. As for the other three locations, there's no need to worry too much. Even if they're penetrated, they just rot in the pot. But Infernal Island is different. If the old gods continue to infiltrate, it won't be a good thing. Qin Chuan shared this thought. So, after learning the news, his plan was to teleport directly from the abyss back to Lingang City, then proactively attack Purgatory Island. He could wait and see about places like the Dark Elves and Mountain Trolls. Now that he had determined the urgency of the situation, Qin Chuan immediately said, Old Ma, I go over and take a look. If you find anything here, remember to contact me. Okay, go ahead. Dismartin nodded. Using Dark Hour to teleport to Lingang City, I found a considerable number of players already gathered there. Hearing the new map was coming, the players' enthusiasm was unstoppable. The Lord of Lingang City also issued a timely quest, requesting players to assist in the defense, offering generous rewards to attract more players. After Qin Chuan arrived in Lingang City, he sent a message to the guild. Shui Zhong, what's the situation on Purgatory Island? After a moment, the swordsman in the snow replied, the situation isn't good. There are too many Nagas. Most of the players who landed on the island with me have been sent to the respawn point. I'm trying to escape now. But I looked at the map, and the nearest coast to Lingang City isn't far away. I'm planning to swim back. Qin Chuan, send me the coordinates. I go directly there. The swordsman in the snow immediately sent a set of coordinates. The next second, Qin Chuan flashed by, startling the swordsman in the snow. He muttered, Guild leader, your teleportation was too fast. I wasn't prepared at all. Qin Chuan smiled, I came earlier so you wouldn't have to swim back. That seems to be the case. The swordsman in the snow agreed. He turned and pointed at the vast sea of Naga and said, Guild leader, what's going on? Is this infernal island a Naga lair? There are so many of them. In fact, even without the swordsman in the snow reminding him, Qin Chuan had already spotted the vast sea of Naga that occupied the entire island. Even more Naga could be seen swarming the surrounding waters. Just looking at the numbers, there weren't even as many Naga around the Eternal Palace. If there was any good news, it was that the Naga here were of a lower level than those in the Eternal Palace. Besides the Naga, Qin Chuan also spotted an even more distorted monster. The Faceless One. This monster had rough gray skin, its hands and feet transformed into tentacles, even its face covered in them. It lived up to its nickname, the Faceless One. Qin Chuan looked left and right, trying to find his old friend, Kashi Liuwu. However, the Faceless Ones here were clearly mere cannon fodder, not yet the rank of a faceless champion. Chapter 982. Qin Chuan was somewhat disappointed after failing to find Kashi Liuwu. He flung out a backhanded shadow dagger, instantly wiping out half the island's Nagas and faceless men. The swordsman in the snow stared with wide eyes, then quickly regained composure. The other players, who had landed on Purgatory Island, cheered. It's the Night Wanderer. Great. We're saved. What good is that? Once the Night Wanderer strikes, we have no chance of defeating the boss. I disagree. Even without the Night Wanderer, we can't even take out these minions, let alone the boss. Speaking of the boss, look, it's here. What a massive Naga. Amidst the chatter, a male Naga over 4 meters tall emerged from the sea, staring intently at Qin Chuan, clearly intent on revenge. Look at the stats again. A level 100 epic boss. To the average player, it was truly invincible. A single attack from a single skill wouldn't likely break the boss's defense, and a single skill from the boss could easily take down dozens or even hundreds of players. But to Qin Chuan, it was completely insignificant. A single swipe of the shadow flying knife resulted in an instant kill. A quick glance at the dropped equipment revealed nothing of note, so he tossed it all into the guild warehouse. After resolving these minor issues, Qin Chuan pondered. This time, even Dismartin claimed that the movement on Purgatory Island was related to the old gods, but looking around, only a few faceless ones could even remotely be considered old gods. It wasn't that Qin Chuan looked down on the faceless ones, but relying solely on faceless ones of this caliber was clearly insufficient. If there's no faceless champion, at least we have a runner-up. Qin Chuan muttered to himself. While pondering, he felt the ground beneath his feet begin to vibrate, its amplitude increasing. The swordsman in the snow beside him nervously said, Guild leader, after this kind of vibration before, Purgatory Island began to move, and now it's vibrating again. Is it accelerating? Qin Chuan glanced at the sea surface. The island's speed was indeed increasing. Not only that, he also sensed the aura of an ancient god permeating the island's interior. Within that aura, Qin Chuan also sensed some of the subtle laws of space. If his guess was correct, Purgatory Island contained a teleportation channel arranged by the ancient god. As soon as Purgatory Island reached Lingang City, the internal teleportation channel would be activated, releasing the Faceless Army. By then, Lingang City would most likely be unable to hold out. And once the main city fell, the attributes of the monsters across Yan Nation's regions would be strengthened, shrinking the player's movement space. This was definitely not good news. Qin Chuan immediately said, You go first. I'm going to blow up this island. Snow Swordsman didn't say much, just a reminder, President, be careful. If you die in hardcore mode, you'd be forced to log off and rest. And I heard it hurts. Qin Chuan waved his hand. I know what I'm doing. Snow Swordsman was about to leave when he stopped and pointed at the sea behind Qin Chuan, saying, President, am I seeing things? I see a palace emerging from the seabed. Hearing this, Qin Chuan turned around and saw the Eternal Palace emerging from the water. The Naga Queen had also arrived. As a trusted subordinate of the old gods and leader of the deformed Naga clan, the Naga Queen resided in the Eternal Palace, a tyrant of the deep sea. When Dismartin first became the Lord of Deception, he had planned an invasion, but it was interrupted by the old god's interference. This time, the Naga Queen unexpectedly appeared simultaneously with the appearance of Purgatory Island, even bringing the entire Eternal Palace with her from the seabed. If she'd just come up out of boredom to get some fresh air, even the goblins wouldn't have believed it. The Naga Queen was clearly coordinating the movement of Purgatory Island, preparing for a joint attack on Lingang City. From a distance perspective, the straight-line distance from here to Lingang City is only a few dozen miles. With the Naga's speed, covering this distance is a piece of cake. Chapter 983. Players who wish to counterattack from Lingang City must first cross the ocean, which is quite inconvenient. Using Purgatory Island and the Eternal Palace as bases, the Naga and the Faceless Men can easily mobilize their forces and depart at will, giving them the upper hand. Unfortunately, they encountered Qin Chuan. "Mortal, I remember your presence. You stole my treasure and lured the demons into my palace." Above the Eternal Palace, the shadow of the Naga Queen projected, overlooking Purgatory Island and locking onto Qin Chuan's position. The swordsman in the snow, standing next to Qin Chuan, asked curiously, "President, when did you provoke such a ruthless character?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "I went for a stroll under the sea a while ago and took some things. As for that demonic invasion, I was completely unaware of it and am innocent. Besides, it's been so long, and this Naga Queen is still pestering me. It's not straightforward." The swordsman in the snow was speechless. Judging from these few words, their leader does appear innocent. But based on Shui Zhong's understanding of his own leader, there's definitely more to the story. After a moment's thought, the swordsman in the snow asked, "Guild leader, what did you take?" "I can't quite remember," Qin Chuan said, trying to recall, then spreading his hands. "I filled my storage ring completely. I really can't remember." The swordsman in the snow said seriously, "Guild leader, is it possible that you took so many things that the Naga Queen has been worried about you for so long?" "Probably not much," Qin Chuan said uncertainly. As the two spoke, the Naga Queen began to settle old scores. With a flick of her phantom arm, endless lightning rained down from the sky. The players who had been waiting on the island to watch the fun and take advantage of the situation all fled, all heading for the respawn point. After the Naga Queen launched her attack, the ancient god's aura deep within Purgatory Island intensified. Then, a burst of spatial energy erupted, and over a dozen portals appeared out of thin air on the sea. Faceless men emerged one after another, splitting into two groups and treading the water. One group headed straight for Purgatory Island, apparently intending to surround and kill Qin Chuan. The other group began moving towards Lingang City. Qin Chuan quickly said, "Shui Zhong, you return to Lingang City first. I handle this." "President, I understand," said the swordsman in the snow, with an expression that said, "I expected this. You're going to solo the boss again." As he spoke, he tore open a teleportation scroll and vanished from the spot. Qin Chuan looked towards the Eternal Palace, wondering what the Naga Queen had up her sleeve. With Purgatory Island's movement and the Eternal Palace's appearance, it would be unrealistic to say the Naga Queen had no backup plan. The Naga Queen has merely surrendered to the old gods, not thrown her mind away. As he pondered, a notice began to drift through the sky. Emergency event, Lingang City crisis triggered. Nearby players, please repel the monster attacks and defend Lingang City. Successful completion of the event will increase server-wide co-op progress by 2%. Qin Chuan then smelled something unusual. The previous update had added cross-region co-op quests, and player activity in the game would increase progress. However, Tianqi didn't specify what would happen when progress reached the maximum, leaving players with various speculations. Qin Chuan speculated that it was Tianqi's arrival progress, so he was quite concerned about the co-op progress. It had been about an hour since the co-op quest began, and the progress had increased minimally, with several zeros after the decimal point. But now, a single event directly increased progress by 2%, which was enough to demonstrate the significance of this event. But it was also true. The new map began to move, and the Eternal Palace rose from the seabed. Normally, any one of these two events would cause a stir among players, but now that they occurred simultaneously, it was more than just a matter of 1+1. Qin Chuan now faced a dilemma. Resolve the incident, and the arrival of the apocalypse would be accelerated. Leave it alone, and Lingang City would most likely be destroyed. If the main city fell, monster stats would increase, and the Yin Kingdom players would suffer. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. The apocalypse had truly given him a surprise, not a small one. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan decided to resolve the incident first. The Naga Queen had come to him, so there was no reason to let her go home disappointed. He had to test her strength. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately charged towards the Eternal Palace. But before he could dash out, a heart-wrenching spatial fluctuation echoed from Purgatory Island behind him. Immediately afterwards, a remarkably burly faceless one stepped out of the portal. Though not as formidable as Kashiliu, it was far superior to the average chosen one. Faceless Commander, Champion Candidate. Sistinka, level ? As soon as Sistinka appeared, he immediately launched a fierce attack at Qin Chuan. Void arrows rained down from overhead, covering an area thousands of meters wide. Faceless ones within the area were not only spared from accidental injury, but their aura grew. Even the Naga received varying degrees of enhancement, their distortions becoming more pronounced. Both the Faceless ones and the Naga gained a buff called Fierce Fighting, evidently one of Sistinka's abilities. Even the Naga Queen's aura grew deeper. As a demigod, the Naga Queen possessed immense magical proficiency, and now, enhanced by Sistinka, her abilities became even more powerful. A single lightning bolt struck a diameter of over a meter. If you're hit by this thing, leaving even a wisp of ash behind is considered tough. Mortal, I heard that even Kashylia couldn't defeat you. If I kill you, I can take your place and become the new Faceless Men champion, Siskardin said arrogantly. I hope you recognize the truth and accept your death, so you won't suffer. The Naga Queen chimed in from a distance. Mortal, I make a wine glass from your skull, and give it to Dismartin as a token of my appreciation. Qin Chuan ignored Siskardin and looked at the Naga Queen seriously, saying, Why do you want to involve me in your feud with Lao Ma? How about this? I give you the coordinates of the abyss, and you can go and talk to Lao Ma. Chapter 984. Chu, in the abyss, Dismartin, the Lord of Lies and Deception, sat upon his throne, his expression pensive. He had just sensed someone was thinking of him. A quick calculation revealed that it was something with the Naga Queen. According to Dismartin's character, he would have gone there to cause trouble, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. The beast gods were fighting fiercely, and even the gods of the church had gone to watch, waiting for an opportunity. Dismartin naturally couldn't miss out. Even if he couldn't gain anything, at least he couldn't let the god of light and his gang gain any. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the Naga Queen's eyes flashed with hatred and fear. While she hated Dismartin, she also knew that her own strength was no match for the new Lord of Deception. Even a direct confrontation wouldn't have reached the stage. The power of deception he wielded alone would easily annihilate her, completely losing her in an endless illusion. The Naga Queen declared fiercely, My grudge against the Lord of Deception will be settled in due course. Today, I will collect some interest and then kill you. Qin Chuan nodded, I understand. You can't defeat old Ma, so you're looking for a weak opponent. You picked the wrong person. As he spoke, Qin Chuan flashed and charged directly into the Eternal Palace. A shadowy field unfolded, enveloping all the surrounding Nagas. Then, with a single strike, the shadows sent them all back home. Protected by the shadowy field, Qin Chuan easily pierced the Naga Queen's thunderbolts and faced the magically savage demigod head-on. At this moment, Faceless Commander Siskardin charged from afar, casting void spells and lashing wildly with his over 10-meter-long tentacles. Facing this unethical 2-on-1 battle, Qin Chuan's strategy was to roam, using his high speed to steadily chip away at his opponent's health before ultimately finding an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. The fighting on Qin Chuan's side was intense, and the sea was abuzz with activity. The ordinary Nagas and Faceless ones didn't attack Qin Chuan, as even coming would be pointless. Their mission was to attack Lingang City. In Lingang City, players accepted the defense mission, and given the rewards, they were quite brave. However, faced with such a vast swarm of monsters, ordinary players wisely turned off their hardcore mode. A few unlucky individuals forgot to turn it off, or deliberately left it on, hoping to push their newly honed skills to the limit. They then charged into the monster swarm and perished instantly, forcing them offline for 6 hours, much to the chagrin of the onlookers. 6 hours. By the time they returned online, it would be too late. This time, with the Night Wanderer in action, it was doubtful whether the boss could survive more than 6 minutes, let alone 6 hours. A player shouted, Brothers, turn off hardcore mode. It's not too late to turn it back on after we get the event rewards. Oh my god, you're too late. Our main tank is down. You only lost the tank, but our leader was kicked offline. No, Apocalypse's planners are crazy. Why did they create a hardcore mode? What I'm more worried about now is whether Night Wanderer will also enable hardcore mode. What if he dies accidentally, and the sea bosses rush over? How will we withstand it? If the main city falls, it will be a disaster. Next door, Ria lost a main city across the region. Ordinary players can't even level up now. That's terrible. We can't be the next unlucky one. Judging from Night Wanderer's past record, he should be fine, right? Stop joking, bullshit. The monsters are charging again. Players shouted as they rushed out of Lingang City and engaged the Naga. Meanwhile, in a corner of Lingang City, Luxia Yadaizan was leading a few players as they peeked around, looking shifty. Luxia Quangxue, standing behind him, was a bit worried and whispered, Guild leader, if we do this, Will we get scolded to death by the other players? Chapter 985. Raksha Yudayazan turned and cursed. Why do you care about those people's lives? Let's just get the benefits. Earlier, due to a deformed tendon, Raksha Yudayazan had accidentally defected to the ancient gods. This time, the movement of Purgatory Island triggered an emergency, and ordinary players were on the defensive. Raksha Yudayazan, however, was on the offensive. He had triggered a special mission, which required him to find an opportunity to destroy Lingang City's defenses and assist the Naga and the Faceless Ones in capturing it. Although the fall of the main city would increase the stats of the corresponding cross-zone monsters, Raksha Yudayazan didn't care. As long as he could help capture Lingang City, the boost he would receive would be significant, perhaps even surpassing Night Wanderer. Besides, when playing games, he never cared about others, he would get the benefits first. In fact, although Raksha Yudayazan often suffered setbacks at the hands of Qin Chuan, in other places, the Raksha Palace was quite oppressive to ordinary players. Forget about staking out territory and grabbing bosses. The Rakshasa Hall members' favorite thing to do is exploit their numbers to maliciously attack ordinary players. After receiving the mission, Raksha Yudayazan immediately arrived at Lingang City with his trusted aides, ready to find an opportunity to disrupt the main city's defenses and allow the Naga and Faceless Ones to enter. However, the players' defenses were still relatively solid, and the city walls hadn't been breached yet. It was clearly inappropriate to attack now. They would wait for an opportunity. Raksha Yudayazan gazed at the distant sea and muttered, "Why hasn't the Night Wanderer been killed yet? I'm always a little worried when he's around." Raksha Kwangshu soothed, "Don't panic, Guild Master. I heard there are 2 major bosses this time, and the Naga Queen has even dispatched her base camp. Clearly, they have a strong chance of defeating the Night Wanderer. I'm afraid the Night Wanderer won't be able to escape unscathed. That would be best." Raksha Yudayazan nodded slightly, but he still felt a little uneasy. After all, he had suffered too many losses at the hands of the Night Wanderer in the past. After a moment's thought, Raksha Yudayazan instructed, "Kwangshu, have the brothers outside keep a close eye. If the Night Wanderer returns, be sure to notify us immediately. Understand?" "Don't worry, Guild Master." "It's all right," Raksha Kwangshu agreed. Then, Raksha Yudayazan waved his hand and said, "Move forward. Remember to hide the bombs well, so they don't get discovered." To better capture Lingang City, the Naga Queen had sent her Naga to deliver some elemental bombs to Raksha Yudayazan in advance. Once the Naga army reached Lingang City, they would mobilize within and blow down the city walls. Then, the Naga and the Faceless Ones would surge forward, surely conquering the main city. But there was still a problem for Raksha Yudayazan. The Naga Queen was supposed to come to Lingang City in person, but how come there's still no sign of her? The Naga Queen, eagerly awaited by Lucia Yislash, wasn't in good shape. Even with Siskarden nearby, forming a double team, they couldn't effectively restrict Qin Chuan's movement. In fact, let alone restricting him, the Naga Queen and Siskarden couldn't even pinpoint Qin Chuan's position, forcing them to rely on their wide-area abilities. If this mortal had poor eyesight and got caught in a skill attack, that would be the best. But that wouldn't happen. Only the Naga Queen and Siskarden's health bars steadily decreased. Despite their predicament, their expressions remained calm, revealing a certain inexplicable confidence that made Qin Chuan wary. Beings of the Naga Queen and Siskarden's caliber weren't ordinary monsters. Once they died, they were truly dead. Unless resurrected by a more powerful being, they were completely gone. They possess a high level of intelligence, and theoretically should fear death. But their current behavior is somewhat abnormal. Chapter 986. Although the ancient gods seem somewhat mentally ill, the current situation still feels indescribably strange. Qin Chuan tentatively called out, "Queen Naga, why did you choose to surface instead of staying here underwater? And bring your eternal palace with you? Aren't you afraid of being left homeless?" Qin Chuan shook his head and tooted, "Poor Naga. They're about to lose their queen. Without a leader, they probably can't stay here. The oppressed and vulnerable sea creatures will surely seek revenge." The Naga Queen remained completely unmoved, sneering in response, "Mortal, you think a few words will get me to leave? Dream on. My lord's plan is beyond the comprehension of a mortal like you." Qin Chuan sized the Naga Queen up and down, then turned to Siskarden and said seriously, "What kind of magic potion have you fed the Naga Queen?" Siskarden replied mysteriously, "You know once you join us." Getting Qin Chuan to join the old gods was a complete impossibility, so he stopped talking and intensified his attack. Whatever the old gods plan, it's always wise to kill the Naga Queen and Siskarden first. But before Qin Chuan could clear the health bars of the 2 bosses, he saw several messages floating up in the guild. "Yinmi, Guild leader, there's something unusual going on at the border. North American players have suddenly gathered here. I don't know what they're up to. Dabeta, guild leader, I just went out across the zone to check and saw them tinkering with a teleportation array. I have a bad feeling they're up to no good. How about I go and cause some trouble? Although moving at breakneck speed, Qin Chuan still found time to respond. Just maintain scouting. No other actions are necessary. By the way, I sent you a few IDs so you can check if they're around. It's normal to experience friction near inter-region borders, but the timing this time was truly fortuitous. The emergency in Lingang City had just been triggered, and North American players were already taking action, even setting up teleportation arrays. This is questionable. If they're truly targeting Lingang City, that's definitely not good news. Players around the world now know the consequences of a major city's fall. And Qin Chuan's previous inter-regional operation had cost North America 4 title players, forging a rift. Adding to this were other factors. Qin Chuan believed that given the opportunity, North American players would definitely create obstacles for Yan Nation's inter-regional movement. The ID he had given Deba was the ID of an Illuminati member entering the game. If those people were also near the border, it meant they were most likely heading for Lingang City. Soon after, Deba sent a reply. Not all the IDs on the list had arrived, but most had, and the crucial Angelus was prominently on the list. Qin Chuan speculated that Angelus intended to use the teleportation array to teleport North American players to Lingang City to wreak havoc. They certainly weren't coming to capture the boss, but to destroy Lingang City's defenses and allow monsters to enter. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately said, Ji Xing, contact Lonting Tianxia and have them and several other guilds send more personnel to Lingang City. We can't ignore the border either. We can try to organize several assaults, ideally destroying the teleportation array. Ji Xing, I understand. Guild leader, how about I go back too? This time, the movement of Purgatory Island wasn't a single event, all 4 new maps were experiencing anomalies. Ji Xing was heading to the underground city of gold, where the mechanical gnomes resided. Ji Xing inherited the legacy of the mechanical pioneer. This time, the mechanical dwarf was unlocked early, triggering the corresponding quest. Qin Chuan, knowing Ji Xing was working on a quest, quickly replied, complete your quest first. I be fighting the boss outside Lingang City. If anything goes wrong, I teleport back to handle it. Ji Xing, understood. Ying Luo, special events have triggered in all 4 new maps, distracting our attention. I also been stuck with the Dark Elves, unable to quickly return to support. It must be said that Angelus has a great sense of timing. At this moment, the members of the Peak Guild were scattered across various areas, and were largely unavailable. In normal times, even if Qin Chuan had to deal with the boss, the remaining members would have been able to hold their own. Especially Ji Xing and Ying Luo. Working together, they could easily hold off thousands or even tens of thousands of players. Currently, there are only 10,000 slots available for cross-region transfers. Even if Angelus were resourceful enough to secure all of them, he'd still be stopped by Ji Xing and Ying Luo. Unfortunately, Ji Xing and Ying Luo weren't around this time, which immediately created some problems. However, Yin Country has a large number of cross-region players. Even if Angelus teleported 10,000 players, as long as he could withstand the initial attack, he could handle the rest. While pondering, Deba issued a warning. President, North America has started teleporting. Snow Swordsman, I'm in Lingang City, and can already see the portal. Damn, those guys are rushing out of the portal with bombs. That's crazy. As he spoke, Qin Chuan heard a series of explosions from Lingang City in the distance. The good news is that the main city has a protected area, so Angelus can't teleport players directly into the city. The bad news was that the teleported players didn't attack the city walls, but instead attacked the nearest Yan Nation players and self-destructed, creating gaps in their defenses. The Nanda and Faceless ones were able to break through, further escalating the chaos. Crucially, after the teleported players self-destructed, their positions were immediately vacated, and subsequent players quickly filled in, carrying their bombs and continuing the charge. This wave after wave of self-destruction attacks made the Yan Nation players in Lingang City miserable. Out of nowhere, a white-skinned person suddenly appeared from the side and self-destructed. By the time they reacted, they were already at the respawn point. Who could withstand this? At the same time, Angelus also posted a provocative message on the Yan Nation Cross-Region forum. Yan Nation Cross-Region, this is our first wave of gifts for you. There's more to come. Chapter 987. There's something wrong with this Angelus kid. This was Qin Chuan's first reaction upon hearing the news. You have to know that Angelus holds a high position within the Illuminati. He must be aware of the supernatural phenomena in North America, and would even personally investigate the scene. He could probably deduce what would happen if he lost his spokesperson title. During Qin Chuan's previous cross-region operation, Angelus survived only by betraying his own titled players. Qin Chuan also said at the time that if Angelus couldn't continue to provide the coordinates of the titled players, he would immediately cross the region and eliminate Angelus. But now, in just 2 days, Angelus has become active again. Not only has he organized North American players to teleport to Lingang City to disrupt the situation, he's even dared to post provocative messages on the Yin Kingdom forum. Who gave him the guts? If it were any other time, it would be fine, but the supernatural phenomena in North America had just begun. Unless Angelus had been kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't have jumped out so brazenly to stir up trouble. Qin Chuan boldly speculated that Angelus must have something to rely on. And considering recent events, Angelus was likely chosen by Apocalypse, granted the privilege of extracting abilities first, and wasn't afraid of supernatural phenomena happening to him. Just like Qin Chuan teleporting to North America, encountering a blood servant was no big deal. He easily defeated them in seconds. He wasn't afraid at all. But even if Angelus could truly protect himself in the real world, how could he afford to be so arrogant in the Apocalypse game? Losing his spokesperson title was no small matter, and considering Angelus's cautious nature, he wouldn't be so reckless. This left Qin Chuan perplexed. But for now, he was held back by the Naga Queen and Ciscardin, unable to investigate. Elsewhere, the explosions outside Lingang City continued unabated. After a brief period of panic, the major guilds quickly reacted, organizing control teams to roam the battlefield. Whenever a teleportation array appeared, they would immediately wait nearby and unleash various control abilities. A North American player teleported in, only to be met with a freezing, stunning blow and sent flying. Without even a shove, they exploded on the spot, failing to breach the defenses, and sending the North American player teleporting in with them back. Angels on the other side quickly received the message, realizing that the teleport and destruct tactic was about to fail. But this was all to be expected. Continue teleporting. Angels, stationed at the border, gave the order without hesitation. The charge and destruct was only the first wave of the attack. There were more to come. Beside Angelus, the usually active Richardson was nowhere to be seen. In his place were several unfamiliar faces, all members of the Illuminati. One of them asked curiously, "Angels, Yin Country is well prepared. Continuing to teleport is futile. Why waste money? Interregional teleportation is expensive." Angels glanced at the man, feeling a little annoyed. "Short-sighted fellow. If we stop teleporting now, all our previous efforts will be wasted. The losses we suffered will be irreparable. We have no choice but to continue. As long as we can achieve victory, all these costs will be recouped." Such a simple truth, yet this idiot doesn't understand. If such scum can even stand on equal footing with me, it's time for the Illuminati to reform. While secretly pondering, Angelus maintained a calm demeanor and casually said, "I cover the costs of this operation alone, all right? But first, if I paid for it myself, then I also be solely responsible for the spoils. Is that okay?" The Illuminati member, who had spoken quickly, said, "Angels, that's not what I meant. How can I let you pay alone? This operation was approved by everyone." Chapter 988. Angels curled his lips. "Then keep quiet and watch quietly." He then called over 2 players and whispered something. They nodded in understanding, stepped aside, and began to communicate. Boom! A dull explosion sounded from behind, startling the players outside the city. Turning back, they saw a column of black smoke rising from Lingang City. Several more explosions followed, and the ground shook, demonstrating the power of the blasts. As many players stared in shock, cracks appeared in the walls of Lingang City. Soon, the players outside knew what had happened. Someone had planted a bomb in the city. Although they were immediately killed by the guards and sent to the respawn point, the bomb still exploded, causing significant damage to Lingang City's defenses. The players immediately erupted in curses. "Damn it, which ba **** did this? What good will it do them if the main city falls? I know a few players, from the former Gongnao Club. They're not from Yin Country, but they live and work here, which is why they can log in to play across regions from Yin Country. It's the same bunch again, all they do is lick their boots all day long. I always say those who aren't of our kind have different hearts." I also saw a few players, who are clearly Yin Country sabotaging things. What are they trying to do? The Life-Own Country has made another breakthrough in remote electronic farming technology. Send some of your brothers back to the city to defend it. We must not let Lingang City be captured. Of the 12 main cities, Lingang City is particularly prone to disasters. The feng shui of this place is not good. The Nagas are charging again. Hold on. Outside Lingang City, players and monsters clashed, and with all sorts of sabotage going on, the scene was a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the chaos, Liu Xiaodaozhen, hiding in the city and preparing to attack, was startled. No, he was destroying Lingang City because he received a quest from the ancient gods, promising rewards that would more than offset the negative effects of the monster stat boosts. But Liu Xiaodaozhen was baffled by the players, who clearly weren't on the quest, also destroying Lingang City. Especially those traitorous Yan Nation players, who even Liu Xiaodaozhen considered brainless. It's bad enough to harm others, but they're also not benefiting themselves. What else could that be but idiocy? Liu Xiaoquangxue looked at the patrolling guards in Lingang City and whispered, President, Lingang City's defenses have been strengthened. Should we still attack? Liu Xiaodaozhen nodded and said, yes, but not now. The explosion in Lingang City was most likely orchestrated by the guy named Angelus. I suspect he has other tricks up his sleeve. Let's just wait a little longer. Under Liu Xiaodaozhen's command, the members of Liu Sha Hall went into hiding. At the same time, in the Peak Guild, Song Ling sent a message, President, I just crossed the inter-district boundary and engaged Angelus, but I lost. This guy must have a high ice talent. My skills are ineffective, but he can't do anything to me either. We're at a stalemate now. Seeing this message, Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, Angelus's talent was physical melee. How could it be ice-based? Moreover, an ice talent that even Song Ling found daunting had to be at least SS level, or even SSS level. Qin Chuan knew of only one person with this level of ice talent, Richardson. But Richardson was probably dead. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. Could it be that Angelus had stolen Richardson's talent? Qin Chuan speculated that Angelus had acquired Richardson's talent. This wasn't surprising, because this was the Illuminati. In fact, in his previous life, after the apocalypse, the Illuminati had hunted down many players, stealing their talents and transplanting them into their own. Chapter 989. This has precedent. Although the apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, Qin Chuan wouldn't be surprised if such a situation were to occur. Based on this premise, Qin Chuan understands what Angelus is relying on. With the stolen SSS talent in hand, Angelus likely believes that even if he loses the spokesperson title, it won't hurt. The boost from the SSS talent is more than enough to offset the loss. Of course, given Angelus's personality, he certainly won't surrender, so he likely has other cards up his sleeve. Qin Chuan even suspects that Angelus wants to steal his talent as well. Perhaps, this is why Angelus is so angry. Qin Chuan pondered, but his hands kept moving, unleashing a variety of skills, beating the Naga Queen and Ciscarden into a state of disarray. They had fought together until now, but they hadn't been able to control the mortal before them, and instead were beaten badly. Ciscarden even heard Kashiliu scoffing in the void. With your meager skills, you dare challenge his champion? Ciscarden, you're not worthy enough. The Naga Queen on the other side was also irritated. She heard the old god's discontented murmurs. If she doesn't defeat this mortal, her days will be over. The Naga Queen and Ciscarden exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. We must use all our might to annihilate this mortal. Qin Chuan immediately felt the enemy's offensive intensify, but honestly, it was still not enough. Be it the false gods of Meteor Island, or the cursed evil gods of Eternal Night, the pressure they brought far surpassed that of the Naga Queen and Ciscarden. The combined pressure of these two couldn't even compare to that of the faceless champion, Kashiliu. Qin Chuan shook his head. Is this the champion candidate? It's a far cry from the true champion. Ciscarden, facing him, blushed furiously. Mortal, you're courting death. Ciscarden roared, condensing the power of the void into a massive hammer over 10 meters long. It slammed down with thunderous force, distorting the air visibly. Bang! The hammer landed on the sea, instantly shattering the surface for thousands of meters, sending up a massive wave 100 meters high. Some unfortunate faceless ones, fresh from the void portal, were met by the massive wave and instantly succumbed, transforming into streams of black light as they returned to the portal. Even the water-savvy Nagas were shattered by the shockwaves, floating up with their bellies turned upside down. Ciscarden, what are you doing? The Naga Queen's voice was filled with anger. The impact of the waves had affected her eternal palace, with several buildings crumbling, leaving it in a state of disarray. This single blow shattered the fragile alliance between Ciscarden and the Naga Queen. Qin Chuan retreated, typing into the guild chat, Song Ling, hold off Angelus first. Try to figure out his weaknesses. But be careful. Angelus likely has the means to seize the talent. If you see things aren't going your way, retreat. Song Ling, understood. Jing, don't worry, guild master. I be watching from the sidelines. If there's any problem, I immediately take Sister Song Ling back to the cross zone. Qin Chuan, you guys focus on stalling. Once I'm done with this, I naturally deal with Angelus. The conversation quickly concluded, and Qin Chuan no longer held back, attacking with all his might. He planned to eliminate the Nada Queen first. The deformed Nada were the old gods' vanguard. If they could destroy the Nada Queen and the Eternal Palace, the old gods' plans in Apocalypse would suffer a significant blow. As for Ciscardin, killing him would be best, but failing to do so was irrelevant. Given the Faceless Men's style, if Ciscardin fled in disgrace, regardless of whether the old gods would punish him, Kashili would certainly not ignore it, and would certainly seize the opportunity to execute Ciscardin. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately rushed towards the Eternal Palace. Once he reached the center of the Eternal Palace and reached the Nada Queen, he immediately expanded his shadow domain to its maximum extent. To kill the Nada Queen in the Eternal Palace, he had to limit her recovery methods. This was where the shadow killing formation came in handy. Enveloped by the Shadow Realm, the Nada Queen was shocked to discover that her magic was rapidly failing. The magical elements no longer responded to her calls, and the power and range of her abilities began to diminish, with no sign of slowing. Such a powerful repulsive effect? The Nada Queen was astonished. She, too, possessed a domain, and within its confines, her magic was greatly enhanced. She had originally planned to engage in a domain-to-domain confrontation. But once the opposing domain opened, hers was completely ineffective. It wasn't completely ineffective, though. The entire Eternal Palace lay within the Naga Queen's domain, but with the Shadow Realm opening, the Naga Queen immediately realized that a piece of her domain was missing. This piece, however, was the most critical. Unable to mobilize magical elements, the Naga Queen's combat effectiveness was more than halved, or even reduced to 90%. Ciscardin, come save me! The Naga Queen cried out. But Qin Chuan's attack arrived faster than Ciscardin's support. His rapid cooldown activated, transforming into a humanoid Gatling gun. A series of skills rapidly reduced the Nada Queen's health to less than half in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ciscardin had just received the Nada Queen's call for help, and was about to set out to support her. Ciscardin, you useless piece of shit! The Nada Queen roared, her health bar emptied, and she collapsed to the ground. She had never expected to be taken down so easily with her teammates right beside her. What a lousy teammate. Ciscardin had also never expected the Nada Queen to be so vulnerable. The claim of being the most gifted magical demigod was all bullshit. As the Nada Queen fell, all the distorted Nagas let out painful howls. The Queen's death triggered a backlash of their bloodline, and many of the distorted Nagas were instantly shattered into pieces of flesh, deader than death. The massive death of the distorted Nagas brought a sigh of relief to the players outside Lingang City, as the pressure finally eased. But aside from the Nagas, the Faceless Ones remained unaffected, and the battle wasn't over yet. Qin Chuan rushed to the Naga Queen's side, and unleashed his magic with his bare hands. Without even checking his trophy, he turned and rushed towards Ciscardin. This big fish couldn't be let go. Chapter 990. Watching the Naga Queen succumb to the firepower and perish before him, Ciscardin felt no sadness or sympathy, only anger and contempt. What a loser. Although he hadn't expected the Naga Queen to strike back and kill this mortal, he had at least inflicted some real damage. In the end, he inflicted no damage at all, being outmatched from start to finish. Never mind. If we're really going to fight, we Faceless Ones will have to do it. Ciscardin held up pride in his heart. Seeing Qin Chuan charging at him, he showed no fear, determined to make this mortal pay for his previous offense. What do you mean by a mere champion candidate, inferior to the true champion? That was an undisguised insult. Mortal, die. Ciscardin charged forward, engulfed in the might of the void. At this moment, he wasn't fighting on his own. The ancient god's gaze flickered in the void, energizing Ciscardin with boundless fighting spirit. Boom! Ciscardin stumbled and fell onto the surface, tumbling and bouncing forward, sending countless massive waves careening across the surface. The unfortunate Faceless One passing by was crushed to pieces. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. Ciscardin, is this all you have? Ciscardin stood up and slammed his tentacle-like arms down on the surface of the sea, opening up a dozen more void portals. More Faceless Ones began to emerge. Among them were some bizarre creatures, essentially brains with tentacles. They pounced on the nearest deformed Nada, swiftly devouring their sanity and bodies, forming new twisted monsters. This method wasn't uncommon. The key point was that even if monsters of this caliber arrived in the tens, or even millions, they would pose no threat to Qin Chuan. Only a being of Ciscarden's caliber would even give him a second look. Qin Chuan shouted to Ciscarden, "Why don't you call Kashi Liu over? I think fighting him is more exciting. Fighting you is just too boring." As a faceless one, Ciscarden shouldn't be affected by ordinary emotions. But hearing these words, he couldn't help but blush. This is too much. Don't underestimate a champion candidate. He too emerged from the ranks of the faceless ones. As if sensing Ciscarden's progress was stalled, coupled with the death of the Nada Queen, the ancient gods of the void took new action. Twisted power spread across the sea, and several deformed Nagas rapidly expanded in size, their levels and attributes increasing with them. In the blink of an eye, 5 completely new deformed Nagas appeared. The corrupted Naga leader, spokesperson of the deep sea, level 100. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw the attributes displayed above the 5 Nagas' heads. The ancient god had truly gifted him a great gift. Before Ciscarden could even begin to boast, he saw the health bars of 5 deformed Nagas drained, their bodies floating on the sea in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the selfless contributions of the 5 deformed Nagas, Qin Chuan successfully increased his mission progress to 1250, giving him a better chance of completing the task. Ciscarden, ask your master to send over some more spokespersons. Qin Chuan tried to provoke Ciscarden. He discovered that this guy was easily influenced by words. Ciscarden wanted to, but his words about appointing spokespersons were meaningless, so he simply pretended not to hear Qin Chuan's words. Damn it! How come the Peak Guild has a master besides Night Wanderer? Angels was a little annoyed. He dared to directly provoke a fight this time, because he felt he was on his way again. The plan was proceeding just as predicted. Yin Nation's Lingang City was in imminent danger, and any further effort would likely result in its fall. But there was a problem. Originally, I had intended to fight the Night Wanderer in a one-on-one duel, defeat him head-on, and maximize my influence. But before I could even get to that point, I was stopped by a woman. Chapter 991. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a flurry of frost spells, not only powerful crowd control, but also incredibly high damage, easily sending all the players around Angelus to the respawn point. This meant that Angelus had already seized Richardson's frost talent, otherwise he would have been sent packing as well. Reacting quickly, Angelus launched a counterattack, and just as he was able to mitigate frost damage, so too was the opponent. Angels had already tested it. A set of his skills would have crippled a legendary boss for 3 seconds, but when he landed on the opponent, it only had a slight slowing effect. It was far from a hard crowd control. Looking at the opponent's character information, Guild, Peak, Angels was furious. What did he mean? It would have been fine if Night Wanderer had come to slap him in the face, but now Night Wanderer wasn't coming, only sending one of his men. Was that such disrespect for him? This was unbearable. Don't think I won't attack you just because you're a woman. Angelus stared at Song Ling coldly with a sinister expression. I'm fighting for the North American inter-region. I won't show mercy just because you're a woman. Song Ling said nothing, simply unleashing her skills. She was also gathering more information. For example, the forms and effects of Angelus's skills. Song Ling's attack immediately provoked a counterattack from the North American inter-region. Especially after seeing that Song Ling was also from a Pinnacle Guild, many players were reminded of Night Wanderer. If they couldn't defeat Night Wanderer, could they also defeat ordinary Pinnacle members? Instantly, thousands of players rushed over, and their numbers continued to grow, with no sign of stopping. In the team chat, Jing, hiding in the distance, said nervously, Sister Song Ling, take it easy. If things don't go well, we run. Song Ling, I'd be paying attention. Wait for my signal. After that, she unleashed another flurry of skills. However, she lacked the overbearing, unpredictable skills of Poison Blood Plague. Facing a massive attack from a horde of players, she could only fight and retreat. At this moment, another figure darted out from the side, and unleashed a 3-hit combo on the North American players. Ice Feast, Black Hole Absorption, Thunderbolt Surge. Players within the skill range had their health bars emptied, and were sent to their respawn points. Song Ling turned around and looked, somewhat surprised. Secret skill? Why are you here? The one who had just unleashed the skill was secret skill very cool. Also, Deba Deba had arrived. To be more precise, Deba Deba transformed into a raptor with a wingspan of several meters, carrying secret skill very cool, and soaring over the battlefield to launch a barrage. Awashwang quickly said, Sister G is worried about you, so she sent us to support you. Sister G also said that after we retreat, we should go directly to Lingang City for support. We absolutely cannot let Lingang City fall. The guild leader is currently engaged in a battle with the boss, so we must keep an eye on the rear and not distract him. Song Ling nodded immediately and said, okay, then you support from the sidelines while I deal with Angelus. I leave the ordinary players to you. If you run out of skills, remember to tell us we retreat. After strategizing, the group unleashed their full firepower once again. With Awashuang's support, Song Ling's pressure was greatly reduced, allowing him to focus more on the one-on-one duel with Angelus. Awashuang is a typical ultimate-based mage. If his skills are used up, his health will be reduced to 0, rendering him completely useless. On the other hand, as long as he has skills, his combat power is considerable. And Abade's mastery of raptor form can also compensate for Aoi's short legs. Evolving directly from a turret mage into a strategic bomber, launching attacks from the air, they gave North American players a hard time. Many even declared the Peak Guild invincible. Without their leader, Night Wanderer, present, it was simply outrageous that just a few players in the guild could achieve such a feat. Some even questioned Angelus. Such a high-profile operation not only failed to capture Yin Nation's main city, but they were even outmatched in their own region. Chapter 992. If Night Wanderer were free to attack again, wouldn't they be in for the same fate? The scene of being slain by 1 million people last time was still fresh in their minds. Many North American players were convinced that if Night Wanderer crossed regions again, he would likely attack their main city. It would be a travesty if he became the second Rhea to cross regions. These rumors fell on Angelus' ears, and his expression darkened even more. He had originally intended to use this operation to establish his reputation, but things started out well, but things started to go wrong. No, where did Night Wanderer find these people? Each one of them was not to be underestimated. But this was a North American cross-region operation after all, with a natural advantage in numbers. Even if players were constantly being sent to the respawn point, it wouldn't affect anything at all. It would actually free up more space for the players behind him to advance. Angels knew clearly that his only goal was to defeat the top player head-on. In terms of talent level in this battle, Song Ling was a little lacking. Angelus had seized Richardson's SSS talent, while Song Ling's own talent was only S-rank. Thankfully, Song Ling had inherited the Ice Lord's legacy, allowing him to fight Angelus on equal terms. But delaying any longer would surely lead to defeat. The disparity in numbers was so great that they could be worn down to death. After all, not everyone could single-handedly defeat 1 million players like Qin Chuan. Players in Lingang City noticed that the number of North American players teleporting in had decreased, and they were less organized than before. One player was surprised to discover that Angelus, the overall commander of this teleportation operation, had been delayed. Then he looked at the opposing player's information. Wow, the Peak Guild. Great. It's Peak. We're saved. I thought Night Wanderer was invincible, but I didn't expect his guild members to be so strong. No wonder they didn't accept my application. I can't believe you have such experience. I wonder what level of talent you possess. F level. Is it possible that even if there aren't such strong members at the top level, they still wouldn't accept your application? One person wrote in blood, demanding a counterattack against Night Wanderer across North America. Ideally, we destroy their main city. They actually took advantage of this emergency to bomb ours. This is unacceptable. Count me in. And they even instigated spies to bomb the city. It's truly shameful. Night Wanderer, please come back soon. We need you. Lingang City was in chaos, with players running back and forth everywhere. In a corner, Liu Sha Yudeazan was gathering the latest intelligence, a bit hesitant. Liu Sha Quangxue said, President, the situation is not good. Angelus has been held back by peak-level Song Ling. By the time Night Wanderer is free, he most likely be dead. Should we really blow up the city? The other Liu Sha Hall members remained silent, but their eyes were filled with questioning concern. The situation wasn't quite what they expected. Liu Sha Yudeazan was about to speak when his body trembled. He had triggered a new mission. After carefully reviewing the mission requirements, Liu Sha Yudeazan quickly divided the tasks and began sending people to gather various materials. Liu Sha Yudeazan quickly said, gather these materials and build a teleportation array. Then Lingang City will surely fall. Liu Sha Quangxue asked, President, I have a question. If Lingang City falls, what good will it do us? The fall of the main city will increase the monster stats, making it difficult for our brothers to level up. Liu Sha Yudeazan said with a smug look, the fall of the main city only increases monster stats by 10%, so why not just increase them by 20%? After saying this, he dropped the gloss and displayed the mission rewards to the team. Breath of the Ancient God boosts all stats by 20%. The team at this moment consisted entirely of Liu Xiaodazin's trusted aides, veterans who had followed him through multiple games, and they were all excited by the reward. Liu Xiaoquangxue was even more determined, repeatedly exclaiming, "President, I want to join the Ancient God." "And me. I want one too. President, please lead us." Amidst the constant flattery, Liu Xiaodazin gradually lost himself. With a wave of his hand, he declared proudly, "Brothers, just go for it. I give you the reward after you succeed." With Liu Xiaodazin's words, the others immediately took action. "Xiao, do you think we should fight our way out?" The swordsman in the snow looked at Xiao beside him, and asked seriously. He and Xiao were currently in Lingang City, but they weren't outside the city walls, nor were they wandering the streets. Instead, they were using the snow swordsman's class quirks to wait for an opportunity in a residential building. He had originally intended to wait for a signal from his guild leader, then rush out and strike down the fallen enemy. Instead, the signal never arrived, and instead, he unexpectedly overheard the conversation between Liu Xiaodazin and several others. Snow Swordsman and Xiao exchanged bewilderment, as if they had heard something truly extraordinary. Rakshasa Hall was actually planning to build a teleportation array in the city, and then blow up Lingang City. This guy was truly no good. Back then, he listened to the leader, and used the guild token to trick Liu Xiaodazin, which was a righteous act. Xiao grabbed the eager swordsman in the snow, and said cautiously, "While we're both capable, the enemy isn't any less powerful. Rushing out rashly would be a waste of time. It would be better to let them gather the materials first, then find an opportunity to disrupt the teleportation, making all their efforts go to waste. Wouldn't that be more satisfying?" Swordsman in the snow nodded in agreement. Xiao said, "I go out stealthily and follow Liu Xiaoquangxue. You move among the houses, and keep an eye on Liu Xiaodazin. If there's any news, please contact us immediately." Swordsman in the snow, "No problem." The two of them immediately split up, and began to monitor Liu Xia Hall's every move. If Qin Chuan were here, he would also be quite moved. When he first brought these people together to form the Peak Guild, he led them in leveling and raiding, like a diligent old father and a hard-working gardener. Now the seeds sown are beginning to bear fruit, which is gratifying. Chapter 993. Ciscardin, you're about to die. Are you really not going to call Kashiliu for help? Above the sea, Qin Chuan looked at Ciscardin, whose health bar was dwindling, and offered a heartfelt suggestion. Ciscardin actually wanted to call Kashiliu, but not to turn the tables, but to use Kashiliu to buy time, buying himself a chance to return to the corrupted void. If Kashiliu could defeat this mortal, that would be the best. The faceless army could then crush the human city. If Kashiliu was defeated and killed, that would be no loss. He could then improve himself, and become the new faceless champion. Unfortunately, no matter how well Ciscardin planned, there was a crucial prerequisite that needed to be met. That was Kashiliu's willingness to come. In fact, Ciscardin had already tried to contact Kashiliu, but failed. It was true that they were brothers in their hearts, but even if they couldn't get through by phone, they wouldn't be able to. Ciscardin's life was now like a candle in the wind, extinguished at any moment. For Ciscardin, death was nothing to fear. They were faceless ones, creations of the old gods. Even if slain, they would return to the corrupted void and be reborn. It was merely a matter of time. In this respect, the faceless ones were very similar to demons. As long as their souls were immortal, they could be resurrected endlessly. This was the fundamental reason why Ciscardin chose not to retreat. But given the current situation, continuing the battle was pointless. 5 distorted Nagas, temporarily promoted to representatives of the deep sea, were killed instantly without firing a single shot, becoming stepping stones for the enemy. This left Ciscardin feeling suffocated. This mortal's fighting power is truly unrealistic. To be honest, if the person standing opposite him were a true god, Ciscardin wouldn't feel as bad as he does now. Losing to a god isn't shameful, but losing to a mortal is different. Even if he were to be resurrected, he would be mercilessly mocked by the other faceless ones, and never be able to raise his head again. Ciscardin couldn't accept this, so he prepared to use his last resort. Blow up the Eternal Palace. As a pawn deployed by the old gods, the Naga Queen's Eternal Palace has been eroded by the old god's power. Even now, despite the Naga Queen's death, it has remained standing because the old god's power remains. All Ciscardin had to do was detonate the remaining power within, opening a massive void portal, and allowing more faceless ones to teleport in. Thinking of this, Ciscardin, drawing on the last shred of his health, sneered, "Mortals, do you think you can win? How naive. The glory of my lord will spread to every corner of this world. Qin Chuan was puzzled. No, buddy, you're about to be killed, and you're still talking big. Why not take some real action instead of wasting your time? With Siskarden's final harsh words, his health bar was completely depleted. Even though the Faceless One possessed immense recovery abilities, within the Shadow Realm, under the constraints of the Shadow Killing formation, any means of recovery would be ineffective. Unless he could escape, he would surely die, even with his thickest health bar. The Shadow Realm also possessed a powerful repulsive property, and with the shadows acting as a barrier, once within its reach, there was nothing left but to wait for death. Even with Siskarden's fall, the battle wasn't over. The moment Siskarden's health bar emptied, the aura of the old gods erupted wildly within the Eternal Palace, filling the entire palace in the blink of an eye. A violent explosion followed. The palace, starting from the center, collapsed into ruins. The space at the center of the ruins began to distort, like a massive black hole, rapidly devouring the surrounding palace debris. In the blink of an eye, the Eternal Palace was completely reduced to the dust of history, vanishing into thin air. In its place, a massive portal, tens of meters tall, emerged. Chapter 994. The corrupted, twisted aura emanating from it is enough to degenerate normal creatures into servants of the ancient gods. The previously distorted Nagas and Faceless Ones, empowered by this aura, became even more formidable. As the giant portal appeared, Qin Chuan immediately saw countless eyes staring at him from behind it. At the same time, a notification began to emanate. Global Co-op Quest Update. The corrupted void channel has taken shape. This channel will appear in all regions and persist indefinitely. Players from all regions are encouraged to actively seal the channel. The first region to seal the channel will receive a permanent region-wide reward buff. The rewards for second and third place will be reduced. The last 3 regions to complete the sealing will receive a region-wide penalty. We urge all players to actively fight. As the notification sounded, portals to the corrupted void began to appear in other regions. Some appeared in the wild, others in the oceans and lakes. Without exception, the moment the tunnel appeared, the area was filled with a twisted and corrupted aura. Wild monsters began to mutate, and even players were significantly affected. Anyone approaching the tunnel would be inflicted with the negative effect of corrupted mind, continuously losing health. Some unlucky individuals were too close to the tunnel to react, losing all their health before they could react, and were sent directly to the respawn point. What shocked these players was that being sent to the respawn point permanently reduced their maximum health. Even their stats were reduced. This discovery calmed many agitated players. While there were rewards for crossing zones in the first 3 sealed tunnels, it was unclear whether the rewards would compensate for the lost stats. Don't pay a 100% price only to receive only 10 or 20% in reward. That would be a huge loss. The corrupted void portal was merely there, not for sightseeing. The Faceless One stepped out and began slaughtering every living thing in sight, corrupting and creating even more twisted monsters in the process. If this trend continues unchecked, the Faceless Ones will gather a massive army of monsters in half a day at most. Then, a charge towards the main city would be a truly spectacular spectacle. Originally, the other inter-region players were eager to witness a grudge match between the Yin Kingdom and North America inter-regions, to see which side was stronger. Unexpectedly, the fire suddenly turned on them. The onlookers were now restless. They were innocent. But Apocalypse didn't care. The co-op quest had already been activated, so everyone had to be treated equally, sharing both the good and the bad. That was the rule. The inter-region players began to curse and fight against the Faceless Ones. But they could only fight on the periphery. Any approach to the teleportation channel would instantly corrupt their minds, and they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Even bringing a dozen priests to heal them from the rear wouldn't help. Their health limit kept dwindling, and in the end, they couldn't even withstand the monster's basic attacks, being instantly destroyed. What good was that? Undoubtedly, the emergence of the teleportation channel across various regions caught players around the world off guard. Many other cross-region players even bluntly stated that it was all Yin Nation's fault. They were the ones who had crossed regions, so why was everyone else suffering in the end? This isn't freedom. But no matter how the players protested, the teleportation channel was there. If they didn't address it, they would ultimately suffer. Qin Chuan, naturally, had also heard the announcement, and felt quite moved. The ancient god had made a considerable investment. Although the Naga Queen and Siskarden had perished, the establishment of the corrupted void teleportation channel, and its simultaneous activation across all regions, was actually a win-win. To the ancient gods, their subordinates are like consumables. They do not feel sorry for their deaths. What they pursue is the ultimate chaos and distortion. As long as they can corrupt a part of the apocalypse, they will not hesitate to sacrifice even Tinkashiliu, let alone a Nada Queen and Ciscardin. Chapter 995. It's no wonder the previous emergency provided 2% of the co-op quest progress. Nothing good ever comes of being involved with the ancient gods. The sudden change in the situation now proves this point. Originally, only Lingang City suffered, but in the blink of an eye, players around the world shared the pain, catching everyone off guard. Even across the North American cross region, Angelus was locked in a close battle with Songling when they suddenly received news that a portal had appeared outside their main city. A large number of faceless ones swarmed out and engaged the city guards. However, due to the presence of corrupted minds, the main city guards were in a precarious position. Even with the players' assistance, the situation was bleak. Now, Angelus was in a dilemma. If he continued his offensive here, not only would he be able to eliminate the enemy's top members, but even if he could win, would he still have to keep his cross-region main city? If he returned to defend, interfering with the Yen Kingdom cross-region incident would be nearly impossible. Angelus felt a surge of irritation. Could it be that even Apocalypse was on Yen Nation's side? If he hadn't known Apocalypse's uniqueness, Angelus would have banned the game. Angels, the main city is about to crash. Should we retreat to defend? A player shouted from the ground. Angels didn't answer. Song Ling kindly reminded him, Angels, your teammates are calling you. You don't need to. Angelus grew increasingly annoyed. This woman is quite pretty, but why is she so unable to read the atmosphere? Is this a matter of teammates or not? The Ally in midair raised his voice and shouted, Sister Song Ling, let's hold these people here and let their cross-region main city be breached. Song Ling agreed. Before she could continue casting her skills, Angelus, the opponent, had already teleported away with his trusted subordinates. Their speed was astonishing. The other North American players also left, preparing to return to defend their main city. They had originally intended to use this emergency as an excuse to capture Yen Nation's main city, but now the situation had suddenly reversed. If they weren't handled properly, their own main city would be in danger. What a sin. Guild leader, Angelus has left with his men. Song Ling typed into the guild chat. Should we continue our operations here, or return to Lingang City for defense? Qin Chuan, who had just collected the spoils dropped by Ciscardin, saw the message and quickly replied, You can move freely there for now. If we can find an opportunity to cause North America to lose a major city, that would be quite satisfying. As for Lingang City, I be here, so it won't be a big problem for now. Song Ling, okay, we listen to you, guild leader. And with Sister Jing here, it'd be easy to teleport back. Then Song Ling called Aoi and Debate down, and then called Jing over. The four of them gathered to discuss countermeasures. Aoi suggested happily, let's first find the North American main city under attack, then wait for our skills to cool down. If things get heated, we can unleash a set of skills on their defenses. They'd definitely be caught off guard. Debate agreed, I can carry you and hover in the sky while we wait. Song Ling pondered for a moment and said, that's a good plan, but I think it's going to be difficult for us alone to capture the North American main city. Our kill efficiency is too low, and North American players can easily take over and revive. We don't have the guild leader's extensive group attack capabilities. Let's just do our best. If the guild leader has time, we can try it. We focus on delaying and harassing. The group reached a consensus and began searching for the North American main city that had been attacked across regions. This was actually easy to find, as there were many Yen Nation international students in North America. They logged into the game across regions, making them natural scouts, and posting their locations directly on the forum. Song Ling and his group quickly arrived at their destination. In the teleportation channel, faceless ones were pouring out in a seemingly endless stream. And the North American players on the other side were not to be outdone. With their backs to the main city's respawn point, their numbers were also endless. The church in the main city also took action. The Archbishop bestowed a blessing on the combatants, counteracting the effects of the corrupted mind and providing peace of mind for the players. Otherwise, each death would reduce a portion of their maximum health and deduct stats. Even if they tried to defend the main city, they wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks. Now, with the blessing, they transformed into North American swallows and eagles, charging forward fearlessly. Song Ling and his companions watched the commotion from the sky. During this time, Jing even took the time to teleport back and retrieve a bunch of explosive bombs from the guild warehouse, throwing them at the ground. Angels also saw Song Ling and his group, and his nose was crooked with anger. When he organized a team to encircle and suppress them, he flapped his wings and took off with a few people, circled around, and flew back to continue harassing, causing the North American players to complain bitterly. It was so painful. Fighting the faceless men was already frustrating, and now they had to endure the constant bombs raining down from overhead. Some players were killed several times in a row, and they cursed in anger. If Angelus hadn't provoked the Yen Kingdom cross region, would they have encountered this? Angels was also furious when he heard this. When the Night Wanderer came to North America to kill all the enemies across the region, that wasn't what you said. Didn't you shout that you would make the Yen Kingdom pay the price? Why did they turn around and put all the blame on him? It must have been tough on his spine, having to shoulder such a heavy scapegoat. While the fighting in North America was raging, Lingang City had a rare respite. The Night Wanderer had arrived, and with a single blow, the monster's attack was repelled. In Lingang City, Liu Xiaoyudaozhen stared blankly at the materials before him. Should he still complete this teleportation array quest? If he continued, the Night Wanderer had returned, and being targeted wouldn't end well. But if he gave up the quest, he couldn't bear to give up the 20% attribute increase. Chapter 996. Rock Xiaoyudaozhen's hesitation didn't last long. The next second, Xiao and Shui Zhongyi's swordsmen burst out of a nearby house, snatched the materials, and fled. Their speed was so fast that Rock Xiaoyudaozhen had no time to react. After the two men had retreated back into the house and disappeared, Rock Xiaoyudaozhen roared, "Thieves!" Rock Xiaoquangxue hesitated and said, "President, I think I saw someone at the peak level." Rock Xiaoyudaozhen grew even more furious. Another peak level, another Night Wanderer. Why does that damned fellow always pick on him? Furious, Liu Xiaoyudaozhen issued an order, "Brothers, follow me out of the city and kill the Night Wanderer." Liu Xiaoquangxue initially tried to persuade him, but then he realized that he had paid for some of the materials that had just been stolen. He immediately became indignant and shouted, "The Night Wanderer has no moral integrity. He sent people to steal our materials. We must demand an explanation from him." The group stormed out of the city, but before they had gone far, they encountered a group of players fighting a faceless man. Their formation was immediately broken, and they were forced to join the surrounding players in fighting the faceless man. "Night Wanderer, I'm not done with you." Liu Xiaoyudaozhen was filled with grief and indignation. "Achoo!" Qin Xuan sneezed, confused. Who was targeting him again? But that didn't matter. The priority was to deal with the void transmission channel. Qin Xuan would not miss this joint mission. You must be the first to complete the mission and allow Yin Nation to cross regions to receive the reward. Although this is a reward available to all regions, the reward won't be excessive. There was no need to consider something like doubling the stats directly. It definitely wouldn't happen. But Yin Nation was vast, spanning multiple regions and encompassing numerous players. Even a 1% increase would add up to a considerable sum. And based on Qin Xuan's understanding of Apocalypse, the rewards for a mission like this, spanning all regions globally, were at least decent. Recovering his focus, Qin Xuan attempted to advance closer to the tunnel. The effects of the corrupted mind attempted to reach him, but were completely blocked by the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm was under considerable pressure. Qin Xuan could see the edges of the Shadow Realm dissipating. If the situation dragged on for too long, it would likely suffer irreversible, permanent damage. A quick response was necessary. The most common method for shutting down a teleportation channel was to blow up the anchor point. A sufficiently powerful explosion could disrupt the stability of space. Teleportation requires a stable spatial environment. Even the slightest fluctuation would make the channel difficult to maintain. However, this time, the tunnel was formed by blowing up the Eternal Palace. To shut down the tunnel with an explosion, a blast of at least equal power would be required. It would be difficult to gather so many bombs in a short period of time. Besides bombing, another method is to find a space mage to analyze, and specifically close the spatial nodes, thus causing the teleportation channel to close automatically. This is also difficult to handle. Qin Xuan does know a space mage, Jing is one. But Jing and Song Ling are currently engaged in a fierce cross-regional battle in North America. Even if Jing returned, with her current level and equipment, closing such a large teleportation channel would be extremely difficult. Thinking over it, Qin Xuan looked at the darkest hour in his hand. This item can break the boundaries of time and space. Since it allows Qin Xuan to move and teleport infinitely, it should also naturally destroy the anchor point of the teleportation channel. Earlier in the Eternal Night, he had slashed the space apart with a single strike, luring the evil god down. Simply slicing the space around the teleportation channel would naturally destroy it. With this in mind, Qin Xuan gently swung the darkest hour. Invisible blade light flew out, slicing through space. The faceless man who had just walked out of the transmission channel trembled, broke into two pieces silently, and fell to the sea. Chapter 997. The next second, a brilliant light emanated from the teleportation tunnel. Along with it, a terrifying roar of anger. That was the roar of the ancient god. Clearly, the ancient god had not anticipated that the teleportation tunnel they had constructed would fail so quickly. Qin Chuan even saw tentacles darting out from behind the tunnel, attempting to thrash him, the instigator of the tunnel's destruction. Alas, the dark hour had split space apart, and the tentacles were ripped to shreds by the turbulent spatial energy as soon as they emerged from the tunnel. This moment, the ancient god's rage intensified. Throughout the tunnel, Qin Chuan could sense the resentful gaze emanating from the corrupted void. Qin Chuan ignored it, simply watching the tunnel collapse. After a period of twisting and turbulence, space returned to calm. The tunnel, which had previously exuded the aura of the void, completely vanished, leaving no trace, as clean as if it had never existed. At the same time, a notification sounded in the ears of players around the world. Yinhua player Night Wanderer successfully closed the corrupted void portal. His feat will be recorded and celebrated. Congratulations to the Yinhua cross-region player for being the first to complete the co-op mission. The Yinhua cross-region player gains a permanent cross-region buff, a 10% increase in all attributes, and a 10% increase in experience bonus. Let us once again pay tribute to the Yinhua cross-region players for their bravery in the fight against the corrupted void. The announcement sent Yinhua players into a frenzy. They had expected Night Wanderer to complete the mission, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Not only were the Yinhua players somewhat surprised, but other cross-region players were also perplexed. The mission had only just been triggered, and some cross-region players hadn't even found the portal yet. And now they were told that the Yinhua region had already completed the mission first and received the reward. Is this scientific? And you still say Night Wanderer isn't cheating? Protest. Seriously protest. The key is that the rewards for completing this mission are too generous. Not only does it offer a 10% stat boost, but it also adds experience. Combined, these factors will accelerate the leveling of Yin Nation players. They already have a large player base, and their current levels are high. If cross-region boundaries are completely lifted, how will they compete? More insightful players speculate that this co-op mission not only offers rewards, but also penalties for the bottom three. Based on the rewards, it's very likely that some stats will be deducted, and the rewards will be discounted. All this has ruined that cross-region mission. Forget about fighting in the national war across regions. Leveling up will be problematic. One step behind, and every step behind. On the other hand, the North American cross-region players are also furious. Their situation is not good. The Faceless Ones were already difficult to defeat, and with several members of the Pinnacle Guild stirring up trouble in the sky, throwing skills and items, the main city was practically undefendable, let alone shutting down the teleport. Amidst this, some North American players revisited the past, saying that if Angelus hadn't provoked the Night Walker, they wouldn't have been targeted by the Pinnacle Guild, and this co-op mission wouldn't have been so arduous. Angel said his teammates couldn't carry them. Is the core issue now the Pinnacle Guild's harassment? Yes. Those Pinnacle members were indeed formidable, with powerful skills, capable of sending at least dozens of players to their respawn points. If they were to encounter powerful skills, even 100 or so players wouldn't be able to withstand them. But this was the main city, already packed with tens of thousands of players. Even the best Pinnacle players couldn't defeat many. The fundamental reason was the huge level gap between them and the monsters. The teleportation channel was impressive, but the church's buff minimized the effects of the corrupted mind, allowing for a free-for-all against the Faceless Ones. Even so, they were still being beaten back. Isn't it essentially the overall player level that's failing? Chapter 998. Angels looked at the bustling crowd of players around him, a wave of disdain rising in his heart. These foolish creatures were unworthy of his comparison, they were destined to be dominated. But that time hadn't arrived yet. Angelus could only put on a hypocritical smile and loudly declared, "We are the people of free will. We can't let the Yin Nation players on the other side underestimate us. Let's fight these monsters back." Although many players had complaints about Angel Elves, this was not the time for internal strife. Closing the teleportation channel was the most important task. Several large guilds, taking the lead, organized elite teams, and began to charge out of the main city, which boosted morale. Song Ling and the others watched clearly from the sky. Ali said, "The guild master has shut down our teleportation channel. Why don't we call him over? If he takes action, North America's main city will definitely be lost. Let's give them a taste of what it's like to have a main city taken." Debate, transformed into a raptor, nodded repeatedly. "Good idea. I wholeheartedly agree. Jing, let's first explain the situation to the guild master and see what he thinks. We shouldn't act on our own. Song Ling. When the main city of Ria fell, many people there clamored for revenge against the guild master. If we destroy North America's main city again, the pressure on the guild master will be enormous. The others discussed for a moment, and Song Ling summarized the situation and reported it to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was stunned upon hearing this. Wow, I heard Song Ling say that they were fighting Angelus to a draw, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that in just a short while, they had already penetrated deep behind enemy lines. As for destroying the North American Cross region's main city, Qin Chuan was somewhat tempted. The players there were generally too idle, looking for trouble when they had nothing to do. Furthermore, after the national war began in his previous life, the first large-scale cross-region war with Yen Nation was the North American Cross region. Since the other side was so disrespectful, he had to return the favor. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately replied to Song Ling, "Send me the coordinates, I go check out the situation. I remember North America also has 9 main cities, which seems a bit too many. Let's help them reduce the burden." Song Ling then sent the coordinates. Qin Chuan teleported directly there. The situation in Lingang City didn't require his attention. The teleportation channel had been closed, and the faceless ones, without further support, would sooner or later be annihilated by the players. As soon as Qin Chuan arrived at the North American Cross region, an unignorable red beam of light appeared between heaven and earth. In the previous cross-region operation, Qin Chuan had killed 1 million people, and that beam of light would not fade with the passage of time. The pillar of light remained until the North American players defeated him. The pillar's appearance immediately reminded the North American players on the ground of the fear of being dominated by the Night Wanderer. Angel sensed something was amiss. The Night Wanderer hadn't stayed in his own zone, but had come to their side. He was definitely not just here for sightseeing. On the ground, a North American player shouted, "Angels, the Night Wanderer is here. Go and kill him." This statement was widely echoed. "That's right. Didn't you promise you could kill the Night Wanderer? Go ahead. We support you targeting the Yen Kingdom zone, because we think you can do it. Now's your chance to show it. Angels, say something." Angels thought to himself, "What the hell could I say? I was brave enough not to log off immediately." After seizing Richardson's talent and receiving the mysterious gift of Apocalypse, Angels thought he was no longer afraid of Night Wanderer. So, after the emergency in Lingang City was triggered, he immediately led his men to disrupt the situation. But before he could fight Night Wanderer again, he first fought the peak player Song Ling. He didn't lose. But the problem was, he didn't win either. Song Ling, as a player, hadn't been very famous in peak before. Compared to Vice Presidents Ying Luo and Ji Xing, Song Ling was very low-key. But such a low-key player could actually fight him to a draw, which made Angels question his life. No, it was okay for him to lose to Night Wanderer, but how could he not even beat an ordinary peak member? Is Richardson's talent even SSS level? That's too bad. At this moment, Night Wanderer teleported over, the crimson beam of light silently proclaiming his record of slaying millions. Angels actually wanted to log off and avoid the spotlight. Things weren't quite going as he expected. But Angelus also knew that if he logged off, his reputation would be ruined, and he'd never be able to raise his head again. Resilienced, Angel summoned his mount, flew over the city wall, and shouted, "Night Wanderer, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to provoke a war between North America and Yen Nation? I advise you to think carefully, and not make a decision that both sides will regret." Qin Chuan slowly typed a question mark. "Dude, is that really okay? Have you forgotten that just half an hour ago, you used the teleportation array to send players and bombs outside Lingang City, attempting to breach the defenses? If you're talking about provoking a cross-region war, you were the first to do so. Let's not even talk about the Lingang City incident. Even before that, when the cross-region boundary was first opened, it was you, the North American cross-region, who joined forces with several other cross-regions, and were the first to enter the Yen country cross-region. How come you're now portraying yourself as the victim? And it seems so justified?" However, Qin Chuan was accustomed to the North American cross-region's habit of distorting right and wrong. He ignored Angelus's words, and said directly, "We in Yen country value reciprocity. Since you sent us some gifts outside Lingang City, how can we remain indifferent? I'm here to give you a surprise on behalf of the Yen country cross-region." Angel's heart sank. The Night Wanderer was serious. If it were any other time, Angelus wouldn't have had anything to worry about. But the situation is different now. The Corrupted Void's teleportation tunnel is erected outside the city. If the Night Wanderer were to join in, the main city would most likely be destroyed. The damage caused by the destruction of the main city is not something that can be easily calculated. Forget about anything else. Just look at Ria's cross-regional situation. They lost a main city, and haven't recaptured it yet. Chapter 999. Thinking of the consequences of losing the main city, Angelus felt a bit flustered. Although he had the SSS level talent he looted, even a 100% boost to monster stats, let alone a 10%, wouldn't hinder his leveling. But ordinary players wouldn't be able to handle it. By then, public outrage would boil over, and even if Angelus reached the maximum level, he wouldn't be able to silence the accusations. Angelus immediately said, "Night Wanderer, aren't you really afraid of provoking an all-out national war by doing this? We're pushing across North America, and your Yin nation isn't much better. I advise you to take care of yourself and pretend nothing happened." Qin Xuan sneered, "You want to pretend nothing happened? Then ask the players in Lingang City if they agree." Angels emphasized, "Night Wanderer, do you really want to fight to the death? That would benefit no one." "Fight to the death?" Qin Xuan's expression was indifferent. "With your level, I'm afraid you're not qualified to say that." Before Angelus could continue his nonsense, Qin Xuan unleashed Dark Rain, instantly killing an equal number of players with 40 attacks. Then, the Poison Blood Plague took effect, instantly sending over 1,000 players to the respawn point. And this was just the beginning. As the Poisonous Blood Plague spread further, the death rate of North American players began to increase exponentially. Even the NPCs in the main city were not spared, and were wiped out completely. In a matter of seconds, the once bustling main city suddenly became empty, and over 50,000 players were sent to the resurrection point. Hundreds of thousands of merit points were collected in the blink of an eye, and Qin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "I can exchange some equipment and items for the guild warehouse later." "Good." Angel's scalp tingled at the sight of the devastating situation in the main city above ground. He knew this day wouldn't end well. The Night Wanderer was coming for the main city. Just as Angelus was considering logging off to avoid the onslaught, a roar erupted from the city. "How dare you, a mortal, offend the majesty of the god of fire?" Accompanying the roar, a burly chosen one rose from the North American main city, his gaze fixed on Qin Xuan in the air. The blazing flames blazed around him, bathing the entire city in intense heat. The faceless men outside the city subconsciously slowed their attacks. Angel slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about the church in the main city? The main cities of the Yin Kingdom's cross-regions have churches, and so do their North American cross-regions. This main city is called Burning Fire City, and it worships the god of fire. Angelus was initially excited when the Chosen One appeared, but then felt uneasy. The Chosen One alone seemed no match for the Night Wanderer. Just as he was thinking this, Angelus heard the sound of something heavy falling. Looking back, he saw the Chosen One, who had just been so domineering, lying motionless on the ground, the flames on his body beginning to die out, clearly dead beyond mortal end. So fast, Angels was shocked. He knew the Night Wanderer was powerful, and had defeated many Chosen Ones before, but he hadn't expected him to fight so easily. "Nightwalker, I think this is a misunderstanding," Angelus said sincerely. "We didn't intend to go to Lingang City. There was just a slight discrepancy in the transmission coordinates. It was all a misunderstanding." Qin Xuan ignored him and said, "Angels, I really want to know who gave you the courage to attack Lingang City. Was it the talent you stole from Richardson, or the mysterious gift from Apocalypse? Do you think you can stop me with just what you have available? Do you have better equipment or skills than me?" Hearing this, Angelus felt even more depressed. Although he had secretly hoped that Nightwalker hadn't received Apocalypse's mysterious gift, he knew the possibility was extremely small. Chapter 1000. Now that his secrets had been exposed, Angelus immediately realized that his supposed trump card was nothing in Night Wanderer's eyes. Recalling the shadow incident his subordinates had reported earlier, Angelus immediately realized the situation and quickly said, "That shadow was you? You actually extracted the teleport skill?" As he spoke, Angelus felt something was amiss. Night Wanderer's class was an assassin. Even if he had extracted a skill, it would have been stealth, not teleportation. Unless, it wasn't a skill, but equipment that could teleport. Angels recalled how Night Wanderer had sparked a lot of discussion before he even entered the game, including about the artifact. Back then, even before the cross-zone boundaries were unlocked, Night Wanderer had already obtained the artifact. Could it be that he extracted an artifact into the real world? Angels' expression quickly shifted from shock and uneasiness to excitement and ecstasy. He sneered at Qin Xuan, "Night Wanderer, I never thought you actually retrieved the equipment. Very well, it's mine. No matter where you hide, I find you." Qin Xuan smiled, and launched a shadowy flying knife. I never seen anyone so arrogant. Originally, I spared Angel's life to obtain the coordinates of the titled player from him. Since Angels is so rude, I just kill him. As for the divine spokesperson required for the quest, there's no need to worry too much. With new maps constantly being unlocked and dormant gods gradually awakening, they're bound to send down apostles and chosen ones. As for spokespersons, it's only a matter of time. It doesn't matter whether Angels is there or not. Angelus, on guard, activated his illusion ice mirror the moment Qin Chuan attacked, creating dozens of illusions in one go. These illusions of mine have the ability to disrupt lock-on attacks. Night Wanderer, you're hoping to defeat me with a single target skill, but I'm afraid you'd be disappointed. Angel's expression was proud. Then, a second later, one of the dozens of illusions froze, its expression utterly stunned. It stared speechlessly at the pitch-black flying knife on its chest. Why? Before he could finish his words, Angelus exploded into an ice sculpture. At the same time, a system notification floated up. You won the Divine Hunt. You successfully stripped the opponent of their title of Divine Spokesperson. Mission progress changed. Current progress. 1350. Angels' idea was good, using mirror clones to circumvent lock-on attacks. If it were an ordinary player, his tactic would certainly work. Unfortunately, Angelus encountered Qin Chuan. The sniper god talent is a guaranteed hit. Unless Angelus activated his mirror clone before Qin Chuan attacked, it would be too late to dodge once Qin Chuan attacked. Even if Angelus activated his mirror clone beforehand, Qin Chuan could easily see through it. The Eye of Void Breaker wasn't just for show. Let alone dozens of illusions, even 10 or even 100 times, that would be useless to Qin Chuan. Angel's sudden death also shocked the North American players in Burning Fire City. Oh my god, the leader was killed instantly. What the hell? But the North American players were clearly worried too early. Because Qin Chuan still had one thing to do. That was to destroy Burning Fire City. If the North American players wanted to capture Lingang City, they had to be prepared to lose a city themselves. Seeing their guild leader annihilate tens of thousands of players with a single strike, and then instantly dispatch Angelus, Song Ling, and the others watching the battle looked at each other in bewilderment. Song Ling lamented, Angels and I fought for so long with no clear winner, and then the guild leader instantly killed us with a single strike. I can't accept it. Jing Shen agreed, echoing, the guild leader doesn't even need my help teleporting anymore. He comes and goes without a trace, and his teleporting speed is even faster than mine. I can't accept it either. Chapter 1001. Secret Master was very happy, looking at the empty burning city, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, I have a skill similar to Poison Blood Plague, but its effectiveness is far inferior to the guild masters. I need to keep working on it. Ga. Debate, no longer wanting to talk, let out a few bird calls in agreement, thinking to himself that he had to quickly advance the Tiger God inheritance, otherwise how could he keep up with the guild master's pace? Even if he couldn't keep up, at least he couldn't fall too far behind. At least he had to see his back. Qin Chuan turned to Song Ling and the others, thought for a moment, and said, you should go to Lingang City first. The battle there isn't over yet, but there aren't any tough bosses, so it's easy to fight. You go and clean up the mess, and I take care of this. Song Ling and the others were also very sensible, using the mirror's teleportation skill to leave immediately. Now, players of Burning City, feel the care from the Yen Nation. Qin Chuan looked at the main city below, a smile playing on his lips. Global notice. Burning City, the North American cross-region main city, has fallen. North American cross-region monster stats increased by 10%. We urge North American players to keep up the good work and rebuild the main city as soon as possible. A notice rang out, causing all cross-region players to stop in their tracks. They hadn't heard correctly. The North American main city exploded. Even though this was a critical moment in closing the corrupted Void Passage, many players still chose to open the game forums, switch to the North American zone, and quietly enjoy the spectacle. Fuck you. We and the Yen Nation zone are irreconcilable. We strongly urge the Apocalypse authorities to sanction Night Wanderer. He must be cheating. Where's that Angelus? Get out. If you hadn't said you were going to Lingang City and the Yen Nation to cause trouble, how could our Burning City have fallen? You take full responsibility. Not only did Burning City explode, but the damn Night Wanderer didn't even shut down the corrupted Void channel outside. How abhorrent. Why did you involve us ordinary players in your conflict with Angelus? Do you have any morals left? This is tyranny. Where's my freedom? I can't breathe. I demand that Apocalypse officially restore the servers. This is an unfair fight. The Night Wanderer is taking advantage of us. If we hadn't been so distracted by the corrupted Void Channel, how could the Night Wanderer have succeeded? I demand that Apocalypse restore Burning City, so we can fight the Night Wanderer again. At this moment, the North American forums were filled with angry comments. They had taken the initiative, only to lose a main city themselves, becoming the laughingstock of players worldwide. It was truly shameful. Compared to the fury of the North American players, the Yin Kingdom players were as happy as if it were New Year's Eve, and many even went straight to the North American forums to post. Angelus, come out. Didn't you say you'd give us Yin Nation more surprises and gifts? Why haven't you been making any noise? Angels, listen up. I be waiting for you in Lingang City. If you're brave enough, teleport over here, and I show you how I blow your shit out of you. Whoever said Night Wanderer was cheating? I'm the first to disagree. That's his true skill. North American players, if you're not convinced, then attack our main city. It's there anyway, and it won't leave. Come if you dare. Angels, where are you? You're not even in Burning Fire City. Where the hell have you been? Stop yelling. Angelus has been sent to the respawn point by Night Wanderer, and even his spokesperson title has been stripped. I'm sure he's already logged off, and crying in his bed in shame. Please give him some dignity. So that's how it is. That's truly tragic. I need a couple of drinks to celebrate, or rather, to express my sympathy. I don't drink, but I can have one. Yin Nation players were furious, enraging North American players. Some even logged off, and smashed their gaming headsets to express their discontent. The North American cross-region suffered such a heavy loss, which also sparked discontent among players from another cross-region, the Ria cross-region. If we talk about the main city falling, they were the first to do so. Seeing Burning City destroyed, they felt a sense of sympathy, and immediately took to the North American forums to denounce the Yin Nation players. Damn! Cunning Yin Nation people. You took advantage of an emergency to attack Burning City, a North American cross-region player. How unchivalrous. Night Wanderer should commit suicide to atone for this. We haven't even settled the score with Yin Nation for the incident with Shaoban City, and now you destroyed Burning City again. Are you trying to make enemies with players all over the world? Night Wanderer, you better get rid of the cursed snake, or we, the Ria cross-region players, won't let you go. Ria support quickly drew a counterattack from Yin players, and the two sides immediately engaged in a heated argument, occasionally joined by other cross-region players. Some joined in criticizing Yan's cross-region activities, while others acted more reasonable. Naturally, there were also some angry attacks against Ria. How dare you, Ria, accuse Yin of a sneak attack? If we're talking about the best sneak attacks, it's you, Ria. You were the ones who initiated the attack on Treasure Harbor. Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud when he saw this post. Wow, even Daka jumped in. But then again, Ria and Daka, both loyal lackeys of North America, are engaging in internal strife. Come to think of it, Daka seems to have a title player too. I just find a chance to kill him later. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Now that Burning City had been destroyed by him, and all the NPCs had returned home, it was time to return to his own cross-region. Otherwise, constantly facing this red beam of light would be a bit unsettling. While Qin Chuan's strength could easily destroy all the remaining main cities in the North American cross-region, it wasn't necessary yet. He simply wanted to let the other cross-regions know that it was okay to attack the Yin Kingdom cross-region, as long as they could withstand his counterattacks and retaliation. This was a warning to the outside world, so they knew when to advance and retreat, and not to seek trouble. That was all that was needed. After a quick glance, Qin Chuan chose to teleport to Lingang City. At this point, Lingang City was largely devoid of fighting activity. The deformed Nagas and faceless ones outside the city had been decimated by the players, leaving only a few remaining, no longer a concern. Soon after, a notification sounded from the sky. Emergency resolved. Congratulations to the Yin Kingdom players for successfully defending Lingang City. Global co-op quest progress increased by 2%. Chapter 1002. Shit! In the beautifully decorated room, a white man stormed out of the game cabin. Turning back, he kicked a 100-kilogram game cabin into the air, sending it crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The guards outside immediately rushed in, nervously shouting, "Lord Angelus, are you all right?" The enraged man was none other than Angels. He was in a state of extreme despair. He had originally thought that after seizing Richardson's SSS talent, he would be evenly matched with Night Wanderer, but he was defeated instantly. The spokesperson title was instantly vacated. And along with it, the corresponding attributes and skills. Thankfully, with the new SSS talent, he wasn't so completely devastated. But it was a tough feeling. To make matters worse, their North American cross-regional capital, Burning City, had also fallen. Angels didn't even need to look at the forums to know that the North American players would be lashing out at him, with countless opponents. Damn Night Wanderer. Angel slammed his fist down on the table again, shattering it into pieces. The bodyguards standing nearby were stunned. Is this Lord Angelus's new power? It's too strong, huh? Angels exhaled a breath of cold air, lowering the temperature in the room a few degrees. After calming himself, he said, "I clean this up later." The bodyguards readily agreed. Angels then asked, "How's the investigation going? Haven't you figured out the Night Wanderer's true identity yet?" The bodyguards looked at each other, unsure how to begin. Finally, a bald, burly man who looked like a captain spoke up, "Lord Angelus, we planned to hack into Yen Nation's database for facial comparison, but we were discovered halfway through and had to abandon it. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary trouble." Angelus angrily said, "Is there no other way? Haven't we invested in many companies in Yen country? Let them figure it out." The bald bodyguard looked hesitant. "Lord Angelus, we tried, but Yen country has a large population, and those companies are helpless unless they can connect to the official Sky Eye system for facial recognition." After a pause, the bald bodyguard added, "Furthermore, we're not sure how much the Night Wanderer's current image differs from his true self. Under these circumstances, uncovering the Night Wanderer's true identity will be extremely difficult." Angels understood this, but he couldn't help but be furious. Moreover, as he extracted power from Apocalypse, he increasingly realized that the Night Wanderer was an unavoidable obstacle to his ultimate dominance. Angels knew that once the Night Wanderer's full power was extracted, defeating him would be even more impossible. Conversely, now, with only one item to be extracted, was the perfect time to kill the Night Wanderer. But without discovering the Night Wanderer's true identity, any strategy would be futile. As for collaborating with Yen Nation, and using facial recognition to identify the Night Wanderer, it's better to find a solution on your own. While pondering, the bald bodyguard seemed to have received some information. He listened for a moment and quickly said, "Lord Angelus, our brothers stationed outside are under attack. Something is coming from underground." As he spoke, the floor exploded, and several dark shadows rushed towards Angelus, their terrifying roars echoing through the room. The bald bodyguard was quick-witted, drawing his weapon from his waist and firing several shots. However, the bullets landed on the shadows, with little effect. They hit, and blood splattered, but they couldn't stop the enemy. The bald bodyguard tried to fire again, but a claw pierced his throat. He fell to the ground, clutching the wound, and soon fell still. The other bodyguards in the room suffered a similar fate. They reacted quickly, but the enemy was even faster, and they were not afraid of bullets. They fell one after another. Chapter 1003. Angels, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm. He exhaled a breath of cold air, a chill emanating from his body. The ultra-low temperature spread out, freezing several dark figures in midair, trapping them all within the icicle. Looking at the blood servants within the icicle, Angel's expression was grim. These creatures were truly irrational, actually attacking him. But Angels also knew that he was being attacked by the blood servants because he had lost his title as spokesperson. This was Apocalypse's attempt to eliminate him. Thankfully, with the skills he had previously acquired, Angels wasn't afraid of these low-level blood servants. Angel's mood grew worse. It was all that damn Night Wanderer. "Night Wanderer, don't let me find you." Angels growled, and with a single kick, he shattered the icicle and the blood servants within it, scattering them everywhere. One of the shards slid across the floor, only to be caught by another foot. A dark shadow spread, and a figure slowly emerged, standing before Angelus. "Angels, I heard you were looking for me." The shadow's words immediately startled Angelus. This thing could actually speak? Then Angelus realized. This was Night Wanderer. He had used this shadow to travel to North America before, even slaying several blood minions. Now, suddenly appearing before him, Angelus was ecstatic, laughing loudly. "Night Wanderer, you dare to appear before me? You're courting death. And your English is quite standard." The shadow smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." As Angelus laughed, he sensed something was amiss. No, why is Night Wanderer here? He hadn't even found Night Wanderer yet, but Night Wanderer had found him first. After calming down, Angelus thought of a key issue. This was the real world. If he were killed, he'd be finished. There was no resurrection. Angels thought again. If it were an apocalypse, he certainly couldn't defeat Night Wanderer. But now, everyone could only extract the same ability. They were on the same starting line. What was there to fear? Although he suspected Night Wanderer had extracted an artifact, it was unclear whether it would be fully effective on Blue Star. And an artifact was ultimately just a tool, it depended on who was using it. In contrast, he had extracted a skill, a true supernatural ability. Compared to Night Wanderer's ordinary body, it was definitely an overwhelming advantage. Thinking of this, Angelus felt his victory was assured. Returning to the villa's study, Qin Chuan waved Mo-ing away and ordered him to remain on guard. He weighed the darkest hour in his hand, shook his head, and sighed, "Who gives Angelus that confidence?" Recalling the earlier battle, he hadn't even made a move, and Mo-ing had instantly killed Angelus, piercing his heart. He passed away peacefully. Finding Angelus's coordinates wasn't difficult. As a member of the Illuminati, Angelus was quite impressive. Of course, for ordinary people, even knowing Angelus's location would be useless. With the dozens of bodyguards, both covert and covert, stationed there, all armed, ordinary people would be wiped out. But Qin Chuan was different. With Darkest Hour in hand, he could go anywhere. As for Angelus's exact coordinates, he couldn't have done without Dijiaoling's intelligence. After the emergency in Lingang City ended, Qin Chuan contacted Dijiaoling directly and asked her to investigate Angelus's location. Dijiaoling didn't ask any further questions, but quickly set a few coordinates. Angels own numerous properties and villas, so their exact locations were unclear. By the time Qin Chuan found Angelus, he had already teleported twice. He then killed him instantly with a single strike, then returned leisurely. Angels' ice-based skills were indeed powerful, both in range and speed, among the best. Chapter 1004. But he never imagined that Qin Chuan's trump card included not only Darkest Hour, but also the Shadow Cloak. For anyone else, being stripped of their spokesperson title would be tantamount to a death sentence, and Apocalypse would have taken action. But Angelus was different. He had extracted abilities, and even stolen Richardson's talent. Apocalypse at this stage wasn't sure if he could kill Angelus on Blue Star. To be on the safe side, Qin Chuan chose to do it himself. Back online, Dijiaoling quietly sent a message. "President, is it done?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "Angels is dead." Seeing this reply, Dijiaoling on the other end gasped, causing the temperature in the game room to rise several degrees. Although he had suspected something when he received the message from his own president, he hadn't expected it to end so quickly. No, it's only been a few minutes, and the president has already eliminated Angelus, who's far away on the other side of Blue Star. Dijiaoling's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately realized that her president must have received a mysterious gift from Apocalypse. But this mysterious gift was a little too mysterious, allowing someone to eliminate an opponent remotely. "Are you sure this thing isn't the Death Note?" Dijiaoling was startled, realizing something. Thinking back to the previous supernatural phenomena and the secret rumor she heard, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly is the origin of this game, Apocalypse? How could the so-called mysterious gift her president received be so similar in form to the one in the game? Just as she was thinking this, Dijiaoling saw a message pop up in the corner of her vision. "You have qualified for a new round of early access. You can select an item or skill to extract into the real world. Please note, this trial qualification must not be disclosed to outsiders. Violation will result in the revocation of qualification." Seeing these words, Dijiaoling immediately realized that their guild leader must have extracted something into reality in order to rush to the other side of Blue Planet and eliminate Angelus. Judging from his in-game performance, he most likely extracted the ability to teleport. Strange. Dijiaoling was a little surprised. If it were her, she would probably extract the stealth skill first. That would be so interesting. She wanted to ask her guild leader if there was any explanation, but then she remembered the system message and swallowed her words. She turned to thinking about what to extract. While pondering, another notification popped up in the game. Please note, in response to everyone's active participation in the global co-op quest, we have officially started distributing a new round of trial qualifications. Please check this. We urge all players to continue their efforts and strive to complete the co-op quest as soon as possible. Along with this announcement, some elite players were surprised to find they had received a new notification. The content of the game notification shocked them even more. This is too amazing. Qin Chuan, upon seeing this notification, began to ponder. The apocalypse was accelerating. The earliest players, who had withdrawn their abilities, hadn't even fully confirmed their identities, and yet new withdrawal slots were opened. It seemed the 2% bonus to co-op mission progress from the Lingang City emergency had a significant effect. But this was also to be expected. It was just that with all the new slots available, veteran players, like them weren't getting any new benefits. How stingy. Complaints aside, Qin Chuan was cautiously waiting to see what was happening next, and would be keeping a close eye on news both inside and outside the game. Not all players are calm enough. Nowadays, with more and more players able to extract abilities, there will inevitably be some who lose their composure, and who knows how much chaos will ensue. As the old saying goes, a sharp weapon in hand brings a murderous intent. Even the most basic skills from Apocalypse manifest in the real world, and even these are considered superpowers, so not everyone can remain calm. Undoubtedly, related incidents will continue to occur. Furthermore, based on past experience, Apocalypse's opening quotas are based on skill. And in this regard, their peak guild is at the forefront. Qin Chuan speculated that with this new opening, other people in peak must have received the opportunity to extract abilities. He's just not sure how many people, and who they are. According to Apocalypse's rules, directly asking is definitely not an option. Thankfully, judging by their past lives, the characters of these peak members are trustworthy. This life shouldn't be much different. Another thing Qin Chuan was particularly concerned about was when, now that players had begun extracting abilities, the various monsters from Apocalypse would begin to appear en masse on the streets of Blue Star. In North America, Blood Servant was already secretly active, and other places were likely to follow soon. Qin Chuan could foresee that the existing order was about to be severely impacted, and greater turmoil was about to begin. This gave Qin Chuan a sense of urgency. There was no need to worry about monsters running around everywhere. With the dark hour, a single strike would slay them. If all else failed, there was the demonic shadow. And by the time monsters were everywhere, Qin Chuan would be able to extract even more abilities, making his worries even less of a concern. The problem lay with the gods. According to the course of events in his previous life, they would not appear until several years after the apocalypse. But now, Qin Chuan couldn't guarantee that would happen. What if those guys, unethical, launched a divine descent prematurely? That would be troublesome. This long-term quest to ascend to the godly stage must be completed as soon as possible. As long as he could complete all 7-level missions before the gods descended, Qin Chuan would fear no challenge from any god. With him in charge, Blue Star would enjoy a relatively stable development period, avoiding the countless casualties caused by the god's fall in his previous life. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan withdrew the unholy Holy Grail. This lower-level artifact had already been fully charged when it was handed to him, ready for a wish. Originally, he had intended to keep it for future use, but the situation was changing constantly. It was time to accelerate. Clutching the Holy Grail tightly, Qin Chuan muttered, "I wish for the real-time coordinates of all the god spokespersons." Chapter 1005. As the original evil Holy Grail, it's a lower-level artifact, requiring millions of souls to recharge each time. Making a wish with it would undoubtedly be a powerful one. As the souls stored within the Holy Grail dissipated, several messages flooded into Qin Chuan's mind, allowing him to clearly sense the location of the divine spokesperson. He could also sense the spokesperson's god watching him with hostility. Spying on the divine spokesperson's location would inevitably resonate with the god. In a sense, this was a declaration of war. That is, Qin Chuan hadn't yet reached the divine realm, otherwise a divine war would be inevitable. For Qin Chuan, did the gods' anger matter to him? Not at all. To put it bluntly, even if humans treated the gods with the utmost respect, they considered Blue Planet their hunting ground, and would not spare a single blow. In that case, let the gods rage and improve myself first, so that I can better cope with future shocks. As he pondered, a bird's-eye view of the map appeared in his mind, dotted with scattered spots of light. Those were the coordinates of the divine spokespersons. One was very close, almost within reach, within 2 steps. Looking closer, Qin Chuan suddenly realized. It was Lu Sha Yudaizhen who had killed that kid. To be honest, Qin Chuan had intended to kill Lu Sha Yudaizhen, but the supernatural phenomena in North America and Rhea, namely the monster landings, had put him on hold. If the monster appeared elsewhere, Qin Chuan wouldn't care, but if it appeared on the streets of Yin Country, Qin Chuan would have to think twice. As for letting Lu Sha Yudaizhen go, that was impossible. In fact, Qin Chuan had already given Lu Sha Yudaizhen a chance, but unfortunately, the boy's nature was hard to change, and he only cared about himself. Qin Chuan had already learned of Lu Sha Temple's plan for the Lingang City incident from Xiao and Shuizhong Yi Jianxia. Lu Sha Yudaizhen, knowing full well that the fall of the main city would increase the stats of cross-zone monsters, still didn't hesitate to blow up Lingang City. This was something Qin Chuan could not tolerate. Igeris had already been eliminated anyway, so another Lu Sha Yudaizhen wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, Liu Xiaodaozin's location was easier to find than Angelus, and he didn't even need Di Jialing's help. With this in mind, Qin Chuan teleported in front of Liu Xiaodaozin. Liu Xiaodaozin was still struggling with where to complete the subsequent quests. With the explosion of the Eternal Palace and the fall of the Naga Queen, his backing had collapsed, making it difficult for him to accept hidden quests. As for contacting the ancient god directly, Liu Xiaodaozin wanted to, but he lacked the strength. Inwardly, Liu Xiaodaozin harbored considerable resentment towards the Naga Queen. "You said you were perfectly fine underwater. Why did you come up here for no reason? Now you're dead. Even the palace has been blown up. What a joke." Add to that the fact that most of the materials he had previously collected were stolen by Xiao and the swordsman in the snow, resulting in heavy losses. Liu Xiaodaozin was in a terrible mood. Now, suddenly seeing the Night Wanderer appear before him, he angrily shouted, "Night Wanderer, what exactly do you mean by ordering the guild members to steal our things? Are you planning a guild war? I tell you, others may be afraid of you, but we at Liu Sha Palace will not back down." Hearing Liu Xiaodaozin's clamor, Qin Chuan glanced at him and said calmly, "President Yidao, I'm here to say goodbye." Goodbye? How could they ever see each other again? Could it be that the Night Wanderer is retiring? That's truly good news. But Liu Xiaodaozin thought about it, and his heart sank. He suddenly realized that the Night Wanderer might be stripping him of his title as spokesperson for the gods. Although the Naga Queen was dead, his title of spokesperson for the deep sea was temporarily useless. But if the Naga clan made a comeback and brought forth another queen, wouldn't it be useful? Chapter 1006. Even if the Naga tribe is hopeless, at least this title brings stat and skill improvements. If it were revoked, the loss would be significant. The key point is, Liu Xiaodaozin has heard rumors that the players whose titles were revoked have never logged back online since logging off. Some say they went to level up their outs, but that's just hearsay, no clues at all. Liu Xiaodaozin felt a sense of unease. Now that the Night Wanderer has come to him, Liu Xiaodaozin, after a brief moment of deliberation, decided to give it a try. Quest progress changed. Current progress, 14/50. Done, call it a day, moving on. A quick glance at the map reveals over 10 spokesperson blips across the Yen Kingdom region. 3 of them are players, their IDs familiar. I probably heard of them in my past life, but they never achieved much fame. I wonder how their luck will fare in this life. Qin Chuan didn't rush to deal with the 3 titled players, as other NPC spokespersons were more suitable targets. If possible, Qin Chuan didn't want too many monsters to appear within Yen Nation. If Liu Sha had just killed one person with one strike, that would be easy to handle. He could just send Mo Ying back later. Through several offline activities, Qin Chuan had a basic understanding of Mo Ying's abilities. First, because Mo Ying was created from the lower-level artifact, the Mo Ying cloak, it possessed rudimentary divinity and possessed a certain degree of rule power. The Mo Ying cloak's effect stated that the real Mo Ying could transcend spatial boundaries, in simple terms, teleport. However, given Blue Star's current environment, Mo Ying couldn't yet achieve unlimited teleportation. Previously, Qin Chuan had to personally dispatch Angelus in North America. Relying solely on the demonic shadow, the teleportation alone would have required multiple attempts. But within Yen Nation territory, the demonic shadow was still quite useful, and could be controlled remotely. He would then dispatch the demonic shadow to the location of Liu Xiaodaozin and eliminate any anomalies immediately. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan, holding the darkest hour, teleported to the next god's spokesperson. This spokesperson was currently meeting with the local archbishop in the main city's church, when a figure suddenly appeared nearby, startling both the archbishop and the spokesperson. After a brief confrontation, Qin Chuan's mission progressed by one more person. At the same time, a thunderbolt echoed from the sky, faintly resembling the roar of a god. The other party raged for a moment, then quickly subsided. But the account was clearly recorded. Next, Qin Chuan repeated his pattern, touring the major cities and eliminating all the god spokespersons within. These spokespersons are all NPCs, so there's no need to worry about their deaths causing monsters to appear in the real world. After a period of activity, Qin Chuan's quest progress reached 22/50, a remarkable feat. Qin Chuan intended to reserve the remaining spots for other cross-region players. A glance at the forum revealed Daka was active again. Apparently, having been previously ignored, he was itching for trouble. After a brief lull, the Daka forum exploded. Just now, the Night Wanderer from Yen Nation had arrived at their cross-region. With a clear target in mind, he dispatched 3 titled players in one fell swoop. Then, without stopping, he charged into the main city, wreaking havoc inside, nearly turning the entire cathedral district upside down. Finally, after slaying 2 spokespersons and several chosen apostles, he leisurely departed. According to Daka, their brave and fearless great cult players, unafraid to resist the powerful, organized more than a dozen assaults, each of which was repelled. Though they ultimately failed to capture the Night Wanderer, they had triumphed spiritually. Putting aside other things, Night Wanderer fought their way through the inter-region battles without even destroying the main city. Isn't that a victory? This kind of record, when they couldn't even achieve it in North America or Rivia, doesn't that speak volumes? Chapter 1007. The players in each cross-region didn't know how to react to this. Is that the truth? The Night Wanderer didn't destroy your main city, which means he showed mercy. You, Daka, are trying to flatter yourself. If the Night Wanderer strikes back, you have to endure it. But Qin Chuan didn't have time to go back and teach Daka a lesson. He had already arrived in the Gaul cross-region. As usual, he went straight to the fight. The Gaul cross-region forums erupted, all denouncing the Night Wanderer, saying his behavior was immoral. You can do your quests. Why did you have to choose our Gaul cross-region? There are so many cross-regions around the world, go find someone else to pick on. Qin Chuan's constant travels through the cross-regions, hunting down the god spokespersons there, sparking complaints and protests from many players, but also curiosity. What kind of quest would require killing a god spokesperson? With such perverse quest conditions, the rewards must be generous. Night Wanderer was at the forefront of all the players again. Where did this news come from? I couldn't figure it out. Compared to the turmoil outside, the situation within Peak was much calmer. Although the emergency in Lingang City was over, the rest of the world wasn't calm. Yi Sakura Luo was operating in the Dark Elf territory, and sent back a message saying the fighting was intense. The mountain trolls were also engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs, with the situation progressing from a simple military clash to a clash of apostles. The Chosen One had also appeared, and the battle was bound to be even more intense. Some players even noticed shadows flickering in the sky over the orcs' territory, as if a battle was also raging overhead. In addition, Ji Xing also sent intelligence from the city of Mystery Gold. The mechanical creations tinkered with by the mecha gnomes had been invaded by an unknown virus, and a mechanical rebellion had erupted. Half of the city of Mystery Gold was reduced to ruins, and there was no sign of abating. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised to see this information. At the same time, he had a feeling that Tianqi was about to lose control of the situation. Based on the progress of his previous life, it wouldn't even have been the first version update yet, with players generally still hovering around level 20 or 30. But now, not to mention him, who had been at level 100 for who knows how long, even the peak players, like Yi Luo, Ji Xing and others, who were leveling up quickly, were heading towards level 70, and would soon be able to advance to their 3rd class. This would have been completely unimaginable in his previous life. Add to that the various events that were compounding. Qin Chuan suspected that Tianqi's control of the overall situation was on the verge of losing control. Whether it was a genuine loss of control or a deliberate act of letting things slide, what was certain was that Tianqi was getting closer and closer to merging with reality. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a breath, suppressed his thoughts, and teleported again, ready to complete the remaining quest progress and begin the next level of the God Ascension stage quest as soon as possible. But before he set off, he heard Desmartin's call. Kid, there's a big event to watch, wanna come? Hearing this, Qin Chuan was immediately tempted. Even Old Ma said it was a big event, so it must be something special. But then he thought, before watching the fun, he should kill the spokesperson first. What if the 3rd level of the God Ascension stage quest requires killing a god? It would be a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the fun and make a move. Ideally, it could kill the God of Light. That would be perfect. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan immediately said, "What's going on over there?" Desmartin's tone was filled with a hint of gloating. Didn't the ancestral god of the mountain trolls fight the beast god? It was a spectacular battle. Then the sky gods came to watch the fun, only to be dragged into it by the beast god. Now it's a 3-way melee. Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud. No wonder the church gods didn't take any action after the emergency in Lingang City was triggered, not even bothering to fight the ancient gods. It turned out they were being held back. However, considering that the pantheon corresponding to the mountain trolls is a small pantheon, not comparable in scale to the beast god, they would definitely be no match in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, muddying the water seemed the most logical approach. Looking at the current divine forces, the only ones capable of competing with the beast god are the church gods on the human side. The thought of dozens of gods fighting filled Qin Chuan with anticipation. But he didn't forget to complete his mission first. Fortunately, with real-time coordinates, I could use the Dark Hour's teleportation ability to directly attack them, saving a lot of trouble. While chatting with Dismartin and teleporting across zones, Qin Chuan's quest progress rapidly increased. Quest progress changed. Current progress, 37/50. Quest progress changed. Current progress, 43/50. As Qin Chuan teleported across the world and slaughtered his enemies, the quest progressed towards completion. When another spokesperson for the gods fell, his quest progress also reached completion. Quest completed. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the long stage of ascension. Quest rewards are being distributed, and the body's deification will begin soon. The first stage of the long stage of ascension involves replacing blood with divine blood. The second stage further transforms the body into a divine state. Accompanied by the prompt, the previously transformed divine blood began to boil, gradually permeating the surrounding flesh and blood. Qin Chuan felt himself glowing. This is not an illusion, but something that actually happened. In a sense, after the flesh and blood are transformed into divinity, they are actually a special form of divine crystallization. This also means an improvement in the level of life. System prompts began to refresh one after another. The second level of the God Ascension stage has been unlocked. Your flesh and blood activity is enhanced, and you have the ability to resurrect. This effect does not accumulate. After triggering, a 7-day reconstruction period will occur. Divine damage conversion rate plus 100%. Divine damage defense plus 50%. Your body can withstand more divine power, and the power of the artifacts you hold is further revived. The first level of the God Ascension stage has been strengthened. Your health limit is increased by 100 times, and you recover 10% of your maximum health per second. A series of prompts directly refresh the screen. The third level of the God Ascension stage is unlocked. Quest requirements. Kill a god above the middle god level. Quest reward, Divine Will. Chapter 1008. Whatever you think comes true. The mission for the third level of the God Ascension stage is truly to kill a god. It wasn't so perverse in my past life. Back then, whether it was Qin Chuan or the other masters who ascended the God Ascension stage, the missions they received were bizarre, but generally speaking, they were within an acceptable range and could be completed with a valiant effort. And now, Qin Chuan's God Ascension missions are getting more and more outrageous. 7 steps, and it's only the third level, and he's already killing a god. Wouldn't the missions after that be to destroy an entire pantheon, or even the world? Outrageous. But no matter what, the mission is clear, and all that's left is to find a way to complete it. That's an easy solution. Old Ma said the fight with the beast god was going on, so I went over to take a look. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately contacted Dismartin, saying, "Old Ma, give me the coordinates." I go over and check out the situation. Dismartin didn't rush to send the coordinates, but instead probed through the air for a moment, then said with some confusion, "Boy, there's something wrong with your god ascending steps. Why is there a god-killing aura all over you? You're acting this way, and I'm a little worried. Let me ask you, what do you think of my usual treatment of you?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied truthfully, "At first, I thought he wasn't very reliable. He let me down a few times, but later on, he's been alright. I think he's a trustworthy teammate." Dismartin's mood fluctuated, and he condensed 1,000 words into a short sentence. That's good, that's good. Here are the coordinates. Come over here by yourself. Be careful to stay hidden, and don't get shot down." Qin Chuan smiled, "Don't worry. I'm good at watching the fun." As he spoke, the teleportation channel was ready. With a flash, Qin Chuan vanished from his position, reappearing in the abyss. Boom. A series of explosions echoed overhead. Looking up, he saw dozens of figures engaged in a battle in the void. The Divine Kingdom's radiant light shone brightly, illuminating the dim abyss. "Wow, such a lively scene!" Qin Chuan sighed. A long sigh reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Dismartin also looking up at the sky. Qin Chuan asked curiously, "Old Ma, why are those guys fighting in the abyss again?" Dismartin said helplessly, "The abyss's restrictions are relatively weak, allowing them to exert their divine power to a greater extent. Besides, this isn't their territory, so they won't mind destroying it." Qin Chuan pondered, and it made sense. If the battlefield were set up elsewhere, whether in the Beast Tribe territory, the Human Kingdom, or the newly opened Ringing Rock Plateau, the participants would have objected. But the abyss was different. Just fight with all your might. If they could crush the enemy, it would weaken the abyss's power and prevent them from being exploited. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan looked at Dismartin and said with a hint of pity, "Old Ma, you suffered so much. Dismartin waved his hand. These are minor matters. What I'm more worried about now is that if the beast gods unleash their true rage this time, and a few of them accidentally fall, then this divine war will be unstoppable, and a fight to the death will be inevitable. At that point, my abyss probably won't be able to stay out of it either. It's very likely to be engulfed in the flames of war, and that would be quite troublesome. Qin Chuan was well aware of the destructive power of divine war. Even if it were just two gods fighting, if they were determined to continue, the slightest aftermath would have a massive impact on the surrounding environment, overwhelming even the void. In the human realm, it would be mountains collapsing and the earth shattering. Right now, 3 pantheons were engaged in a brawl within the abyss. If a fight escalated, not only would Old Ma's territory be destroyed, but the entire abyss would be turned upside down. Having established a foothold, Qin Chuan naturally couldn't stand by and watch Old Ma's entire lair be overturned. He looked up at the void. Still bustling. The beast gods had already mobilized in full force. Qin Chuan even spotted his old friend, Thunder Roar, controlling the thunder in the void, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Chapter 1009. The mountain trolls' ancestral spirits are few in number, but having recently awakened, they are eager to make a name for themselves, unleashing their boundless power without reservation. As for the church's gods, the sky god, as usual, was the most active and at the forefront. The gods behind him also exerted their authority to the utmost, none of them a pushover. The only one missing was the god of light. This made Qin Chuan somewhat regretful. He truly wished he could find an opportunity to kill the god of light with a single strike, not only resolving this pressing threat, but also completing his mission. Alas, he didn't even get a glimpse of the god of light's clothing, so he had to give up. Qin Chuan watched the battle for a moment and curiously asked, "Has anyone died yet?" Dismartin replied, "Of course not. Even if the beast god and the sky god joined forces to besiege the troll ancestral spirit, it would be difficult to kill even one. At worst, they would retreat to the divine kingdom and hide there, but they're very difficult to kill." After a pause, Dismartin added, "That's why the gods were so wary of you after the tiger god's fall. Who could have imagined you could kill the tiger god with a single shot? Honestly, I didn't expect it at the time." Qin Chuan understood. Previously, while exploring the ruins of the mechanical kingdom, he had accidentally acquired a god-slaying bullet and learned more about its origins. A bullet is only born when a world is destroyed, so its power is naturally immense. Even gods, faced with the power of the world, can only meet their end on the spot. It can only be said that the tiger god was unlucky and impatient. Thunder Roar should have been shot, but who made him run forward? Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, "I'm going to kill another one. What do you think, Old Ma?" Dismartin didn't answer directly, but quickly analyzed the situation. From a purely strategic perspective, unless the god of light is killed, the power balance among the pantheons won't be fundamentally altered. Even taking out the sky god wouldn't be enough. From a deterrent perspective, killing one more god will certainly make the remaining ones even less likely to show up, and this will buy a considerable amount of time. But there's a crucial problem here, Dismartin continued. You only have one bullet left. If you use it now, you put yourself in danger. Even the god of light, who hasn't appeared yet, could show up and kill you. Don't forget, the god of light seized power and created false gods just to use up your god-slaying bullet. Qin Chuan naturally understood this principle. Dismartin paused, looked Qin Chuan up and down, and said uncertainly, "Could it be that you have more than one god-slaying bullet?" Qin Chuan smiled but said nothing. "How is that possible?" Dismartin's voice rose several degrees. "It's a miracle you have 2 god-slaying bullets. How could you have more? Where did you get them, kid?" Seeing Dismartin's reaction, Qin Chuan immediately knew that even a god-level being couldn't detect the location of the god-slaying bullets. Otherwise, the god-slaying bullets in the mechanical throne ruins wouldn't have survived until now. It could even be said that the ruins couldn't even exist, they would have been destroyed directly by the gods, leaving no hidden dangers. This surprised Qin Chuan a bit. The mechanic civilization where the pioneers lived was destroyed, and then absorbed by apocalypse. The gods must have witnessed this process, and even many things were personally carried out by the gods. There was no reason for them to let the god-slaying bullets wander around. Putting themselves in Qin Chuan's shoes, if he were one of the masterminds behind the destruction of the mechanical civilization, the safest thing to do would be to take the god-slaying bullets for himself. Even if that wasn't possible, he would at least destroy them. But the gods didn't do that, and Apocalypse didn't do it either. To say they forgot is unrealistic. Gods don't get Alzheimer's. The only explanation is that they didn't know about the god-slaying bullet. Chapter 1010. The location of this thing has been deliberately obscured. I just don't know who made it. Was it a pioneer, some unknown node clone, or even Apocalypse itself? Qin Chuan seemed lost in thought, his face expressionless. He simply replied to Dismartin, "Old Ma, what are you saying? Can't I just pick up a god-slaying bullet on the side of the road?" Dismartin glared at Qin Chuan and asked, "Do you believe that?" Qin Chuan thought about it. Indeed, this excuse was ridiculous. He couldn't even convince himself. However, Dismartin didn't ask further questions, changing the subject. "You have new god-slaying bullets, which is great. If you want to kill another one, I support you, but who do you want to kill?" Qin Chuan asked, "Old Ma, can you pull out the God of Light? I shoot him. Killing him would be best, but if not, at least give him a good beating." Ahem. Dismartin coughed twice, trying to avoid the question, muttering, "The weather in the abyss has been terrible lately. I even caught a cold." Qin Chuan looked at Dismartin in silence. "Can you come up with a more plausible excuse? You're an abyss demon god, wielding the power of lies and deception, and you're telling me you caught a cold. Why didn't you just say you twisted your ankle while walking?" Dismartin knew his excuse was too crude, so he gave a dry laugh and said, "I'm just trying to liven things up. Okay, let's get back to the point. With my abilities, even pinpointing the God of Light, let alone his location, is a bit of a challenge. You have to find another way." Although he had suspected it, Qin Chuan felt a little disappointed when he got the exact answer. He sighed, "Old Ma, you're useless." Dismartin remained silent, only smiling modestly. On second thought, he felt something was amiss and asked, "Then can you find the God of Light?" "No," Qin Chuan replied confidently. "I'm just a mortal. How can I get involved with you gods? Isn't it reasonable that I can't find the God of Light?" Dismartin was completely speechless, and could only look up at the sky. Then, transforming into an avatar, he poked Qin Chuan's arm and whispered, "Boy, it seems we're being targeted." Qin Chuan looked up, and saw that the sky god had withdrawn from the battlefield, and was floating in the air. From the sky, he gazed down at the ground, his expression filled with undisguised anger. A voice drifted down from the void, "Mortal, how dare you show yourself?" Qin Chuan waved his hand, smiling, "Isn't this the sky god? You look well. It seems the kingdom damaged by the shadow sword has been repaired. You're quite swift." This statement was a prime example of bringing up a topic that was not relevant. The sky god blushed immediately. His wings flapped, raining down hundreds of divine wind blades, slashing the ground into smithereens in an instant. Qin Chuan had already dodged the attack. Dismartin protested loudly, "Sky god, we're already giving you face by letting you fight in the abyss. Do you really want to declare war on us?" As he spoke, the other two abyss demon gods stood beside Dismartin, assuming a fighting stance. Several death messengers also stood ready, poised to strike at any moment. Dismartin has not been idle during this period. He has been building his territory in the abyss. Now, even if he goes to war with the sky god directly, he will have the home advantage. The sky god remained undaunted. "You, the abyss, are worthy enough to challenge us? Even if a war breaks out, so what? We completely destroy the abyss." Dismartin protested, "Then come on." The sky god angrily declared, "Come up if you dare. Let's fight in the void. Come down. Come up." Watching the sky god and Dismartin engage in an endless verbal battle, the hunting goddess beside them quickly said, "Sky god, stop arguing with Dismartin. He's full of lies, and can't be trusted." Dismartin grew increasingly dissatisfied. "What do you mean by full of lies? Hunting goddess, you must be responsible for your words." Qin Chuan remained silent, but he internally grumbled that the hunting goddess's words seemed reasonable. As a demon god who wielded the power of lies and deception, Old Ma certainly wasn't speaking the truth. But Qin Chuan didn't want to see this verbal exchange. He immediately took 2 steps forward and shouted, "Sky god, call out the God of Light. I have a score to settle with him." "You?" The sky god glanced at Qin Chuan with disdain. "A mere mortal dares to confront the God of Light. Do you have the qualifications? Whether I have it or not is not up to you to decide." Qin Chuan remained unmoved, simply shaking the revolver in his hand. "Look at what this is." The sky god was startled and soared back into the depths of the void, transmitting a message through the air. "What's the point of bringing this thing out? It only has 1 bullet. Do you dare to shoot? The moment you shoot, you be dead without a burial place." The sky god was right. With the speed of gods, as soon as Qin Chuan fired the god-slaying bullet, they would attack immediately, even if Apocalypse tried to stop them. Qin Chuan smiled and asked, "Sky god, what makes you so sure I only have 1 bullet?" The sky god was somewhat at a loss for words. Honestly, They still couldn't confirm the answer to this question. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that they hadn't dared to actually take action. The scene of the tiger god's fall was still vivid in their minds, and no one wanted to be the second unlucky one. Thinking of this, the sky god slowed his tone. You, a mere mortal, why bother interfering in the affairs of us gods? I advise you to return quickly to avoid being led astray. The implication was that I was wary of your god-slaying bullet, and I wasn't sure if you only had one, so I might as well pretend I didn't see you and leave quickly so they could continue the fight. But Qin Chuan came here to complete his mission, so how could he just walk away like that? Chapter 10-11. The initial three-way melee slowed considerably due to Qin Chuan's appearance. Even the sky god didn't dare face the god-slaying bullet head-on, let alone the other gods. Higher gods like the war god and the hunting goddess considered themselves just as powerful as the sky god, but they didn't want to be the first to be attacked. As for the beast gods, the unfortunate tiger god who had died was from their faction, and seeing the god-slaying bullet was incredibly painful. As for the mountain trolls' ancestral gods, while they didn't witness the tiger god's fall firsthand, they sensed similar signs while slumbering. Combined with the information they received after waking, they naturally knew that the small revolver contained the god-slaying bullet that could completely vanish them. Their pantheon was already small, so they didn't dare stand out. If they were to be shot, the only ones who would benefit would be the enemy. However, the mountain gods were still very curious about this mortal. They were surprised that even the sky god had temporarily retreated from the fray. It seemed he had suffered considerable losses. The current situation was actually favorable for the mountain gods. They had challenged the beast god to a fight to establish their authority, to show that they were not to be trifled with. If they fought to the bitter end, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. There was no other way. Being outnumbered was a disadvantage. Even if it was a 1-for-1 or even a 2-for-1, the opponent would ultimately prevail. Furthermore, during the battle, the sky god brought his men to disrupt the situation, causing the situation, which had been under control, to spiral out of control. Frankly, if Qin Chuan hadn't appeared, this three-way melee would have easily devolved into a true war between gods. Once one god fell, the war would not cease until the other side was completely annihilated. If that situation arose, the Alpine Pantheon would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. With this in mind, the Alpine gods immediately sought an opportunity to retreat and regroup. As they retreated, the beast god and the church gods lost interest in continuing the fight. The two sides had clashed countless times before, and they knew they couldn't completely defeat the other. A head-on fight wouldn't work. Now that the gods were gradually awakening, if they engaged in a life-and-death struggle, and someone else took advantage of them, they would be ridiculed by the gods. As the warring gods gradually retreated, returning to a three-way standoff, Dismartin whispered, "I didn't realize you had the chops to be a mediator. But you have to be careful. Continuously threatening people with a god-slaying bullet is like constantly squeezing a spring. It will eventually reach a breaking point, and then there will be a frenzied counterattack." Qin Chuan replied quietly, "I understand. That's why I'm here to add a bit of a deterrent." Dismartin knew another unlucky soul was about to fall victim. While excited, he also wondered who would be the lucky winner. The best plan would be to kill the god of light. Unfortunately, the god of light was nowhere to be seen, leaving him with no target to attack. "Who are you going to hit?" Dismartin asked curiously. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Just wait and see." While Qin Chuan was whispering to Dismartin, the gods weren't idle either. The sky gods convened an emergency meeting, their thoughts intertwined. "Are you going to call the god of light? Why did you call me over? Are you trying to get me shot? I think you have bad intentions." "That's not what I meant. I mean, should I ask you for your advice on how to deal with this?" "What's the point of asking? The fake god you created last time was defeated, and there's no new material. Even if the god of light arrives, it's probably going to be difficult to handle. How about we trick the mortal into attacking the beast god? If we can kill one more, our chances of victory will be even better. Then we can contact the gods in the mountains and join forces to attack. We might even be able to completely destroy the beast god." "It's a good idea, but who's going to tell that mortal? And even if we did, would he listen?" Chapter 10-12. This won't work, and that won't work. So what do you think we should do? I'm already thinking of a solution, and look at you, so anxious again. The gods of the church were undecided, and so were the beast gods. However, their options were fewer. After all, the tiger god had died at the hands of this mortal. If they bowed their heads and admitted defeat, they would be humiliated and ridiculed by the gods wherever they went. The tiger god was even furious, almost reviving himself, exclaiming that his death was meaningless. Compared to the fear and hesitation of the beast god and the gods of the church, the mountain gods had less of a burden. One even suggested that they should have the mountain trolls send messengers to contact this mortal. Even if they couldn't become allies, they couldn't become enemies. At least not yet. Soon, all three factions reached their respective decisions. The beast gods left without a word. Thunderroar was the fastest of them all. The Alpine gods prepared to observe the situation. They discovered that this mortal also had a good relationship with the demon god Dismartin. Dismartin and two other demon gods now formed a triumvirate, gaining a formidable reputation within the abyss. The remaining demon gods were afraid to venture forth, fearing they might be targeted. Adding the support of several Deathbringers, it could be said that over 80% of the abyss had fallen under Dismartin's control. If they could secure their support, the Alpine gods would have a powerful bulwark, further strengthening their resolve in future battles against the beast gods. To avoid misunderstanding, one Alpine god shouted from afar, "Dismartin, we harbor no ill will, and do not wish to antagonize the abyss. Please do not misunderstand us." Dismartin nodded, "I love peace. As long as you don't cross the line, I won't make things difficult for you." Qin Chuan muttered quietly beside him, "Old Ma, you say you love peace. Is that right?" Dismartin pretended not to hear. The retreating beast god expressed disdain for the mountain spirit. Spineless. The gods of the church also expressed disapproval. This truly brought shame upon them. But now that the god of light wasn't coming, and the beast gods weren't planning to continue the fight, there wasn't much point in staying. At the sky god's signal, the gods of the church also prepared to withdraw. But Qin Chuan wouldn't come in vain. He shouted into the void, "Sky god, I call you, do you dare answer?" The sky god's heart tightened. What did he mean? Is he going to attack him? Who gave this mortal the guts? The goddess of hunting calmly took 2 steps aside, and said cautiously, "Nedlio, that mortal's offense to you is unforgivable." "Yes, that's right," the god of war echoed. "Now that Brother Light is gone, you must not bring shame to our pantheon. Show off your celestial glory, and don't lose face." Looking at his 2 teammates whose feelings were written so clearly on their faces, the god of sky felt like cursing. It's so easy to say, why don't you agree? The gods are not without selfishness. In fact, in a sense, they are more selfish than anyone else. The god of sky, the goddess of hunting, and the god of war all belong to the church pantheon and share a common leader, the god of light. But when things really get tough, relying on teammates is worse than relying on yourself. Just like this time, when Qin Chuan called out to the god of sky, he knew with his knees that something bad was going to happen. The hunting goddess and the war god weren't thinking about overcoming the difficulties together. Instead, they were contemplating the sky god's swift demise, so they could take his place as second in command within the church's pantheon. As for the position of leader, he had no intention of pursuing it yet. The sky god understood this principle, so he had no intention of responding. Better to lose face than to die. The sky god's silence also made Dismartin laugh heartily. "Nedlio, don't you claim to be the lord of the sky, the first under the god of light? Why are you silent now?" Chapter 10:13. The beast god, who had been about to retreat, quietly stopped. Witnessing the sky god's fall would be truly wonderful. After losing the tiger god, they faced even greater difficulty facing the church's gods. If the sky god were eliminated, it would undoubtedly balance the forces of both sides. A lion-headed beast god spoke from the void, "Mortal, if you can kill the sky god, the tiger god's account will be written off." "How about that?" "Well said. If the sky god can be replaced, I'm sure the tiger god won't object. Mortal, I make you a promise. If you can kill the sky god, you will become a guest of honor of the wolf tribe, and the wolf tribe will no longer actively oppose you. The same goes for our bear tribe." Many beast gods voiced their support, strongly urging Qin Chuan to kill the sky god. The sky god's face turned green with rage. These beasts! How could he, so noble, be compared to the tiger god? The hunting goddess fanned the flames. "Nedlio, if I were you, I would have rushed out and killed that mortal long ago. The majesty of the gods cannot be violated." The god of war agreed, gripping his sword tightly. "I'm almost ready to stand up for you and take down that mortal." The sky god looked at his 2 good teammates with a fake smile and said calmly, "All right, go ahead. I have no objection." "Ahem, that's not the way to put it." The hunting goddess changed her tone. "That mortal specifically asked for you. If we intervene rashly, we might be misunderstood." The god of war also agreed. "Brother god of light always says that you should handle your own affairs. We shouldn't interfere." The sky god was too lazy to respond. "Don't you 2 dare to be more explicit about your intentions?" The sky god even suspected that if it weren't for the crowd, these two would have attacked him. This world is truly going downhill. And the culprit is that damned mortal. The sky god's furious gaze pierced the void, locking onto Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan looked up at the void, a smile playing on his lips. I found you. As he spoke, he fired his revolver. The god-slaying bullet, with unstoppable force, instantly pierced the depths of the void. The shot was so sudden that even Dismartin was startled. It wasn't that he was afraid of being shot, but rather that he was worried about missing his aim and making a waste of it. But as a witness, Qin Chuan was absolutely certain he wouldn't miss. In the void, the sky god was so frightened that his soul nearly flew out of his body. Damn, they really fired. Even the hunting goddess and the god of war were caught off guard. Although they desired to replace the sky god, they also understood the current situation. If they truly lost this crucial force, their situation would be no better. But the god-slaying bullet had already been fired, bearing a dazzling brilliance as it hurtled towards the sky god. How dare you? The sky god roared. He wasn't absolutely certain he wouldn't fall out, but now the bullet was coming. Any other words were futile. If he wanted to survive, he had to stop it. Sky, obey my command. With a roar, the very void began to morph, layer upon layer, transforming into a shield blocking the bullet's path. From the abyss, gazing upwards, visible marks appeared everywhere. This eerie scene was as if the sky were a curtain, with someone grabbing a corner and pulling. Dismartin also grew somewhat doubtful, lowering his voice to ask, is this entire sky an evolution of the sky god's kingdom? Does he have the power to do that? Qin Chuan also sensed something was amiss, but couldn't put his finger on it. After a moment's hesitation he said, let's wait and see. The god-slaying bullet has already been fired. Let's see if the sky god can handle it. When he previously shot down the tiger god, Qin Chuan had felt the god-slaying bullet was immensely powerful. But now that the sky god had stirred up the entire sky to intercept it, he was a little unsure. The data sample was too small to make an inference. In his heart, Qin Chuan was confident the god-slaying bullet wouldn't disappoint him. An object born only at the moment of world destruction wouldn't be edible even for a god. As he pondered, the sky shrank again, revealing a more empty scene. Everywhere was a flickering starlight, and various shapes could be vaguely discerned. Some of them were humanoid, but not all, rather, they only made up a small portion. Qin Chuan focused his gaze and discovered that the starlight was truly the divine kingdoms hanging high in the sky. So many divine kingdoms, so many gods, some of them types he had never seen before. This shocked Qin Chuan. So many divine kingdoms, even in his previous life as a divine general, he had never seen them before. How many secrets lay hidden beyond the sky? What role did the sky god play in all of this? Recovering his mind, Qin Chuan gazed into the void, wondering if the sky god could survive. The path of the god-slaying bullet was covered with divine shields, but the moment they came into contact with the god-slaying bullet, they exploded, unable to stop it at all, unable even to slow it down. The bullet continued its swift and determined flight towards the sky god. Naturally, the sky god would not sit idly by and wait for death, continuously creating curtain barriers to block it. The sky itself began to shatter in the process. But this was not enough. Forbidden sky! Nedlio roared, and a void blade slashed across the sky, slicing it apart. A hollow void pierced between him and the god-slaying bullet. The god-slaying bullet continued its momentum, charging directly into the hollow. A smug look crossed Nedlio's face. Where this void led, even he didn't know. Once this god-slaying bullet entered, there was no way out. However, this move would also cause irreversible damage to the sky, effectively reducing the sky god's authority and power, permanently. Unless forced into a corner, the sky god wouldn't have used it. But consuming the god-slaying bullet was a good thing. Just as Nedlio was about to unleash his divine power to smite Qin Chuan to death, he saw a flash of cold light flash in the void, followed by a bullet flying out of the void. The god-slaying bullet had returned. Chapter 1014. Impossible. Sky god Nedlio tensed, his kingdom trembling with uncontrollable terror. He had even sacrificed a portion of his own authority to create the void zone, so that even if the kingdom was swallowed by it, it would be hard to survive. Yet, a single bullet proved useless. Nedlio had heard from the god of light that the god-slaying bullet had appeared before, but it wasn't as formidable as this one. With a willingness to sacrifice, it could be reduced and blocked. Even if it meant falling asleep for tens of thousands of years, it was better than perishing immediately. This time, the god-slaying bullet left Nedlio feeling unable to dodge. How could the void zone be ineffective? Faintly, Nedlio sensed the power of the rules. This god-slaying bullet was imbued with an additional force, allowing it to counteract the void zone's annihilation effect and re-emerge to pursue its target. This is a guaranteed hit. How could this damned mortal possess such power? Nedleo roared inwardly. It's said that no matter how powerful an attack is, it's meaningless if it misses. Take the god-slaying bullet, for example. While it can certainly obliterate gods, a little cunning and a way to dodge it is enough. There are many ways to deal with it, and gods can choose different responses based on their authority. If all else fails, just bear it head-on, seeing if your own fate is stronger than the god-slaying bullet. For the sky god, the sky is his home turf and his tool. The spatial power emanating from it, capable of both offense and defense, is an absolute, top-tier force. But his previously unstoppable tactics have now met their greatest nemesis. Guaranteed hit. Once this effect was activated, even if the sky god pulled the entire sky in to resist, filling the sky with void zones, it would be unable to stop the god-slaying bullet's advance. In a flash, the sky god siphoned space behind him, creating several void zones. The void possessed a powerful self-repairing ability, allowing the sky god to retreat as it did so, slightly increasing the distance between him and the god-slaying bullet. This displacement technique made even Desmartin exclaim in admiration. That guy, Nedleo, has truly grasped the power of space. He can actually use it this way. Qin Chuan also gained a lot. His darkest hour could break the boundaries of time and space. His previous methods of use were rudimentary, consisting of simple displacement and teleportation. Seeing the sky god's agile use of the void zones now touched him deeply. However, judging by his visual observation, this method must be very exhausting. Qin Chuan could clearly sense the sky god's exertion. The most obvious evidence was the rapidly decreasing aura of the sky god, and the increasingly distinct abnormality in the sky. The sky, like a curtain, became even more chaotic, as if about to be completely lifted. Qin Chuan asked Desmartin beside him, "Old Ma, what's going on in the sky? Were all those things faked by the sky god?" Desmartin was a little unsure. It looks like it, but if Nedleo could achieve that level, his combat power would be far greater than it is now. At this point, Desmartin explained, if the sky god possessed that kind of power and wielded my power of deception, no one in the entire world would tell the truth, because that power would encompass the entire world. If the sky god's power truly controlled the entire sky, even the god of light would have to call him Big Brother. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and speculated, so the strange phenomena in the sky are caused by the sky god, but not entirely by him. Is that what you're saying? That's pretty much it. Desmartin nodded, then quickly added, Nedleo's pretty tough. He's survived all this time, but it looks like he won't be able to hold out much longer. Boy, when did you master that guaranteed hit? That's quite a surprise. Chapter 1015. As he spoke, Nedleo's desperate roar echoed through the void. Brother God of Light, save me! Faced with the relentless pursuit of the god-slaying bullets, he had exhausted every possible means, even consuming the power of the kingdom of God, consuming most of it from his Holy Spirit warriors, but still, he could not stop the advance of the god-slaying bullets. At this point, the sky god could only think of the god of light as his only hope for survival. What filled the sky god with despair was that, despite the brilliant starlight in the void and the kingdom of God hanging high above, the glimmer of light belonging to the god of light offered no response. The god of light was there, but showed no sign of appearing. This scene also left the church gods, such as the goddess of hunting and the god of war, somewhat perplexed. While they normally hoped to replace the sky god, at this moment, they still hoped that he would survive. They understood the principle of the lips and teeth being cold. As their leader, the god of light should have stepped forward at this moment, but he remained silent, leaving them, no doubt, heartbroken. If this continued, the divine spirit would be scattered, and the camp's cohesion would be gone. Bang! Endless brilliance shone from the sky god's brow, and the god-slaying bullet pierced the barrier unhindered, striking its target. At the same time, countless cracks appeared in the sky, shattering like a mirror. Hit! But before Qin Chuan could savor the fruits of victory, he saw an even brighter light emerge from the void, instantly illuminating it as bright as day. The shattered sky gradually returned to its original state in this radiance. Qin Chuan was suddenly filled with uncertainty. Could it be that the god of light had resurrected the sky god? The reason he hadn't taken action was because he knew the god-slaying bullet would inevitably hit, so he simply didn't stop it, waiting until the sky god was dead before attempting to rescue him. But the previous victim of the god-slaying bullet, the tiger god, perished without a trace. Could the god of light truly be so confident he could resurrect the sky god? If he could accomplish such a feat, the god of light's power must be truly terrifying. Qin Chuan continued to observe, and discovered that after the sky god was struck by the god-slaying bullet, his divine kingdom had collapsed. The Holy Spirit warriors within it perished instantly, and the entire kingdom was returning to its divine essence, gradually dissolving into nothingness. The sky god's divine body also revealed its true form. It was a fairly handsome human, though his features differed slightly from those of the humans of Blue Star. Qin Chuan pondered. The sky god hadn't existed from the very beginning. It seemed he had ascended the long steps to divine status, and had existed until now. A closer look revealed something peculiar. The divine body, which should have been destroyed, now had black tentacles sprouting from the wounds. They quickly spread across its torso and limbs, even opening a hole between its brows. The body, which should have been crumbling, was held in check by these tentacles, halting its collapse. Immediately afterwards, the sky god began to move, but his eyes were lifeless, and there were no signs of the law of the sky on his body. It wasn't so much the sky god's resurrection, as it was his shell moving. This method immediately reminded Qin Chuan of the false god on Meteorite Island. A terrifying hypothesis also emerged in his mind. The god of light had failed to resurrect the sky god, or perhaps he had no such intention. He simply wanted to use the sky god to create a new false god. As for the purpose of creating a false god, there was no need to ask. It was definitely to attack him. As if to confirm Qin Chuan's suspicion, after a brief period of adaptation, the sky god's shell immediately rushed towards the abyssal land. Qin Chuan could see the black tentacles on the sky god's shell constantly wriggling, prompting the sky god to respond and adjust its direction. After a quick calculation of the direction, Qin Chuan was certain that this puppet-like sky god was coming for him. "Old Ma, come on, let's get tough." Qin Chuan's voice was grave. That old god of light has no moral principles. He's actually using the sky god as a pawn. Chapter 10:16. Dismartin was already on full alert. Not only was he prepared himself, but he also had the other two demon gods, the Lord of Pain and the King of Magma, on guard as well. Even the Deathbringer was brought in. It wasn't that he was afraid of the sky god becoming a puppet, but rather that the god of light might take advantage of the situation and attack. That would be troublesome. While preparing for battle, Dismartin didn't forget to ask, "Are your god-slaying bullets expired? Why didn't they completely destroy the sky god?" The tiger god had been shot, leaving not even a trace of ash, yet by the time he reached the sky god's side, his body was still intact. Qin Chuan replied, "If you say it collapsed, then it did. The sky god has fallen, and his kingdom has been destroyed. But his divine body has been preserved by the god of light through some means, probably those black tentacles. But then again, when did the god of light do anything? I even suspect the sky god was infiltrated before his death." Dismartin looked puzzled. "I'm also impressed by the sky god's strength. He's second only to the god of light. Could the god of light really tamper with a being of this level?" Honestly, Qin Chuan couldn't be sure. This matter was truly bizarre. The black tentacles within the sky god's body seemed to be somehow related to the source of the Black Death. Qin Chuan had previously speculated that the god of light had also been infected by the Black Death, but had been able to suppress it. Now it seemed likely that the infected god of light had secretly attacked the sky god, causing him to be infected unknowingly. If this were true, then besides the god of light and the sky god, were other church gods also infected? Furthermore, are the beast gods, or even those still sleeping gods, safe? In the game, the Black Death is currently only active in Eternal Night, and due to the imminent return of the Lady of Night, the range of movement of infected individuals and exotic beasts is being continuously reduced. Yet, among the gods, the Black Death is everywhere. Absurd. But if you think about it carefully, the disappearance of the Black Death from the Apocalypse continent is actually shrouded in mystery. 10,000 years ago in Belly City, the church was completely helpless against the Black Death. Later, Qin Chuan exposed Alessa to the power of shadow, which could suppress the Black Death. It was only the subsequent war that forced Alessa and her followers to flee to the Eternal Night continent. By that point, the Black Death from the Apocalypse continent was certainly not completely eradicated. Yet, 10,000 years later, there is no trace of the Black Death. This doesn't make sense. But now isn't the time to dwell on this issue. The most urgent task is to withstand the attacks of the puppet sky god and guard against sneak attacks from the god of light. A thought struck Qin Chuan, who shouted, "God of light, was it you who caused the sky god to become like this? Your methods are even more sinister and vicious than those of the ancient gods." These words were not addressed to the god of light, but to the other deities of the church, including the beast god and the mountain god. In the void, the eyes of the hunting goddess and the god of war flashed, their thoughts rapidly communicating with each other. The sky god was shot dead, it was simply bad luck. But the black tentacles behind him made the deities of the church feel uneasy. That thing didn't look like a good thing. God of light, what happened? Besides the sky god, was anyone else also being encroached upon by the black tentacles? Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will grow immeasurably. The church gods quietly distanced themselves from each other, maintaining their vigilance. The swooping puppet sky god suddenly stopped, and then the silhouette of the god of light appeared beside him, gazing down into the abyss. Finally, the god of light vanished again without a word. The puppet sky god also soared into the void, disappearing in a flash of light. It seemed he had entered the god of light's kingdom. The god of light had no intention of continuing the fight, and Qin Chuan decided to withdraw while he was ahead. He still had one god-slaying bullet left in his hand. He had to save it. But then again, that old god of light was truly cunning. He hadn't said a word. Otherwise, Qin Chuan would have fired even at the risk of having no trump card. What a shame, Qin Chuan muttered, and leisurely pulled out the god-slaying bullet, pressing it into the reel, and then performed a few tricks with it. This scene made the church gods, who had been holding on to some ideas, turn and walk away. Holy shit, this mortal actually still has the god-slaying bullet. No wonder he dared to shoot, he was really trying to catch a fish. The god of war said as he left, this mortal is incredibly cunning. If we had rushed forward thinking he had no bullets, we'd probably have been shot too. That's right, the goddess of hunting agreed. If he can pull out another bullet, he might have 2 or even 3. We can't take any chances. The gods nearby all agreed. Then, as they spoke, they all fell silent. What they wanted to know most was what had happened to the sky god, but no one dared to speak first. Even the beast god had watched the spectacle unfold, and logically, he should have taken advantage of the sky god's fall to launch an attack. But the strange appearance of the sky god made them hesitant to act rashly. More importantly, the god of light was still there. Rushing forward rashly would yield no benefit. As for the several high mountain gods, they didn't dare to say a word. It's not that they only been blinded for a few thousand years. How could they no longer understand the world? Is this still the apocalypse? But those old rivals are all there, so they're definitely in the right place. I can't figure it out, I really can't. The void quickly returned to calm, and the shattered sky gradually healed. But upon closer inspection, something felt odd, unreal, completely devoid of its previous naturalness, rather a bit contrived. But considering the sky god is dead, this phenomenon seems understandable. Nonsense. The sky should be the sky, it won't become abnormal just because the sky god is dead. The sky didn't exist because of the sky god, rather, its existence gave rise to the laws of the sky and condensed the corresponding deity. The order here can't be reversed. Qin Chuan looked up at the sky. How many secrets lie behind this false veil? Chapter 1017. This three-way battle ultimately ended with the sky god's defeat. This outcome clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Dismartin hadn't expected the sky god to die this time. After confirming that the light god had truly departed and wouldn't return, Dismartin relaxed his guard slightly, condensing his avatar, and approaching Qin Chuan with a complicated expression. Qin Chuan laughed and said, "Old Ma, what's with that expression on your face? Are you afraid I shoot you?" Dismartin shook his head. "It's not that I'm worried about that. I'm just wondering, has the sky god truly fallen? While his kingdom has indeed collapsed, his divine body still exists, which makes me a little uneasy. What if the god of light truly has some special means to revive the sky god? That would be troublesome." Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Old Ma, you're really scaring yourself. With the sky god in that state, do you think there's any chance of his resurrection? And I just received news that the sky god's followers have all suffered a backlash. The great lord. All the bishops and priests have ascended to heaven, and even those less purist believers have essentially fallen into dementia." Qin Chuan then added, "Rather than worrying about the sky god's resurrection, we should consider what has happened to the god of light. Those black tentacles must have a deep connection to the source of the Black Death. By the way, Old Ma, how much do you know about the Black Death?" Dismartin replied, "I don't know much about the Black Death, but one thing is certain. It's precisely because the Black Death brought so much death that the power of the Deathbringer has resurfaced and ultimately been acquired by us." "Ah, of course. I haven't been a Deathbringer for a long time now." Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he pressed. "Did you inherit the power of the Deathbringer?" Dismartin replied, "Yes, didn't I tell you?" Qin Chuan stared at Dismartin, speechless. "What the hell did you say? That old Ma, he's always coming up with new tricks." In the trial footage left by Alessa, Qin Chuan had speculated that the Deathbringers were originally Alessa's followers, but now Dismartin told him that they weren't the original Deathbringers, but rather inherited them. This power must be even older. But on closer inspection, it made sense. The concept of death is definitely more than 10,000 years old. For 10,000 years, the city of Belly was shrouded in the shadow of the Black Death, and the people's fear of death led to the reappearance of the Deathbringer. But this definitely didn't create the Deathbringer's deity. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment, but didn't dwell on it too much. The Deathbringer's origins were likely the same as the power of shadow, far older than one could imagine. Moreover, what needed to be clarified now was the strange phenomenon within the Sky God. Are only the Sky God and the God of Light infected, or are there others who haven't yet manifested themselves? Qin Chuan recalled that when the Tiger God was killed, no black tentacles appeared. His death was very quick. Either he wasn't infected, or he didn't have time to activate. The former was more likely. This led Qin Chuan to speculate that the Sky God's infection was most likely the work of the God of Light. What's wrong with that guy? He calls himself the God of Light, yet his actions are so shady. In contrast, he wields the power of shadow, but he's upright and has a clear conscience. Their power attributes should have recovered by then. As he pondered, Dismartin's voice echoed in his ears. I don't know what you're thinking, but I have a feeling you're flattering yourself. Hearing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but lash out. What do you mean by flattering yourself? Old Ma, are you a worm in my stomach? How do you know all this? I mean, you're slandering me. Chapter 10:18. The two chatted and laughed, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Qin Chuan received a message from Di Jialingyu. President, something bad has happened. Something's happened. Qin Chuan casually replied, it's changed. Hurry up and put away your clothes. Di Jialingyu, Di Jialingyu, President, your joke is so unkind. That's not what I meant. I can't explain it in a few words. Please log off and see. Qin Chuan immediately had a bad feeling and looked at Dismartin and said quickly, Old Ma, I have to leave first. Be careful. If anything happens, please contact me. With that, he used Darkest Hour to teleport to a safe zone and log off. In the game cabin, Qin Chuan jumped up, grabbed Darkest Hour, and quickly walked to the balcony. Before he even stepped outside, he felt the light was extremely dim. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It should have been noon. The daylight should have been bright, but it felt like dusk. Going to the balcony and looking up at the sky, Qin Chuan fell silent. The sky seemed to be shrouded in a curtain. The sun was invisible, and the clouds were so thick that they seemed to have no end in sight. This strange sight was clearly not ordinary. Qin Chuan had already seen the community security team patrolling with flashlights. Neighbors had also left their homes, staring blankly at the sky, occasionally picking up their phones to make calls. However, judging by the way they were circling back and forth with their phones, the signal was probably not very good. Qin Chuan waved his hand to summon a demonic shadow, letting it envelop him, then used Darkest Hour to teleport 1,000 miles away. The sky remained as dark as ever. Teleporting again, he arrived directly at the mountains of Rhea. Still the same. Next, Qin Chuan teleported one after another, visiting North America, Australia, and basically every major region of the globe. But without exception, the sky appeared unusually. This wasn't just a Yin country issue, it affected the entire blue planet. With some thought in mind, Qin Chuan teleported back to his residence and turned on the TV. The news was an emergency announcement. According to the official statement, the solar storm had caused some astronomical phenomena, which were normal, and the public was advised not to panic. Qin Chuan knew, of course, that this explanation was unreliable, but it was only a temporary solution. We couldn't just say we didn't understand the cause yet, and let everyone guess. That would be even more futile. But Qin Chuan vaguely confirmed that this was because he had killed the Sky God. But if that was true, the impact of the apocalypse on Blue Planet would be far more profound than anticipated. Beep beep. The game cabin chimed with a message. Someone had sent Qin Chuan a private message through the forum. Opening it, it was from Akabane. Akabane, President, do you have any idea about this strange phenomenon in the sky? Qin Chuan fell into deep thought. How should he put it? It couldn't be that he shot the Sky God, indirectly causing the phenomenon. That wouldn't be appropriate. But on reflection, it seemed like the only way to put it was. If someone else had asked, Qin Chuan might have resorted to deceitful tactics. But Akabane was from the national team, and now that the strange phenomenon had occurred, Akabane had come to inquire about it. He must have gotten the message. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan replied, this is a supernatural phenomenon. If it were anything else, He might have to explain the underlying principle, but for this, Qin Chuan was confident Akabane would understand. There was no reason for Yen Nation not to know about the events in North America, and they would certainly be studying and discussing them. As expected, not long after Qin Chuan sent his message, Akabane replied, "I see. So, President, what can we do? Do we have any good countermeasures? For example, delaying or preventing it?" "No." Qin Chuan's reply was concise and clear, silencing Akabane. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, "All I can say is to strengthen routine precautions and work hard on leveling up. Anything else won't be very helpful right now." Chapter 1019. Akabane sent another message a few minutes later. "President, you said if we bomb the sky with missiles, could we blow the clouds apart?" Qin Chuan smiled silently. If he hadn't been reborn, he would probably have thought this plan worth trying. But now, Qin Chuan could clearly say it was useless. Once the apocalypse arrives, the rules of the world will change. All the previous heavy firepower will be rendered useless in a very short time. Even humanity's most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb, will be reduced to a mere lump of iron. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan decided to reveal a little more information to dissuade the national team from their unrealistic fantasies. To cope with the apocalypse, the only way to act according to its rules is to follow them. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan sent a message: "Nuclear bombs are useless. Go to bed early." After sending the message, he closed the forum and went to the window, gazing at the sky and pondering silently. If the skies of the two worlds are connected, does that mean that the apocalypse world lies on the other side of the sky? Of course, judging by the current progress, even if we passed through the clouds, we wouldn't be able to see apocalypse. It hadn't fully transformed into its true form yet. But regardless, this sudden change in the sky wasn't good news. Looking out the window, I could see fewer people on the street. Such a strange sight was clearly unsettling. Thankfully, there hadn't been any monsters running around the streets yet, otherwise that would have been truly thrilling. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan remembered something else. Apocalypse had already opened up withdrawal slots twice. Based on his understanding of the players, he estimated that some were about to jump out. He went back to tell Dijiaolingyu and Qiyu to keep an eye on this, and communicate any news as soon as possible. Relogging into the game, Qin Chuan opened the quest list and fell into deep thought, looking at the unfinished third-level quest. He had defeated the Sky God, so logically, the quest conditions should have been met. But the quest hadn't been completed. It seemed the Sky God's case wasn't over yet. He probably had to destroy the remaining husk of the Sky God to truly conclude it. Or perhaps, he could find another unlucky soul and shoot him. But forget about the latter. Qin Chuan only had one god-slaying bullet left, which he had to keep as a trump card for self-defense. Just as he was wondering where to go, he noticed that the progress of the global co-op quest had skyrocketed to 18%. Qin Chuan recalled that the Lingang City incident had only added 2% to his progress, and the progress gained by ordinary players leveling and killing monsters was very small. Even a day of global leveling together wouldn't add even 0.1%. So, in the blink of an eye, his progress increased so much. Having been in the abyss before, Qin Chuan hadn't noticed when the progress had increased, and Tianqi hadn't issued a notification. Qin Chuan immediately sent a message to the guild to inquire. Based on the responses from others, Qin Chuan pieced together the general situation. While he was in the abyss, his progress had skyrocketed by 10%. This was undoubtedly the result of the Sky God's shot. The other part stemmed from the incident involving Yi Yingluo and Jixing. At the time, the emergency wasn't just happening in Lingang City, but also with the Dark Elves and the Mechagnomes. Yi Yingluo went to the Dark Elves, while Jixing went to the Mechagnomes. Now, both of them had completed their respective events, increasing the progress of the joint battle mission by around 5%. While the two had returned, Qin Chuan summoned them to Lingang City to inquire about what had happened. Qin Chuan also noticed that Yi Yingluo and Jixing had both surpassed level 70, indicating they had both completed their third-class advancement. Unsurprisingly, this had occurred while they were handling the incident. While pondering, Yi Yingluo and Jixing approached. Yi Yingluo was now clad in heavy, pale plate armor, with a shadow sword dangling from his waist and a pitch-black shield on his back. Looking at his personal information, his class had changed from Divine Light Knight to Shadow Sword User. Qin Chuan said, "Yi Yingluo, it seems your inheritance quest is progressing smoothly." Yi Yingluo smiled brightly and replied happily, "I feel like I'm very compatible with the Shadow Sword inheritance, and the quest is going smoothly. President, I must thank you for giving me this opportunity to inherit." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "The inheritance chose you. I'm merely passing it on." It's all your own hard work. Through the conversation, Qin Chuan gained a general understanding of the Shadow Sword class's characteristics. This class is unique. Not only does it excel in frontal combat, offering both offensive and defensive capabilities, it also boasts a special assassination form. It can utilize the power of shadows to conceal its presence, sneak up on its target, and launch a surprise attack with the Shadow Sword. This not only deals immense damage, but also inhibits the target's recovery, laying a solid foundation for subsequent close combat. It even has a corresponding method for dealing with ranged enemies. By directly marking a shadow mark, you can use the Shadow Sword's power to flash forward. If I had to say a flaw, it's probably that it lacks the powerful self-recovery of the Divine Light Knight. However, the Shadow Sword user possesses a passive combat life-sucking bonus, which should allow for some recovery. Qin Chuan nodded repeatedly, praising, "Yes, this class is quite good. I think it's definitely one of the best hidden classes." Ying Luo echoed, "I think so too." After a pause, Ying Luo said nervously, "Well, President, I have something to tell you. I hope you won't be angry." Qin Chuan smiled, "Do you think I'm a stingy person? Just tell me." "Well, it's like this," Ying Luo explained. "Didn't you give me a fire dragon before? This time, I accepted the Shadow Sword inheritance and changed my class, and the fire dragon has been affected, becoming a black flame dragon." As he spoke, Ying Luo summoned the fire dragon, now known as the Black Flame Dragon. The once crimson dragon's scales had now turned dark red. This appearance reminded Qin Chuan of the Shadow Dragon. They really look somewhat similar. Chapter 1020. Qin Chuan hadn't expected that Ying Luo's flame dragon would also be affected by the inherited power of the Shadow Sword, gaining shadow attributes. He then wondered if the original Shadow Dragons were giant dragons of other attributes that encountered the power of shadow, thus giving rise to the Shadow Dragon clan. Recovering his focus, Qin Chuan asked, "How does this Black Flame Dragon compare to the Flame Dragon in terms of combat power?" "The improvement is quite significant." Ying Luo's expression brightened, as he excitedly explained, "The Black Flame Dragon is now legendary quality, and even more powerful than legendaries of the same rank." Hearing this, Qin Chuan also smiled. An additional legendary power is undoubtedly good news. Ying Luo continued, "In addition, the attributes. The Black Flame Dragon's attacks have shadow attributes, significantly reducing the effectiveness of ordinary defensive measures." Qin Chuan nodded. This was not surprising. The shadow attribute comes from the power of shadow and inherits some of its characteristics, the most notable of which is its difficulty to defend against. Combined with the Shadow Swordsman's charge, a giant dragon's unexpected approach was unparalleled in both actual damage and visual impact. "Not bad," Qin Chuan nodded approvingly. "I'm happy for your achievements." Ying Luo said modestly, "It's all thanks to the president's guidance." The two of them exchanged credits, and Ji Xing beside them said quietly, "I think I came at the wrong time." Qin Chuan frowned and said unhappily, all right. Tell me what you gained in the City of Gold." Hearing this, Ji Xing immediately became proud, raising his head and saying proudly, "Not much, I just evolved the Destroyer to Legendary, and then dug up a new blueprint and built a second Legendary mecha. The Annihilator." As he spoke, Ji Xing summoned the Annihilator, a massive mechanical creation comparable in size to the Destroyer. Compared to the barrel-covered Destroyer, the Annihilator was more of a melee fighter, equipped with a massive hammer in its left arm and a chainsaw in its right. Its powerful, murderous aura reached him. Yi Sakura Luo's Black Flame Dragon growled, feeling uneasy. Clearly, the Annihilator felt threatened. Even a legendary dragon, facing a Destroyer and Annihilator, both also legendary, would have a barely 50% chance of success. However, the Black Flame Dragon could fly, and even if defeated, it could still flee, making it inherently invincible. "Excellent." Qin Chuan clapped his hands, approvingly saying, "With two legendary mechas in hand, Ji Xing's firepower alone can rival an entire guild." Ji Xing could barely suppress the smile on his face. If he had a tail, it would have been perched high in the sky. "Oh, that's just the appetizer." Ji Xing's expression grew increasingly smug. "President, do you remember the small robot we obtained in the mechanical ruins?" Qin Chuan recalled and nodded. "I remember back then, the pioneer said the energy problem hadn't been solved, otherwise it would have been incredibly powerful." At this point, Qin Chuan asked with some anticipation, "Have you solved the energy problem?" "Of course." Ji Xing's tone dragged out, then he changed the subject. "No." Qin Chuan looked at Ji Xing in silence. Ying Luo said, "Sister Ji, you probably end up in the dark room if you talk like that. I have a feeling the president has some blueprints in his bag, So be careful. Ji Xing said firmly, I believe the president isn't that kind of person. Then he looked at Qin Chuan, lowered his voice, and asked uncertainly, President, right? Qin Chuan grinned, a bright smile, and asked, What do you think? Ji Xing immediately became honest and quickly explained, I tried it before, and I found that I can't produce a suitable energy source at my current level. I'm afraid I have to wait until I reach level 100 and complete my 4th class advancement. This was expected. Or perhaps it was normal. The mechanical pioneers failed to solve the energy problem until the end of their civilization. If Ji Xing could solve it at level 70, the entire mechanical civilization would become a joke. Chapter 1021. Qin Chuan could even say that even if Ji Xing reached level 100, she would still have a hard time finding the mecha's energy source, perhaps even lacking the necessary qualifications for a saint realm. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan said, We take our time on this. If you have any questions, just ask. We work together to find a solution. Ji Xing nodded, I understand. After inspecting Ji Xing and Yingluo's progress, Qin Chuan was quite satisfied. As he spoke, Di Jialingyu's voice echoed nearby. President, Vice President, you're all here. It seems we arrived at the wrong time. Looking in the direction of the voice, not only was Di Jialingyu present, but Xiao Jing and the Snow Swordsman were also there. Qin Chuan was speechless. Did these guys have a private conversation? Why are their statements so remarkably consistent? Everyone took a turn, and Jing spoke first. President, how did the sky become like that? Do you have any idea? Di Jialingyu hinted. President, we all received our prizes. Huh? You too? Ji Xing was surprised. I thought I was the only one who received a prize. Yingluo analyzed. You too? Could it be that the prizes are distributed based on player level, with higher level players getting priority? Although no one said it explicitly, the meaning was clear. They all gained access to Tianqi, but what they had retrieved was unknown. But being able to extract something from the game into the real world was beyond imagination and truly unbelievable. So, when the strange phenomenon in the sky appeared, everyone couldn't help but think twice. Plus, Di Jialingyu had already invited Xiao Jing and the others to her residence and arranged strict security measures. Upon learning that this was the president's instructions, they immediately realized that their president must know something. Qin Chuan observed the curiosity and anxiety in everyone's eyes, paused for a moment, and said, Everyone, I can clearly state that your speculations are basically true. So be prepared. A new order will emerge, and the period will be extremely turbulent and chaotic. This? Di Jialingyu's expression was a little dazed, and she muttered, President, I can't believe it. If that were the case, it would be truly unscientific. Qin Chuan smiled and asked, Do you think the events in North America can be explained by science? After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, If you really can't figure it out, just treat it as a miracle. Miracle? Xiao scratched her hair, looking embarrassed. If that's the case, then we atheists are at a disadvantage. President, you know, we basically don't believe in that, but people outside do. If a miracle really happens, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? Everyone pondered, and it seemed to make sense. Qin Chuan shook his head in denial, saying in a profound tone, Even if a miracle truly occurs, it's not necessarily a good thing. Look at those gods in the game. Do they ever care about the lives of mortals? Since Apocalypse hasn't officially arrived, much information can't be fully explained, but Qin Chuan believes that with Xiao and his wits, they surely grasped something. And just as Qin Chuan predicted, Xiao said uncertainly, That being said, President, I think the church people treat the believers well. They even give out bread. Qin Chuan smiled, If you pay a monthly offering, you can get bread too. Ji Xing calculated for a moment and said, Based on the donations from the believers, we could buy at least 20 times as much bread, and that's not even factoring in the extra expenses like indulgences. As he spoke, Ji Xing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, President, why don't we start a church ourselves? Click. Qin Chuan reached out and tapped Ji Xing on the forehead, saying unhappily, You might as well give it a try and see if the church can handle you. Speaking of the church, Qin Chuan recalled the chain reaction triggered by the Sky God's fall and warned, The sudden death of the Archbishop and bishops of the Sky Church this time is an example of faith backlash. Faith is no joke. Chapter 1022. Okay, Ji Xing said with a hint of regret. I thought I found another way to make a fortune, but it seems I was overthinking it. Di Jialingyu asked curiously, Sister Ji, are you short of money? Ji Xing casually said, I have the Destroyer and the Annihilator now, and I'm also researching new energy models. Spending money is like opening the floodgates. I'm almost broke. Di Jialingyu waved her fair little hand, saying generously, Sister Ji, I cover the expenses of the Destroyer and the Annihilator. Ji Xing was tempted, but after thinking it over, she shook her head and said, It's okay. I'm doing pretty well as a dungeon mercenary now, and I can cover the expenses of 2 mechas. Qin Chuan slowly typed a question mark. What exactly are dungeon mercenaries? Ji Xing explained. As you know, Guild Master, our guild is so full of talent that we don't even need to go all out for raids. Even for group raids, we only need to contribute a little. So, we decided to help other guilds with their raids. Not only will our boss-killing expenses be fully reimbursed, but we can also choose equipment for free, and each piece of equipment comes with a profit share. The income is pretty good, enough to sustain the Destroyers and Annihilators. After saying this, Ji Xing looked at Qin Chuan and asked carefully, Is that okay? Qin Chuan smiled, What's the problem? I'm so happy you can be self-reliant. I was wondering if the guild warehouse's equipment has been slow to clear lately. So you all been using it as thugs. Ying Luo also said, Before this trip to the Dark Elf map, I led the Xiao Yaotang guys through a nightmare-level dungeon. The others also shared their experiences, each of them having made a tidy profit. After a brief chat, everyone returned to the previous topic. Xiao asked curiously, President, you said the gods don't care about the lives of mortals. That shouldn't concern us, right? We don't believe that. At most, we can just keep our distance. The others pricked up their ears, ready to hear the details. Qin Chuan pondered, formulating his words before saying, If you were a fully armed hunter, would you miss your prey? Everyone couldn't help but ponder. Ji Xing said gravely, President, you mean we're all prey? That's not so bad, is it? Qin Chuan casually pointed to the ground. Do you care how many ants you step on while walking? In the eyes of the gods, we're just ants. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Qin Chuan encouraged them, saying, But there's no need to despair. Things haven't reached their worst point yet, and we won't always be ants. Compared to when we first entered the game, our strength has improved significantly. Godfather is right. Zhao's tone brightened. I believe that by following Godfather, we can definitely win. Right, Snow Swordsman agreed. Whatever the president says, we do it. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Although many things remained unclear, and we didn't know how things would unfold, as long as we followed the president, whether it was a god or a boss, it wouldn't matter. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan concluded, You should stay with Dijialing for now. Don't wander off. If you're worried, you can ask your sister Di to help arrange for someone close to you to come over. Since Tianqi forbids the disclosure of information, it's enough for everyone to keep it to themselves to avoid having your prizes taken away. Everyone nodded in understanding. As they spoke, Dijialing seemed to have received some news. Her expression shifted as she said, Guild leader, I received word that a gas explosion occurred at the Rakshasa Palace's offline gaming base. Qin Chuan nodded. As for the supernatural phenomenon, I expected it. Dijialing hesitated, but couldn't suppress her doubts. She asked, Guild leader, you should know what would happen if you lost the title of God spokesperson. After all, there have already been cases in North America and Rhea. Why did you still attack Rakshasa Yudaism? Qin Chuan casually said, It's better to be prepared. Given Rakshasa Yudaism's personality, what do you think would happen if you received the Apocalypse Prize? Dijialing tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said decisively, It's definitely not a good thing. Xiao said, I heard some rumors about the Rakshasa Palace Guild. The atmosphere within this gaming guild isn't very good. When I played other games before, things like black and golden fur equipment were a constant occurrence. Those group leaders, as long as any female player in the group, who was even slightly attractive would be harassed. As for their guild leader, Lu Sha Yudaism, his behavior was even more egregious, even resulting in a fatality. However, without direct evidence, the case was left unresolved. I fully support the guild leader defeating Lu Sha Yudaism. Snow Swordsman echoed, I also heard what Xiao said. It said Lu Sha Yudaism spent a considerable amount of money to settle the matter. Dijialing looked at Qin Chuan and asked calmly, Guild leader, how do you think we should handle this? Qin Chuan countered, If I'm not mistaken, you should have been keeping an eye on this for a long time. Send me the location and have your people evacuate. After a pause, Qin Chuan added, If your Lin family has any connections in the area, please come forward. Don't bring too many people to the scene. Contact Qiyu later, and have them send someone to handle the situation. Dijialing nodded, no problem. I contact them right away. As he spoke, Qin Chuan vanished from sight. It's time to log off, and send Lu Sha off on his final journey. Chapter 1023. Damn it! What the hell is going on? After running 3 miles in one breath, Liu Shaquanxue, feeling as if he had exhausted all his potential, stopped and turned, stunned, staring at the guild's esports base, reduced to rubble in the distance. Earlier, their leader, Liu Shaoyudaizhen, had been stripped of his spokesperson title by Night Wanderer and had gone offline, sulking and staying indoors. As vice president, Liu Shaquanxue was responsible for the subsequent arrangements. Before they could finish their work, the esports base exploded. The blast emanated from the president's office, instantly collapsing the surrounding walls. Thankfully, the core members were equipped with gaming pods, which were of good quality, and escaped the rubble, allowing almost everyone to escape. The surviving Liu Sha Hall members found Liu Shaquanxue somewhat distraught. What was going on? Was there a gas leak and explosion? But that didn't make sense. The explosion came from the president's office, and there were no gas tanks in there. The personnel on the scene didn't think twice, preparing to slash and dig out Liu Sha first. But before they could act, the collapsed rubble expanded, and fleshy tentacles thicker than thighs burst out. In the blink of an eye, they had smothered several guild members against the wall, smearing them evenly. Liu Shaquanxue roared angrily. "Run!" Then he fled without a backward glance. The others reacted slower, but soon also fled for their lives. Running until there were no other people around, Liu Shaquanxue gradually slowed down, turned around, and stared blankly at the esports base. Is he really not dreaming? He only seen that scene in movies. Tentacles that could slam people against the wall would also scoop up flesh and devour them. Why does this feeling resemble the ancient gods in the game? Thinking of this, Liu Shaquanxue suddenly remembered some recent rumors about unusual phenomena in North America, and it was related to titled players. Now, encountering this kind of thing again, Liu Shaquanxue had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Just as he was hesitating, he seemed to see a dark shadow flash by from the corner of his eye, heading towards the ruins of the base. Liu Shaquanxue gritted his teeth and headed back. Though he knew it was extremely dangerous to go back now, the lingering curiosity in his heart made him return in a state of nervous anxiety. Curiosity kills the cat. However, Liu Shaquanxue was lucky enough not to die, but he was simply amazed. He saw a dark shadow severing the waving tentacles one by one. For a moment, Liu Shaquanxue felt like he was still in the game. Could this be a scene that could happen in the real world? Also, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but Liu Shaquanxue had the feeling that the dark shadow glanced at him. This time, Liu Shaquanxue turned and ran without stopping, as if he had made up his mind. Damn it, whoever wants to stay here can stay. Behind Liu Shaquanxue, a black shadow easily cut off the attacking tentacles, glanced at Liu Shaquanxue's back, then quickly averted his gaze and ignored him. This shadow was naturally Qin Chuan. When he teleported over, Liu Shaoyudaizhen was nowhere to be seen, and only the fleshy tentacles of the ancient god could be seen. Qin Chuan hadn't immediately killed Liu Shaoyudaizhen to complete the mission, mainly because he was worried about the ancient god's influence. Liu Shaoyudaizhen had defected to the ancient god's camp. If he were stripped of his spokesperson title, the backlash would cause the ancient god's power to emerge prematurely, which was not a good thing. But the subsequent events in Lingang City made Qin Chuan determined to send Liu Shaoyudaizhen to his death. However, he was also prepared to deal with any abnormalities immediately. As for Liu Shaoyudaizhen's location, it was easy to determine. As a large-scale gaming guild with a well-developed esports industry chain, Liu Shaoyudaizhen usually stayed at the esports base. Especially after the launch of the Apocalypse server, he became a permanent resident there, rarely leaving. Chapter 1024. Since I could rest in the gaming cabin anyway, I didn't even need a bed. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at the still-twisting flesh tentacles on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. The power of the ancient god remained as corrosive as ever. The dark red blood flowing from these severed tentacles had even corroded the concrete floor, transforming it into a sticky, bloody mess that was physically unpleasant to look at. Furthermore, Qin Chuan could clearly sense an abnormal signal emerging from the nearby space, continuously transmitting into the corrupted void. Once the apocalypse officially arrived, the ancient god would seize the opportunity to act and extend its tentacles into this world. At that time, this esports base would most likely become the initial landing point, the ancient god's twisted lair. But Qin Chuan soon realized his speculation was a bit too optimistic. Although no flesh tentacles appeared, the ruins shook, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and a deformed monster rose up. Its shape somewhat resembled the faceless man, but it was more crudely made and clearly inferior. Looking at the location where the monster had appeared, Qin Chuan had a glimmer of understanding. This was Liu Shaoyudaizhen. After his title as Deep Sea spokesperson was purged, He suffered backlash from the ancient gods, ultimately becoming a twisted monster. Perhaps, it was the erosion of the flesh and blood tentacles that transformed him into this form. Previously, cross-regional paranormal phenomena in North America were primarily related to blood servant, primarily because vampires predominated there, and the backlash encountered was naturally blood servant. Raksha Judaism, however, colluded with the ancient gods, resulting in an even more ferocious and terrifying backlash. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan wielded Darkest Hour, attempting to create a void zone. Having previously seen the sky god use this move to evade attacks, Qin Chuan felt it could be used not only for defense and evasion, but also for offense. A fine blade of air flew out, leaving a completely invisible path, precisely slicing through the distorted monster's body. Based on Qin Chuan's knowledge of distorted monsters, this kind of cut wouldn't normally kill them. Even if broken in two, they would quickly heal. But this time, the distorted monster, broken into two, fell to the ground and did attempt to piece itself together, but a small gap was clearly visible between them. It was this missing part that prevented the distorted monster from healing. Even though the two halves appeared to be joined, a closer look revealed a tiny yet insurmountable gap between the two sections. This was the damage caused by the spatial gap. Let alone a low-level distorted monster, even an ancient god would have lost 2 tentacles if struck by this blow. Ah! The distorted monster let out a full-throated roar. Then its head tilted and it died on the spot. Qin Chuan pondered. The previous blow not only severed the monster's body, but also seemed to sever its life force. If he could further develop this ability, master it thoroughly, and unleash a massive, ethereal slash that could reach hundreds or even kilometers, he would have a powerful offensive tool. After the distorted monster died, its flesh and blood began to rapidly decay and dissolve, quickly transforming into a pool of mud. It made contact with the ground, hissing and emitting a pungent, fishy odor. Unable to replenish it, the decaying flesh and blood eventually lost its vitality, transforming into a mass of a strange material. It resembled flesh, but with a lustrous, inorganic texture. While pondering, Qin Chuan heard sirens in the distance, and even the sound of a helicopter. Clearly, the military had arrived. Qin Chuan looked around, making sure there were no remaining flesh tentacles, and then teleported away. As for the items on the ground, he didn't take them with him. He would leave them for the military to study. Although Qin Chuan knew that there would probably be no result, at least it could serve as a reminder to the national team. Chapter 1025. The enemies we will face in the future cannot be judged with common sense. Just after Qin Chuan left, a group of heavily armed soldiers surrounded the scene and cautiously approached from different directions to investigate. Soon, a small team discovered a pile of unknown material on the ground. Various anomalies in the surrounding ruins were also highlighted. At the same time, others were recovering data with tools, preparing to find the esports base's membership list and later locate the members for investigation. In other words, when the esports base was originally built, it was chosen in a remote location with few residents to save money. Otherwise, this sudden explosion, coupled with the subsequent events, would have likely caused even greater unrest. Even so, rumors were flying everywhere. In particular, the collective offline presence of the Rakshasa Hall members sparked considerable speculation. When the official announcement came out stating that the Rakshasa Hall esports base had exploded due to a gas leak, resulting in casualties, most players didn't think much of it. However, some, based on the information they had received, speculated that something major had happened to the Rakshasa Hall. Some players even discovered that the character Raksha Judaism, the leader of the Rakshasa Hall, was gone, sparking considerable discussion. While Rakshasa Hall's actions were shady, constantly stealing monsters and bosses, drawing widespread resentment from ordinary players, it's undeniable that the guild was still very powerful. Now that the leader had directly deleted his account, the esports base erupted in outrage, prompting conspiracy theories to circulate, claiming it was retaliation from the Night Wanderer. When Qin Chuan heard the news, he was momentarily stunned. No, what does this have to do with him? How did it become retaliation? While there's a connection, this isn't retaliation, but rather a precaution. Eliminating Raksha Judaism would certainly accelerate the onset of the ancient god's corruption, but if it's left unaddressed, Raksha Judaism's connection to the ancient god will only intensify, and when apocalypse arrives, the resulting chaos will only worsen. Qin Chuan didn't want to see the ancient god suddenly reappear. That would definitely not be good news. While pondering, Qin Chuan received a message from Yu. President, I heard a little rumor. It seems the higher-ups have decided to adjust their publicity efforts, and are planning to intensify Apocalypse's promotional efforts to attract more people to the game. The military, in particular, has already purchased a large number of gaming pods and helmets. I expect a large number of new players will be entering the game soon. Qin Chuan replied, as expected. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan sent another message. We could offer some assistance. Aren't Ji Xing and the others working as dungeon mercenaries? You can talk to the national team. Let's get in touch. Who should I bring? What do you think? Yu, I agree. President, our family plans to shift its focus to Tianqi and will establish several guilds. I'm wondering if you have any suggestions. Qin Chuan, you can make your own decision. No need to ask me. But I must say one thing up front. I know the Lin family is not only wealthy but also well-connected. But if I find out that a Lin family guild is abusing its power, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Yu, don't worry, President. If that happens, I'd be the first to punish them. Qin Chuan, I still trust your character. By the way, since the Lin family is establishing a guild, would you like to go back and help? Yu, what, Guild Master, are you trying to kick me out? Qin Chuan, no, I'm just thinking about you. It saves you the trouble of running back and forth. Yu, I don't care. I'm staying at Peak anyway. Qin Chuan, since you say so, then so be it. I just need your help with something. Yu, please go ahead, Guild Master. Qin Chuan, please keep an eye on Lu Sha Quangxue for me. Send a few people to monitor him, but that's all they need to do. No further action is needed. I'll let you know if there are any follow-up arrangements. Besides Lu Sha Quangxue, I give you a list of players. Keep an eye on all of them. Don't tell Chiyu about this for now. You understand? You understood? Got it. This matter deserves attention, but the national team can't be involved too soon, so it can only be handled individually. This made you a little proud. Looking at the entire Peak Guild, who else could do this besides her? After asking for some more precautions, Yu went offline to make arrangements. Qin Chuan received several more private messages from people, including Longting Tianxia, all seeking to understand the inside story of the Rakshasa Temple base explosion. Longting Tianxia cryptically warned, Boss Yushin, we better not do anything illegal, it's inappropriate. Qin Chuan felt a little helpless. Why do they all think he was responsible for the Rakshasa Temple base explosion? It was clearly a gas leak. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan replied, it really wasn't me. Never mind, just assume it was me. By the way, have you won any prizes recently? Tianqi has already opened up withdrawal permissions twice, but there's no specific number of winners. However, given Longting Tianxia's level and equipment, his chances of being selected are quite high. After the message was sent, Longting Tianxia took a long time to respond. You really can't hide anything from me, sir. This prize is a bit confusing to me. Where did it come from? Is this still the blue star I know? Qin Chuan, yes, but soon it won't be. Just wait, I predict it won't be long before the streets are full of prize winners. Longting Tianxia, oh my god, that would be complete chaos. No, winning a prize is a win for a few people, but a widespread win is a bug. If everyone wins, doesn't that mean no one wins? Qin Chuan, that's the truth. So don't worry, you'll be crying later. Before the conversation ended, the sound of a server-wide announcement drifted through the sky. Special event triggered. The Sky Trial Secret Realm opens. Pass the trial to obtain the Sky Legacy. Chapter 1026. This announcement came somewhat suddenly, and its purpose was also somewhat obvious. Qin Chuan could easily guess that this was definitely the work of that old light god. The Sky God's body had been taken away by the light god, causing Qin Chuan to fall short of completing his third-level mission. Now that the Sky Secret Realm had opened, this couldn't be a coincidence. When the Tiger God fell, the Tiger God's secret realm didn't appear. Qin Chuan even wondered if the Sky Secret Realm would ultimately involve a battle with the puppet Sky God. But regardless of whether the Sky Secret Realm was a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he had to venture in. If the puppet Sky God was inside, then he could easily be eliminated and the mission completed. If, on a different note, the Light God was also waiting there, even better. He could give that old man a shot, forcing him to continue hiding behind the scenes and causing trouble. At the same time, the Peak Guild became abuzz with discussion of this incident. Members who hadn't yet received a legacy quest, such as Xiao Yinmi and the Swordsman in the Snow, were particularly concerned. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said to the guild, this secret realm presents certain dangers, but also presents opportunities. Whether or not to go is entirely voluntary. If it were a quest issued by the God of Light, saying there's a secret realm here and everyone should come explore it, Qin Chuan would never enter, and he wouldn't let anyone else in the guild either. But this was a notice from Tianqi. And judging by player feedback, it was a global notice, allowing even players from other realms to participate, sparking a lot of discussion. Yin Nation players even called it unfair. They were the ones who crossed over to the Sky God, so why should the Legacy Secret Realm be open to other realms? Even though many cross-regions hadn't yet resolved the issue of the corrupted Void Passage, they still held high hopes and confidence for this secret realm. If they could obtain the Sky Inheritance, could they surpass the Night Wanderer? In this situation, Qin Chuan felt that the Sky Secret Realm was worth a try. At least for now, Apocalypse was still maintaining order, so this secret realm could essentially be considered a special instance. As soon as Qin Chuan spoke, the other peak members immediately prepared. Jixing also sent a private message asking, "Guild leader, would you like me to go in and take a look at the situation? I'd love to help the rest of the guild obtain the inheritance. Whether or not we have to fight bosses, I do whatever I can." Ying Luo, Song Ling, and the others with inheritance quests shared similar thoughts. Even the guild leader said it was dangerous, so they should go in and help the others. They originally helped them obtain the inheritance, and now was their chance to show their skills. Qin Chuan replied one by one, saying he would enter the Sky's secret realm without their help. After hearing this, Jixing and the others stopped talking. With the president on the move, it really didn't matter whether they went or not. Going might even hinder the team. The others, hearing the president was going, felt reassured. This was a sure thing. Xiao excitedly declared in the guild, "With my godfather's help, I definitely win the inheritance." Yinmi, unwilling to be left behind, said, "Me too." Swordsman in the snow, "President, is it too late for me to call you godfather now?" Qin Chuan said helplessly, "I'm a single, good young man, and having you three grown men for no reason? It wouldn't be appropriate to get the word out." Xiao, "Of course not. It's appropriate, absolutely appropriate." Yinmi, "That's right, President, you saved yourself 20 years of detours. Isn't that wonderful?" Swordsman in the snow, "Those two have already said it. What else can I say?" "I say, President, your opinion is brilliant." Qin Chuan was completely helpless against these three idiots. Dijialing Yu asked curiously, "President, with your current wealth, you're still single?" "Impossible." The others were also eager to gossip. Although no one spoke, it was clear they were all staring intently, waiting for news. Qin Chuan feigned to change the subject. "Since you're talking about opening a secret realm, do you know where the entrance is?" Chapter 1027. Dijialing Yu, "President, please don't be like that. Answer my question first." Qin Chuan, "Someone, get this guy out of here." Dijialing Yu, "If one of me falls, there are still thousands of me." Sister Ji, "Please say something, Sister Ji. Didn't you ask me to ask?" Jixing, I didn't. Amidst the banter, a new notice began to float around. Countdown to the Sky Secret Realm opening. The secret realm will open in 5 minutes. Players, please be prepared. Immediately afterwards, Xiao sent a message to the guild. "Everyone, look. There's a dungeon in the sky." Qin Chuan looked up and saw a massive dungeon entrance floating in the sky, solidifying. The countdown to the secret realm opening was also flashing next to the entrance. The Sky Secret Realm is in the sky. This makes sense. Qin Chuan pondered. If he was right, this secret realm didn't have a direct teleportation array. In other words, players who want to enter the secret realm must find a way to fly up. This serves as a preliminary screening process. Players who can't fly up can only watch. Xiao complained in the guild. "Who designed this secret realm? Why is it in the sky? Yinmi, do you have to fly up? I can't do it." Snow Swordsman at Dijialing Yu. "Sister Di, can you lend me your flying magic carpet? I reward you handsomely when you succeed." Xiao, "Same here." Ying Luo, "I can take a few of you with me, my black flame dragon. Those who want to go to the secret realm, please gather in Bailey City. I take you up later." Dijialing Yu, "I'm planning to go in and take a look too. I'm just the right person to take with me." Jixing, "Everyone, don't panic. Watch me." As he spoke, Jixing directly placed a dozen goblin helicopters into the guild warehouse. These were the blueprints he had gotten when he first started farming the rich mining area. Jixing had been saving the materials to build them, and today they finally came in handy. Jixing, "This goblin helicopter can only be used by one person, but our guild is small, and with the other people's flying mounts, it should be more than enough." Qin Chuan was very pleased. "Jixing, you done a great job. I give you a credit this time." Jixing, "I can't just eat and not work. Let's make do with this goblin helicopter for now. I research and improve it later. I add offensive features." Not only will it fly faster, but it can also kill monsters. Kill two birds with one stone. Qin Chuan, the offensive features don't really need to be enhanced too much. Our guild is quite strong. I think we can increase the flight speed and load capacity. Not only can it carry an entire group, but at least it can move quickly. That will definitely sell well. Hello? Jixing, are you still there? Jixing, no I'm not. Goodness me, if her guild leader's idea came true, she'd probably be locked up in a dark room, working on blueprints. Qin Chuan felt a little disappointed that his creative idea had been politely rejected, but the countdown to the Secret Realm's opening was drawing to a close, and there was no time for further chit-chat. At this moment, Xiao and the others had already gathered in Bailey City, including Akabane and the others. The opening of this Sky's Secret Realm was truly an opportunity not to be missed. Upon seeing everyone arrive, Qin Chuan said nothing, simply admonishing, "Don't rush into the Secret Realm. Observe the situation. No problem, we all follow the Guildmaster's instructions. We do whatever you say, Guildmaster. We won't wander off. Finally, I get to dungeon with you again. It's been hard work. The last time I fought a boss with you was just last time. Thinking back, it seems like it happened right before my eyes. Shuezi, the last time you fought a boss with you was on Purgatory Island. It wasn't long ago, but it was just before my eyes. Why do I feel like my seniority is dropping so quickly? Your imagination is just illusory." As he spoke, the dungeon entrance took shape in the sky. With only 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Qin Chuan waved his hand, and everyone mounted their mounts and took off. The surrounding players wept. So many flying mounts? How much would that cost? Look at the guild name again. So it's the Pinnacle. That's alright then. Chapter 1028. At the same time, a small number of players in other areas of Bailey City also took to the air, heading towards the Secret Realm entrance. Not only in Bailey City, but also in the other 11 main cities, elite players used various means to ascend to the air. The opening of this Sky's Secret Realm allowed many hidden masters to emerge. In the Peak Guild, Jixing curiously said, "President, it seems there are many hidden talents in Apocalypse, and many players have found opportunities." Yi Luo pointed to a uniquely shaped flying mount in the distance, and said with some surprise, "The Frostfire Chimera. It's rare. I only seen a few among the Dark Elves. I didn't expect a player to obtain one so soon. It's quite something." Qin Chuan glanced at it for a moment, then looked away, saying calmly, "Apocalypse has a lot to offer. Someone encounters their own luck every moment. Apocalypse has so many opportunities that even Qin Chuan couldn't grasp them all. Putting aside other things, just the 12 main cities alone, each with its own hidden quests, plus the special NPCs in the wilderness, meant Qin Chuan couldn't possibly obtain them all even if he ran himself ragged. So Qin Chuan maintained a calm mindset. Opportunities are only what you can obtain. Furthermore, opportunities come in different levels. Top-tier opportunities, like the soon-to-be-open Sky's Secret Realm, are definitely not to be missed. Through contemplation, the group ascended several hundred meters, bringing them closer to the Secret Realm's entrance, practically within reach. However, the countdown hadn't yet ended, and they could clearly sense an invisible force hindering their progress. "Guess we have to wait a while," Qin Chuan said. Everyone simply waited patiently. While waiting, they saw several players, who were clearly not from Yen Nation's inter-regional team, flying over. Xiao's eyes widened, and he muttered, "Guild leader, why don't we get rid of these foreigners? How can we give this Sky's Secret Realm to outsiders?" Dijialing Yu also quite agreed. "Guild leader, let's not even talk about whether our guild can ultimately obtain the Sky's Secret Realm's inheritance. Even if we can't let it fall into the hands of foreign players. Otherwise, it will always be a hidden danger." Indeed, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement, looking at Yi Luo and Jixing. "You have your own inheritances, both as powerful as the Sky's Secret Realm. You don't need to enter this secret realm. Just hold them back outside." Jixing nodded and replied, "No problem. As long as they're not from Yen Nation's inter-region team, I hold back as many as come." Yi Luo also suggested, "Guild leader, why don't we keep the other guilds out? If only our guild members enter, how can we possibly hold the inheritance?" Qin Chuan shook his head. "That's unnecessary. Not everyone is suitable for the inheritance. If we don't have the right person, the inheritance will be lost. It's even possible that the Secret Realm dungeon won't activate even if we enter. So there's no need to stop the other guilds. Let them enter." Qin Chuan looked at the Secret Realm entrance and said slowly, "Keep a normal mind. Opportunities aren't something you can deliberately pursue, they often appear unexpectedly. Since their own guild leader had spoken, the others stopped talking. As the countdown neared its end and the secret realm was about to open, Ji Xing immediately separated from the main group and flew towards the foreign server players. The destroyer's cannon swung, unleashing a barrage of fire. Instantly, flames shot up into the sky, and the foreign players, harboring dreams, were blown to their knees. After struggling for a while, they were defeated, their health bars drained and sent to the respawn point. Nearby players were startled and quickly distanced themselves, fearing they would be instantly killed. But after a while, they realized that only foreign players were being attacked. Immediately, someone shouted, "Peak Guild, well done! I was saying this sky heritage belongs to us, Yin Nation. What are those foreign players meddling in? Excellent! Peak has taken action. This heritage is exclusively for our Yin Nation. Will this cause protests from foreign servers? Let them die. We Yin Nation does what we do, so why should we care about the opinions of foreign servers? Peak Guild clearly has the ability to stop everyone, but it only intercepts foreign players. They're relying on righteousness. This must be the Night Wanderer's intention. They say the Night Wanderer is petty, but I think he's quite generous. But then again, it seems like the Night Wanderer is also going to enter the sky's secret realm. What's our business if he's in? It seems like stopping him won't make any difference. What if he succeeds? Anyway, let's get in first. While the players were discussing this, Ji Xing was already firing on all cylinders, sending all the foreign players who approached back home. This immediately caused the Yin Kingdom Forum to explode again, with countless foreign players coming to protest. Tianqi didn't even restrict our entry, so why are Peak blocking the door? Peak is so selfish. If they have the guts, just open the entrance and let's compete fairly. Damn Night Wanderer, he must have been behind this. The foreign players' protests were drowned out by the barrage of saliva. The Yin Kingdom players fired on all cylinders, showing the foreign servers what beautiful Yin Kingdom is all about. A fierce verbal battle ensued, with forum replies increasing by over 100,000 every second. It was a bustling scene. Compared to the bustling forums, the entrance to the secret realm was much quieter. With Ji Xing and Yi Yingluo present, no matter what methods the foreign players used, they were unable to break through and were all stopped outside. When the entrance opened, Qin Chuan immediately led the others in, followed closely by the waiting elite players from Yin Nation. Qin Chuan and his group entered the secret realm. 5 golden gates surrounded the vast open space. Chapter 1029. Huh? Why are there 5? Xiao expressed confusion. Logically, there should be 6 gates. The swordsman in the snow asked in confusion, you mean 5 isn't enough? While the two were muttering, the others observed the golden gates before them. Upon closer inspection, they actually noticed some differences. The 5 gates were essentially identical in overall specifications, but there were slight variations in the patterns on the doorframes. With the 3rd gate in the middle as the center point, the 2 on the left and the 2 on the right were symmetrical. Looking at the patterns on the gates, the central gate's pattern was based on an ellipse, resembling a torso, while the other 4 were primarily linear, with angles resembling limbs. The more Qin Chuan looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Thinking back for a moment, his expression grew even more peculiar. Isn't this the Dark Mage? 5 cards combined to summon Big Dick. Oh no, it summoned the big boss. A question mark appeared above Qin Chuan's head. Could it be? Is the God of Light also a card gamer? How outrageous. As he pondered, several lines of golden runes appeared on the clearing. Using Apocalypse's built-in translation function, they were transformed into familiar text. The sky encompasses all things, and so does inheritance. Each golden gate corresponds to a specific inherited power. Choose the power that aligns with it and challenge it. Each player has only one chance to challenge. Failure will result in expulsion from the secret realm and prohibition of re-entry. This secret realm will be open for 36 hours. The countdown begins. I wish you all a successful start. These few lines of text clarified the reason for the 5 gates. Xiao and Shuizhong also stopped whispering and came closer, asking, Godfather, what should we say? The others were also curious. Almost everyone was present this time, save for Yi Yingluo and the others who had already received the inheritance. These 5 gates clearly weren't enough to share. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and said, let's first see what inheritances correspond to different gates, and then choose the one that's close to our class. As for whether or not we can obtain the inheritance, that depends on our individual strength and luck. Godfather, you're right. Xiao nodded repeatedly in agreement. Another voice echoed from the side. As expected of Night Wanderer, you're a master. You're so insightful. The voice sounded familiar. Turning around, it was Long Tongue Tianxia and his 3 companions, along with several core players from Long Tongue Dynasty. Looking to the side, there were many familiar faces, all well-known elite players, numbering in the hundreds. The entry requirements for this Sky's secret realm weren't too difficult. While ordinary players couldn't make it, elite players still had some tricks up their sleeves. However, after entering, no one rushed to act. Instead, they gathered around the peak, eager to see what the Night Wanderer god had planned. Seeing the players gathered, Qin Chuan simply raised his voice and said, "Everyone, you've seen the requirements for this secret realm. Please consider which area you wish to challenge." Since he had allowed these Yin Nation players in, he wouldn't force them out right away. No need. The Sky God's inheritance was divided into 5 parts, likely a design by Tianqi. However, this also indirectly reflects that the power wielded by the Sky God is complex, not simply one. Unfortunately, he encountered Qin Chuan. Faced with the god-slaying bullet, the Sky God showed no resistance and was ultimately defeated. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan began to check the corresponding powers of the gate. As the countdown began, new characters appeared above the gate. From left to right, they read, Extreme Speed, Flight, Light, Space, and Wind, corresponding to different inheritance challenges. Qin Chuan is most interested in space, but since he holds the darkest hour, he has also learned some knowledge from the study of time and space, so he can apply what he has learned to other areas, and is not in a hurry to make a choice. Chapter 1030. Other attributes like extreme speed, flight, and wind aren't particularly necessary for Qin Chuan. The central light attribute is what Qin Chuan cares about most. For one thing, its location, the golden gate in the middle holds greater authority. For another, Qin Chuan could sense a force behind the light gate that made him wary. If the god of light had orchestrated some sort of plan for this secret realm, it was most likely within the light gate. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Chuan said to the crowd, "I go to the light gate in the middle." Then the surrounding players' expressions shifted. Most of them breathed a sigh of relief. These players clearly weren't choosing the light gate. Although the Night Wanderer didn't restrict their entry and generously let everyone choose their own entrance, everyone knew that competing against the Night Wanderer had a near-zero chance of success. Now that they were able to avoid him, it was undoubtedly good news. Even if they had to compete against a top-tier member, it was better than facing the Night Wanderer head-on. The two were completely different in difficulty. The players planning to choose the light gate were in a difficult situation. Competing with the Night Wanderer seemed impossible, and the probability of failure was high. Furthermore, if they were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance, and then the Night Wanderer, enraged, attacked, would they block it or not? The key was that even if they wanted to, they couldn't. The players gritted their teeth and stamped their feet. Switch. After all, there were still 4 gates. Even if there were dozens of competitors, it was better than facing a single Night Wanderer. And then a magical scene soon unfolded. Qin Chuan stood before the central golden gate, no one beside him. There were at least 50 or 60 players gathered in front of the other 4 gates. For example, the flying gate had hundreds of players gathered. Flying is a natural allure for humans, who could resist soaring through the sky. As for the Peak Guild, everyone's choices varied. Xiao was torn between extreme speed and wind, ultimately choosing extreme speed. His class was unique. The faster he moved, the higher his damage, making extreme speed the most suitable. Yinmi, on the other hand, chose wind. Among the others, Jing chose space, which best suited her space mage. Choosing anything else was a cough. Su Chongqing, after much deliberation, chose the flying inheritance. A flying plate armored nurse seemed quite promising. Otis and Tianxing, on the other hand, chose the wind attribute. Senior brother him chose flying. He dreamed of becoming a sword immortal who could fly with a sword. Let's not even talk about whether Tianqi even had a sword immortal class. At least he had learned flying. Akabane's group, on the other hand, diversified their investments. Besides the light source, they each took 2 of the other 4 gates. Longting Tianxia also adopted this strategy. His 4-man team each had a gate, clearly assigned. After a brief moment of deliberation, the other Yin Nation players, who entered, also chose their corresponding inheritance gates. Then, everyone looked at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled, said nothing more, and stepped forward through the golden gate, his figure disappearing on the spot. With Night Wanderer leading the way, the others followed suit, entering one after another. After a flash of white light, Qin Chuan noticed a change in the scene before him. He checked the game's additional functions. The friend list was visible, but messages could not be sent. Things like the guild channel were still viewable, but temporarily unavailable. This is quite mysterious, Qin Chuan muttered to himself. However, judging by this situation, He speculated that after entering the inheritance gate, players would enter separate trial spaces, rather than gathering together for the trial challenge. Otherwise, there would be no need to block the communication function. Unfortunately, Qin Chuan was the only one who entered the light gate, so there was no way to verify the authenticity of his speculation. Chapter 1031. Concentrating his mind, Qin Chuan surveyed the space. Like the secret trial realms he had encountered before, it was remarkably simple. But soon, the surrounding scene began to change. Light condensed, gradually forming a glowing humanoid creature. After locking onto Qin Chuan, it immediately launched a fierce attack. The attack method was somewhat crude, consisting of only the most basic punches and kicks. But it was incredibly fast. Dozens, even hundreds, of attacks would arrive in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, these attacks would change form at any moment, shifting direction without warning, making it impossible to defend against them. However, Qin Chuan's four-dimensional attributes were off the charts, especially his agility, which was incredibly high. Combined with the speed boosted by his dancing wings, he was able to dodge them. While dodging, Qin Chuan also attempted to counterattack. His skills did indeed hit the light creature, but it seemed to have no substance, and his skills passed through it unhindered, flying until its energy dissipated. But the light creature's attacks still felt overwhelming. It's physically present when attacking, but not when being attacked. It's quite the scoundrel. However, Qin Chuan knew that since this was a secret realm acknowledged by Tianqi, there must be a way to break it. It simply hadn't been found yet. On a different note, isn't this light secret realm a bit too difficult? If only he were a bit slower, Qin Chuan felt like he'd be blasted into a sieve by the light. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be ejected right from the start. But that's how inheritance secret realms work. Just because you're allowed in doesn't mean you're handing over the inherited power. When Qin Chuan wielded the power of shadow, the inheritance secret realms he challenged were extremely difficult. The secret realm they entered this time was a completely unrelated force, equivalent to starting from scratch. It was strange that the difficulty would be low. And the reality was just as Qin Chuan had predicted. At this moment, at the entrance to the sky's secret realm, orbs of light continuously swooped down towards the ground, holding bewildered players within. Until they landed, they didn't realize what had happened. Eliminated just like that? No, this was too fast. Seeing players emerge from the secret realm, the ordinary players, unable to ascend to the sky, quickly approached to inquire, wanting to know what was going on inside. The players who had been sent down struggled for a long time, but couldn't explain anything. They only knew that after entering the Golden Gate, they arrived in a pure white space, then seemed to see something flash, and then appeared on the ground. Their words were so hazy that the surrounding players were even more confused. Naturally, these players were not convinced by their elimination, and with a try-it-out mentality, they flew back up to the sky, hoping to re-enter the secret realm. After all, the entrance had been floating in the sky since it opened, so why not give it a try? But no matter how hard these people tried, the entrance, so close at hand, remained elusive. One player, though unfortunate to be eliminated, turned his attention to starting a transportation business, helping those unable to reach the entrance. Since they were already here, they might as well earn some entrance fees. However, these players were also very considerate. They didn't forget to explain the situation to Ji Xing and Yi Luo, and even offered half of their profits. Ji Xing pondered, undecided whether to accept the offer. Yi Luo said, "Take it. Sister Ji, your destroyer and annihilator require fuel, which is quite expensive. Consider it a subsidy. As for allowing more players to enter the challenge, that's not a big deal. The fact that the president only told us to intercept players from foreign servers, not players from Yin Nation, speaks volumes. Besides, as you just heard, winning the secret realm trial depends on both luck and skill." Ji Xing pondered the same logic. In the blink of an eye, another player was eliminated. After a moment of frustration, they joined the transport team, sending more players up to the challenge. And even then, the players hadn't seen Night Wanderer, nor had the other peak members, leading to a flurry of discussion. As expected of a peak, he's truly impressive. But there are only 5 inherited powers, and after deducting the light gate Qin Chuan had entered, the remaining 4 were clearly not enough for all peak members to pass the test. Soon, someone was sent out. It was Yulin AI. He glanced around and realized he was the first person in the guild to be eliminated. He was filled with shame, muttering to himself, "Oh, my poor performance. I'm really embarrassing the guild president." The challenger next to him, who had already been eliminated long ago and had transported several groups of players to the sky, turned his head away, pretending not to hear. "Good boy, you persisted until now and still think it's lame. Then what about us who were eliminated right after entering? Yulin Ai sighed for a moment, and Chi Yuchi was also sent out. The two looked at each other and cried bitterly. It's over, they're at the bottom. Soon after, more players were sent back, especially those who couldn't fly up on their own and had to rely on others to carry them up. They were eliminated as soon as they entered, even faster than the transport team. One player was surprised to find that he had just sent 2 players up, but when he flew down, they appeared on the ground again. He even thought he hadn't sent them there. Such situations abounded. With the help of the eliminated players, at least 2,000 players attempted the challenge, but without exception, they all failed instantly. This also discouraged many players who were eager to try. Going up once is not cheap. If the money is just for the sake of seeing the sound, it's fine. But it's clearly a waste of money. They should think carefully about whether to try it. But more players heard the news and gathered around. What if they succeeded? Even Night Wanderer said that obtaining the inheritance depends entirely on luck and strength. While they lack strength, luck is something that no one can predict. The sight of Yen Nation players constantly ascending to challenge the realm made foreign players' eyes brimming with envy. This secret realm is open to the world, so why is it exclusively reserved for Yen Nation? Is there still law and justice? I strongly demand fair competition. Chapter 1032. Outside the secret realm, Yen Nation players were constantly challenging themselves and being eliminated in seconds. Foreign server players were furiously complaining, demanding the secret realm entrance be opened so they could enter. Inside the secret realm, beyond the 5 gates, players still trapped in the trial space faced various tests. In the extreme speed trial, Xiao ran with abandon, not daring to stop. Behind him, a pack of beasts formed from mist, howling and relentless in pursuit, tireless and unfazed. Xiao was utterly frustrated by the pursuit. There was no explanation at all. He was being pursued by the beasts the moment he landed. How could he possibly justify this? It was because he couldn't contact the outside world, otherwise Xiao would have already been complaining in the guild. This wasn't a heritage trial, it was clearly a prank. In other extreme speed secret realms, players were constantly being overwhelmed by the beasts, driven out of the secret realm, and sent back to the surface. As players were eliminated and information gathered from all sides, the players gradually understood the nature of this heritage test. The speed heritage tests the player's movement speed. Once inside, you just run. If you're not fast enough, you're eliminated. It's a very simple and brutal experience. Furthermore, the beasts inside will constantly accelerate. If you don't have any means of acceleration, it's best not to challenge them. Even if you do, you be in vain. The flying heritage next door, on the other hand, doesn't have beasts chasing you, but it tests the player's flight perception even more. Simply put, once inside, you just fly, but your direction and altitude will be randomly altered periodically. Players must quickly find the correct flight path. If they make a mistake, they're eliminated. The light heritage is currently unknown, because Night Wanderer chose this one, so other players simply skip this gate. Don't compete with anyone, not the Night Wanderer. You can't compete even a little. The spatial inheritance next to the light has quite high requirements, requiring players to master teleportation skills. In comparison, the final wind inheritance is relatively simpler, requiring players to withstand the gale. It's just that the wind is a bit stronger, enough to blow boulders into the sky. After this information was compiled, more players came to challenge it. Before, I didn't know what the trial would be like, and I was unsure. Now that I know the requirements, I can just prepare in advance. That's a sure thing. Then, more players entered and exited, their expressions bewildered. What happened? I think I understand. After dodging the light attack again, Qin Chuan pondered. The attacks of this light creature are difficult to dodge, and they are constantly accelerating. Even with his speed, it would be difficult to dodge them if he delayed until later. And if you rely purely on speed to clear the level, you should go to the extreme speed or flying inheritance gates, not the light. Therefore, passing this inheritance trial definitely wasn't about speed. As the saying goes, the answer lies within the mystery. To defeat this light creature, all we need to do is cut off its source of power, in other words, block the light. While dodging earlier, Qin Chuan had already noticed that the light in the surrounding space was continuously strengthening the light creature. Every time it tried to increase its attack speed, the light would change ever so slightly, dimming slightly for a moment before regaining its strength. This being the case, it's reasonable to infer that if it couldn't continue absorbing the light, the opponent's attacks would become increasingly weaker until they completely disappeared. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately activated the power of shadow and cast Shadow Curtain, illuminating the entire space. The light creature's surface color immediately changed, dimming, and its speed noticeably decreased. But the next second, the light penetrated the curtain, replenishing the creature with enough energy to restore its speed to its maximum level. If Shadow Curtain doesn't work, then try Shadow Domain. Qin Chuan didn't panic and immediately activated Shadow Domain. The shadow area is extremely repulsive. Even light is reduced to the extreme. Chapter 1033. The surrounding light was incredibly powerful. One could clearly sense the increasing pressure from all directions, attempting to compress the Shadow Domain space. Qin Chuan pondered. It seemed blocking it wasn't enough. A head-on confrontation wasn't the answer. Since force wasn't enough, soft tactics would be employed. If complete isolation wasn't possible, then embrace it and assimilate it into the power of shadow. With this in mind, Qin Chuan immediately opened the Shadow Domain, allowing the light to flow in. The process was somewhat risky. A single misstep could render the Shadow Domain completely useless. But Qin Chuan believed in the power of shadow. The light entered the Shadow Domain, clearly separated from the surrounding shadow forces. Looking around, the entire Shadow Domain resembled a hornet's nest, or a leaky balloon. Shadow power, let me see your limits. Qin Chuan shouted softly, and the Shadow Domain began to engulf the light within, including the light creature. The shadows began to engulf the light within the shadow realm. Initially, there was a stalemate, but as the shadow power adapted to the characteristics of light, the engulfment began to accelerate. The light creatures, seemingly sensing their diminishing power source, launched an eager counterattack. However, Qin Chuan felt no pressure from the feeble attacks and dodged them with a few simple dodges. After a few breaths, the shadow realm was completely devoid of light, and its area expanded considerably. The light became part of the shadow realm, making it even more powerful. You have further mastered the power of shadow and comprehended the darkness that engulfs light, engulfing light, a unique passive ability that enhances the shadow realm's absorption capacity, allowing it to absorb external attacks and strengthen itself. Not bad. Qin Chuan whistled in celebration. As the light creature was engulfed, Qin Chuan controlled the Shadow Domain to continue expanding, filling the entire space, leaving no trace of light. The next second, the surrounding scene flashed by, and Qin Chuan was transported to a new dimension. Before him stood his old friend, the sky god Nedlio. Or rather, Nedlio's shell. His lifeless eyes, his body covered in black streaks, and the playful tentacles that occasionally emerged from his ears all indicated that this was the sky god who had been shattered. At the same time, the voice of the god of light drifted in. Shadow Remnant, you have indeed come here. If it weren't for the restrictions of the apocalypse, I would have killed you the moment you entered the secret realm of inheritance, eliminating your future troubles. After these two words, Qin Chuan smiled, his hands on his hips, very confidently. I'm standing right here. Come over if you dare. The god of light remained silent. To be honest, if he could have come, there was no way he would have sat idly by and watched Qin Chuan pass the assessment for the light inheritance. But it didn't matter. He had prepared a great gift that would surely delight the inheritor of the power of shadow. The god of light fell silent, and the god of sky began to move. His head turned stiffly, his lifeless eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. He was quickly engulfed in darkness, and without a word, he struck out with a powerful punch. Even though the god of sky was now unconscious, his body cracked and ripped, relying on tentacles to maintain his semblance of human form. It was undeniable that even in his death, his fighting power remained immense. The punch ripped the air apart, and the wind from his fist even condensed into countless physical blades. Besides the possibility of being shattered outright by this punch, the surrounding wind blades alone would be enough to shred a person, leaving no intact tissue behind. No, Ming, are you serious? Qin Chuan muttered, dodging the punch and, in the process, sweeping up the wind blades surrounding his fist, absorbing them all into his Shadow Domain. Using his new passive ability, he converted them into Shadow Domain energy, further increasing the Shadow Domain's range and effectiveness. The God of Light's voice echoed again. Your learning ability is truly remarkable. Even without instruction, you mastered the power of shadow. In another era, you would surely have ignited the divine fire and achieved godhood. It's a shame you no longer have that chance. Chapter 1034. Qin Chuan's heart stirred. He maintained his deliberations with the sky god and loudly retorted, You say there's no chance? Who do you think you are? You don't even dare to confront me head-on. Your words are truly unconvincing. A crude provocation. The light god's voice tinged with a hint of laughter. But since you want to know, I might as well tell you. Apocalypse's hunt is irresistible. Your world has entered the countdown, and the final outcome won't change. Really? Qin Chuan remained noncommittal, replying calmly, I think we have a good chance. Where does the opportunity come from? Simply relying on the fragments of the Arrow God's power you brought back from across time? I admit I'm a little surprised that you've taken the Arrow God's talent, and you mastered the power of shadow, but that alone isn't enough. The Light God's voice was calm, but his words left Qin Chuan feeling uncertain. Could it be that the Light God knew he was reborn? If that were the case, things would be very troublesome. But then he thought, the God of Light didn't seem to fully understand his innate abilities, merely treating them as fragments of the Arrow God's power. The Arrow God's power was indeed formidable, his attacks incredibly sharp, but it certainly wasn't on the level of the Sniper God. The Sniper God's talent he possessed far surpassed the Arrow God's. Resilience was restored, and Qin Chuan smiled. So, the Arrow God has fallen completely. You haven't announced it yet, so you've been hiding it quite well. Just a guy who rose to godhood through brute force, not worth mentioning. With this Arrow God gone, there will be new replacements. The God of Light remained calm. Power will eventually fade, but only faith is eternal. As long as someone is trapped in darkness, they will yearn for light. And even if I slumber for eons, I will eventually return to the 9 heavens. All things may perish, but only light endures. The words were highbrow, but Qin Chuan retorted mercilessly, then come out and let me shoot you. Do you think, even if you really stood before me, you could defeat me with that little thing of yours? The God of Light said with disdain. You can't. Besides, you better stay alive first. With this whisper, the God of Light fell silent. But Qin Chuan knew that the old man was definitely observing from the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But in the current situation, with Apocalypse watching the inheritance trial, the God of Light stood little chance. Gathering his mind, Qin Chuan swung Darkest Hour with his backhand, unleashing a void slash. The force that ripped through space severed the Sky God's arm, severing the tentacles within it along with it. However, in his lifetime, the Sky God also mastered the power of the void. To be frank, Qin Chuan had learned this move from him. Therefore, the impact of this void slash didn't last long, quickly dispelled by the Sky God's body. Its tentacles extended and connected, quickly returning to their original form, and it swung its fist again. The winds of its fists ripped through the ground, leaving countless pits of varying depths, and the surrounding area was covered with the marks of sharp blades. Thankfully, Qin Chuan had mastered a new ability. These attacks not only couldn't harm him, but actually made the Shadow Realm even more powerful. However, Qin Chuan also discovered that his own attacks couldn't completely destroy the Sky God's remains. Glancing at the 4 floating golden gates, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that only after all the power inheritances were acquired could the Sky God's remains be finally defeated? That would be troublesome. Each person could only choose one power inheritance to challenge, and Qin Chuan had already passed the light inheritance, meaning he couldn't enter the other 4 golden gates and could only wait. The good news: there are no additional restrictions at the entrance to the secret realm, allowing any Yin Nation player to attempt the challenge, as long as they can make it. The bad news: the inheritance trial is extremely difficult, and after the initial elite players fail, the success rate for subsequent players will only decrease. However, given the current situation, Qin Chuan couldn't help, and could only wait patiently. Until then, he could only circle around the remnant of the Sky God. Neither could do anything to the other. Qin Chuan sensed something was amiss. Why did he look like part of a cut scene? While he was pondering, the golden door next to him flickered, and a figure, looking a little embarrassed, rushed out, repeatedly shouting, "Wei, your brother! Stop chasing!" Looking again, it was Xiao. Xiao also noticed Qin Chuan and asked in surprise, "President, why are you here? Are we all eliminated?" Qin Chuan quickly said, "No, stop talking nonsense, and be careful." As he spoke, 2 more arms sprouted from the remnant of the Sky God's back, and launched a fierce attack at Xiao. Although Xiao was a bit confused, he instinctively broke into a run. A flash of shadow passed by, and Xiao had already rushed several hundred meters before crashing headfirst into a wall of air, nearly killing himself. An air wall! Xiao was horrified, ignoring the pain in his forehead as he rolled on the ground to dodge. Behind him, the Sky God's fist was already flying towards him, the 2 newly grown arms stretched out for hundreds of meters, looking incredibly bizarre. Xiao quickly circled around, shouting from a distance, "President, what's going on?" Qin Chuan quickly said, "This is a cut scene. We need to dodge the attacks while waiting for the others to receive the power inheritance. I guess this guy won't show his health bar until all 5 powers are gathered." Huh? Xiao's expression fell. He vaguely remembered that this inheritance trial had a 36-hour countdown. Doesn't this mean that if no one passes the test for a certain power inheritance, They have to hide here for 36 hours? Is that what a human would do? But no matter how Xiao complained, and no matter how he tried to attack, even if he severed 2 newly grown arms, they would be restored in the blink of an eye. This time, Xiao was completely convinced. This is fucked, just wait it out. Chapter 1035. Xiao was the second to pass the inheritance trial, which surprised Qin Chuan somewhat. To be honest, Qin Chuan himself had no idea who would receive the inheritance. Inheritance itself depends heavily on luck and compatibility. If the compatibility isn't right, even the strongest cannot obtain it. Luckily, Zhao's class is unique, involving speed, so choosing the extreme speed inheritance for the challenge offers a higher chance of success. But only a slight one. Qin Chuan couldn't guarantee success. Now that Xiao has successfully obtained the inheritance, his overall strength at the peak has reached a new level. Even if the other 3 inheritances never succeed, their power being dispersed and even recovered by the God of Light, at most only 3/5 will be recovered, preventing the Sky God from fully reviving. This will be very beneficial for the subsequent battle. After clarifying the situation, Xiao ran again, with a bitter face, muttering to himself. Before he received the inheritance, he was chased everywhere. Now that he's passed the trial and earned it, he still has to run. Isn't it all for nothing? After running for who knows how long, Zhao's expression has changed from initial impetuousness to subsequent composure, and now to numbness. When will this end? Qin Chuan, however, remained calm, constantly refining his void slash. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, he received a new notification. You have mastered the spatial skill void slash. Void slash. Unleash an invisible slash. Condensed from the power of nothingness, to strike the enemy, dealing, attack power asterisk 800%, damage and adding a break effect. The power varies with the cost, with a minimum cost of 1% of divine power. Without replenishment, he could only unleash the void slash 100 times before it was useless. However, Qin Chuan was curious. If he channeled all his divine power into it, how powerful would this void slash be? Could it even slice through the sky? While pondering, Qin Chuan casually unleashed a void slash, instantly severing all 4 arms of the sky god's remains. And this time, the recovery speed was noticeably slower. Xiao exclaimed in surprise, President, what new skill have you come up with? Qin Chuan's thoughts clicked, and he replied, this is a skill I learned through inheritance. Don't you have an inheritance too? Feel that power, try to wield it, and you should be able to do it too. Xiao instinctively thought it was impossible. He didn't have the strength of the president, so how could he possibly do it? But then he thought, after all, he had passed the inheritance trial. Of all the players who had entered the extreme speed gate, he was the only one to succeed, which showed that he had some potential and might actually be able to do it. Thinking of this, Xiao began to research his own inherited power. Perhaps it was the inherent skills inherent in the inheritance, or perhaps Xiao was truly gifted. Qin Chuan watched as the boy's steps grew increasingly brisk, eventually even becoming leisurely, almost like a stroll. But his speed was so extreme that the sky god's newly grown arms couldn't catch up. President, I done it! Xiao exclaimed in delight. I learned a new skill called Divine Step. It not only accelerates, but also ignores all terrain, even penetrating thick mountains. You're right, this inherited power truly has great potential. Having learned this new skill, Xiao was as happy as a 120-pound monkey. Perhaps unsatisfied with Zhao's smugness, the sky god's remnant mobilized all 4 arms to attack, not even bothering to pay attention to Qin Chuan. Xiao was shocked. Why? Qin Chuan, standing beside him, crossed his arms and laughed. A tall tree attracts the wind. You're just showing off. Xiao was also completely surprised. He had also learned a new skill, and his own guild leader's skills were clearly more lethal. So why would this tough boss be so focused on him? What? Was he treating him like a pushover? Xiao raged, then ran away. Chapter 1036. If he couldn't even kill the guild master, his damage was even less than impressive. Better keep running. After chasing each other for half an hour, another golden gate flickered, and a figure landed leisurely. Guild master, you truly passed the test before me. It was Jing who spoke. After greeting Qin Chuan, Jing finally spotted Xiao running around. She explained in surprise, Hey brother, you passed the test too? And even faster than me. That's unrealistic. What's scientific or unrealistic? Come help your brother. Xiao cried out in frustration. I've been running for almost 2 hours. You take over. Jing shook his head without hesitation. I refuse. You look so energetic, you're obviously not at your limit yet. Keep running. Then he flashed to Qin Chuan's side and, as if to claim credit, said, President, I passed the test. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Qin Chuan smiled and nodded. Yes, you and your sister both passed. It's quite surprising. Jing was as excited as if he had won 5 million. Seeing Xiao in the distance looking rather embarrassed, he casually waved his staff, and dozens of mirrors appeared around him, trapping the sky god's arm. Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back, wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead. She sighed, I'm exhausted. Xiao then explained the current situation. Jing pondered. So, we have to wait for 2 more teammates before we can activate this boss, and officially begin the subjugation battle? Yes. Xiao nodded in agreement, then praised, as expected of my sister, she's really smart. Jing pretended not to hear, looked at Qin Chuan, and asked, Guild leader, who do you think will pass the assessment for the remaining 2 sects? Will it be from our guild? Qin Chuan spread his hands and said, I don't know either. I can only say that I hope it's from our guild. At the very least, it has to be someone I know. If the inherited power falls into the hands of an outsider, it's fine if they have good character, but if they have corrupt morals, that would be a terrible thing. As he spoke, the sky gods remained sprouted 2 more arms, attempting to attack, but were trapped by Jing's lost mirror. He wandered back and forth, unable to find the correct exit. Qin Chuan said, It seems you're making good progress in understanding the inheritance. Jing modestly admitted he still had a lot to learn. Then, glancing at his brother, he said, President, if I'm not mistaken, my brother's progress is slower than mine. Xiao expressed dissatisfaction, but her words were clearly lacking in confidence. Her voice dropped as she spoke, and she decisively changed the subject. Sister, don't you know how to teleport? Why don't you try to teleport us along with the boss? Otherwise, we have to wait forever. Jing thought it made some sense, but after trying several times, she said with some frustration, No, I can't teleport. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm and casually said, Don't bother. Just wait. Jing's passing the assessment undoubtedly relieved him of considerable pressure. The sky god's remains now appeared devoid of consciousness, operating solely on instinct. Trapped within the lost mirror, its arms flailing like a headless chicken, unable to break free. This made it much easier for Qin Chuan and the others. They no longer had to dodge attacks, and could simply wait. Xiao conjured a deck of cards from nowhere, and invited Qin Chuan and Jing to start playing landlord. Half an hour later, Jing said cheerfully, Brother, you owe me 1,358 yuan now. Remember to pay it back later. Qin Chuan added, Don't forget my 500 yuan. Xiao was about to cry, sighing to the sky. I used to be known as the god of gamblers in class, but I never expected to meet you two as my nemesis. Aren't we in the same group, sister? Why are you so ruthless when you beat me? Jing replied with a grin, That's called killing strangers halfway, and winning with acquaintances. It's your fault, brother, you're such a terrible card player. Xiao was speechless, then muttered again, Aren't you two making money like printing money? Why are you still trying to take advantage of my few thousand yuan? Chapter 1037. Qin Chuan casually said, That's different. We need to make big bucks, but we can't miss out on small ones. Jing agreed, the president is right. A sad Xiao crouched in a corner, drawing circles. He said somewhat angrily, Why haven't we found anything with the remaining 2 doors? We could just have another person play mahjong. He had just calculated that playing landlord was like playing 1 against 2, which was a disadvantage. But if it was a 2-on-2 team game, there was more room for maneuver. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden door with the word wind flashed, and a slender figure rushed out, shouting excitedly, Ah, from now on I'm the happy wind man. Looking again, it was the swordsman in the snow. A swordsman landed in the snow, and was immediately shocked to see Qin Chuan and the other 2. I'm not the fastest? Xiao retorted, Where do you get the confidence to think you can pass the test the fastest? Even if you're faster than us, can you really beat the president? Jing said, thoughtfully, I remember Yinmi also chose Feng. Now that Shui Zhong has emerged, it looks like Yinmi has been eliminated. Zhao's smile immediately changed to excitement. That kid Yinmi was eliminated? Just wait, and see how I criticize him when I get back. I'm going to prove to him that I'm the president's true son. Qin Chuan held his forehead with his hand, at a loss for words. He remembered that in his previous life, Xiao wasn't like this. He was known as a cool, cold man, exuding an aloof air, somewhat similar to Yisakura Luo back then. Now it seemed that Xiao was his true self. Intelligence tinged with a touch of pure stupidity. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan looked at Shui Zhong and asked, How is your inherited ability? The swordsman in the snow unsheathed his long sword like he was presenting a treasure, and began to explain, My ability is quite extraordinary. Not only can I infuse my weapon with the power of wind, granting it increased damage, but it also significantly enhances my own agility. Wow, it seems you have the same ability as mine. Xiao posed beside him, saying gravely, Shuizhong, it seems you are my nemesis. Jing also reached for his forehead. Damn it, her brother is hopeless. The swordsman in the snow, however, matched his pace, tugging at his collar and posing as well. Xiao, I admit you have a speed advantage, but my wind power is quite fast. Qin Chuan simply ignored these two idiots. Xiao and Shuizhong played around for a while before Xiao offered a creative idea. Hey! I have an idea. Let's play mahjong. Jing didn't mind, having nothing to do anyway. Qin Chuan waved his hand. Looks like there's no chance. At that moment, the last golden gate began to flicker. Someone's about to pass the test. Xiao immediately put his thoughts of playing cards aside, and said with a sigh of relief, Finally, you arrived? The swordsman and Shuizhong continued to sing, Glad I didn't give up. As he spoke, the last golden gate vanished, replaced by senior brother In, floating in midair. He was seen riding a long sword like a broom, muttering something about halfway to becoming a swordsman. Xiao was shocked. Senior brother, isn't that too dangerous? Shuizhong also squeezed his legs together, his face pale as he said, Don't cut yourself. Senior brother In slapped the hilt of his sword, shouted hurry, and gracefully flew down. He unsheathed his long sword and displayed it. Don't be afraid, it has a scabbard. Qin Chuan observed for a moment, then said uncertainly, How come your way of controlling the flying sword is almost like riding a horse? Senior brother In said with some regret, I originally wanted to ride the flying sword, but it wouldn't fly. I tried for a long time, and finally succeeded in riding it. Wait a minute. Xiao rubbed his brows, uncertainly asking, You mean you passed the test a long time ago, but you haven't learned how to ride the flying sword, so you're stuck now? Senior brother In nodded, yes. Xiao immediately exploded, angrily saying, Hack you. Jing said disapprovingly, Don't talk about F*** king. Oh, okay. Xiao readily complied, looking back at senior brother In. Damn it! If you passed the test, you should have come out sooner. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Brother In, feeling somewhat ashamed, lowered his head and whispered, I was inconsiderate. I'm sorry, everyone. Xiao waved his hand. It's good that you acknowledge your mistake. Here's how. You transfer me 1,858 yuan to make amends for my hurt. Brother In looked up, curious. Why are there both decimals and whole numbers? Jing grabbed Xiao by the collar and pulled him aside, then said, Brother, don't take it to heart. I was just talking nonsense. He turned to Qin Chuan, President. What do we do now? Qin Chuan pointed to the sky god's remains in the distance. It's showing its health bar. As he had predicted, once all 5 inherited powers were acquired, the next stage would begin, and the true boss battle would begin. Now that the sky god's remains had shown its health bar, it was time to fight. Senior brother him took off into the air, shouting, I delayed everyone. Let me lead. A swordsman in the snow waved his hand, creating a whirlwind that lifted him aloft, then challenged, Let me. Xiao and Jing were also eager to test the power of their inherited inheritance. Then, their expressions suddenly turned dull. Just now, before they could even decide what skills to use, they saw the boss's health bar instantly deplete. Has it started? It's already over. Chapter 1038. Boom. The sky god's remains, cracked and shattered, fell to the ground with a crash. Qin Chuan clapped his hands. Done. Before the Xiaos nearby could say anything, they saw their leader soar, his head still glowing. Xiao muttered, Why is the leader so bright? Shut up, the snow swordsman admonished. If the leader hears this, he might slash you. But then again, is this the end of the boss? There's nothing to drop, not even any experience points. That's really stingy. Jing analyzed. Perhaps passing the inheritance trial is our biggest reward, so this end-level boss is just a symbolic presence, not listed on the drop list. Senior brother him nodded, yes. The 4 of them gathered together to discuss, but no one could come up with a definitive answer. They simply waited for their leader's strange symptoms to subside. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan was experiencing a storm of thought. Just now, after he instantly killed the sky god's remains, the long-awaited prompt finally arrived. The 3rd level of the Ascension stage has been unlocked, your mental power is enhanced, your thinking is more active, and your combat calculation ability is improved, allowing you to resist stronger mental attacks. Mental resistance plus 100%. Your body can withstand more divine power, and the power of the artifacts you hold is further revived. The first level of the Ascension stage has been enhanced. Your health limit is increased by 100 times, and you recover 100% of your maximum health per second. The second level of the Ascension stage has been enhanced. The basic 4-dimensional attributes are increased by 10 times, and the reconstruction time of your resurrection ability is shortened from 7 days to 3 days. The reward for the third level long stage Ascension quest is the divinization of will, which begins with the spirit and deepens one's understanding of divine power. At this point, Qin Chuan's character has completed the most basic divine transformation, from blood to body to will, fully divined, and now capable of bearing the powerful impact of igniting the divine fire. The notification continues to refresh. The fourth level of the long stage Ascension has been unlocked. Quest requirements: advance the global co-op quest to 100%. Quest reward: merge the real and the illusory. There are 7 levels in the long stage Ascension, and completing each unlocks the next. But the information about the 4th level quest made Qin Chuan ponder. In his previous life, he had never completed such a quest, which is understandable. After all, players back then only started the long stage Ascension quest after the arrival of the apocalypse. Now, Qin Chuan has started the quest first and completed the first 3 levels, which puts him far ahead. But completing this 4th level quest means the official arrival of the apocalypse. Before entering the Heritage Secret Realm, the progress of the co-battle mission was at 18%. Even with the delay, it would only reach 20%. But remember, the mission only lasts 3 days, meaning the apocalypse will arrive in at most 2 weeks. This speed is like riding a rocket. But now that the co-battle mission has begun, even if Qin Chuan Yuan is offline and doing nothing, other players are active in the apocalypse. Their activity will continuously increase the progress. Even without Qin Chuan's participation, the progress will reach 100% sooner or later, without any change. The only consolation is that before the co-battle mission is completed, for more members of the Peak Guild have obtained the inheritance. And since Xiao and the others are all together now, even if the apocalypse arrives immediately, as long as the virtual and the real merge, and the players and the game characters merge, they will have more than enough to protect themselves. In a flash, Qin Chuan thought a lot, but quickly regained his composure and looked at the fallen sky god's remains. After its health bar was drained, the thing was completely dead under the suppression of the apocalypse's rules. Even the black tentacles within couldn't withstand the onslaught, turning into black ash and scattering from the cracks in the remains. Soon, the entire remains of the sky god were reduced to sand and gravel. At the same time, a massive golden magic circle appeared on the ground, enveloping Qin Chuan and the others. Chapter 1039. A flash of light passed, and by the time they came to their senses, they were back on the streets of Bailey City. A deep announcement echoed through the sky. The Heritage Secret Realm has ended. Congratulations to the players who obtained the inheritance. Accompanying the announcement, the entrance to the Secret Realm in the sky began to close. The players halfway through their flight were dumbfounded. No, they finally managed to scrape together the tickets to fly up and challenge the Secret Realm, and you're telling me it's over? Who exactly had obtained the inheritance? Even leaving aside the Night Wanderer, there were still 4 inheritances, and they were cleared so quickly. This must be a conspiracy. Many players who hadn't made it to the Secret Realm protested, and the players who had transported them up said their tickets wouldn't be refunded, further frustrating the players. This was a huge loss. The foreign server players had completely given up hope, but even if they didn't go to the Secret Realm, they weren't going to leave. They had to fight Ying Luo and Ji Xing to the end. It was these 2 guys who blocked their path to the Secret Realm. If they hadn't been stopped, with their wisdom and strength, they would have been able to obtain at least 1 or 2 inheritances. But now, they all been taken by the Yin Nation players. This is unbearable. For a moment, the flying skills in the sky became more dense and brilliant. On the ground, Qin Chuan noticed that the progress of the joint battle mission had skyrocketed by 20%. Adding in other activities during the challenge period, the progress had now reached 41.3%. His previous estimate of the apocalypse arriving in 2 weeks had been a bit too optimistic. Now it seemed that the apocalypse would arrive in 10 days at the latest, not even a week at the earliest. At that time, monsters in the game would appear on the streets of Blue Star, and bosses would wreak havoc everywhere. Given the players' current levels, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. As they pondered, the other members of the Peak team came over. Though the eliminated members felt a bit resigned, they quickly calmed down. There will always be another chance. Xiao found Yinmi and boasted about his speedy inheritance, which made Yinmi envious. However, he had to admit that Xiao was the president's #1 adopted son. Su Chongqing patted senior brother Yin's shoulder and sighed. it seems that the idea of a flying daddy isn't quite right. I hope you succeed soon and develop your own path to becoming a sword immortal. Senior brother Enon, yes. Snow the swordsman was also surrounded by the others, performing a stunning performance of his wind-controlling skills. Chiyu sighed, as expected, our guild is full of experts. I originally thought that with my skills, I had a good chance of obtaining the inheritance. Now it seems I overestimated myself. This time, Chiyu's group was completely wiped out, and not a single person received the inheritance, leaving even the top soldiers in awe. When it comes to gaming, young people are the ones who think quickly. Qin Chuan's heart struck. He added Chiyu and Dijialing to the team and texted directly to the team, I have something to tell you. Qin Chuan had originally thought that the God of Light would make some minor moves after defeating the Sky God's remains, but he didn't see any of that until they were teleported out, so he immediately gave up on worrying about it. After all, he could fight back if the enemy came, and he still had a god-slaying bullet in his hand, so he wouldn't be completely helpless should anything happen. Now that the Inheritance Secret Realm had ended, the progress of the joint battle mission had skyrocketed, and many things needed to be prepared in advance. Dijialing and Chiyu had been added to the team to discuss the next steps. The two people who had been added to the team were also very understanding. Knowing that the president had something to tell them, they quietly waited nearby. After a moment of excitement, Xiao and the others decided to test the power of this inheritance and immediately formed a team to fight. Xiao also shared his experience developing new skills with the others. The inherited power they obtain is a seed. Whether it will grow into a towering tree or a skinny bud depends on their own efforts. Chapter 1040. The only certainty is that with the power of inheritance, their advancement path will be relatively easy, and their ceiling will be higher. During this time, Ying Luo and Ji Xing also slaughtered several more foreign server players, waiting until the secret realm entrance completely disappeared before landing together. The other players soon discovered that all those who had obtained inheritances this time seemed to be members of the Peak Guild. Long Tongue Tianxiao brought his friends over to chat, saying that they were indeed Peak Guild members. They knew what they had with just one move, and they had fought their way through the siege to obtain all the inheritances. If only the guild leader, Yi Yushin, had obtained the inheritance, it would have been fine, that would have been expected. But now that the remaining 4 inheritances had also been obtained by Peak Guild members, that was quite telling. Unnoticed, the rest of the Peak Guild had also surpassed the other players. After a brief chat, Long Tongue Tianxia said goodbye and left. He still had to go to the forums to engage in a war of words with the foreign server players. The opening of this secret realm, and Ying Luo and Ji Xing's blocking of the entrance, had already sparked a large number of protests from foreign server players. If you say this entrance is only accessible to Yin Nation players, that's fine. But they had also received the notice, so they were clearly able to enter and challenge it. However, they were blocked at the entrance and killed, and none of them were able to enter. This matter can't be let go. The foreign players' verbal attacks were naturally countered by the Yin Nation players, and now the two sides are engaged in a heated war of words on the forums. For the Yin Nation players, although the inheritance has little to do with them, it ultimately belongs to Yin Nation, and that's better than falling into the hands of foreign players. After taking care of various trivial matters, Qin Chuan brought Dijialing and Chiyu to the shop. Qin Chuan said directly, send me your numbers, and I call you when I log off. He then looked at Akabane and said, you can report this to the higher-ups, so that the decision-makers can observe, but don't raise any questions. Also, don't try to locate my signal, it's useless anyway, and I can always move. Akabane nodded immediately, don't worry, President. I make arrangements. Dijialing then asked, President, do you want to call Xiao and the others to come and listen? Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, don't worry about it. Xiao and the others are with you anyway. You can talk to them later. Dijialing immediately stopped talking. Soon, the two sent their numbers and logged off. Qin Chuan also exited the game and contacted the two using the phone he had found at the Rakshasa Palace Esports base. After a brief greeting, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. You may have already guessed what I'm going to say. The Apocalypse game is no simple game. Everything in it will become reality, including the gods. The Apocalypse won't be long. Once the global joint battle mission is completed, that will be the moment of the Apocalypse. At that time, the land of Blue Star will be torn apart and merged with the Apocalypse continent, expanding Blue Star by more than 10-fold. At the same time, everything in the game will appear before us, including monsters and various NPCs. They will become reality. The characters we create will become one with us. They will be our weapon against monsters, and our only means of fighting the gods in the future. This process is irreversible. After the two worlds merge, the rules of Blue Star will be assimilated by Apocalypse. So don't pin your hopes on existing weapons and equipment. Even nuclear bombs will become ineffective in a very short time. Of course, they can be modified with the help of mechanics, but it's unlikely to be possible for ordinary players. Let's get this out of the way first. What are your questions? After these words, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. After a moment, Yu spoke. President, with your current strength, can't you stop it? I can't, Qin Chuan said frankly. My achievements in the game are largely due to the rules of the Apocalypse. Once the Apocalypse arrives, many rules will gradually be lifted, including the arrival of the gods. The initial arrival of monsters is just an appetizer. The arrival of the gods is the real challenge. Akea took over the conversation. When will the gods descend? Qin Chuan replied, It's unclear at the moment, but one thing is certain, it won't be long. I estimate that the gods will truly appear in 2 years at most. Even 2 years is an overestimate, a year is more likely. At this moment, another voice came from Akabane's end. Night Wanderer, what can we do? The voice sounded a little old, but very steady and majestic. Clearly, Akabane had contacted the person who could make the real decision. Qin Chuan immediately replied, Let more people enter the game. That way, at least we won't be completely defenseless against monsters. After the Apocalypse, the size of the novice village will shrink dramatically, leaving only a few safe zones. Anyway, not enough for everyone to hide in. Most people will have to face the monster threat head-on. The elder opposite said, I understand. I have all levels launch events, jointly hosting leveling events, to get as many people involved as possible. Qin Chuan replied, That's a good idea. I also have top players lead leveling groups, but for a maximum of 2 days. After that, I have them focus fully on leveling up and searching for opportunities. Yu or Lin Yu, I leave this to you. No problem, Yu agreed immediately. Although she readily agreed, Yu's heart was restless. The Apocalypse would become reality? This is unbelievable. But more than anything, Yu felt the pressure. As the guild master had said, once the Apocalypse arrived, monsters would roam everywhere, making leveling difficult. Then, the elder from Akabane's side raised a crucial question. Night Wanderer, will the resurrection point still be there? Chapter 1041. No. Qin Chuan's reply was brief and powerful, silencing the other party. After a long pause, the other party slowly said, I understand. Thank you for your message. Qin Chuan said calmly, I said everything I need to say. You can handle this as you wish. I can only say that time is running out. With that, Qin Chuan hung up the phone. With a slight force of his fingers, he crushed the phone, tossed it into the trash, and sank back into the game cabin to log in. He glanced at the progress of the co-op mission. It had increased by another 10,000. It didn't seem like much, but it was undoubtedly much faster than the initial progress. Afterwards, Yu and Qiyu also logged in. They didn't say much, but judging from their positions, they were preparing to level up and improve themselves. Qin Chuan didn't rush into anything, but instead began to think about his future plans. Before the secret inheritance realm opened, I even had a brief conversation with the God of Light. It's a shame the old God of Light didn't show up, or I would have shot him. When the Sky God's remains were destroyed, Qin Chuan speculated that the God of Light would have taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but there was no movement at all. This isn't normal. The most reasonable explanation is that the God of Light intended to attack, but was stopped by Apocalypse. It's a contradiction. Qin Chuan believes that the gods saw Blue Star as a hunting ground and ultimately destroyed everything, but the God of Light claims it was Apocalypse's hunting. Combining the statements of the Mechanical Herald and Bone Hand, it seems the relationship between Apocalypse and the gods isn't that simple. Thinking of Bone Hand, Qin Chuan became curious. He's been so quiet lately, so quiet. If I hadn't sensed a divine thought within the darkest hour, I would have thought this guy was dead. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan pulled out the darkest hour and shook it. Come out, I have something to ask you. Boss, you finally remembered me. Bone Hand's voice was filled with deep grievance. I thought you'd forgotten me. Qin Chuan was surprised. You've been quiet, so I assumed you were contemplating life, so I didn't ask any more questions. Now it seems I was mistaken. Bone Hand quickly said, This isn't a problem, boss. I thought about it. This weapon was previously engulfed by the power of time and space, and my voice was simply dissipated. It's normal that you couldn't hear it. That's something else? Qin Chuan was a little surprised, picking up the darkest hour and examining it carefully. He quickly figured out the key. His previous extraction of the darkest hour into the real world had caused a problem. Only one item could be extracted, and there was also a bone hand crouching within the darkest hour. Technically, it was 2 items. So the bone hand was temporarily sealed within. When the darkest hour appeared in the real world of Blue Star, the bone hand was rendered completely immobile. However, when Qin Chuan returned to the Apocalypse world, this restriction didn't seem to be immediately unlocked, causing the bone hand to remain sealed. It wasn't until Qin Chuan remembered and proactively unlocked the relevant blockade that the bone hand finally saw the light of day. Needless to say, the reason for this problem was definitely Apocalypse's laziness. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, a little surprised, "By the way, do you know the Sky God?" The topic quickly changed, but Bone Hand immediately followed up, "Sky God? Of course I know him. He's known as the most powerful god under the God of Light, possessing the power of multiple laws. It's said he's defeated countless gods, and the Sky God has played an indispensable role in the current growth of the Light God system. I didn't expect the Sky God to be quite capable." Qin Chuan muttered, then continued, "What if I told you the Sky God has fallen?" "What?" Bone Hand's voice was an octave too high, tinged with disbelief. "How is that possible? I heard the Sky God possesses true immortality. Even if his body were shattered and his kingdom shattered, he would still rise again. He's incredibly powerful. How could such a being fall?" Chapter 1042. Qin Chuan casually said, "But that's the truth. The Sky God has fallen, and the 5 powers he possessed have been mastered separately: extreme speed, flight, light, space, and wind. All have been transformed into inherited powers, and mastered by others." Bone Hand was speechless. He hadn't been imprisoned in the darkest hour for long, had so much happened all at once. However, Bone Hand quickly discovered a key issue and curiously asked, "Huh? Aren't there any sky laws?" Qin Chuan countered, "If you break down the sky power, those 5 powers should basically cover it. How can there still be sky laws?" "That's not how it's calculated," Bone Hand explained. "Laws also have different levels. Boss, the laws you mentioned are indeed some of the elements that make up the sky laws, but the sky is vast and boundless, and the powers it encompasses are quite complex. The 5 powers alone are not enough. In addition to the 5 powers, there is also a power called Sky Law. The supreme law is the very essence of the Sky God." Qin Chuan frowned, and said slowly, "You're saying that even if those 5 powers were stripped away, the Sky God wouldn't perish, but would simply wield less power?" "That's more or less true," Bone Hand replied. "But laws complement each other, and losing even a single one would have a significant impact on the whole, let alone losing 5. Even the most generous of gods wouldn't do that. If I had to point out a benefit, it's that the laws become purer, a return to their origin." Hearing this, Qin Chuan's brow furrowed even further. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. The Sky God isn't dead. He only killed the Sky God's clone, or rather, the Sky God composed of 5 lower-level laws. The true Sky God remained unaffected throughout. It's not that there was no impact, but rather that, unlike the shattered clone, the Sky God himself was still alive. Of course, this is just speculation, based on the information provided by Bone Hand. Whether this is the truth or not is uncertain. Because there's a key point here, the authenticity of the information provided by Bone Hand is currently uncertain. It's not that Bone Hand was deceiving him. It's that the information Bone Hand received was false from the beginning, yet it accepted it as the truth and believed it wholeheartedly. That can't be said to be intentional, because, in his perception, this was the truth. After a moment's reflection, Qin Chuan felt that the information provided by Bone Hand was fairly reliable. Furthermore, the opening of the Sky's secret realm this time only mentioned the inheritance of power, without actually stating the Sky God's fall. This is quite different from the Tiger God's fall. Back then, the Tiger God was shattered by a single shot, causing a massive earthquake. The divine legacy was then scattered across the land, and ultimately, Deba obtained the key inheritance. This time, without the crucial divine legacy, the story jumped straight to the inheritance of power. Also, the 5 inherited powers are all related to the sky, yet individually, they aren't the sky. Huh? Qin Chuan let out a long sigh, and looked up at the sky. Is the Sky God dead or alive? After pondering the question for a while, Qin Chuan calmly put the question aside. Even if the Sky God wasn't dead, he probably wouldn't be out for a while. It wasn't that he was worried about being destroyed. Rather, he painstakingly separated the 5 powers, and then condensed them into another self. This was definitely not a fortuitous act. Furthermore, perfectly separating and integrating the 5 principles would take more than a day or 2. This clearly demonstrates that even if the Sky God truly created a fake self, it wasn't to counter Qin Chuan's god-slaying bullet. He had other plans. Being shot through was likely an accident. The Sky God likely didn't anticipate that this thing could even ignore the void of space. Chapter 1043. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan asked Bow in Hand a few more questions, then put away Darkest Hour and teleported directly to the Evernight continent. With the global co-op quest nearing completion, the Lady of Night's return must be expedited. It would be ridiculous if Alessa prepared to return first, only to wait until the apocalypse arrived and still not return. Not to mention having Alessa descend directly into Evernight. At least she should be able to connect more directly with the mortal world, like the gods. While Qin Chuan was pondering, he had already arrived at the Night's Watch headquarters. After a few days, the place had become busier, and it was clear that the Night's Watch headquarters had expanded. Looking at the blueprints hanging on the wall, expansion and renovation work was underway in various branches of Evernight. Such a large project would surely be insufficient for the Night's Watch alone. What better labor force is there than the players? Nothing. As long as the tasks were presented, the players would fully mobilize their subjective initiative. Thanks to the players' selfless dedication around the clock, the Night's Watch's reconstruction progressed like a wild donkey, unstoppable and unstoppable. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had previously mentioned to Laura that the Night's Watch's restrictions would be relaxed to a certain extent, and as a result, quite a few players had successfully joined the team. Although players' characteristics limited them to being online and offline, preventing them from playing core roles, allowing them to fill the vacancies of investigators and combatants was perfectly adequate. The bonuses from the Knight's Blessing were considerable, with even the most basic level offering a 10% stat boost. Those who passed the numerous assessments and became combatants could obtain the second level Knight's Blessing, offering a 20% bonus. Mr. Shadow, the Night Watch is flourishing, and Elna and I have recently been able to sense the presence of the Night Lady more clearly. Laura's face was filled with longing. I can sense that the Night Lady's return is not far off. Qin Chuan nodded. That's perfect. I'm here to see if I can further accelerate the Night Lady's return. This world is about to undergo major changes, and the Night Watch needs her protection. When the apocalypse arrives, the Evernight continent will not be able to remain indifferent, and will undoubtedly merge with the real world. Without Alessa to lead the charge, the Church of the Gods will undoubtedly come first to annihilate the Night Watch, and that is something Qin Chuan does not want to see. Even after the apocalypse, even if the gods cannot directly interfere in the mortal world, the Church under their command alone can easily defeat the Night Watch. The two sides are on a completely different level. This is why Qin Chuan needs to hasten Alessa's return. With Alessa at the helm, at least the Church of the Gods will have some cause for concern. Lola, how's the collection going? Qin Chuan asked. Lori immediately replied, Mr. Shadow, as you requested, we gathered as much information and related artifacts as possible about the Daughter of Night. Please follow me. May I ask what these artifacts are for? Qin Chuan smiled mysteriously. You find out soon enough. Early after returning from the node clone, Qin Chuan had tasked Laura with collecting artifacts related to the Daughter of Night, preferably from well-known figures. His mission was to use these clues to attempt to travel through time and space to the Daughter of Night's era, and find a way to hasten Alessa's return. Qin Chuan wasn't absolutely sure whether he succeed, but he had to give it a try. Luckily, the Night's Watch, descended from the Daughters of Night, each branch retained some related artifacts. Now that the Night's Watch's area of activity has expanded, and with the help of the Dragon-Scale expedition and players, more historical relics have been discovered in the wilderness ruins, all brought to the Night's Watch headquarters. This time, Qin Chuan came to test his findings, to see if there were enough clues to trigger a time warp in the darkest hour. Arriving at the heavily guarded warehouse, Qin Chuan instructed Lola, just go about your business. Just keep the others away. There's nothing else to worry about. Lola nodded, no problem. But in her heart, she had made up her mind to stay put. You got a clue. Walking around the warehouse, while not every item offered valuable clues, there were quite a few. After examining most of the items, the long-awaited hint finally arrived. You collected enough clues to trigger a time warp. Do you want to proceed? Open it! Qin Chuan shouted softly, and a golden portal of space and time appeared before him. He then stepped into it with a single swift stride. In a fraction of a second, Qin Chuan was back. Though seemingly unchanged, his mind was now filled with the secrets of the Night Maiden's tome. Among them was an activity called Ode to the Night, which could significantly increase the concentration of the Night's aura. In addition, among Qin Chuan's many gains, there was information on training Night Walkers, which would serve as a new branding for the Night Watch, attracting more players to join. Lola, who was guarding the door, saw Qin Chuan go in and out again and asked anxiously, "Mr. Shadow, are these things of any use to you? If not, I send someone to look for more." Qin Chuan waved his hand. "No, this is more than enough." He then found paper and pen and wrote down a large amount of information. The more Lola read, the more amazed she felt. She had heard of many things and knew they were the secrets of the Night Maiden. However, the problem was that the Night Maiden's collapse was so severe that many of its inheritances were lost, making restoration impossible. To be honest, the Night Watch had never given up on restoring the Night Maiden's glory over the past 3,000 years, but the results had been disappointing. So much information had been lost that preserving the Night Watch's foundation was a blessing. And now, Mr. Shadow had simply gone through the warehouse and pulled out so many inherited secrets, even the training methods for Night Walkers. Lola couldn't help but ponder. Why? Lola quickly dismissed the question. The reason wasn't important. What mattered was that with this information, they could launch the Ode to Night, making the aura of the Eternal Night Continent more pronounced, making it easier for the Night Maiden to locate them, and thus hastening their return. Chapter 1044. Performing the Black Night ceremony requires numerous steps. After clearing her mind, Laura began to work. The Night Watch now boasts a large number of powerful apostle-level warriors. With their involvement, the ceremony progressed rapidly, and all preliminary preparations were completed in a short time. With Laura's command, the Black Night ceremony officially began. More than a dozen apostles led their men at different locations to activate the ritual array, sending black pillars of light soaring into the sky and plunging into the endless void. After about a quarter of an hour, the pillars of light stabilized completely. The apostles no longer needed to continuously inject divine power. They only needed to station guards nearby to prevent damage. The apostles could then proceed to new locations to reinitiate the ritual, further increasing the number of pillars of light. Theoretically, if the entire eternal night were filled with these black pillars of light, the Lady of Night could instantly return, or even walk through the eternal night. But achieving this was difficult. Not to mention the gods of the church watching closely, even the beasts, even though their numbers had been greatly reduced, still rushed forward without hesitation upon sensing the aura of the Ode to Night, engaging in a fierce battle with the surrounding night watchmen. The church also mobilized personnel for the assault. The number of light pillars could not be increased indefinitely, but maintaining a number of around 50 was still feasible. As the situation stabilized, Qin Chuan asked Laura to begin another task. That was the Night Walker inheritance trial. The Night Walkers were the top combat unit among the Daughters of Night. According to the clues Qin Chuan had gathered during his time travels, if this inheritance was cultivated to its full potential, it could easily reach the realm of demigod or above. Even if Lady of the Night, Alessa, could advance further and lead the entire Night system to a breakthrough, the ceiling of the Night Walkers could reach beyond demigod, becoming true gods. This inheritance, while not the pinnacle, is at least quite precious. You have to understand that many inheritances of Apocalypse allow players to break through to the sanctuary, which is already quite impressive. Further advancements to unlock the long steps to godhood are extremely difficult. Some inheritances don't even allow players to break through to the sanctuary. If the Night Watch could cultivate a group of Night Walkers, their overall combat power would be even greater. Most importantly, the Night Walker inheritance could be obtained by players. When faced with such a good opportunity, Qin Chuan immediately thought of the top members, but he wouldn't force them. He simply shared information about the Night Walkers in the guild, leaving it entirely up to the player to accept. Based on their respective classes and combat styles, the three paladins, Su Changqing, Yulin Ai, and Chi Yuqi, had no interest in changing classes. Also, people like Otis and Tian Xing had their own aspirations, and therefore had no plans to switch to Night Walkers. But there was someone else who was interested. That was Yinmi. He was an assassin, naturally roaming in darkness, so the Night Walker suited his taste perfectly. As for the fact that the inheritance wasn't top tier in strength, Yinmi was quite open-minded. One's path is one's own, and the inheritance's upper limit might not necessarily be one's own. Besides, the guild master had mentioned that no one had yet reached the ultimate level of the Night Walker, and with the return of the Night Lady, the Night Walker would surely be blessed by the gods, enjoying a brighter future. Of course, the main reason was that Yinmi was a little annoyed by Xiao showing off with the extreme speed inheritance, and he was determined to close the gap between them. Guild Master, I'm here. Yinmi arrived at the Night Watch headquarters, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. Qin Chuan nodded and continued, "This is my first time encountering the Night Walker's legacy. From the information I gathered, it seems quite good, But there's one thing I need to clarify. The Night Walker belongs to the Lady of Night. Compared to other pantheons, the Night system is a bit weak. Things might not go smoothly down the line, so be prepared. Chapter 1045. Yinmi replied calmly, "Don't worry, President. I already thought this through before I arrived." "Okay." Qin Chuan said no more, turning to Laura. "Let's begin." Lola had already found several promising fighters from the Night Watch. Together with Yinmi, they were the first group to inherit the Night Walker legacy. The Night Walker legacy is relatively simple to initiate, stable and controllable, and even failure poses no serious consequences. If one must point out a drawback, it's the low success rate. Even for carefully selected fighters, the success rate is only about 15%. Under Laura's supervision, the materials required for the inheritance were absorbed by the ritual array, transforming into a black mist that enveloped the candidates. If they could absorb this night energy, they could initiate the Night Walker legacy. Even if they couldn't, the excess energy would be converted into night crystals, which could be absorbed by the Night Walker, accelerating their advancement. The construction of this secret inheritance technique emphasizes the importance of not wasting anything. The prepared materials would eventually come in handy. As he pondered, slight changes began to occur on the field. 2 strands of night energy began to be absorbed, while the others continued to swirl within the formation, unchanged. Lola whispered, "Mr. Shadow, it looks like we have 2 Night Walkers this time." Qin Chuan nodded. There were 8 candidates, and 2 succeeded. That's a higher than average probability. We're lucky. Lola glanced around and smiled. "Mr. Shadow, you have good judgment. The people you brought succeeded. Otherwise, a 70% to 1% probability would be considered average." As he spoke, the 2 more rays of dark energy were absorbed. Meanwhile, the remaining dark energy began to dissipate around the candidates, then recondensed into a ball, showing signs of solidification. Clearly, with the exception of Yinmi and 1 other person, the remaining candidates had been eliminated. Realizing they hadn't been selected, several candidates were deeply disappointed. Lola offered some kind words of persuasion, telling them to go back and rest. A moment later, the last 2 rays of dark energy were absorbed, revealing the candidates within. One of them was Yinmi. Black lines traced across his skin, forming intricate totemic patterns. Qin Chuan reviewed the information and discovered that these totems weren't merely decorative, they had practical uses, enhancing various attributes like attack and defense, and most importantly, increasing stealth, making them perfect for the night. Soon, the totems vanished beneath his skin. Yinmi opened his eyes, feeling the power surge within him, a look of satisfaction on his face. This was a significant increase in power. Furthermore, upon becoming a Night Walker, he automatically received the 3rd level Night Blessing, boosting all stats by 30%. Combined with the skills granted by the inheritance, his combat power nearly doubled. As expected of the guild master, he always found something valuable. Yinmi excitedly said goodbye, ready to return to Shao for a duel. Qin Chuan had no objections, as no one could predict the ultimate future of inheritance. He had also studied the light inheritance he had previously acquired after escaping the secret realm, but hadn't made any significant progress. Besides the darkness of swallowing light skill he had acquired in the secret realm, he hadn't developed any new skills yet. As for the others, Shao had already acquired the divine step under Qin Chuan's guidance, but was still figuring out how to unlock this inheritance. Jing and senior brother Enen's progress wasn't particularly promising either. On the other hand, Swordsman in the Snow had made considerable progress, advancing further on the path of the Happy Wind Man and having already developed several skills. However, rather than developing a new skill, it would be more accurate to say that it was a fusion of his wind heritage and his own skills. The skill attack power was accompanied by wind attribute damage, which could not be completely regarded as a new ability. Chapter 1046. But this is also an idea. Shao is considering whether he can combine the extreme speed inheritance with his skills, striving to break through the speed of light as soon as possible. The others at Peak's opinion on this are, just be happy. Good boy, breaking through the speed of sound is fine, but even thinking about breaking through the speed of light? Why don't you just fly into the sky? Senior brother expressed his dissatisfaction. He has the flight inheritance, so if he wants to fly, he should do it. While thinking, Qin Chuan received a message from Dijia Lingyu. President, the national team is promoting the leveling activities for Apocalypse. We large companies have received a notice and are required to cooperate in joint activities. Simply register an Apocalypse account to receive red envelopes. If you reach a certain level, you can unlock more red envelopes. We also added a Cut 1 strike mode, so inviting friends and family to level up together will earn you more and faster red envelopes. Qin Chuan was speechless. What a familiar tactic. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan replied, "Were you referencing Bing 60? Di Jiaolingyu replied, "Yes, this model is quite useful. Honestly, walking down the street these days, even people in their 70s and 80s are talking about Tianqi and asking how to register for the game." Qin Chuan couldn't help but admire the national team's creativity. He smiled and said, "Why don't you organize some egg giveaways? That would definitely attract more senior citizens." "Good idea," Di Jiaolingyu said with a smile. "I have my staff do it right away." After a brief chat, Qin Chuan asked, "How are the preparations going?" Di Jiaolingyu dropped her joking expression and quickly said, "We're already working hard to build the wall. While we're not sure if it will be useful, we have to get started anyway." Qin Chuan replied, "Get as many as you can. Keep an eye on the progress of the co-op missions. Once they reach 100%, they almost begin. However, according to my calculations, it won't appear without warning. There will be a buffer, such as the appearance of portals. We can then arrange for evacuation and organize high-level players to block the attack. This should minimize the losses. As long as we can withstand the initial wave, the subsequent attacks will be much smoother." It's a calculation, but it's actually personal experience. This was the same process that the apocalypse first arrived. There's one thing Qin Chuan didn't mention. The impact of ordinary monsters doesn't actually cause catastrophic casualties. It's only when powerful bosses appear that casualties increase dramatically. In my previous life, many cities were reduced to ruins, leaving dozens of miles of land uninhabited, simply because they were occupied by high-level bosses. Although bosses no longer spawn after the apocalypse, and once they die, monsters also evolve. When one boss falls, a new one quickly appears, leaving the survivors scrambling. By the time the God's Descent arrives, casualties will reach an unprecedentedly horrific level. That all-destructive force could obliterate a city with a single strike. Compared to the past, it's hard to say whether humanity's situation today is better or worse. In the past, the apocalypse arrived 3 years later, and many players had already reached max level. But this time, Qin Chuan is the only max level player. Even if Ying Luo and the others level up with all their might later, by the time the apocalypse arrives, there will only be a dozen max level players left. In this respect, they're at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the player levels were low, and the monster levels weren't high either. Furthermore, in terms of top-tier combat power, Qin Chuan was confident he could complete all the God Ascension quests before the God descended. Combined with his Sniper God talent, his combat power far surpassed his previous self. Even if the Arrow God were resurrected, Qin Chuan was confident he could instantly dispatch him while remaining unscathed. This was the advantage of the human race. Overall, the two sides were evenly matched. Even before the God descended, the human side had a slight advantage. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan sent a message. "I remember you have the Ice Guardian subclass. Summon Song Ling. And Jing, you need her to open a portal. Then find some trustworthy people, and we start a raid to help you obtain a class inheritance." Di Jiaolingyu immediately replied, "Thank you, President. I knew you wouldn't forget me." Before the apocalypse, Qin Chuan prepared to trigger more inheritances. During the game phase, there's more room for error. At least if you die, you can still be revived. Waiting until the apocalypse to complete the quest would put your life at risk. Qin Chuan hadn't been waiting at Night Watch headquarters for long when Di Jiaolingyu and Song Ling arrived, along with Su Chongqing and others. Everyone was excited to join the raid upon hearing that the guild leader would be leading the team. However, not everyone showed up. People like Ying Luo and Ji Xing, who were not only high-level but also possessed inheritances, made leveling a breeze, so they decisively gave the opportunity to others. In addition to the top members, Long Tongue Tianxia and his friends were also among them. This was naturally Qin Chuan's intention. Long Tongue Tianxia was a man of good character, generous and righteous. Allowing him to level up would allow him to contribute more later. Besides these familiar faces, there were also some who were completely unfamiliar. Some of them were from the national team, some from the Lin family. Anyone summoned by Di Jiaolingyu was undoubtedly a good character. After everyone arrived, Qin Chuan immediately initiated the group fight and sent the coordinates to Jing. After receiving the spatial inheritance, Jing's teleportation abilities had been greatly enhanced. As long as he had the corresponding coordinates, he could open a portal, even if he had never been there before. In a sense, its expressiveness was similar to that of Darkest Hour. He could basically go wherever he pleased. As the portal opened, everyone filed in. As soon as they emerged, they were immediately greeted by a biting cold wind. Also, there was a distinct, chilling aura. Jialing Yu curiously asked, "President, where is this? Why can't I see it on the map?" Qin Chuan casually replied, "This is the boundary between the Arctic ice field and the frozen hell, the transition zone between the two maps. There's a raid dungeon here called the Arctic Fortress." As he spoke, a chaotic, heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the open space ahead, and countless undead swarmed towards them. Chapter 1047. Normally, there aren't many monsters in the Arctic ice field. It's too cold, and at most, you see a few wandering ice elementals. But what appeared before them now was a multitude of undead, much to their surprise. Is this still the Arctic ice field? Surely we haven't arrived in the realm of the dead? Jialing Yu raised her inner doubts. Qin Chuan casually said, "In the ice hell, there are flesh and blood creatures called demons. After their death, they are corrupted by the power of the undead, transforming into these wandering undead. It's a small situation, don't panic." Su Changqing roughly counted them, and smacked his lips. "There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 just from what we've seen. Just as we go deeper, we encounter countless more undead. President, isn't the difficulty of this raid you're describing a bit too great? Just trying to reach the entrance is beyond the capability of an average group." Song Ling agreed, speculating, "I think to conquer this dungeon, the entire guild would have to be mobilized, with the regular members leading the way and escorting the pioneering group into the dungeon. This is much more difficult than the Bone Throne we fought." Jialing Yu added, "The Bone Throne's boss is only level 50 or 60, while the undead here are already over level 70. I can't imagine what's going on inside. A level 100 boss wouldn't be a problem." Qin Chuan said approvingly, "Congratulations on your guess." Everyone was speechless. Wow, they were really lucky this time. If it weren't for Night Wanderer leading the group, let alone finding the dungeon, they wouldn't have been able to clear all the monsters at the entrance. Even if they did, they see a level 100 boss inside. So they have to go home. As he spoke, Qin Chuan swung a shadowy flying knife, and then the ever-popular poison blood plague erupted, instantly wiping out all the undead before him. A flood of experience points poured down, and even a 40-person team was still gleaming with the light of leveling up. Long Tongue Tianxia, for example, had previously completed his second-class advancement, breaking through the level cap of 30. Having also completed numerous dungeons, his level was already close to 40. Even after defeating a single wave of monsters, he still managed to level up 2 levels straight away. There were just too many monsters. Long Tongue Tianxia was at a loss for words at this rocket-like leveling speed. He even suspected that after this raid, he might consider a third-class advancement. It really is true that following the boss brings the spoils. After clearing out the undead in sight, the group continued forward, soon encountering a second wave of undead, even larger in number and higher in level. There was nothing to say. This dense formation was perfect for poison blood plague. As soon as a monster died, fission began, clearing the field in an instant. Jialing Yu sent a message, "President, I understand that a few players have also acquired the poison blood plague skill, or something similar, but none of them can achieve the same effect as you." Qin Chuan smiled. Of course, others couldn't do it, they didn't have a super damage boosting talent like the sniper god talent. Also, skill level is crucial. For an average player to upgrade their skills to silver or gold is already quite impressive, but Qin Chuan's skills are all at the sanctuary level, they're simply on a completely different level. Continuing forward, they killed at least 20,000 undead. Finally, they came upon a fortress embedded in the icy mountains, constructed entirely of steel and ice, emitting a biting chill. Even after pre-preparing ice resistance potions, many people's health was still dropping. Su Changqing raised his hand, and a holy light orb floated above the team, continuously restoring their health and stabilizing it. Xiu Xue from the Longting Tianxia team exclaimed, "I'm so envious of that milk volume." Longting Tianxia reassured, "Don't feel bad, Xiu Xue. Even a small size is adorable." Chapter 1048. Xiu Xue rolled her eyes, and said unhappily, "Boss, you're harassing me." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere brightened. Continuing forward, the dark green dungeon entrance came into view. However, to enter, they had to first defeat the 2 bosses at the entrance, 2 level 80 dark gold bosses. A shadow-flying knife struck, instantly dispatching one before ricocheting off to take out the other, ending the battle instantly. The generous experience points gained from defeating the bosses allowed all team members to level up again. As for the loot that dropped, Qin Chuan immediately packed it up, and would deal with it later. After dealing with the gatekeepers, everyone filed into the dungeon, their first sight being an empty hall. Intruders, Welcome to my fortress. This will be your burial place. Now, enjoy this warm welcome. A shrill voice drifted through the hall, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. A giant, over 5 meters tall, slowly approached, clad in armor several centimeters thick and wielding a battle axe. Behind him were 2 other giants of similar size, each armed with a different weapon. 3 epic bosses, each at level 80, all boasting incredibly powerful attack power. A typical raiding team would deploy at least 6 tank classes, 2 per boss to ensure no tanks were lost, and at least an equal number of healers. But for Qin Chuan's team, that wasn't a big deal. Boss, let's throw a throwing knife first to see what happens. Boom. The 3 bosses fell instantly. It wasn't even clear how many stages the boss fight had, they were instantly wiped out. Amidst a flurry of bangs, the team's average level jumped another level and a half. The rewards for over-leveling were incredibly generous. Unfortunately, despite the fact that there were 3 bosses, only 5 loot items were dropped. Clearly, the drops were shared, not individually calculated. Invaders, your strength astounds me. What about this trick? Accompanied by shouts, hundreds of monsters rushed out from all sides of the hall. Qin Chuan waved his hand, unleashing a shadow zone, easily completing the harvest. Then the shadow zone expanded, trapping subsequent monsters at their spawn points, preventing them from even getting close. This method of killing monsters while standing still was eye-opening for the team members. Especially the new players, who had never seen Qin Chuan in action before, were impressed. I always heard that Night Wanderer was powerful, but I hadn't expected him to be this strong. This was completely different from the other players. This was outrageous. All the monsters were killed, but the previous sound did not return. Dijia Yu asked curiously, Guild Leader, why is that guy silent? Is he scared by you? Qin Chuan shook his head. Is it possible that the transition hasn't happened yet? The entire group waited for 3 minutes. Invader, I didn't expect you to be so easily challenged by such a test. Looks like I'm going to have to get serious. Hearing this, Dijia Yu immediately said, it seems the normal process would give 3 minutes to clear monsters and recover, but you're just too fast, so we can only wait. Qin Chuan pondered. This didn't sound right. After the voice in the fortress announced the start of the fight, the iron gate across the hall opened, revealing a lich and his minions. The lich had barely finished his opening line, before he could lock onto his target, when a dagger flew towards him. And that was it. The level 80 epic boss was now completely too much for Qin Chuan to defeat. Even one extra skill would be considered a sign of the enemy's formidable mechanics. After collecting the loot, we headed through the open iron gate to a massive elevator, the only access to the upper levels. Looking up the elevator, we could see a large number of ranged monsters overhead. Clearly, this elevator presented a challenge, requiring the team to reach the summit under intense ranged fire. Failure to properly handle this could easily lead to casualties, or even a complete annihilation, resulting in a tragic elevator encounter. Chapter 1049. The solution was simple. Qin Chuan flashed repeatedly to the top, blindly attacking, clearing the area. He then informed the others in the team to take the elevator up. When they reached the upper level, they saw a platform surrounded by a spire. Wandering monsters called transformed devils, their features even uglier than demons. Intruders, your ability to reach this point truly amazes me, but you reached your limit. With the announcement, the air began to grow turbid, and everyone gained a debuff of mutated toxin. Combined with the low temperature damage, the team's health began to decline again. Xiaoxiu asked, Su Changqing, do you need any help? Su Changqing waved his hand, proudly saying, I haven't used my full strength yet. With a wave of his hand, the entire team's abnormal resistance increased significantly, slowing their health loss to a rate that could be easily sustained by the Holy Light Orb. With just 2 skills, Su Changqing solved the team's health loss problem. He alone was now equal to a team of ordinary priests. Another 5 minutes passed, and the announcement sounded again. Someone's still alive. I underestimated you. Dijia Yu was clearly dissatisfied with this self-talking fellow, unable to resist complaining, isn't this guy too rigid? He only follows set procedures. Can't he see what's happening here? Qin Chuan laughed, if he really doesn't follow the rules, and rushes over with all his bosses, you'd be upset again. Dijia Yu pondered this, and after sticking out her tongue, she said, then let him follow the procedures. Roar! A roar echoed overhead, and a massive dragon composed of bone and frost swooped down, bearing a burly, heavily armored knight on its back. Merely mid-charge, the ice dragon lost all its strength and fell helplessly, taking the knight with it, and instantly dying, contributing a wealth of experience and loot. Since entering the game, The team members had each leveled up by an average of 6 levels. Those at lower levels had even reached the level cap, requiring class advancement to advance further. Among the team members, Jiaolingyu had the lowest level increase. This was to be expected, given that she had activated a secondary class, requiring 2 levels of experience to level up. However, the gains from dual classes were substantial, and the skill sets complemented each other for greater effectiveness. Compared to the benefits, the slower leveling was not unacceptable. After all, many players who wanted to open a secondary class didn't even have the opportunity. Even Ying Luo and Ji Xing, despite receiving inheritance, remained single-class players and never activated their secondary classes. While he was lost in thought, a ghost ship flew over from a distance and docked at the edge of the platform. Longting Tianxia asked curiously, "What do you mean? We still have to board the ship?" "No, this ship is so rusted that only its frame remains." "How can it still fly?" Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Do you understand magic? There's no need to make things so clear about the apocalypse." "Okay, let's get on board." Qin Chuan knew the routine of this raid. Once on the ghost ship, not only would he have to face the monsters that spawned on it, but 2 more ghost ships would also spawn nearby. Players would have to withstand the incoming fire, and try to dock the ship on the other side. The solution was simple. A shadow enveloped the entire ghost ship, instantly obliterating any spawn monsters, becoming its sustenance. Attacks from the 2 nearby ghost ships were also absorbed by the shadow, further expanding its reach until it engulfed all 3 ships. When the ghost ship docked, everyone was speechless. Longting Tianxia had calculated that, if fought normally, this battle would have been difficult. Although there was no boss, the monsters on board and the artillery fire from both sides would have dealt multiple blows to the players on deck. Add to that the constant health loss debuff, and even moving forward would have been difficult. Failure to maintain healing would have meant immediate destruction. But now, Su Chongqing single-handedly dealt with the health loss, and Night Wanderer handled the monsters and artillery fire. They could simply stand back and watch the scenery unfold. Longting Tianxia was well informed and understood that this privilege was due to impending major changes, requiring high-level players like them to shoulder greater responsibilities. As they spoke, the ghost ship began to dock, and the team was greeted by new undead monsters. As they fought their way into the new area, the monsters here were primarily demons, taking on a misty, and adorned with icy crystals. Before they encountered the boss, Jiaolingyu whispered, "President, what kind of inheritance are you talking about?" Song Ling was also curious. Having previously obtained the Ice Lord's inheritance, she wasn't lacking in inheritances, but she was curious that there was one in this raid. Qin Chuan explained, "Normally, there isn't one. However, if you unlock the Ice Guardian class and defeat the final boss, you receive a quest item. Keep doing it, and you unlock the inheritance. It's a deep upgrade based on the Ice Guardian, offering unique defense and control. Paired with your tank class, you can basically take on bosses without any problems." Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. Who could have imagined this? The Ice Guardian subclass itself is already rare, and you have to find this remote raid, so remote it's invisible on the map. These 2 combined conditions essentially eliminate over 99.9% of players. Jiaolingyu was quite excited. She had even more on her mind. According to the guild master, the apocalypse would become reality, and by then, resurrection points would be useless. Unless one possessed a resurrection item, death was a real death. In this situation, an inheritance that increased defense would undoubtedly be extremely useful. Regardless of whether one could defeat the boss, at least avoiding being instantly killed by it was victory. In future battles, staying alive was the most important goal. Although her damage output was somewhat limited, Jiaolingyu took it easy. It didn't matter if she couldn't deal damage, as long as her teammates could. She had already, as the guild master had instructed, brought many guild members to her residence, including Xiao and Jing, as well as Su Chongqing, Shui Zhong, and others. They would team up and cooperate with each other. They had no shortage of damage, but rather needed those who could sustain the damage. This inheritance came at the perfect time. Chapter 1050. Killing their way forward, Longting Tianxia couldn't even remember how many bosses they defeated. All he knew was that his level-up light kept illuminating. The experience points gained from defeating bosses above their own level were incredibly bountiful, and leveling up like a cheat. After exiting the ghost ship and moving forward, they switched to 2 more areas. After defeating 5 bosses, the team was faced with an icy path with hundreds of steps. "Invaders, you defeated all of my men and are worthy of facing me. Step onto these steps, and I'd be waiting for you at the top. Only if you can make it to the end alive, hee." followed by a sinister laugh. A howling cold wind erupted, with flashes of light constantly flashing through it. They were the razor-sharp ice blades. Qin Chuan explained, I think everyone understands this phase. We need to reach the top of the stairs before our active area shrinks. Long Tongue Tianxia took over. Then, there should be monsters blocking the way on these stairs. Before he finished speaking, a cold wind carrying frost formed on the stairs, and an ice demon composed of ice mist blocked the path. Everyone looked at Long Tongue Tianxia. You're such a badass. Qin Chuan remained calm, saying casually, just a few small monsters? If the neighboring area saw this, they think we were powerless. More and more bosses. Boom. 2 frost giants descended from the sky, ready at the top of the stairs. Everyone turned to look at Qin Chuan, their expression somewhat quizzical. What else could be said? Dijialing Yu complained, President, and President Longting, both of you, please stop talking. I'm afraid if you continue, the final boss will appear early, and that won't be fun anymore. Song Ling quickly reached out to cover Dijialing Yu's mouth. Stop talking. However, the final boss was still quite impressive. It didn't appear early, but simply continuously created ice devils, quickly filling the stairs to the brim. Qin Chuan's assessment was that this boss was too rigid and inflexible, only following a routine. Couldn't it see that this dense formation would just be a waste of time? Accepting the free equipment and experience points, the group sauntered to the top of the stairs, where a metal gate opened up. Pushing the gate open and stepping inside, in the center of the empty platform lay a simple suit of armor. Though covered in scars, it was clear that it had once been extremely ornate. Is it beyond my expectation that you made it this far? A voice came from within the armor. Then, after a tremor, the armor stood up. Without holding a weapon, with a simple wave of its hand, Frost condensed into a longbow and arrows. After concentrating his weapon, Armor barely made a move, as 5 bursts of icy arrows flew towards him, their speed so fast that it was impossible to react. But once they entered the shadow zone, the icy arrows disappeared like mud in the sea, completely silent. Undeterred, Armor launched several more attacks, but each time to no avail. He immediately discarded his frost longbow, and instead condensed it into an ice staff. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a blizzard that covered the entire field. Dijialing Yu grumbled, this guy's all armor, and he's actually a mage? Qin Chuan, maintaining his shadow domain to absorb attacks, casually remarked, this armor is probably just a carrier. The real boss is inside. Whether it's the frostbolt or the blizzard, they're just manifestations of ice power. Dijialing Yu pondered for a moment, then looked around. Seeing no other exits from the platform besides the gate they come from, she couldn't help but ask, looks like this is the final boss, isn't it? Is that the one who dropped the inheritance you mentioned? Qin Chuan nodded yes. Dijialing Yu couldn't help but feel excited. Long Tongue Tianxia whispered, Boss, I'm asking you shamelessly. Do you think I still have a chance? I'm desperate to improve. Chapter 1051. Qin Chuan recalled. According to the progress of his previous life, Long Tongue Tianxia had also passed a certain inheritance test, but by then, several versions had already been updated. Long Tongue Tianxia himself had already reached maximum level and, after breaking through the Saint Realm through the usual methods, unexpectedly obtained the inheritance. Thinking more carefully, it seemed that the map where he obtained the inheritance hadn't been opened yet. In fact, Qin Chuan remembered many ways to advance through inheritance and secondary professions, but he wasn't sure if they were suitable. Now that Long Tongue Tianxia had asked, Qin Chuan simply told him about 2 places. As for whether he could succeed, it depended on his luck. After sharing the relevant information, Long Tongue Tianxia suddenly felt better. As he spoke, Armor realized that the blizzard was useless, and switched to a new weapon to attack. Qin Chuan's passive defense, relying entirely on shadow domain absorption, was because he was currently in the cutscene, and the boss's health bar hadn't yet appeared. After waiting for 5 minutes, Armor seemed to have consumed too much energy, and stopped the pointless attack. Intruders, how strong are you? It seems I have to get serious. A cold mist enveloped the armor, coating it with a layer of frost. At the same time, a health bar appeared above the armor. Ice Demon General, LV-100, Legendary. A level 100 legendary boss, its attributes are naturally beyond description. In one word, explosion. Snap. The health bar was instantly halved, but it didn't clear. Instead, it was locked into a phase transition. The Ice Demon General stood up, then immediately half knelt on the ground. Just judging by his endurance, he's already tougher than many of the chosen ones. After a loud crash, the Ice Demon General shed his heavy armor and transformed into an icy mist. Bang! His health bar emptied, and he died instantly. The next second, the sound of a notification began to drift. Player Night Wanderer led his team to the first clear of the Arctic Fortress dungeon, rewarded with 100 free attributes, 10 skill points, and 100 reputation points. Their glorious deeds will be told throughout Apocalypse. Not only did they get experience points, but they also got attribute points. The rest of the team felt they had struck it rich. Longting Tianxia even bluntly stated that if an opportunity like this were auctioned off, it would fetch at least $1 million. The entire team would have earned tens of millions just from entrance fees, but Night Wanderer refused to accept a single cent. This favor was more dazzling than the sun. Qin Chuan remained calm, as if it were nothing. He went forward and collected all the loot dropped by the boss. He picked out a quest scroll and gave it directly to Dijialingyu, instructing her, "If you have any questions about this quest, just let me know." Dijialingyu nodded repeatedly, "Thank you, Guild Master. Love you." As a level 100 legendary boss, the Ice Demon General had a massive drop, not only dropping the Inheritance quest scroll, but also 8 other pieces of loot. 5 pieces of equipment, all level 100 legendary, 3 of which were sets, though not the same set, belonging to different classes. Since the equipment required a level of 100, they were not currently in use, so they were placed in the guild warehouse for future distribution. The remaining 3 pieces of loot, an Ice skill book, were given to Song Ling. A skill advancement stone, which could upgrade a skill to legendary rank. Qin Chuan, with his sanctuary level skills, naturally had no use for them, so he placed them in the guild warehouse. Finally, a teleportation rune, which could teleport to the frozen hell. This item piqued Qin Chuan's interest. With nothing else to do, a trip to the frozen hell seems like a good idea. After completing a dungeon run, Qin Chuan's backpack was filled with dozens of new pieces of equipment, all starting at epic level. However, the equipment was too high level for the guild members to use for the time being, so they were stored in the warehouse. As the mirror opened the portal, the team members gradually returned to the city. Those who had reached the level cap were ready to take on class challenges. Those who had leveled up several times in a row were ready to upgrade their equipment, and then return to leveling and dungeon runs to further improve. Chapter 1052. Dijialingyu happily set off upon receiving her mission. Her mission ultimately meant unlocking the inheritance of the Extreme Ice Demon General, a feat considered quite exceptional. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, was preparing to explore the Ice Hell. There were many opportunities there. Speaking of the opportunities in the Ice Hell, Qin Chuan planned to bring Song Ling with him, as there was a high chance that her inheritance would advance even further. Although the teleportation rune could only be used by Qin Chuan himself, with the help of the Shadow Gift, Qin Chuan could summon others to his side. He planned to teleport there first, then summon them back after ensuring their safety. Hearing that they were going to explore a new map, Jing strongly requested to go along. Qin Chuan readily agreed. It would be a good idea for Jing to go. He could record the coordinates and open a portal later, making it easier to travel back and forth. After using the teleportation rune, a cold teleportation circle appeared, transporting Qin Chuan to a completely new area. The temperature here was dozens of degrees colder than the Arctic glaciers, and it wasn't just the physical chill, the chill penetrated the soul, slowing even one's thinking. Thanks to his high spiritual attributes, this negative effect was negligible. With no monsters around, Qin Chuan immediately summoned Song Ling and Jing. Thanks to the bonuses from the Shadow Gift, the two could withstand the situation. After teleporting, Jing immediately began tinkering, quickly recording the coordinates. Later, he would refine them and transform them into a new teleportation skill. After receiving the spatial inheritance, Jing's teleportation abilities were growing stronger. While his frontal combat capabilities might not be top-notch, his support role was fully utilized. After arriving at the frozen hell, Song Ling seemed to sense something. She glanced around, then pointed in a certain direction and said, "President, I feel like something's calling me." Since we had no specific goal for this trip to the frozen hell, we simply followed Song Ling's direction, taking things as they came. After walking a few hundred meters, Jing looked around and said with some frustration, "President, are we in the wrong place? Is this still Apocalypse? Forget the NPCs. At least we should have a couple of wild monsters to look at. This place is so dead." Song Ling, however, had a different opinion. She said softly, "It's quite lively." Jing was furious. She rushed to Qin Chuan's side, grabbed his arm, and shielded herself from him. She said cautiously, "Sister Song Ling, don't be ridiculous. There's nothing around here. How can it be lively? Don't scare me." Qin Chuan took in the surroundings and nodded, saying, "It's quite lively." Jing was about to cry. She clearly saw nothing. Could it be? A ghost? This isn't right. Jing's voice trembled, and she simply closed her eyes. We must believe in science and oppose superstition. Song Ling realized her way of expressing herself wasn't quite right, and quickly added, what I mean is, there are many souls floating around here, but they're not aggressive, they're just watching us. Qin Chuan nodded yes. Jing nearly fainted. Song Ling's words only made her even more frightened. Seeing this, Qin Chuan waved his hand and released a shadow field, outlining the surrounding souls. Overall, it looked like floating flames. Seeing his actual target, Jing finally calmed down a bit. It turned out to be a special type of monster, so there was nothing to fear. But then he thought, this place is called the Frozen Hell. And the word hell in Yen Nation's traditional culture represents the underworld, the world after death. Jing suddenly felt uneasy again. Why did he end up in hell out of the blue? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, teleported back to find Su Chongqing, gave him shadow gift, and summoned him to the Frozen Hell. Su Chongqing thought he was going to be in another dungeon, but when he arrived, there was no boss, not even a single monster. Qin Chuan explained, Su Chongqing, cast a holy light ball to illuminate the area. Jing is a bit timid. Su Chongqing didn't object. He raised his hand and swung out a holy light ball, brightening the surroundings. However, releasing holy light in the frozen hell was like pouring cold water into a frying pan. It would explode instantly. A roar. Terrorizing roars echoed in the distance, accompanied by the howling of a chilling wind. The scene was straight out of a horror movie. At this point, Jing calmed down and said unhappily, President, did you do this on purpose? Qin Chuan coughed and said, it's an accident. I didn't expect this. But Jing clearly didn't believe it, but said nothing. Even further away, under the illumination of the holy light orb, more souls appeared and quickly transformed into frost devil forms. The monster's health bar was showing, so there was nothing to say. Just kill it. Jing's composure grew. As long as it wasn't a ghost, it was fine. Raising his hand, Jing unleashed dozens of lost mirrors, trapping a dozen frost devils within. He said viciously, I let you scare me. Su Chongqing muttered quietly, angry girls are so scary. What did you say? Jing glanced at Su Chongqing, and the 1.8-meter tall man trembled twice in fear. He kept saying, nothing, absolutely nothing. Qin Chuan patted Su Chongqing's shoulder sympathetically. Young man, you're still too young. Words can cause trouble, don't you understand? Song Ling, standing next to him, unleashed a glacier ray, killing several frost devils. He said with some surprise, President, I triggered a quest that requires me to kill frost devils and extract their energy. Qin Chuan nodded. Did they specify how many I had to kill? No, Song Ling shook his head, then checked the quest progress and estimated, but I calculated it, and it's about 1,000. That's easy, Qin Chuan looked at Su Chongqing. Come on, release a few more holy light balls to liven things up. Su Chongqing nodded, indicating no problem. As more orbs of holy light rose, the roars around them grew increasingly chaotic. Looking around, frost devils rushed towards them from all directions, their health bars etched red everywhere. Their number exceeded 1,000, perhaps at least quadrupled. Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling and asked with concern, how's it going? Is it enough? If not, just tell me, and have Su Chongqing use some more skills. Su Chongqing volunteered, Sister Song Ling, don't worry about me running out of skills. I still have my ultimate. Song Ling paused for a moment, unable to find the right words, and could only nod deeply. Thank you so much. Chapter 1053. The frost devils roaming the surrounding area were attracted by the holy light ball and charged forward with a menacing aura. Their numbers completely exceeded Song Ling's mission requirements. Su Chongqing's holy damage was extremely effective against these negative monsters. However, his level was relatively low, and he focused on supporting, so his damage output was limited. He would have to wait to kill these frost devils with the holy light ball. And before that, the vast swarm of frost devils would have sent Su Chongqing back home. Qin Chuan was about to attack, but Song Ling said, President, let me do it. She now had the attribute bonuses of Shadow's gift, and Su Chongqing had also added a series of buffs. All of her attributes were extremely explosive, making it the perfect time to show off her skills. Jing also requested to join the battle. President, I researched a new skill. Let me try it out. Qin Chuan nodded. Then I leave it to you. How could he object when his teammates were so eager to join the battle? As an ice mage, Song Ling's attack methods were relatively conventional, but his skills boasted a wide range, high damage, and a fast cooldown, allowing him to single-handedly unleash a devastating firepower. Furthermore, Qin Chuan keenly observed that Song Ling's skills possessed a splash effect, inflicting frost shards on nearby enemies with each hit, dealing secondary damage. While the shards weren't as damaging as the skill itself, they were numerous, scattering in all directions without blind spots. Furthermore, the shards from multiple skills could stack, resulting in considerable cumulative damage. With one skill attack, over 300 frost demons were dispatched, demonstrating astonishing efficiency. Nearby, Jing, not to be outdone, swung his staff, creating a flat, mirrored space. Its width was only 2 centimeters, making it difficult for a person to pass through, let alone a hand. However, its length was a staggering 5 meters. Su Chongqing asked curiously, "What kind of skill is this?" Jing replied, "This is the local conveyor belt I've been researching." With that, Jing swept this strange mirrored space across, slicing through the Frost Devil's body like a wind blade. Su Chongqing was about to say that the Frost Devil had no physical form, and that this cutting skill wouldn't be very effective, but he stopped himself. The Frost Devils, struck by the mirror, gradually separated as they advanced. Even though they were life forms in the form of mist, they couldn't recover. Su Chongqing exclaimed in surprise, "How does this work?" Jing was about to keep it a secret when Qin Chuan casually said, "Didn't Jing tell you? This is a partial teleportation. It teleports part of the Frost Devil. The section is covered by spatial forces, so it can't be restored to its original state." Jing paused for a moment, then said with a hint of resentment, "President, you easily lose friends if you do this." Qin Chuan smiled, "I was inconsiderate." Su Chongqing, "Just pretend you didn't hear what I said. Let Jing explain the principles behind this skill. You understand?" Su Chongqing nodded repeatedly, "I understand." Then she looked at Jing, "Sister Jing, tell me how it works." "It's amazing." Jing was so angry she nearly broke her staff. "You two are just trying to entertain children." The three of them were performing crosstalk, while Song Ling silently used her skills to clear monsters nearby. She wondered if the president had come here for a vacation. After a moment, Song Ling said, "The first step is complete. Let me see what happens next. Kill 2,000 Frost Devils? What's wrong with this quest? Can't they just list all the requirements at once?" Su Chongqing speculated, "Will the next quest be 3,000 Frost Devils?" Song Ling said uncertainly, "Probably right." At this point, there was nothing more to say, all we could do was keep killing. Luckily, there were plenty of Frost Devils around, so there was no need to worry about a shortage. The player should worry about whether they had enough damage, and whether they could hold off so many Frost Devils charging simultaneously. Chapter 1054. As the fight progressed, Qin Chuan faintly heard a bewitching voice. "Young man, are you thirsting for power?" Qin Chuan pretended not to hear it. After a moment, Song Ling said in surprise, "I think I heard something." Jing said, "So you heard it too?" "I thought I misheard." Su Chongqing also spoke up, "Since everyone has it, I'm relieved." He then looked at Qin Chuan, "President, what is this?" "I heard a voice asking if I wanted to be a hero, and saying it would help me realize my dream." "What does this mean? Is a boss about to appear?" Song Ling and Jing also looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Chuan replied, "This is a devil's bargain. If you agree, you receive a mission, but the reward is incredibly deceptive. It's beyond thankless, and it's simply courting death." Su Chongqing exclaimed in surprise, "Damn! There's even this kind of mission. Tianqi is so unkind. Couldn't they verify it before issuing it?" Song Ling, however, seemed thoughtful and said slowly, "So, it seems the devil's habits are somewhat similar to demons. Both enjoy deceiving others." Qin Chuan shook his head, "There are some differences. Demons, while deceptive, are still somewhat trustworthy. Demons prefer chaos, they desire the collapse of order. Demons, on the other hand, are far more cunning and insidious. They have no credibility. Every deal is rigged in their favor. Anyone who accepts the deal will be devoured to the bone, their marrow ripped out." Song Ling asked with some concern, "Guild leader, the quest I triggered isn't a devil's bargain, is it?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment and reassured him, "It's okay. Your quest is to kill the devil, and that's not the kind of quest a devil would issue. I heard the Ice Lord was once tricked by the Hell King, losing some of his power, which led to the creation of this icy hell. The fact that you triggered this quest probably stems from the Ice Lord's resentment." Jing asked curiously, "Guild leader, where did you hear all this information?" Qin Chuan casually said, "As long as you have a certain level of reputation, you can chat with the NPCs. They tell you all sorts of information, and then you can analyze it by summarizing it." Jing immediately declared, "I can't do it." Qin Chuan smiled and said nothing. In fact, he couldn't do it alone. But if players from around the world were to gather and deduce information together, it would be different. Song Ling, standing beside him, pondered for a moment and then curiously asked, President, according to your theory, if we break through this icy hell, can we recover the Ice Lord's lost power? Qin Chuan snapped his fingers and smiled. Congratulations, you're right. The ice hell is a rather unique place. In terms of exploration value, it has some, but not much. But to say it's completely meaningless isn't quite. If we can defeat the Lord of the Ice Hell, we can reclaim its lost power, akin to receiving a legacy. However, after that, the Ice Hell will be sealed off. This time, breaking through the Arctic fortress yielded a teleportation rune, perfect for taking down the Lord of the Ice Hell. Song Ling, having heard that he could become stronger, was invigorated and diligently set to work on monster killing and questing. With Jing and Su Chongqing's assistance, they quickly completed the second quest, and the third was still to kill the Frost Devil. Instead of 3,000, the number had shrunk to 500. Just because the number was smaller, the difficulty didn't decrease. The quest required killing elite Frost Devils of level 60 or higher, and at least bronze. That's equivalent to defeating 500 bronze bosses. And this quest seemed like just the starter. If the ultimate goal was the Lord of the Frozen Hell, then intermediate tasks would undoubtedly require killing Dark Gold or even epic legendary Frost Devils. Chapter 1055. Song Ling sighed. Guild leader, this quest looks like it's meant for max level players. It's really tough for a level 60 Karami like me. Su Chongqing objected. Sister Song Ling, look at the buffs we have on us. They had nearly 10,000 points to all 4 attributes. Even max level players might not even reach that level. You can't act like you're level 60 and completely max level. Jingshan agreed, but then again, I remember the guild leader's buffs were improved before, but it wasn't this dramatic. What happened? Qin Chuan didn't try to hide it, explaining, after reaching the maximum level, you first break through to the Holy Realm. Then you can continue to improve and search for clues to the long steps of divination. I completed 3 quests, and my attributes have improved significantly. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, however, the effects of the long steps of divination vary from person to person, and the degree of improvement varies from person to person, so I can't say for sure what level you can achieve. Su Chongqing waved his hand, suggesting that you were overthinking it. They hadn't even reached the maximum level yet, so breaking through to the Holy Realm was a question, let alone the long steps of divination. Song Ling asked, President, do you think that completing the long steps of divination you're talking about will allow you to become a god? Is such a thing truly possible? Jing cast a curious glance. This was a bit beyond imagination. Qin Chuan smiled, gazed into the distance, and said meaningfully, why not? A huge change is about to take place, and we can no longer view things from the same perspective as before. The 3 of them seemed to understand, but they didn't dwell on it. Just follow the leader, and do whatever he says. This isn't laziness, this is rallying under the leader's banner and setting sail. This topic is a bit far-fetched for you. Let's help Song Ling with the quest first, Qin Chuan said, then looked at Su Chongqing. Come on, use a high-level skill to attract the high-level Frost Devils. Su Chongqing removed the massive cross from his back and stood on the ground. A holy white light emanated from his body, and a pair of wings emerged from his head, making him particularly conspicuous. At this moment, the surrounding Frost Devils were in a state of panic, charging towards them with venomous howls. Further away, bronze and silver-level Frost Devils also appeared, clearly unable to sit still. Su Chongqing nodded with satisfaction. Done! Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling. Keep going. Song Ling was also honest. Without a word, he immediately began unleashing his skills, sending shards of frost flying everywhere. This icy hell was already cold, and the sheer number of ice-based skills only made the temperature drop even lower. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and a shadowy domain enveloped him, Su Chongqing, and Jing. Then he watched the fun with a smile. Su Chongqing said somewhat sheepishly, President, this isn't a good idea. Jing, however, spoke the truth. I feel like the President is training Sister Song Ling. Also, I think we outsiders shouldn't interfere too much in this quest. At least, try to avoid engaging in monster-killing quests like this until the big boss arrives. Qin Chuan praised smart. This trip to the Frost Hell was primarily to help Song Ling better master her inherited power. So far, the results seem quite good, but there's still some distance to Qin Chuan's expectations. One can only hope Song Ling keeps working hard. Thankfully, Song Ling lived up to expectations, executing a masterful skill combination, stopping the Frost Devil mid-strike and preventing him from reaching melee combat. After observing for a moment, Su Chongqing curiously asked, President, didn't Sister D also receive an inheritance quest? Why didn't you ask her? Qin Chuan shook his head. No need. She and Song Ling are on different paths, and the quest system is different. Di Jialing you received the inheritance of the Extreme Ice Demon General. Although she also wields the power of Frost, she is not from the same faction as the Ice Lord, and is more defensive-oriented. Su Chongqing stopped asking questions, and simply observed the holy wings in the sky. When she felt the duration was about to expire, she would replenish them, and continue to attract elite Frost demons. As Song Ling killed the Frost demons, her, Su Chongqing, and Jing's levels continued to rise. The Frost demons here were all quite high, and even with the experience points shared by Qin Chuan and the other two, the rewards were quite generous. Just by completing the third quest, Song Ling and the other two had already leveled up by more than a level. They were expected to level up at least a few more levels after completing all the prerequisite quests. If you count the bosses along the way. Once the three of them leave the frozen hell, they can proceed to their third-class advancement. The unfortunate thing is that they're essentially on their own for the high difficulty class advancement quests. Otherwise, Qin Chuan could give them a shadow boon, allowing them to easily complete even the most difficult quests. Now, it all depends on their own performance. However, with the guild warehouse's stash of epic and legendary equipment, the difficulty should be somewhat reduced. While pondering, Song Ling approached. Guild leader, the third quest is complete, and a new one has been spawned. You need to kill 100 gold-level Frost Devils, and 50 dark-level Frost Devils. The quests aren't particularly difficult, the main challenge is finding the targets. Searching for 150 bosses in this vast frozen hell is a monumental challenge in itself. The sheer number of monsters along the way is unimaginable. And then, there are the devil's bargains that pop up from time to trick players, and if you're not careful, you fall into a pit you can't see the bottom of. But for Qin Chuan's team, this problem presents no challenge at all. Qin Chuan looked at Su Chongqing. Let's just go all in, and use your strongest holy light skill. The operation wasn't difficult, but Su Chongqing still felt a little worried. President, what if the bosses are too numerous, and we kill the high-level ones in the melee? Then Sister Song Ling's quest will refresh, and we have no targets. Qin Chuan pointed to the surrounding black shadows. I control the bosses, then check the quest requirements and deal with them in batches. Jing, standing nearby, said thoughtfully, why does this sound like slaughtering a pig? Chapter 1056. After discussing the strategy, Su Chongqing was next to lure the monsters. To attract a gold or dark gold level boss, ordinary divine skills were clearly insufficient, so Su Chongqing unleashed his ultimate. Divine Guidance. Final Judgment. With the release of this skill, an endless stream of light filled the ice hell, instantly evaporating the nearby low-level Frost Devils. The resulting commotion was truly extraordinary. Not only were the ground covered in dancing demons, but even more majestic silhouettes emerged in the distance. Looking around, not only gold and dark gold level demons were attracted, but even several epic level demons were present. In addition, several people received a notification simultaneously. The Lord of the Ice Hell was watching. Su Chongqing asked with some concern, President, are we going too far? Qin Chuan glanced at it, dismissing it as nothing, and casually said, it's just a small situation, don't panic. Song Ling had already quickly marked several gold-level Frost Devils, and began bombarding them with skills. While the damage was impressive, it was still far less impressive than Qin Chuan's instant kill. That was understandable. The sniper god's damage multiplier was immense. Standing even at a distance would multiply the damage by dozens. Who could compare? According to the previously formulated strategy, Qin Chuan expanded the Shadow Zone, freezing all Frost Devils that entered it. He then selected gold and dark gold Frost Devils based on their rank, dragging them to Song Ling for targeted attacks. As for the lower-level Frost Devils, they were naturally dispatched immediately. Several epic-level Frost Devils had also approached, bringing with them even more demons and making the area even colder. But before the Shadow Domain, the epic-level Frost Demons could only wait for death. Even without a physical form, they were still bound by the shadows. The demons sensed something was amiss. It would have been fine if the low-level Frost Demons hadn't been able to defeat them, but now, even with the epic-level Frost Demons, they were still helpless against these humans. When had the Frost Hell become so powerless? Also, whether it was just the Frost Demons' illusion, they felt a familiar and awe-inspiring power within the humans they faced. Qin Chuan and his companions didn't have so many thoughts. Especially Song Ling, whose staff was practically conjuring phantoms. 100 gold-level Frost Demons plus 50 dark gold-level Frost Demons. This wasn't something that the average person could accomplish. If it weren't for the various buffs, it would probably take a whole day of overtime just to deplete the health of these frost demons. Song Ling sighed. If someone else had taken this quest, it would probably take at least 10 days or half a month to complete. Jing nodded in agreement, then offered his own opinion. But most people don't have the opportunity to visit the Frost Hell, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to trigger the quest. As he spoke, Song Ling cleared the health of several gold-level bosses. Qin Chuan snapped his fingers, and new Frost Devils were immediately transferred over. Song Ling, while unleashing his skills, complained, "Jing, I think you're right. This fight is like slaughtering a pig." The Lord of the Frost Hell's attention increased. After dozens of gold-level Frost Devils were defeated, several people received a warning. But no one was afraid, nor did they stop fighting. Song Ling even hoped the Lord of the Frost Hell would just jump out, ideally triggering the final quest in one go, saving her from having to use skills like screws. "I never thought I could feel so exhausted from fighting a boss." It was truly absurd. Su Chongqing raised his hand to buff Song Ling's damage, then continued to watch the show from the side, sighing, "I wonder if I ever encounter a quest like this again. Just looking at it gives me a headache." Qin Chuan actually knew a bit about the Paladin's legacy, and immediately asked with a smile, "Brother Su, do you want a quest? If so, just ask, and I find you a suitable one." Chapter 1057. Su Chongqing didn't answer directly, but asked cautiously, "Are there many quests?" Qin Chuan replied, "There are inheritance quests, some more, some less, but none too easy. That's inevitable." Su Chongqing rested his chin on his hand, pondered for a moment, then nodded, "That's right. To gain something, you have to pay for it. Guild Master, I'd like to pursue the professional support route. What inheritances are available that would be suitable?" Qin Chuan said without hesitation, "There are at least 3 suitable for you, but the relevant maps haven't been opened yet. Let me tell you about the prerequisite quests later. You can recruit a few people in the guild to help you, and I take you there once the maps are open." After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, "I announce a few events in the guild. The quests might be lengthy, but the rewards are good. Take your pick." As he spoke, another notification appeared. The Lord of the Frozen Hell's wrath began to build. Looking around, Song Ling diligently unleashed countless skills. A circle of Frost Devils lay on the ground, all gold and dark gold, not far short of the required number for her quest. But before she could complete the quest, 2 terrifying howls rang out in the distance, followed by 2 epic Frost Devils, over level 90, charging towards her. It looked like they were the story bosses, dispatched by the Lord of Frozen Hell. Alas, their fate was to die in vain, trapped in the Shadow Realm alongside other epic Frost Devils. Perhaps because these 2 unique Frost Devils hadn't been defeated, the Lord of Frozen Hell didn't take any further action. Everything was peaceful until Song Ling completed this round of the quest. Thanks to the number of bosses slain, Song Ling, Jing, and Su Chongqing had all reached level 70. They only needed to return to their class challenges to level up again. "President, the quest is complete," Song Ling said, a look of astonishment on his face as he added, "The next quest is to kill 5 epic level Frost Devils and 1 legendary level 1. Epic level Frost Devils are easy to deal with. 2 had just appeared. And even without those 2, the 1 Su Chongqing had previously attracted were already enough. The only problem was that the legendary level Frost Devils hadn't been seen yet." Su Chongqing asked, somewhat puzzled, "Guild leader, are we in the wrong position? I just used my ultimate, and still couldn't attract the legendary Frost Devil." Qin Chuan glanced around and casually said, "Isn't it here?" Jing's fury flared up again. Clutching his staff, he looked around warily, his voice almost tearful. "Guild leader, don't scare me. There's no such thing." Song Ling sensed it for a moment and, also slightly puzzled, said, "Guild leader, I don't see any legendary Frost Devil either." Qin Chuan replied, "We already entered their territory. I pull it out." Qin Chuan hadn't expected their luck to be so good, encountering a legendary Frost Devil within their territory. This wasn't just any legendary, but one that had found a way to break through. Given a little more time, it could very well break through to the Holy Domain. Once the territory opened, humans trapped within would be plunged into an endless death spiral, unable to escape. It was a pity this Frost Devil had encountered Qin Chuan. Before the Eye of Void breaking, the enemy's tracks were impossible to hide. Speaking of which, this guy was quite intelligent. Seemingly aware of the Shadow Realm's power, he chose not to act rashly, but instead planned to infiltrate it stealthily, then use his demonic nature to lure and harm several people. But there was a problem with this method. The infiltration process could remain undetected. If it were someone else's domain, this Frost Devil might have succeeded. Chapter 1058. Unfortunately, they encountered Qin Chuan. The Shadow Realm possessed a strong repulsiveness, and the Frost Devil's infiltration would have been unsuccessful. However, previously in the secret realm of light inheritance, Qin Chuan had mastered the darkness that swallowed light, allowing him to absorb external energy to strengthen his Shadow Realm. Applying this in combat meant that Qin Chuan barely needed to expend any additional energy to maintain his Shadow Realm, relying solely on enemy attacks. This time, the Frost Devil's domain infiltrated, but was directly absorbed by the Shadow Realm. This gave the Frost Devil the illusion that its infiltration had been successful, unaware that Qin Chuan had already sensed its attack the moment it launched. The reason he kept silent was simply to see what the opponent had in store, and to lock it down completely. The domain infiltration process was a two-way process, and Qin Chuan had already reverse-locked the Frost Devil's position. Now that Song Ling's mission requirements had been confirmed, he stopped playing around. The Shadow Realm exerted its power, dragging a massive Frost Devil out of the spatial gap. A shrill wail echoed across the land, its mere sound unsettling, a feeling of being transported to a world of horror. Qin Chuan frowned and shouted, "Shut up." He activated his shadow domain to absorb the sound completely. No matter how the legendary Frost Devil roared, it couldn't affect the few within the shadow domain. Jing breathed a sigh of relief when the Frost Devil appeared. He feared not seeing the enemy, not because of its ugliness. With a touch of trepidation he said, "This guy has been hiding nearby without making any noise. If anyone else had come here, they would have likely been smitten." Su Changqing added, "Is there a possibility that if the guild master hadn't come, we would have been smitten as well?" Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling. "Go ahead. I think after defeating this guy, we'd be going after the Lord of Frost Hell." Song Ling nodded and launched into a flurry of skills, instantly turning the legendary Frost Devil into a hedgehog, his body covered in frost shards. When the frost shards reached 10, they simultaneously detonated, dealing massive damage. Even though he was fighting a level 100 legendary Frost Devil, his health was steadily decreasing. To defeat a level 100 legendary boss at level 70, Song Ling's strength was quite impressive. Besides various buffs, the main reason for this was that Song Ling had gained the Ice Lord's primordial power. Even after completing the previous quests, each one would reward a significant number of attribute points and damage bonuses, which cumulatively amounted to a significant improvement. Furthermore, after reaching level 70, Song Ling also upgraded his equipment considerably. Moreover, when fighting a legendary boss, DPS is one thing, but defense is also paramount. Being able to withstand the boss's attacks is crucial. If your defense is too weak, and you die from a single blow, then even a high attack power is useless. This problem was perfectly solved by Shadow Domain. Not to mention that this Frost Devil was only legendary. Even if it had broken through to the Holy Realm, it would be defenseless against Qin Chuan's Shadow Domain, and would be left to die. After half an hour of scraping, Song Ling finally depleted the legendary Frost Devil's health. A huge amount of equipment fell. Although the few of them didn't level up, with the experience points accumulated, it would be no problem to level up several levels in one go. As for the loot that dropped, it was directly placed in the guild warehouse. Qin Chuan stepped forward again, fumbling around with his bare hands, completely filling the guild warehouse. It had to be expanded several times before it could hold more. There were also a vast number of attribute points, all added evenly. After the tenfold increase from the third level of the God Ascension stage, the total was still considerable. The rest of the Peak Guild was stunned by the sudden appearance of thousands of pieces of equipment in the warehouse. What had their leader been up to? Either he kept quiet, or when he did, it was an incomprehensible move. Oh my god, did he mess with the boss? Still, having so much equipment in the warehouse was a good thing. He could use what he could use first, and save the rest for storage. When it became unusable, he could sell it to others. The national team was aggressively purchasing in-game supplies, and coupled with the unethical leveling promotions, in-game prices had risen significantly. The Lord of the Frozen Hell's wrath had reached its peak, and he was about to unleash his revenge. Accompanied by a series of instructions, a fierce energy attack rained down from the sky, blasting an area dozens of miles in radius to the ground. When the commotion subsided, no rocks larger than a fist could be found. They had all been reduced to shattered rubble. Oh my god, this is so powerful! A burly young man emerged from the shadows, silently smacking his lips at the scene around him. Next to him, two others emerged, also shocked by the terrifying scene. Qin Chuan finally appeared. After putting away Shadow Domain, he asked, "Song Ling, have you updated your quest?" Song Ling immediately replied, "Yes, it has. It requires me to face the Lord of the Frozen Hell. If I win, I can absorb his power. If I lose, my character will be forcibly deleted. Su Chongqing said with some concern, Sure, there's such a thing, President. Do you think it's risky? Qin Chuan said confidently, I haven't really taken action, waiting for this moment. Let's go! Find the Lord of the Frozen Hell, kill him, and then we can leave. Jing said with joy, finally, we can leave this place. It's so dark and creepy. Qin Chuan smiled. Jing, you're a top student after all. You should believe in science. Jing immediately stated that science is science and metaphysics is metaphysics, and they can't be lumped together. Besides, talking about science in Apocalypse seems a bit unscientific. As they chatted and laughed, another wave of energy attacks descended from the sky, but they were all absorbed by the shadow domain, causing no substantial damage to Qin Chuan and his companions. These two attacks also allowed Qin Chuan to pinpoint the Lord of the Frozen Hell. He immediately used the shadow domain to carry Song Ling and the other two forward. Finally, Qin Chuan landed on a vast platform. In the center of the platform stood a throne, completely encased in solid ice. A black mist emanated from the ice. That was the Lord of the Frozen Hell. Chapter 1059. Is this the Lord of the Frozen Hell? Su Chongqing was a little surprised. He glanced at the frost devil wandering nearby and muttered quietly, It looks no different from any other roadside monster. That being said, no one at the scene was taking it lightly. While Su Chongqing was complaining, he even cast various protective blessings on Song Ling, maxing out his defense. This mission was different from previous ones. If he failed, Song Ling's character would be forcibly deleted. If that happened, Su Chongqing would definitely feel bad. Jing was also fully focused, ready to teleport Song Ling away at any moment. Qin Chuan, however, remained calm. He glanced at the Lord of the Frozen Hell, and found that his health bar wasn't showing. His tentative shadow knife attacks hadn't caused any damage, indicating that certain conditions were missing. Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling. I think you need to break through the outer layer of ice. Try using a small skill first to see if there are any additional requirements. Understood. Song Ling nodded, and immediately launched an ice arrow. As the ice arrow struck, 10 times as many ice arrows immediately fell from the sky. Thankfully, Song Ling had been on guard and wasn't harmed, but this also indirectly demonstrated that the ice on the throne was difficult to handle. Sister Song Ling, watch me. Jing volunteered, hurling a small, light flame, but nothing happened. Unconvinced, Jing increased her firepower, but no matter what skill she used, there was no reaction, not even a trace left on the ice. However, there was an exception. That was Jing's attack, which met with no counterattack. At first, Jing thought it was a skill attribute issue, but even using the same ice arrow skill didn't trigger the same counterattack. Su Chongqing also followed suit, testing for a moment. Finally, everyone came to a conclusion. To break the ice on the throne, Song Ling had to rely on himself. But there was another problem. Every time Song Ling's skills landed, they were immediately countered tenfold. Thankfully, these counterattacks weren't targeted, allowing for avoidance with positioning and skills. Otherwise, it would have been a real challenge. Song Ling sighed, We fought our way through with little resistance. Before, I thought this ice hell was just SOSO, but now we run into a tough nut to crack. Although the Lord of Ice Hell hadn't actively attacked or shown any new moves, the tenfold damage counterattack was there, so a rash attack wouldn't be advisable. Qin Chuan analyzed, It seems the first stage is about breaking through this layer of ice despite the strong counterattack. This wasn't hard to see, but even if one saw through it, it wouldn't be easy for the average person to handle. One skill, 10 counterattacks. If it were an area of effect skill, it would have completely blocked all evasive space, leaving no room for escape. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan said, Since we're already here, there's no need for me to stand by and watch. Song Ling, just attack with all your might. Don't worry about the counterattack. Okay. Song Ling's response was concise and to the point. Without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest skill, instantly filling the surrounding area with dancing ice blades. Jing and Su Chongqing immediately ducked into the shadow zone. Goodness! Song Ling's attack was already impressive enough, and with a tenfold counterattack, they'd probably be wiped out. The president's shadow zone was still safe. As Song Ling unleashed her skills, more sharp ice blades launched a counterattack, but they were all absorbed by the prepositioned shadow zone. Absorbing so much energy, the shadow zone began to expand exponentially. Qin Chuan controlled the shadow zone to absorb the counterattacking ice blades, while also expanding it beneath the platform. He planned to bring the entire area under the shadow domain, so that when the Lord of the Frost Hell appeared, he could immediately bind him like a dumpling. Even further away, Song Ling's offensive continued. Chapter 1060. I don't know if she's stacking cooldowns, or if her skills just have fast cooldowns, but she fires them off relentlessly, wave after relentlessly. And from the team info, we can see that Song Ling's mana drains very slowly. At this rate, she can keep fighting for at least several hours. If she had some kind of recovery method, it would be like a perpetual motion machine. Jing, hiding in the shadows, said with some longing, Sister Song Ling is so cool. I almost think she could call herself the Ice Queen. Su Chongqing took over. Didn't the guild master mention that Sister Song Ling's legacy comes from the Lord of Ice? Changing the name to Ice Queen wouldn't be a problem. Su Chongqing asked curiously, Jing, when you passed the sky trial, Xiao said your legacy was from space. Have you decided what you're going to call yourself? Calling yourself the Space Queen seems a bit strange and off-putting. Jing immediately fell into deep thought. It seems like I need to come up with a catchy name for myself. Outside the Shadow Realm, ice-based skills flew everywhere. Inside, Jing and Su Chongqing chatted non-stop, forming a stark contrast. Far away, countless Frost Devils secretly observed the situation. They were waiting for their chance. Devils have no loyalty. The Lord of Ice Hell was the Lord of Ice Hell before, so why should it always be the Lord of Ice Hell? Why shouldn't they be allowed to take over as well? So when Song Ling began attacking the solid ice outside the throne, no Frost Devil intervened. This was actually good news. They could focus on attacking the solid ice. Under Song Ling's barrage of skills, cracks appeared on the surface of the solid ice and rapidly expanded. Half an hour later, the ice shattered, revealing the throne within. At the same time, the Frost Devil on the throne stirred, its crimson eyes fixed on him. The Lord of the Frozen Hell is watching you. Qin Chuan and the others all received this notification. Accompanying the notification, the Frost Devil on the throne's health bar lit up. A health bar of 1 billion looked quite impressive. Qin Chuan nodded, signaling Song Ling to continue his attack. Song Ling didn't ask further questions, and used his skills again. This time, there was no tenfold counterattack. It seemed the previous counterattack was due to the ice layer, not the Frost Devil within. Although 1 billion health was a lot, Song Ling's damage output was not bad, especially the burst damage from the Frost Shards, which could deal over 500,000 damage each time. Moreover, her skill release frequency was extremely high, stacking Frost Shards at a rate of approximately 3 to 4 per second, resulting in a Frost Burst every 3 seconds. Under such intense damage, even the billion-level health bar was rapidly reduced. When the last bit of health was depleted, the Frost Devil let out a sharp scream and fell silent, leaving only a shimmering mass of ice crystals on the throne. Song Ling looked at Qin Chuan and asked, President, is this it? Qin Chuan shook his head. The battle isn't over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying torrent of energy surged from the center of the platform, instantly engulfing the throne and the ice crystals. When the energy torrent subsided, a shadowy figure coalesced in midair, gazing down at Qin Chuan and his group. The appearance of this figure, powerful enough to obscure the sky, immediately caught Jing and Su Chongqing by surprise. Jing said with some trepidation, It's a good thing Sister Song Ling didn't take that ice crystal, or I would have been fooled. Su Chongqing analyzed, Now that I think about it, a health pool of 1 billion is only legendary. How could it possibly be the Lord of the Frozen Hell? That being is definitely beyond legendary, with health pools estimated to be in the tens of billions. That Frost Devil in the throne is definitely fake. Song Ling said, I can't say it's fake. I suspect it's a clone or a mirror image. Song Ling glanced around, finally looking at the platform below him. He said thoughtfully, Speaking of which, I felt something strange ever since arriving here. There's always been something strange about this platform. Chapter 1061. Qin Chuan nodded and said, This isn't a platform. This is the tongue of the Lord of Ice Hell. We're in its mouth. What? Jing jumped up, his brow furrowed so tightly that it could crush a walnut. He exclaimed, This guy is so unhygienic. Su Chongqing stepped on the platform and wondered, Aren't Frost Devils always in the form of mist? This platform is so hard. Could it be that the Lord of Ice Hell isn't the strongest Frost Devil, but a lump of ice? Song Ling followed Qin Chuan's train of thought and said, What the President is saying is that what we see is actually an illusion. Including this black shadow before us, it's actually just the Lord of Ice Hell's tongue. Jaw! At this point, Song Ling suddenly realized, I was wondering why the Guild Master hadn't taken action yet. It turns out, he hasn't seen the true Lord of the Frozen Hell yet. Qin Chuan looked at the real scene around him, and casually said, "That's about it. I wanted to test your progress recently. It's pretty good, and it seems you haven't slacked off." Qin Chuan then added, "Actually, even before we arrived here, we already fallen into the Lord of the Frozen Hell's illusion, or rather, its domain. Whether it was the solid ice throne before, or this intimidating-looking boss now, they're all part of that domain. You revealed the Lord of the Frozen Hell's illusion." With the prompt, the surrounding scene shifted again. There was no platform anymore. Beneath their feet was a mountain of flesh and blood composed of countless corpses. Far away, a grotesque frost devil sat atop the flesh mountain, sucking brains from its mouth, a look of surprise on his face, clearly surprised that his illusion had been seen through so quickly. Above the frost demon's head, the words Lord of the Ice Hell, LV?, were prominently displayed. "Human! I can't believe I didn't fool you." The Lord of the Ice Hell dropped the skull in his hand, his expression filled with utter resentment, his voice a terrifying and sinister voice as if emanating from the netherworld. "I want to thank you for bringing me the vessel of the Lord of Ice's original power. After I absorb this power, I will remove your head and make it into a wine glass. It will be my most precious possession." Qin Chuan retorted, "You too are a vessel of icy power. You've been hiding in the ice hell for so many years, unable to absorb it. I urge you to repent and turn back. Don't take what isn't yours. You're courting death." The Lord of the Ice Hell screamed, a voice of exasperation. Su Changqing chuckled, "It's anxious. It's anxious." "It seems you're right, President." Jing also assisted, "Oh, I never thought the Lord of Frost Hell would be this kind of wretch. I think you should just give way to another Frost Devil. It won't make any difference anyway." The two men's words intensified the Lord of Frost Hell's rage. Its violent energy burst through its skin, revealing its true form. It was a terrifying demon, 100 meters tall. Its misty form constantly shifted, faces filled with expressions of fear and pain. These were the souls it had slain and tortured. "Foolish mortals, you will pay for your foolishness." The Lord of Frost Hell's tone was sinister. Swish. A flying knife flew across space and landed in front of it, interrupting its subsequent shouting and clearing the health bar above its head. Qin Chuan clapped his hands and said nonchalantly, "Done." Song Ling, standing beside him, didn't know what to say. Is this the end? She was still waiting for an epic, magnificent battle. And just because the boss's health bar flashed, it was over. Jing, however, remained calm. After all, the Sky God's remains had been similarly destroyed in the Sky's secret realm before. Instantly destroyed as soon as they appeared, with no sense of participation. Before anyone could speak, the surrounding Frost Devils had already begun their action. The Lord of the Frozen Hell was dead, and they yearned to become the next Devil King, commanding the billions of devils within this frozen hell. Looking around, the surrounding health bars were densely packed, dyeing the entire field of view red. This wasn't just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. There were at least millions of devils, and even further away, more devils were approaching. Qin Chuan unleashed a rain of dark erosion, his flying shadow arrows easily killing the enemy instantly. Combined with the poisonous blood plague, he instantly slew over 50,000 devils. But compared to the total number, this was nothing. Furthermore, devils possessed a natural advantage against the poisonous blood plague. They could switch forms, becoming invisible, allowing the poisonous blood plague to pass through them before reappearing. However, the Frost Devil's charge was quickly hindered. Amidst a resounding explosion, a vast shadow zone over 10 kilometers in diameter burst forth from the ground, devouring all the Frost Devils within like a black hole. The Frost Devils absorbed by the shadow zone further strengthened its reach. At this rate, even the entire ice hell would be encompassed by the shadow zone. Of course, this was only theoretical. As its range expanded, the shadow zone's consumption increased exponentially. The subsequent Frost Devils could not fill the gap, forcing the shadow zone to remain at a certain limit. But it was enough. Qin Chuan looked at Song Ling. "Don't waste time. Go absorb the origin power." Song Ling nodded. "Understood. Thank you, President." Qin Chuan waved his hand, indicating no need for further explanation. He simply focused on the situation in the Shadow Realm. In fact, there was no need to pay too much attention. After all, with his current strength, he could even directly describe the Lord of the Ice Hell. What's more, a low-level Frost Devil like this would be effortless. Even on the other side, Song Ling also reached his target. After the Lord of the Ice Hell was slain, half a bead remained in its place, filled with a chill powerful enough to freeze the soul. At the same time, Song Ling also discovered that his mission had changed. The mission required absorbing the origin power of ice. This was a test fraught with danger. Failure would result in immediate annihilation. Apocalypse would launch an attack through the game device, annihilating the player's mind. Chapter 1062. Song Ling had never seen a mission like this before, and it was easy to doubt its authenticity. It was just a game. Why would it kill the player directly? But combined with the information she had heard from Yu, Song Ling knew it was indeed true. Song Ling did not say anything, but calmly took up the ice origin orb and held it in her hand. Then, a fierce icy force erupted, completely freezing her in the ice. This ice could even block the effects of the shadow domain, demonstrating its immense power. On the other hand, if one could absorb this power, the rewards would be immense. Jing saw Song Ling trapped in the ice, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He looked at Qin Chuan and asked, "President, is Sister Song Ling okay?" Qin Chuan's gaze was deep, and his tone was calm. "I believe she can. If one waits until the apocalypse arrives before returning to the frozen hell, the risks will multiply. It would be better to quickly deal with things while we're still in the game phase, so that one can better prepare for the upcoming changes." An unknown amount of time passed before Song Ling felt her mind return to her body. She only remembered a soul-freezing coldness that swept over her, bringing her consciousness to the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, she survived and successfully absorbed the power of the Lord of the Frozen Hell. Song Ling exhaled slowly. The extremely low temperature froze the air before her, and even the air itself threatened to freeze. At some point, the ice around her had vanished. Looking at the surrounding situation, the world was shrinking and collapsing. Countless frost demons were howling and trying to escape from this space, but they were shattered as they escaped, turning into pure power and completely dissipating. "You're awake," a reassuring voice echoed in her ears. Turning around, she saw the President Jing and Su Chongqing. Song Ling then remembered that she had been absorbing the power of the Lord of Frost Hell. Thinking of this, Song Ling hurriedly asked, "How long has it been?" Qin Chuan replied, "Not long, maybe 3 hours." 3 hours. Song Ling quickly looked around and saw, as expected, a mountain of Frost Devil corpses. It was hard to imagine how many Frost Devils had rushed over in those 3 hours. "President, I'm sorry for the suffering you endured." Song Ling felt a little ashamed. Qin Chuan didn't seem to notice much and casually said, "No problem." Jing smiled and said, "Sister Song Ling, you have no idea how much experience Su Chongqing and I have gained in these 3 hours. I suspect that once I complete my class advancement, I might be able to reach level 100 in one go." Su Chongqing also smiled and said, "I really made a killing this time." Those Frost Devils were like crazy, charging forward recklessly. Even if the leading Frost Devils were killed by the Guildmaster Shadow Domain, the ones behind wouldn't slow down at all. These 3 hours of leveling are equivalent to 3 weeks of normal leveling. Hearing this, Song Ling glanced at her own experience bar, and was immediately shocked. Tens, hundreds, thousands. This was the first time she had seen an experience bar as long as a phone number. It was outrageous. Song Ling even suspected that she had killed all the Frost Devils in the Ice Hell. But something didn't seem right. She clearly saw many Frost Devils fleeing. Just as they were wondering, Qin Chuan spoke up. "Now's not the time for idle chatter. Song Ling, it looks like you absorbed the icy essence, right? The Ice Hell, without its master, is about to close. Let's go!" As he spoke, Jing had already opened a portal, and the 4 of them gradually disappeared. Behind them lay the gradually collapsing space, and countless frost demons desperately escaping with nowhere to go. When everything returned to calm, the space containing the Ice Hell was completely sealed. Perhaps at some point in the future, this space would reappear. Chapter 1063. But at least not for a short time. After exiting the portal, Qin Chuan and his companions prepared to disband. Jing and his companions were going to complete career advancement quests to unlock the level cap, while Qin Chuan was preparing to wander around some more. But before they could say goodbye, a notice was heard from the sky. The second main city in the Riyah region has fallen. All attributes of players crossing regions will be deducted by 10%. Attributes of monsters crossing regions will be increased by 10%. Hopefully, the players in the Riyah region will reclaim their lost territory soon. The notice was short, but it contained a wealth of information. Su Chongqing looked at Qin Chuan, blinking, and said, "President, do you have anything to say?" Qin Chuan thought for a moment, then said seriously, "I can only hope that the Riyah district survives this ordeal. It's been tough for them." Jing, standing nearby, seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally couldn't help but say, "President, I vaguely remember that the Riyah district suffered so badly, and you played a vital role. If you hadn't thrown a cursed snake across the district, the main city wouldn't have been destroyed." Qin Chuan said seriously, "I had good intentions. wanting to encourage the Ria district players to fight bravely. However, it seems I overestimated them. Somling asked, "Is it possible that the boss you released was too strong?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Qin Chuan denied flatly. "The cursed snake was just average. I could kill it in one blow. How could it be too strong?" Su Chongqing and the others were left speechless. "Guild Master, is there another possibility? Is it possible to leave the boss you're capable of killing instantly outside, and then slaughter them at will? However, the Riyadh district has been severely damaged, so there's no need to feel alone." Because they weren't the only region to lose their main city, at least North America had one as well. In fact, the previous corrupted Void invasion had caused more than one region to lose their main city, but only the Raya region had lost two. At this time, the Raya region was in mourning. To defend the main city, the Raya players put in tremendous effort, using every kind of item and potion as if it were free. Not only did the NPCs grind potions until their cramps cramped, but the players also exhausted themselves collecting materials. In the end, even with all this effort, they still couldn't hold the second main city, which was overrun by the Cursed Serpent. What most despaired the Raya players was that, despite the Cursed Serpent's departure from the small, previously entrenched main city, it didn't leave a gap in its defenses. Instead, it spawned a new legendary boss, the Scavenger Terror. While slightly less powerful than the Cursed Serpent, its corrupting toxins were enough to kill thousands of players. Players who had hoped to seize the opportunity to recapture Shiban's main city hit a wall, and were all sent to the resurrection point. That wasn't the end of it. After consuming the players' corpses, the Scavenger Terror unexpectedly increased its stats, and even opened its own domain without any instruction. For a moment, a feeling of pessimism and despair enveloped the players in the Ria region. What the hell? The tragedy in the Ria region left the other regions, while watching the excitement, constantly pondering a question: how to contain the Night Wanderer? Today, the Night Wanderer could throw cursed snakes at the Ria region. Tomorrow, he might throw them at theirs. If we don't plan ahead and wait until the situation arises to respond, it will be too late. After much thought, there seems to be no reliable solution. The Night Wanderer's level hasn't increased, but judging by its combat performance, it's clearly growing stronger. Without any tough world bosses lately, it's impossible to predict the Night Wanderer's explosive power. Compared to the players, the Real Empire's top brass were in an even worse mood. They had already noticed Yin Nation's major moves, with officials encouraging players to level up and even launching numerous joint events through major corporations to attract more people to Apocalypse. Chapter 1064. It's said that some groups are even offering leveling rewards for cash, which has led to a significant increase in the number of players in the Yin Kingdom region. Riyadh's top management asked Yin Kingdom about this, but received an ambiguous response. However, combined with the no-returners emails they received earlier, Riyadh Kingdom had a vague idea. As a result, Apocalypse is now in chaos. The negative effects of losing two main cities have already caused Riyadh players to complain bitterly. Their own attributes have decreased, while monster attributes have increased, making the back and forth between them even more challenging. Add to that the corrupted Void Passage, which has yet to be closed. Some Riyadh players have sadly discovered that they are most comfortable in the Novice Village. Once outside, the monsters become increasingly powerful, making them virtually impossible to defeat. Unfortunately, the top players in the Riyadh region lack a sense of dedication, and simply don't take the time to mentor new players, focusing solely on leveling and obtaining equipment. In contrast, the Peak Guild in Yin Kingdom is incredibly generous, helping players level up and clear dungeons, and expecting nothing in return. Comparing the two, the difference is clear. The players in the Riyadh region complained on the forum, but instead of receiving the sympathy they hoped for, they were met with a barrage of sneers and ridicule from the players in Dhaka. The rules of the Apocalypse game weren't set today. You're not competent enough, so why are you calling it unfair? The truth is, the rules are the rules. If you don't agree, go seek revenge on the Night Wanderer. Hasn't Riyadh always been clamoring to replace Yin? Giving you a chance is pointless. I suggest abolishing Riyadh's cross-region existence and merging their game map into ours. This way, we won't waste resources. The Dhaka players' taunts infuriated the Riyadh players. You, a North American scoundrel, still have the nerve to make sarcastic remarks. A verbal battle ensued between the two sides, and the North American players, unable to bear it any longer, declared that they were merely our watchdogs, tasked with thwarting the Yin Kingdom region, not engaging in a dog-eat-dog fight. The forum became even more lively. Qin Chuan paused, lost in thought. Indeed, it was unfair to subject only the players in Riyadh to this ordeal. He immediately traveled to the Evernight continent, captured a swarm of exotic beasts, and threw them into the Daka Kingdom cross region, immediately provoking a strong reaction. As the game progressed, more and more cross-region players came into contact with the Evernight. But Qin Chuan had explained to Laura that, aside from those from the Yin Kingdom cross-region, other cross-region players were ineligible for the Knight's Blessing. If they wanted to help the Night Watchers complete quests, they could, and the experience points and coins would be awarded. However, the Knight's Blessing would not be granted. And without the Knight's Blessing, completely defeating the exotic beasts would be quite a challenge. Qin Chuan threw several beast lords across the Daka cross zone, immediately showing the Daka players what brutality meant. They were slaughtered so utterly that they abandoned their weapons and armor, leaving them no time to even complain on the forums. After this, Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the world has become much quieter. Just then, another announcement came from the sky. Player Yi Sakura Luo completed the hidden mission, lifting all cross-zone blockades. The quota limit has been lifted. The game will undergo maintenance in 1 minute, expected to be completed in 2 hours. This maintenance will launch a new version of National War Hegemony. Players are encouraged to participate. The maintenance countdown begins, 59:58. This sudden announcement surprised Qin Chuan. Yi Sakura Network actually lifted all cross-region boundaries. However, considering the characteristics of Shadow's Sword, it's possible that his quests might require traveling to other cross-regions to complete, and perhaps the cross-region boundaries would be lifted in the process. A National War version? It's unexpectedly launching at this time. Qin Chuan's eyes were deep. He didn't think Apocalypse would update this version for no reason. Especially with the global co-op quest triggered. Starting the National War at this time would definitely exacerbate the conflicts between players on all sides. For example, players in Riyadh and North America, these 3 cross-regions, hate Yi Yushin with all their heart. If they knew Qin Chuan's true identity, someone would definitely come to the offline real-time battle. Furthermore, Riyadh had just lost a main city, and all players were furious. Once the National War began, they would definitely declare war on Yin Nation. Besides these 3 cross-regions, people like Stan in the south also harbored ulterior motives. Though their actions and strength seemed average, they possessed a mysterious self-confidence. In his previous life, after the National War version launched, Stan declared war on the Yin Kingdom region, mobilizing millions of players to the border to make a big splash. Instead, he was brutally defeated, losing a main city and becoming a laughingstock for players worldwide. Qin Chuan gathered his thoughts. These were actually minor matters. The key point was that after the National War version launched, the apocalypse would soon arrive. Players were already at a disadvantage against monsters, and the constant internal strife made the situation even more difficult. The apocalypse, that guy, had ulterior motives. It's hard to say that the apocalypse was doing this on purpose. After all, the National War version had already been launched in his previous life, and it was a normal gameplay mode. This time, it was just a matter of timing. As he pondered, Qin Chuan saw the guild's messages constantly flooding the screen. Everyone was looking forward to the National War version. However, with the update imminent, there was no time to talk too much. They could only agree to talk after the update was finished. Before the server shut down, Qin Chuan also received a message from Akabane. "President, can we meet offline? We have some questions." Qin Chuan thought for a moment and replied, "Please send me the coordinates. However, I must be clear, you can only bring 3 people, and besides you, there can be no more than 2. So please be thoughtful in your selection. I don't want to see anyone who doesn't understand the situation." "You understand me?" Akabane replied, "President, don't worry. I will report your request and send you the coordinates later." Chapter 1065. The game console hummed softly, and the hatch slid open. Qin Chuan slowly rose from inside. After a moment's thought, he summoned a demonic shadow to cover his entire body. He glanced at the coordinates set by Akabane and teleported to a location a few hundred meters away, overlooking the entire area. This was a gymnasium, already cleared. In the stands, a number of heavily armed soldiers stood guard. However, they were far from the center, their guns pointed outward. They were likely there to ensure the safety of the meeting, not to attack the participants. In the center of the gymnasium, 3 people were already in place, an interesting combination. 2 elderly men and a young man. Needless to say, the young man was Akabane, bearing more than a 90% resemblance to his game character. As for the other 2 elderly men, although Qin Chuan didn't watch the news much, he had seen them on television. Commanding the demonic shadow to patrol the gymnasium walls, confirming there were no other threats. Qin Chuan recalled the demonic shadow and, enveloped by it, darted to the center of the gymnasium. This sudden appearance clearly made the two elders nervous. Although they had heard of it, they had never actually seen it. They hadn't expected to witness teleportation in the real world. Akeu, standing, spoke first, tentatively asking, "President, is that you?" "It's me." Qin Chuan's voice emanated from within the demonic shadow. Akeu breathed a sigh of relief and then, acting as a middleman, introduced the situation, easing the atmosphere considerably. The thinner elder among them spoke, "Night Wanderer, you agreed to this meeting because you have some crucial information to share with us." Qin Chuan nodded. "There are some, but I can't say whether they're crucial or not." The other elder said with a gentle smile, "We listen carefully to whatever you say. Shall we begin now?" Qin Chuan pondered, considering where to begin. The two elders didn't push him. As for Akabane, he stood as straight as a stick, his hands behind his back. Quickly, Qin Chuan composed his words and said, "The situation will be very difficult. After the apocalypse becomes reality, the impact of the monsters will bring order to the brink of collapse. Those who have never encountered the apocalypse will suffer higher casualties due to their lack of adaptation." The two elders nodded calmly in understanding. Qin Chuan continued, however, considering the strength of the monsters in the early stages, as long as they don't encounter boss-level creatures, a level 30 elite player can definitely take on the role of leader and lead the team in leveling. However, this will undoubtedly slow down their own leveling speed. How to balance this is up to you all to decide. I won't offer too much advice. Also, the team I'm talking about isn't a 40-person group, but a small group of 10 to 15. Larger groups will slow leveling efficiency, and they'd be too large a target for monster swarms. The thin old man said, "We take care of this and rescue as many people as possible." Qin Chuan nodded, he believed in this. After a moment's pause, Qin Chuan continued, "After overcoming the initial chaos, there should be a period of stable development, perhaps even a favorable situation, as if victory is imminent." Qin Chuan then changed the subject, "But if you're truly so optimistic, you're gravely mistaken." Qin Chuan's tone deepened. "Everything so far is just an appetizer. The real challenge lies in the divine descent. When the gods descend upon this world and unleash their terrifying power, how will the survivors respond? That's the key." The two elders' expressions grew serious. They had been studying for some time and discovered that, let alone gods, a single chosen one could easily destroy a city. Furthermore, even the Night Wanderer said that the divine descent would be a difficult test. Perhaps the situation would be more severe than they anticipated. Chapter 1066. Seeing the atmosphere grow somewhat heavy, Qin Chuan changed the subject, saying, "Of course, that's a long time coming. Let's first consider the impending difficulties." The thin old man immediately asked, "What is it?" Qin Chuan replied, "It's the version being updated, the national war. Under normal circumstances, this version wouldn't be a big deal, but with the arrival of the apocalypse imminent, the national wars and hatreds in the game could easily carry over into reality. Furthermore, due to the changing terrain, the mountains and seas of yesteryear may no longer exist. Without those natural barriers, we will face more enemies. Yin country's terrain is actually quite good, with plateaus and mountains as its boundaries, keeping out many those with ill intentions. But if these terrains disappear, it's hard to say for sure." The two old men immediately realized the consequences and frowned. "We already have to face monster attacks, and if we add attacks from other countries, the situation will be quite difficult." As they spoke, the two old men suddenly remembered something. Night Wanderer's constant cross-regional actions within the game have caused widespread resentment outside. If a national war breaks out, who knows if this might be the cause? Qin Chuan, seemingly seeing through their thoughts, said calmly, "National war isn't just a gameplay mechanic, it also has real benefits. Defeating players from other regions earns points, which can be redeemed for rewards individually. When cross-regional points reach a certain level, they also increase overall stats. Therefore, the major powers will undoubtedly attack with all their might." After a pause, Qin Chuan added, "Furthermore, fighting in other regions will earn additional points. Apocalypse encourages competition and fighting among players. Even without my actions, other regions wouldn't miss out on the lucrative opportunity presented by Yin Nation. We have more players and more targets to choose from, making it easier to earn points." The two elders were silent and pensive. Akabane said, "President, I understand. You're taking precautions. You're weakening external forces first. This will reduce the pressure on us once the national war begins." Qin Chuan casually said, "That's a consideration, but the main thing is completing the missions." Then the thin elder spoke slowly, we should make two preparations. First, let more people enter the game and start leveling up. As many as they can, at least to increase their self-defense capabilities. Second, we must win the upcoming national war. Although we love peace, with change imminent, we can't be too servile. Qin Chuan nodded. That's true. I also encourage our top players to participate in the national war and accumulate more points. Qin Chuan added, of course, I'd be involved as well. Hearing this, the two elders smiled. With the Night Wanderers present, the national war is secure. After discussing some matters that could be prepared in advance, Qin Chuan teleported away. Although Qin Chuan had appeared as a sudden cloud of black mist, the two elders were still quite shocked to see it vanish so suddenly. Akea also expressed shock. This ability to appear and disappear without a trace would be impossible to defend against if used for assassination. The key point is that this ability pales in comparison to the guild leader's true power. Akea suddenly understood why, after they joined Pinnacle, they had been ordered to obey the Night Wanderer's instructions in the game. Now it seemed that this was to cultivate a good relationship with the Night Wanderer. But if that were true, wouldn't that mean the higher-ups had long known about Tianqi's uniqueness? Akea suddenly felt the world before him seemed a little strange. Is this still the Yin nation he knew? As Akabane pondered this, he heard the thin old man beside him sigh. I never thought I'd live so long and still encounter something like this. Seriously, I don't know what to say. Another old man nodded in agreement. Yes, it's unimaginable, but now that it's come to this, there's no point in feeling sorry for myself. I need to get back to leveling up. Chapter 1067. Akabane subconsciously asked curiously, Captain, have you started leveling up as well? After saying that, he felt something was wrong. It wasn't the right question for him. The two elders remained calm. The thinner one smiled and replied, you young people are fighting hard up front. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Even if we can't reach elite level, at least we can't hold them back. The other one smiled and said, so you, an old fellow, are also secretly leveling up. I add you as a friend later. I want to see who of us can leave the novice village first. Back at his residence, Qin Chuan waved him off to remain on guard while he browsed the forum for the Apocalypse Update announcement. Update Announcement 3.0 10,000 Nations Clash. 1. Cross-region boundaries have been completely lifted, allowing players to freely explore other cross-regions. 2. Traveling to other cross-regions will automatically enter PvP mode. Being killed in a foreign zone will result in the loss of half of your equipment. 3. The National War Arsenal shop is now open. Killing players from other zones will earn you points, which can be redeemed for various items. Killing players in other zones will earn you an additional 50% points. Being killed will result in a loss of half of the points, which will be earned by the killer. 4. Player points earned will be accumulated towards cross-zone points. Reaching a certain level will unlock all cross-zone rewards. 5. The first settlement will take place 72 hours after the server launch, with player rankings awarded based on points. 6. Minor bug fixes. The update notes are relatively straightforward. The key is a single word, kill. Whether defending and counterattacking within your own cross zone or actively attacking other cross zones, the key is to kill more and more fiercely, and the rewards will be better. And killing more will unlock cross-zone rewards, further improving your team's strength. Undoubtedly, the moment the update is completed will mark the start of the national war. Not only that, the forums for other regions, especially those of Ryodaka and North America, are already flooded with declarations of war, with many pledging to go to the Yin Kingdom region to settle accounts with the Night Wanderer. Among them, the Ryota region is the most enthusiastic. There's no way around it, their losses are the greatest. Losing two main cities is a truly unique and unparalleled achievement. In comparison, even the chaotic South American region is barely holding its ground. While its main cities are in danger, at least they haven't fallen. How could this be easily swallowed? Besides these three regions, others have also expressed their intention to attack the Yin Kingdom region. For example, Stan and Nanhue Monkey, as well as members of the Northern Covenant, are all prepared to use the national war as an opportunity to weaken the Yin Kingdom. The Yin Kingdom players will certainly not tolerate these people. They have firmly stated on the forums that anyone who offends the Yin Kingdom will be punished, no matter how far away they are. They will kill as many as they can, and they will not bury them. It can be said that even though the game is still being updated, the anger outside the game is already building. As soon as the notification of the game update completion appeared on the forums, countless players immediately donned their helmets or retreated to their game cabins, entering the game as quickly as possible. Apocalypse start. Welcome to the game. The new version has been released. We wish you happy gaming. The notification flashed by, followed by more and louder announcements. The North American King Guild declared war on the Yin Kingdom. The North American Free Will Guild declared war on the Yin Kingdom. The Ryukindo Alliance Guild declared war on the Yin Kingdom. The Daka Kinchi World No. 1 Guild declared war on the Yin Kingdom. The Lionheart Knights Guild in the British region declared war on the Yin Kingdom region. Stan region. At the same time, hundreds of notifications flooded the screen, a constant ding-dong sound. After a brief lull, new notifications appeared. The Dragon Dynasty Guild in the Yin Kingdom region declared war on the North American region. The Peerless Guild in the Yin Kingdom region declared war on the Rhea region. The Legendary Brother Guild in the Yin Kingdom region declared war on the Daka Kingdom, the Yin Kingdom. The major guilds in the Yin Kingdom made it clear with concrete actions. If you dare to declare war on us, we will definitely not treat you well. Fight, and we will not be afraid of anyone. As the wars were declared, players rushed to the border. With no air barriers to stop them, they charged straight in, killing everyone. Then, both sides began exchanging kills. There was no other way. In a battle of this magnitude, unless players possessed overwhelming equipment, they would be unable to withstand the dozens of simultaneous attacks, instantly being annihilated. On the other hand, if they could withstand the damage, they could defeat 100, or even 10,000, roar. A dragon's roar echoed across the battlefield, and a giant, pitch-black dragon swooped down from the clouds. Its breath instantly melted hundreds of foreign server players. After landing, it swept across the battlefield, instantly wiping out dozens more players. After the dragon appeared, another massive mech descended, its cannons spewing flames. It blasted from the left to the right of the battlefield, creating a barrier. The ferocious onslaught brought the battlefield to a brief standstill, followed by a roar that resounded through the air. It's the peak. The peak guys are here. These are just the two vice presidents, Yi Yingluo and Ji Xing, and they're already putting up such a ton of damage. If their president, Yi Yushin, comes over, won't he absolutely crush these foreigners? Of course he will. Last time, Yi Yushin achieved a 1,000,000 kill mark in the North American region. With this national war, he definitely break the record. Speaking of Yi Yushin, I remember he also had a black dragon, so why is there no shadow? Could he have fainted while logging off? Look, Yi Yushin is there. The players looked in the direction, and immediately saw a red pillar of light piercing the sky. This was the symbol of the previous 1,000,000 kill mark, and it was surprising that it hadn't dissipated after all this time. That wasn't the key point. The key point was the location of the pillar of light. It was right in the center of the foreign server players. The next second, a shadowy area erupted, and the grassy area, once filled with players, suddenly became empty, leaving only the scattered equipment on the ground, a testament to the many players who once lived here. Chapter 1068. This national war version launched, unsurprisingly, into a free-for-all. The declaration of war against Yin Nation by guilds from various regions was also expected. Amidst the countless counter-declarations of war, some players noticed that Peak Guild hadn't issued a single declaration of war, raising some doubts. What exactly was Peak planning? To say they were cowardly wouldn't be entirely accurate. Whether it was Guild President Yi Yushin, the two vice presidents, or the other members, they had all arrived at the border and dealt a heavy blow to foreign server players, sending tens of thousands to respawn points. The ground was littered with equipment. So Peak certainly wasn't afraid of fighting. But why didn't they declare war? Amidst everyone's confusion, Qin Chuan's voice drifted across the battlefield. We at Peak won't declare war on a single inter-region player, but any player attacking Yin Nation's inter-region player is our enemy. As he spoke, Qin Chuan unlocked the loot, making all the fallen equipment available for pickup. Anyway, they were all low-level equipment, useless to him or the other Peak players. Qin Chuan turned to the Yin Nation players present and said, "Take these pieces of equipment, one per person, and don't take more." There were at least tens of thousands of pieces of equipment scattered across the ground. Even at 100 yuan each, they were worth millions, not to mention that a small number of them shone with a golden glow, a characteristic of gold-level equipment. Such equipment was quite expensive. And now, Night Wanderer had given it away without a second thought. Such generosity impressed all the players present. Although there were many players present, and the equipment collection was entirely voluntary, the gathering was still relatively harmonious under the supervision of the major guild leaders. For example, Longting Tianxia announced that all guild members' equipment pickups would be visible. If anyone was caught taking more than they needed, they would be kicked out and never hired again. The other guild leaders shared the same opinion. Yushin had been kind enough to share the equipment with everyone to improve their strength. If anyone wanted to take advantage of the situation, Don't blame them for being rude. Although some players were still ruthless and took a few extra pieces, they were immediately discovered and reported by nearby players, and then they were targeted and sent packing, losing half of their gear, a huge loss. Yingluo and Jixing followed suit. They were already over level 80, so they had no need for such low-level equipment, so they simply gave it away. Even if they really needed to stock up on equipment later, the national war was still long, so a little time wouldn't matter. Besides, if they really needed equipment, they could just run through the low-level dungeons. The Yen Kingdom players happily distributed the equipment, angering the surrounding foreign server players. This is truly disrespectful. While Night Wanderer and Peaks players are formidable, this time the cross-region boundaries have been completely lifted, extending beyond imagination. If we can't break through here, we fight elsewhere. Foreign server players quickly adjusted their positions, attacking from other zones, while liaising with other cross-region players to coordinate and disperse the Yen Nation players' forces as much as possible. North America, Rhea, Dakar, Stan, Nanwe Monkey, Lionheart, Gull. Players attacked the Yen Nation cross-region from every direction. Faced with such a dispersed and fierce attack, the Yen Nation players naturally wouldn't sit idly by. They also divided their forces to fight, with large guilds at the core, supported by individual players. They engaged in a positional battle with the enemy. Countless players were sent to respawn points every second, their equipment scattered across the ground. Fortunately, many players perished relatively close to their own camp, and the tanks in their team used their skills to recover their equipment, thus offsetting some of the losses. In order to win this first national war, all the major guilds issued a notice. As long as they can win, all losses will be reimbursed. Chapter 1069. Now is not the time to worry about money, we must establish our reputation. Furthermore, if the front lines are breached and foreign server players overrun the main city, even the loss of just one or two main cities would spell disaster. In the Peak Guild, Qin Chuan was also rapidly mobilizing personnel. Among them, Yingluo and Jixing possessed unparalleled firepower. Their mere presence on the battlefield presented an insurmountable obstacle. No matter how many players arrived, their sheer damage output could easily overwhelm the enemy. They would advance to the fiercest areas of the fighting, unleashing their full potential. While the others couldn't reach this level, they were not far behind, primarily because they weren't as versatile. Qin Chuan teamed up Song Ling and Jing, with Song Ling providing damage output, relying on the range and damage of his skills to mow down foreign server players. Jing would then handle the shift and defense. Even facing a siege by tens of thousands of players, they could retreat with ease. Afterward, Qin Chuan assigned Xiao and Shui Zhong to a separate team. These two, possessing the inherited abilities of extreme speed and wind, respectively, relied on their speed to not only kill enemies, but also protect themselves. While they couldn't handle large, densely packed battlefields, they were perfectly capable of crushing small-scale battles. Senior brother NN and Deba both possessed the ability to fly. Qin Chuan waved his hand and assigned them to act as firefighters, dispatching wherever there was trouble. For the remaining members, Qin Chuan divided them into groups of 3 to 5 and dispersed them to various areas to freely explore. After assigning responsibilities to the guild members, Qin Chuan prepared to act. He truly went wherever he pleased. As the saying goes, strike close first. Qin Chuan immediately set his sights on the Rhea Cross Zone. This cross zone only had 5 main cities. Having previously lost 2, the remaining 3 were quite isolated. This time, he decided to bomb them all. Carrying a blazing red beam of light, Qin Chuan charged directly into the Rhea Interzone. When the news spread, the players in the Rhea Interzone were stunned. No, so many Interzones were simultaneously attacking Yen Nation. So why were they attacking them first? Did they really think they were pushovers? It seemed like they were indeed in front of the Night Wanderer. But this wasn't a reason for them to be attacked first, nor was it an excuse to give up resistance and completely surrender. Bored. Let's fight the Night Wanderer and show him our strength. Oh no! It's the Shadow Realm. Get out of this black area. It's too late. The Kendo Alliance's president and vice presidents have been wiped out. Don't panic, we're in numbers. After a chaotic, noisy battle, Qin Chuan continued forward, braving the increasingly intense red beam of light. It's unknown how many players he killed along the way, but when Qin Chuan arrived at the Rhea Zone main city, the announcement was quickly made. Yen Nation was the first cross-region player to earn 1,000,000 points. All players' 4-dimensional growth increased by 1, accompanying the announcement, Qin Chuan's 4-dimensional stats all increased by 100 points. Not only him, but all Yin Nation players received attribute boosts based on their current levels. While the individual player gains weren't significant, the total was significant. And this was just the beginning of the national war. There would undoubtedly be more rewards. Watching the Yin Nation region receive bonus points, the players in the Rhea region were undoubtedly the most heartbroken. Those were all points earned by the Night Wanderer, trampling over their players' corpses. God damn it, is there any justice? But more than justice, the Rhea players were more worried about the Night Wanderer's movements. Why did he rush to the main city? Shit, is this guy trying to? Before the Rhea players could figure out what the Night Wanderer was up to, they saw a massive hole blasted through the main city wall. Immediately, the city guards rushed out, never to return. Suddenly, alarm bells blared in the main city. NPCs were in a state of panic, screaming as they gathered their belongings and prepared to flee. If the city was lost, they could be rebuilt, but if they were lost, they were truly gone. Seeing the main city under attack, the players in Rhea could no longer sit still. Chapter 1070. They already lost 2 main cities, and their stats are painfully low. If they lose another, there's no point in playing. At that point, player stats will be reduced by 30%, while monsters will receive a 30% bonus. Forget about fighting bosses, even small mobs along the way could easily overpower them. We absolutely cannot let that happen. To defend the main city, even the Rhea players, who were attacking Yin country evacuated, preparing to return to defend. But aside from continuing to increase Qin Chuan's points, it had no effect. To speed things up, Qin Chuan even summoned Scripps, allowing him to move freely. At the sight of this, Scripps roared with excitement, swooping down onto the city wall, belching dragon breath, looking like a villainous dragon. The surrounding spells and arrows rained down on Scripps, but besides tickling him, even dealing double-digit damage was considered high. Compared to Scripps' health, this little damage wasn't even regenerated quickly enough. Ha ha ha, Lord Scripps is back again. Scripps laughed wildly, slamming his claws against the city wall, sending rubble flying everywhere. He instantly killed a large number of players and NPCs, further escalating the chaos within the city. Qin Chuan intended to surround the enemy and temporarily halt the offensive, allowing more Rhea players to arrive via the teleportation array to provide support. Then, once they had formed up, he would flash forward and dispatch them all. Soon, a new announcement sounded. Yin Nation is the first player to reach 5 million points across regions. All players receive an additional 2 points in all 4 dimensions of growth. This growth is calculated separately from the previous one, adding up to 3 points in all 4 dimensions of growth, which is already quite impressive. For ordinary players, if they only completed the lowest difficulty class advancement, adding this growth potential will at least boost their level. The key is that the point-based rewards are one-time only. Once Yin Nation receives them, other regions won't be able to claim them, even if they fight tooth and nail. This is why Qin Chuan rushed to the border immediately. This kind of reward, which benefits everyone, must be won. In previous lives, national war rewards were distributed among different regions. Because the strength of each region wasn't absolutely dominant, the points race within the major regions was fierce. You might win one time, but it'd be mine the next, and then the next time, the region will change again. The rewards can't be accumulated, making them somewhat useless. But this time is different. Once Qin Chuan strikes, he's determined to take all the stage rewards. There's nothing more to say, just keep killing. The 2 consecutive announcements boosted the morale of the Yin Nation players. They all said, "It's the Night Wanderer again." It feels so good to cling to someone powerful. You gain attributes without even having to lie down. Naturally, foreign players were envious and determined to secure the next bonus. But after looking at the leaderboard, their resolve vanished. The gap was too great. Some North American players lambasted the Rhea Nation on the forums, saying that if the Rhea players weren't so weak, Yin wouldn't have been able to secure bonus points so quickly. While I don't expect you to defeat Night Wanderer, at least don't give away kills. Wow, not only are you giving away kills now, but you're doing it so quickly and well. Someone who didn't know would think you were colluding with Night Wanderer to rack up points. The Rhea players were also suffering. They didn't want to surrender, but if they retreated, their main city would suffer. The situation was now hopeless. If they didn't stop the Night Wanderer, the main city would be destroyed, and the players in the Rhea region would suffer further attribute deductions, making it even more difficult to play. Organizing a force to intercept them would mean surrender, and they wouldn't even be able to defeat the Night Wanderer's dragon mount. Besides giving away points, it was truly ineffective. Some Rhea players launched a mobilization, saying that since the Night Wanderer was attacking their main city, they would also attack the Yin Kingdom main city. At worst, it would be a one-for-one trade. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. The Riyadh players had just gathered and crossed the border, and before they could even find the main city, two giant mechas descended from the sky and bombarded the ground, plowing through it. Tens of thousands of players perished on the spot, leaving a trail of equipment. After Jixing completed the cleanup, he concealed his achievements and rushed to other areas. While rushing back and forth to kill players from other servers, Jixing also browsed the National War Arsenal shop. It had everything: equipment, skills, items, anything you could possibly want was available in exchange for points. Of course, for most players, getting one item in a few days of National War was already the limit. Today was the first server launch, so everyone's enthusiasm was high. It would cool down slightly later. The main issue was cost. Getting killed in National War would destroy half of your equipment. If you switched to lower-level equipment to minimize losses, your combat effectiveness wouldn't be guaranteed, and the fight would always be less enjoyable. Only the most confident would bring top-tier gear to battle across different realms. But even such players could easily fail if they weren't careful enough in the face of a siege. Thus, the period immediately after the National War launch was the period of rapid point growth. Qin Chuan had made this clear to the guild. Jixing knew this, so he traveled back and forth very actively, ready to earn enough points to exchange for what he wanted. The others at the peak shared the same thought. Just as players from various countries were engaged in a fierce battle, two announcements floated out in quick succession. Yin Nation is the first cross-region player to achieve 10 million points. All players' four-dimensional growth increases by 3. The third main city in the Ria region has fallen. Cross-region players will have their attributes reduced by 10%. Cross-region monster attributes will be increased by 10%. The players looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? This is a national war. How could someone's main city be destroyed? The Ria region is truly useless. They've been pushed back to the main city. The Ria players' faces were filled with dejection. This loss is truly enormous. There are only 5 main cities, and they already lost 3. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1071. Players around the world were completely surprised. While they were engaged in a fierce battle along the border, such shocking news suddenly arrived. The Ria cross region was truly unlucky. Not only was it the first cross region to lose a main city, it was also the first to lose 3 main cities. Looking at all the cross regions globally, it was undeniably the leader. The Yin Kingdom players were naturally delighted to hear about the Ria region's fate. Equally delighted were the Dhaka region. But their joy was short-lived, as players soon noticed a bright red beam appearing in the Dhaka cross region. The Night Wanderer had arrived. Unlike the Ria region, the Dhaka region only had 2 main cities. Losing one meant losing half a life. Losing both, however, would be even more devastating. Upon learning of the Night Wanderer's appearance, the Dhaka players along the border retreated, gathering anxiously in the main city. At that moment, they suddenly understood the Ria players' feelings. Facing the Night Wanderer outside the city, the feeling of helplessness and desolation was beyond words. Charge out. It's like giving yourself away for free. But if you don't charge, the outcome seems to be the same. A Dhaka player rushed the city wall and shouted, "Night Wanderer, we didn't provoke you. You already conquered Ria and then moved across regions. But why are you attacking us?" "That's right. You can't attack us after you conquered Ria. If you dare attack us, our American boss won't sit idly by. You be punished by not watching girl groups." Qin Chuan didn't even bother to listen to such weak threats. Now that the national war has begun, and as the battle progresses, the progress of the global co-op quest continues to increase, it's likely that the reality will come before the next version update. Considering the terrain, it's essential to first weaken the cross-regional forces surrounding Yin Nation. Otherwise, not only will they have to face monster attacks, but they also have to guard against interference from other nations, which would be far too troublesome. In fact, this time, Qin Chuan isn't just aiming to destroy the main cities of the Ria and Dhaka regions, he also be attacking areas further south, aiming to crush them all. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, summoning scripts. South Korea's main city has fallen. Cross-region players will have all their attributes reduced by 10%. Cross-region monsters will have their attributes increased by 10%. A new announcement sounded again. It was less than 20 minutes before the Ria main city fell, an astonishing efficiency. Looking at the national war leaderboards, Qin Chuan firmly held the top spot with 15 million points. Jixing and Yingluo, in second and third place, each had just over 1 million points, a gap of more than 10-fold. As for those further down, the gap was even greater. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Qin Chuan were to log off for a couple of days, it would be difficult for anyone to overtake him. After destroying one main city in the Dhaka region, Qin Chuan didn't pause and rushed towards the next. The players in the Dhaka region were completely panicked. Losing one main city was barely tolerable. They could find an opportunity to fight back, but losing another would mean complete annihilation. Losing two cities would have a completely different impact. But Dhaka's resistance was futile. The second main city also collapsed, reduced to utter ruins. The last main city in the South Korean region has fallen. Inter-region players will have their all stats reduced by 10%. Inter-region monsters will have their stats increased by 10%. It has been detected that the South Korean region has no main cities left. The destroyer status has been triggered. Inter-region players will have their level reduced by 5. All stats will be reduced by 20%. A persistent negative effect has been applied. Experience points gained will be reduced by 30%. Hopefully, the inter-region player will recapture their main city soon and remove the negative effect. This series of announcements shocked players around the world. Wow, there's actually such a penalty for losing all the main cities. Moreover, judging from the information in the notification, even if the main city is recovered later, the deducted levels and attributes cannot be recovered. At most, the experience gain will return to normal. Chapter 1072. This punishment is truly severe. Seeing Dhaka's fate, the players in the Riyadh region felt reassured. Although they lost 3 main cities, they at least retained 2, avoiding the destruction of their nation. This was cause for celebration. Then, another announcement sounded. The Yen Kingdom destroyed all of the South Korean kingdom's main cities, triggering the warmongering state. Cross-region players gain a level plus of 5. All attributes increase by 20%. Gain a permanent buff. Experience points increased by 20%. Instantly, the entire Yen Kingdom cross-region was ablaze with upgrade lights. Players leveled up on the spot, their attributes skyrocketing. As for those players at the level limit, they also received game notifications, stating that they would receive level-up rewards after their level cap was lifted. With the announcement, players discovered that the national war could be played this way. It wasn't just about earning points along the border. If you could conquer all the main cities in a region, the rewards would be truly generous. Players in Riyadh and North America sighed repeatedly. I didn't expect this feature to exist, and Night Wanderer got there first. Otherwise, they would have definitely destroyed the South Korean region first. Rather than letting Yen Nation take advantage, it's better to let them take advantage. Even Yen Nation players were buzzing with discussion. One player said that he had been completing quests since the server launch, instead of heading to the border to join in the fun, and still got all the benefits. He felt bad, so he decided to go to the border to fight to his heart's content. Many elite players said that Night Wanderer had been a huge help this time. With so many attribute boosts, they could easily challenge the more difficult class advancements, truly reaching a new level. Thanks to the continuous increase in strength, the overall strength of the Yen Kingdom players increased by at least 30 to 40%. Combined with their numerical advantage, they immediately gained a clear advantage in the battle along the border. They quickly slaughtered the foreign server players, leaving them howling and scrambling back to their own cross-regions, their eyes clearer. The Yen Kingdom players seized the opportunity, pursuing their opponents with unbridled enthusiasm. However, amidst the jubilation, some players expressed concern that Night Wanderer's actions were excessive, saying that he should show mercy when possible and not resort to such a brutal extermination. This argument was naturally met with scoffing. The bigger the fist, the more powerful the law. Does Night Wanderer not take action? Don't forget, they declared war immediately after the server launch. Having declared war, they must be prepared for retaliation. South Korea was the first, but it won't be the last. Some players suggested that Night Wanderer should continue his efforts and destroy the remaining 2 main cities in the Riyadh region. Qin Chuan's response was, no rush. He's planning to go to stand first. It's time to clean up that volatile cross zone. The Dhaka players howled in protest, but they had no time to seek revenge on Qin Chuan. With their stats severely deducted and their main city destroyed, the wild monsters in Dhaka's cross zone suddenly sensed an opportunity and launched a massive swarm of monsters, wreaking havoc on the Dhaka players. The level penalty, in particular, rendered many players' equipment ineffective, forcing them to pack it away. Without the added bonus of equipment, they were even more vulnerable to swarms, and their front lines were vulnerable to collapse. With Dhaka in chaos, they naturally had no energy to attack the Yen Kingdom cross zone. Their top priority now was to find a way to recapture a main city. The stats and levels wouldn't be restored, but at least the experience debuff had been removed. Otherwise, why would they level up? They just quit the game. Especially since the attributes were deducted too much, Many Daka players couldn't even beat monsters of the same level and could only fight lower. This would reduce the experience gained. Now they have to give another 30% discount. After working hard for a long time, they only get a little experience value. It's really hard to bear. Chapter 1073. After witnessing the dire plight of the Daka players, many foreign guilds declared that the previous declaration of war was a joke, and they had no intention of fighting to the bitter end. They didn't bother Night Wanderer with any action, and were leaving immediately. This initial arrogance and subsequent subservience nearly made many Yin Nation players burst out laughing. Amidst the chaos, Qin Chuan arrived at the stand crossing. The air immediately took a foul turn. Even in the game, the stand players couldn't change their nature, filling the main city with all sorts of cow-shaped decorations. Fortunately, toilets weren't allowed in the game, otherwise the main city would have been stinking. Qin Chuan had no fondness for Stan, the crossing. In his previous life, after the apocalypse, the players in this area didn't think about resisting the monsters. Instead, they engaged in civil disobedience, surrendering directly to the descending alien race and acting as their lackeys, while they assembled their army to attack Yin Nation. Before the apocalypse, with the plateau as a barrier, Stan had been relatively restrained. But as the terrain shifted, the rules of the world also changed, and Stan's true nature was fully revealed, causing great trouble. This time, Qin Chuan was determined to destroy Stan's entire main city, preventing them from causing trouble in Yin Nation again. Since Stan couldn't be relied upon to fight the gods anyway, it would be better to let him become a stepping stone for Yin Nation's rise. While thinking, Scripps had already breached the towering walls of the main city, killing dozens of players with a single claw strike and dispatching the charging NPC guards with a single breath. In the mouths of many players and NPCs, Scripps had earned the reputation of a nation-destroying dragon. And as Daka was brutally defeated across regions, this rumor became increasingly widespread and credible. Qin Chuan even noticed signs of Scripps' evolution, and he couldn't help but ponder. It seemed the players and NPCs' faith had already had some effect. In that case, let Scripps perform well in the next battle, further solidifying his reputation as the dragon that destroys nations. The stand players, on the other hand, were also launching counterattacks in a variety of bizarre ways. Some sat cross-legged on the city wall, ready to unleash their non-violent non-cooperation to the utmost, only to be lashed off by Scripps' tail and sent straight to their respawn point. Someone else resorted to acrobatics, even packing an entire team onto a single mount. The poor brown horse, its tongue lashing from the pressure, nearly died. The acrobatic team couldn't get more than 10 meters before being hit by the breath and fell to the ground. There were many more such farces. To be honest, although Stan's territory was vast and its population was large, when it came to resistance, they couldn't even compare to the Rhea players. That tactical prowess is truly appalling. The key is that these idiots also heavily stratify the game, with only high-level players eligible to serve as team leaders. Low-level players aren't even qualified to form teams. This results in ridiculously poor coordination, leaving them effectively relying on shouting to communicate. Stan's main city falls. Interzone players' stats deduct 10%. Interzone monster stats increase 10%. Yin Nation players destroying a foreign main city, while in Warmonger mode gain 50% bonus to all stats. Stan's second main city falls. Interzone players' stats deduct 10%. Interzone monster stats increase 10%. Yin Nation players destroying a foreign main city, while in Warmonger mode gain 50% bonus to all stats. Announcements continue to ring out, interspersed with other announcements. Yin Gua is the first player across regions to achieve 50 million points. All players' 4-dimensional growth increases by 4. So far, the Yin Gua region has received 4 rewards, bringing the cumulative 4-dimensional growth to 10 points, an absurdly high level. Add to that the fixed 100-point 4-dimensional attribute gained from destroying the main city, and the stats of Yin Gua players have essentially doubled. The increased fixed attributes are even more noticeable for lower-level players. A new player entered the game and discovered that their 4-dimensional attributes had reached 3 digits at level 1. This post on the forum sparked many sighs. Are these the attributes a level 1 character should have? Back then, they were slogging through rabbits with stats in the teens or even in the single digits. It was such a pain. New players now have it so much better. They start with such high stats, and with bonus experience points, they level up incredibly fast. Before the players could finish their sighs, more announcements rang out. The third main city in the Stan region has fallen. All stats for players crossing regions will be reduced by 10%. Stats of monsters crossing regions will be increased by 10%. Yin Gua players, who destroy a main city in a different region while in warmongering mode will receive a 50% bonus to all stats. Wow, Night Wanderer is going on a killing spree. But I have to say, this feels really good. Stan, you like jumping around, right? Let me show you what a crushing victory is. Some Yinhua players even joked that if the national war reached a stable stage, they promised not to use Night Wanderer as their trump card first. Compared to the Yinhua side, Stan was in a much worse mood. They had 6 main cities. If all of them were destroyed, their stats would be essentially depleted. There was no point in fighting anymore. They might as well just delete their accounts and start over. But some Stan players soon discovered that deleting and starting over didn't seem to work. Because new players entering the game had lower initial stats than normal level 1 accounts, while the difference may seem like only a few points in the 4 dimensions, when converted to a percentage, it's quite significant. Furthermore, with these lowered base stats, subsequent leveling gains will likely also be lower. It seems there's no way to circumvent the penalty for losing a national war by deleting the account and starting over. In fact, players like Liao and Daka have already discovered this. Daka players, in particular, have to make up for the level 5 experience they missed before they can level up normally due to their nation destroyer status. That's a real pain. Chapter 1074. Qin Chuan and Scripps were on a rampage in the Stan region, naturally causing dissatisfaction and wariness among many. This was especially true for the cross-region players, led by North America. They hadn't taken it seriously at first, but after Qin Chuan defeated the Daka region, completing the annihilation of the nation and unlocking the Warmonger buff for the Yen Kingdom region, they noticed things were taking an unexpected turn. Capturing a main city with the Warmonger buff actually grants stat bonuses? Doesn't this mean that if Night Wanderer continues his campaign and captures 10 or even 20 main cities, the stat bonuses Yen Kingdom players will receive will be truly outrageous? The key point is that there are not only fixed stat bonuses, but also growth potential, including leveling experience points. Some players even wondered if Night Wanderer continued to receive bonuses, and once Yen Kingdom's total points exceeded 100 million, there would be a bonus that directly increased damage. The key point is that this cross-region-wide reward is clearly a one-time offer. If Yen Kingdom took it all, what else would they have left? Regions already hostile to Yen Nation immediately took action. This time, they not only joined forces within Apocalypse, but also exerted direct pressure in real life, with some even raising the slogan of an anti-Yen alliance. Although this slogan wasn't officially recognized, and the regions advocated only for fair competition within the game, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a coordinated anti-Yen alliance. They didn't want to see Yen Nation players continue to grow in power, but lacked a suitable means of countering them within the game. They could only indirectly achieve their goals through external pressure. Frankly, before now, it would have been unimaginable for high-level officials from various countries to speak out over a single game. But now it has come true. The reason is simple. Not only did the Yen Kingdom's top brass get wind of the special nature of the apocalypse, but other countries have also gradually deduced the general situation. Perhaps not as clearly as in Yen Kingdom. After all, Qin Chuan's account of the apocalypse was given in person, but they certainly had some guesses and understood the significance of the apocalypse. As a result, the Night Wanderer is now wreaking havoc, leaving no chance for other regions to survive. This is unbearable. Players are battling it out in the game, and the outside world is also in turmoil. On the giant screen in New York's Times Square, politicians in suits passionately proclaim the need to further strengthen the healthy and stable development of the gaming industry. To this end, North America, the Europa Agreement, and the Southern Xinjiang Alliance, a total of 27 regions, have jointly signed the Virtual Competitive Fair Competition Convention, aiming to collaborate and jointly maintain order in the game. This statement sounds grand, but a closer look at the distribution of these regions reveals a tight encirclement of Yen Kingdom, stretching from the northwest all the way to the south. The purpose is self-evident. We must stop this unilateral disruption of the balance, the politician said solemnly, his words absurd. Effective immediately, all players in belligerent mode will be banned from entering the signatory countries. We are deeply concerned that the subconscious violent thoughts of these players will pose a threat to other law-abiding citizens. Beneath the giant screen, the North American public cheered with joy. Some of them were players, while others, though not players themselves, had heard of the Night Wanderer's actions and were naturally deeply dissatisfied. Seeing that sanctions had finally been taken, they couldn't help but smile. The truth must be in their hands. Naturally, word of the outside world's actions reached the game, and countless Yen Nation players erupted in outrage. What a crap excuse. How could playing a game involve real-life violence? How outrageous. The foreign server players beamed with joy, their spirits suddenly rising. See? The Night Wanderer's brutal actions had finally provoked a just counterattack. Qin Chuan's response was simple. He abandoned the half-conquered Stan main city and teleported directly to the North American cross region. When a towering red beam of light appeared, the North American players' smiles froze. It seemed they were celebrating too soon. The second main city in the North American region has fallen. All stats of cross-region players will be reduced by 10%. All stats of cross-region monsters will be increased by 10%. Yin Nation players, who destroy a foreign main city while in Warmonger mode will receive a 50% bonus to all stats. The first Yin Nation cross-region player to achieve 100 million points. All players' damage increased by 10%. Damage reduction increased by 10%. A series of prompts demonstrated Qin Chuan's resolve. It also made the recently signed 27 treaty seem like a joke. In Apocalypse, the strongest fist reigns supreme. No matter how much outsiders clamor and interfere in the game, we Yin Nation will crush you. Not convinced? If you're not convinced, just find a player like Night Wanderer. For a moment, Yin Nation players were filled with pride, flocking to foreign server forums to criticize and denounce them. The fury was truly spectacular and intense. North American players, enraged, bombarded the government hotline with calls, and some even drove a truck straight into the White House. Against this backdrop, North American politicians stepped up again, directly demanding that Yin Nation severely punish Night Wanderer and provide real information about him. They strongly suspected that Night Wanderer was a fictitious character created by Yin Nation through hacking into the Apocalypse system, intended for in-game retaliation. The Night Wanderer's identity must be verified to confirm he's a real player. Yin Nation's response to this was simple. No way. How ridiculous. You thought this was your time to dominate the world. It might have been a deterrent in the past, but Yin Nation no longer fears any external enemy. How could they abandon the Night Wanderer just because of this little pressure? That would be sheer madness. Besides, the Night Wanderer has already said that the Apocalypse will become a reality, and characters will merge with players. Right now, the Night Wanderer is killing everyone, giving Yin Nation players a massive advantage. Entering the game is a natural start, and even newbies can rumble with their high stats. When the Apocalypse arrives, these increased stats will mean a higher survival rate. Every stat point represents a life. Under these circumstances, asking Yin Nation to hand over the Night Wanderer is simply wishful thinking. The two elders who had previously met with Qin Chuan even directly ordered the Eastern Theater Command to conduct emergency military exercises. The euphemism was that the ammunition was about to expire, and they were clearing out their inventory. No further meaning, please don't misunderstand. Players around the world were amazed. Wow, playing Apocalypse and witnessing such a spectacular scene was unimaginable. Qin Chuan smiled faintly upon learning of Yin Nation's reaction. If the higher-ups remained indifferent after he said that, Qin Chuan would be truly grateful. Resilience was restored as Qin Chuan watched scripts erupt with terrifying pressure, completely destroying the final area of the main city before him. The third main city in the North American region has fallen. Players crossing regions will have their stats reduced by 10%. Monsters crossing regions will have their stats increased by 10%. Yin Nation players destroying a main city in a foreign region while in Warmonger mode will receive a 50% bonus to all stats. Chapter 1075. North American players finally experienced the feeling of being screwed. They had initially been mocking the ineffectiveness of the Riyah region, the utterly useless Dhaka region, and the even more inhumane Stan region. Then, they suddenly lost two of their main cities. The key point was that just moments before, they had arrogantly announced the signing of the 27-nation treaty, hoping to suppress the Yin kingdom. They hadn't managed to do so, but instead, they had lost even more face. Looking at all the regions globally, only Riyah, Stan, and North America had lost three main cities. In this regard, while Dhaka was already on the verge of extinction, it at least had only lost two main cities. Setting aside the question of whether it was extinction, let's just ask whether it had lost even fewer main cities. The North American players were furious. They had fallen to the same level as Riyah and Stan. It was a humiliating shame. Furious players vented their anger both inside and outside the game, threatening to destroy the politicians' hometowns. You guys who only eat and don't work, where's your deterrent power? The politicians reacted quickly. It seemed the North American region couldn't withstand the Night Wanderer's firepower. So, let the teammates take over. Under the North American region's insistence, the Europa Agreement and the Southern Frontier Alliance began encouraging players to continue attacking Yin Nation. For a time, the fighting along the border became even more intense than at the server's initial launch. However, by now, Yin Nation players had seen their stats skyrocket, with increased attack and defense, giving them a clear advantage. Even facing simultaneous attacks from over a dozen regions, they managed to hold their ground, with the casualties ratio between the two sides now standing at 1 to 3. And that's even counting low-level players. If we only count players above level 30, Yin Nation has an absolute advantage, easily taking on 5 with 1. As for those higher up, on foreign servers, there were few over level 50. On the other hand, in Yin country, those above level 50 could form several groups. At this point, however, Qin Chuan wasn't rushing to the next main city in North America. He was focused on something else, Scripps' upcoming advancement. Perhaps the national war had left a psychological scar on foreign server players, and even other NPCs across regions were terrified by Scripps, so the nickname Nation-Destroying Dragon had become widespread among players and NPCs alike. This, in turn, precipitated a new round of Scripps' advancement. Divinity permeated and surged through Scripps' flesh and blood, causing its size to expand even further. Its length from head to tail now exceeded 200 meters, and its wingspan exceeded 300 meters. Soaring in the sky, it looked like a floating city, a sight that evoked a sense of dread and despair. Such a dramatic change in size caused Scripps to shed many of his dragon scales, but new ones immediately sprouted from his flesh, emitting a cold metallic sheen and appearing indestructible. Qin Chuan naturally wouldn't waste those scattered dragon scales. He collected them all and used them to craft equipment. These were all legendary dragon scales. Even with a less skilled craftsman, they could at least be made into epic gear. If a dwarf master crafted them, they were guaranteed legendary, and could even be crafted into a legendary set. After collecting the scales, Scripps' advancement reached its final stage. He soared through the sky with a newfound power. Every flap of his wings unleashed a fierce gust of wind, and every breath resonated like thunder. No mortal could match him, and nothing could defy his will. After completing his advancement, Scripps was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming repeatedly, "Lord Shadow, I advanced. I must be the most promising descendant of the Shadow Dragon clan." Scripps exhaled a dragon's breath. "We must reclaim what we lost in the Shadow Moon Mountains. Lord Shadow, when we go to the undead realm, please let me fight. I grind those skeletons into dust." Qin Chuan almost laughed out loud. It seemed Scripps still had some feelings about what happened back then. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, if the time comes, I will definitely not forget you." "Thank you, Lord Shadow." Scripps flapped his wings excitedly, instantly creating a Force 8 gale that roared across the land. The North American players, who had just arrived from the respawn point, ascended to heaven, physically ascending, and then all returned to the respawn point. Scripps swatted the passing players away with his claws and asked expectantly, "Lord Shadow, are we going to destroy the city again?" It now loved this feeling. Watching the tiny humans tremble and flee in panic under its dragon's might is such a wonderful feeling. This is what Lord Scripps should do. Qin Chuan nodded, and then shook his head. "We're going to attack the city, but not here. As the saying goes, we share both good and bad times. We can't just focus on exploiting North America. Didn't they have the 27 Treaty? How can we expect everyone to watch when one region is in trouble? We must all be involved. For the next region, let's choose those South Vietnamese monkeys, who have no real skills, and are only qualified to be used as pawns because they border Yin. Although their national strength is not strong, they have a large population, and therefore 3 main cities. We should destroy them all at once, then attack clockwise to clean up the area surrounding Yin." Even though these areas had undergone significant topographical changes after the apocalypse, they still bordered Yin Nation, necessitating some weakening. Next, the South Vietnamese monkeys learned the true meaning of cruelty. They had initially been excited to see Stan being beaten, feeling they had a chance to replace him. However, their joy barely lasted as a massive black dragon swooped down with unparalleled force, shattering half of the main city into ruins and inflicting countless casualties. Followed by a 180-degree whirling dragon breath, the remaining half of the city was instantly destroyed. The monkeys along the border screamed and retreated, hoping to save their main city. Unfortunately, it was too late. The teleportation array had been destroyed, forcing them to run for support. By the time the monkey army reached the attacked main city, it had already become history. The damage was so severe that even if they wanted to rebuild, they would likely have to choose a new location. The black dragon's flames scorched the earth, transforming the soil and rock into a magma state. There was no place to even stand, let alone rebuild the main city. Before the monkeys could express their discontent, a main city was destroyed. The monkeys were completely panicked. They only had 3 main cities, and they had already lost 2. If they lost another, they would become the next Akka, facing extinction. The next second, a resounding announcement echoed through the sky. The last main city in the South Vietnam region has fallen. Inter-region players will have their stats reduced by 10%. Inter-region monster stats will be increased by 10%. It has been detected that the South Vietnam region has no main cities left. Extinction status has been triggered. Inter-region players will have their level reduced by 5. All stats will be reduced by 20%. They will receive a persistent negative effect. Experience points will be reduced by 30%. Hopefully, the inter-region player will recapture the main city soon and remove the negative effect. The Yin Kingdom destroyed all the main cities in the Nan Hue region, and the warmonger status was enhanced. The cross-region player level plus 5. All attributes increased by 20%. Permanent buff effects were enhanced. Experience points increased by 40%. Attack damage increased by 10%. Damage reduction increased by 10%. Chapter 1076. The players in Dhaka are feeling mixed emotions right now. Their nation had been annihilated, making them the butt of jokes among players worldwide. But then the South Vietnam region was also crushed, becoming the second region to be annihilated. This immediately shared half the ridicule and sarcasm, and the pressure was instantly reduced. But on second thought, this didn't seem like something worth celebrating. Being ridiculed by half the people was still ridicule, and it was still humiliating. But now, the Dhaka region's strength has been greatly reduced. Its stats have been severely depleted, and its level has been reduced by 5 levels. Forget seeking revenge against the Night Wanderer, even being able to withstand minor roadside monsters is considered a formidable elite. As for the boss, if you see it from 100 meters away, you have to avoid it. Forget about fighting it. It used to take 30 or 50 people to defeat a boss, but now, even with 10 times the number, they might not be able to defeat it. Under these circumstances, even if the Dhaka region wanted to return to its previous state, it would take at least a month, or even longer. During this time, they could only keep their tails between their legs. Some of the self-proclaimed Dhakas, who boasted of being at the top of society, expressed disapproval and took to the forums to post, claiming that they, the Dhakas, own the 3 sacred mountains in the real world, but they didn't appear in the game. Otherwise, the White Tiger, the guardian beast of the 3 sacred mountains, would surely punish the Night Wanderer. This statement made the Yin Nation players scoff. "Ha, you're still addicted to stealing, aren't you? What do you mean by your White Tiger?" It's one of the 4 sacred beasts in Yin Nation's traditional culture, but the Dhakas didn't care. They were so used to stealing that they'd forgotten the concept of stealing. They simply considered it theirs, with no sense of shame at all. This statement quickly garnered widespread agreement from Dhaka players. Indeed, if the 3 sacred mountains were still there, the Night Wanderer would have been slain with a single swipe of his claws. Whether the players' petition moved the Apocalypse officials, or whether this was simply a pre-existing feature of the game, a notice was issued throughout all regions. The Dhaka region is in ruins. The aura of national destruction awakens the legendary spirit beast, but it is consumed by the resentment of billions of souls, and transformed into a vengeful demon burning with black flames. The world boss, the spirit of resentful fire, Tan Yu, will descend upon the abandoned Dhaka region's main city in 5 minutes. The Dhaka region's national fortune quest has been triggered. Players in that region can collect the corresponding materials to quell the demon's wrath. If they successfully restore it to spirit beast status, the region's players will receive a reward. If other players in other regions successfully slay the vengeful demon, Dhaka's national fortune will be halved, and the deducted national fortune will be transferred to the region that slew the demon. The news of the spawning world boss astonished many players. Dhaka players near the abandoned main city were the first to share the scene on the forums. Black flames engulfed the land, and crumbling walls and shattered masonry, swayed by an invisible force, floated into the air. In addition to the shifting terrain, NPCs, who had died in the previous battle rose again, but now engulfed in vengeful flames, transformed into mindless, wandering monsters. Even resurrected players found vengeful monsters spawning in the very places where they had perished. In the blink of an eye, the abandoned main city was overrun by hundreds of thousands of monsters. These monsters were divided into distinct zones. In the middle of each zone, special NPCs appeared, all bearing the same name, National Destiny Quest Envoys. Nearby Dhaka players could ascend to trigger these quests, thereby preparing for the subsequent quest to appease the demonic god. At this point, the Dhaka players felt they had their way again. The Night Wanderer could destroy their main city and annihilate their nation, but he couldn't break their will. One Dhaka player even jokingly said they had to thank the Night Wanderer this time, otherwise, who knew the world boss would spawn after destroying their nation. Chapter 1077. Now that the hope of restoring the nation and even further is within reach, the Dhaka players are so excited and eager that they even skip the national war and returned directly to quests. Of course, with the DACA players' current stats, they couldn't even participate in the national war even if they wanted to. Going to the border simply meant walking around to earn points, and everyone wanted to take a chance. Although the world boss hadn't respawned yet, the DACA players were already boasting all over the world, bragging that once they restored the demon god to a spirit beast, they would make the Night Wanderer pay. When Qin Chuan heard this, he simply laughed it off. Still waiting for the demon god to revive? You're kidding. Even if you want to restore him, you have to ask him if he agrees. In the Peak Guild, the others were equally excited. Because Qin Chuan's continuous destruction of the main city had significantly increased the stat levels of the players in the Yan Kingdom region, the battle situation on the border had completely tilted in Yan Kingdom's favor, and the Peak members now had more free time. The DACA world boss spawned, and naturally everyone was quite interested. Yingluo asked, President, this Vengeance of Fire Danwei, is he powerful? Ji Xing, how's he compared to the Chosen One? Deba, I actually triggered a quest. Is this thing even related to the Tiger God's legacy? Snow Swordsman, you don't understand. In DACA culture, Danwei is the White Tiger, the guardian of the 3 sacred mountains. A white tiger is also a tiger, so it's a distant relative of your Tiger God's legacy. Deba, I see, Brother Xuezhong, you're truly knowledgeable. Snow Swordsman, that's nothing. Back when I was in MMC, I chosen a few DACAs. No, I had some in-depth cultural discussions with a few Korean beauties. I eventually got to know them, and they got to know my strengths and weaknesses. Su Chongqing, that doesn't sound right. Dejialing you. Brother Su, stay away from Xuezhong from now on. Don't let this guy lead you astray. He made over 200 million from selling a guild token, and you're spending it like this. If it were 2 billion, he'd be crazy. Songling, guild leader, what does this world boss say? Qin Chuan, what else can I say? We must defeat it. As soon as Qin Chuan spoke, the Peak members were excited, and they all volunteered to fight and charge into the DACA cross zone. The boss hadn't spawned yet, so it was a good time to clear out the minions and prepare the battle area for the guild leader. And they could also put a damper on DACA's arrogance. You want to restore your spirit beasts, right? You have nothing to show for it. Qin Chuan arranged everything, and soon the Peak members gathered in Belly City. Mirror then opened a portal and teleported them to the area where the wrathful fire spirit was about to descend. The players on the border didn't think much of it when they saw the Peak members evacuate. The situation was going smoothly now, and they could handle it. It was a good time for the top players to go back and rest. They couldn't keep working hard. But soon, the players discovered that the top players were withdrawing from the border not to rest, but to fight the world boss. The DACA players' emotions were complicated again. The spawn of the world boss, the wrathful fire spirit, Tenyu, was a good thing. If it could be restored to its spiritual beast form, it would surely lead to the resurgence of the DACA nation. But the problem was, the top players were coming. Although their leader, Night Wanderer, hadn't appeared yet, the 2 vice leaders and the remaining members had all appeared, so it was a foregone conclusion that Night Wanderer would arrive sooner or later. The thought of Night Wanderer's terrifying damage filled many DACA players with worry. Will their guardian spirit be slain? If this world boss was slain again, the national fortune would be halved. While it wasn't known whether national fortune actually existed or how it would affect player attributes, it sounded impressive. If it were halved, the consequences would be severe. Even more severe than a halving of attributes. However, the refresh of the world boss is a foregone conclusion, and the countdown is ongoing. No matter what the players think, the boss will eventually appear. Chapter 1078. At someone's shout, countless DACA players rush towards the Peak players. Before Night Wanderer arrives, surrounding and killing the Peak players first would be a victory. These guys all possess top-tier equipment and carry a large amount of points. If they can be defeated, it will even partially offset the losses inflicted by Night Wanderer. Looking at the DACA players charging in from all directions, Ji Xing restrained the others, who were eager to fight, and said seriously, I'm the vice president. Let me make the first move. The others were speechless. Xiao even exclaimed, Sister Ji has learned bad habits, playing with authority. Amidst the laughter, Yingluo and the others remained aloft while Ji Xing landed with 2 giant mechas and unleashed a barrage of fire. With a resounding boom, a mechanical workshop, nearly 10 meters long and wide, collapsed. Immediately following, dozens of small drones appeared, automatically searching for enemies to finish off the enemy. When their ammunition ran out, they charged forward and self-destructed, leaving the DACA players bewildered. What was this for? Is this still Apocalypse? Why does it feel like modern warfare? On the broad back of the black flame dragon, Ying Luo sighed. Sister Ji has grown stronger. She used to only control a few drones, but now not only are they more numerous, but they're also fully automated. I suspect the mechanical workshop also has the ability to automate production. As long as there's enough materials, there'd be an endless supply of drones. Their sheer production capacity could overwhelm Dhaka. Jialing Yu calculated for a moment and spoke. Thanks to the guild president, I previously obtained the Ice Demon General Class Advancement Path, significantly increasing my defense. If I were to fight Sister Ji, I could certainly take care of these drones, but those two large mechas would be difficult to deal with. Furthermore, I seriously suspect this isn't all Sister Ji has, and she must be hiding something else. Jing said with a smile, with you all here, I can slack off. Just as he finished speaking, a teasing voice echoed from the side. It seems you're still too idle. I find you something to do later. Looking in the direction of the voice, Jing's face fell instantly, and she said pitifully, President, you can't be so cruel. The person who spoke was, of course, Qin Chuan. He teleported over and saw Ji Xing beating up Dhaka. The others, watching from the sky, guessed that Ji Xing was just trying to show off his skills, so they didn't join in the fight and instead teleported onto the back of the black flame dragon. As Qin Chuan arrived, the sky-high red beam of light became particularly conspicuous. The wandering monsters on the ground all turned their heads and rushed towards him, gathering wings of black flame as they ran, and actually took flight. The Dhakas, battered to dust on the ground, immediately laughed triumphantly. The Night Wanderer had now provoked widespread outrage. Even the wandering monsters couldn't stand it. Watching tens of thousands of monsters soar upward, Qin Chuan immediately stepped aside, summoned Scripps, and casually said, You're welcome. Scripps flapped his wings, sending thousands of monsters flying. Then, glancing down at the scene below, he recalled a moment and shouted, Ah, so this is it, the city destroyed by Lord Scripps. Scripps was furious to see his masterpiece being tampered with. Wasn't this an attempt to discredit his achievements? This was no ordinary foe, he needed a powerful blow. Scripps unleashed a burst of dragon breath, blasting down from hundreds of meters into the ground. The violent energy distorted the sky and earth, and the monsters in its path were reduced to ash. Even if they were born from black flames, they couldn't withstand the dragon's breath. With Scripps drawing the fire, the vengeful minions temporarily changed their target, no longer charging towards Qin Chuan. He had no intention of attacking, prepared to quietly wait for the boss to spawn. Speaking of which, he knew about this National Destiny boss, but this was the first time he had encountered one in the game. On the other hand, even in his previous life, even with the National War version, there had never been a case of a cross-region being annihilated. This was because there were differences in player strength, but not drastic differences, unlike now, when Qin Chuan single-handedly defeated an entire nation. This also led to the boss, which should have spawned in the real world, appearing prematurely in Apocalypse. Qin Chuan pondered silently, as a large number of onlookers began to appear in the distance, all from other cross-regions. Now that the Dhaka cross-region defenses were in name only, anyone could enter. With this world boss spawn, many players were prepared to join in the fun. Also, they were hoping to snag a bargain. If the battle between Yushin and the boss was so intense that both sides were injured, and they could take advantage of a chance, then they'd be in for a treat. If they couldn't find any chance, they'd just consider it a sightseeing trip. It wouldn't be a loss. Qin Chuan didn't care about these players. If they wanted to watch, they could. Even if he cleared the area now, people would still come when the fight started later. He didn't want to bother. Meanwhile, numerous live streams appeared on various cross-region forums, all focused on this world boss. And it wasn't just the players who were watching, the outside world was watching too. 5 minutes flew by in a flash. A thunderous tiger roar echoed from the sky, followed by a giant white tiger skeleton falling from the sky. Black magma gushed from its joints, its fur and flesh long since reduced to charcoal and ash, and blood-red vortices swirled in its hollow eye sockets. Spirit of resentful fire, Tanyu, LV-150 vengeful demon. Born from the consuming greed and resentment of war, it vows to incinerate all new civilizations and plunge the world into an eternal purgatory of hatred. With the appearance of the spirit of resentment, all players within a radius of several hundred miles receive a debuff. Burning with hate, healing effectiveness reduced by 30%, losing 5% of maximum health per second. With Su Chongqing on the peak side, their health is quite stable. As for Qin Chuan, his health regenerates 100% per second, so even with a 30% reduction, his health remains stable. Chapter 1079. Qin Chuan and the peak players didn't care about this debuff, it was like a tickle. But for the spectators, it was a bit too much to bear. If they were healers, they could watch the action while healing themselves, just to see if they could catch up. But for pure DPS, it was very awkward. Take a health potion, but it had a cooldown, so they wouldn't be able to hold out until the end. Giving up right there was also awkward, as this was an outlying area, and if they died here, half their gear would be gone. Thankfully, they could avoid the penalty by removing their gear early, so they still had time. For a while, many players, who had originally wanted to watch the action, chose to flee. While they couldn't witness Nightwander's boss fight in person, they could still watch the live broadcast on the forums, and wouldn't miss the spectacle. But some players wanted to give it a try, believing Nightwanderer could quickly dispatch the boss, and hold out for a short period of time. During this period, powerful healers offered bids on the spot, inviting players who wanted to live stream the battle but couldn't handle the health loss. 100,000 for a spot in the group, ensuring your health level remained stable. It could be said that the mere appearance of the wrathful fire spirit had already caused a frenzy of activity, but none of this mattered to Qin Chuan. At this level of combat, the key was to strike first. He unleashed a shadow dagger imbued with sorrowful strike, followed by dark rain. Instantly, countless damage numbers floated across Qin Chuan's field of vision, each the length of a mobile phone number. The wrathful fire spirit's health bar plummeted like a flood, dropping to half its original value in the blink of an eye. But halfway through, its health stopped decreasing, and was instead forced to stop. Qin Chuan pondered, a phase transition imminent. Elsewhere, the spirit of resentful fire was also devastated. Born from a conviction swirling with the hatred of a nation's destruction, it was not only itself eroded by hatred and transformed into a demon of vengeance, but the surrounding landscape was also filled with an aura of destruction. After such a grand entrance, before it could even roar, it was met with a barrage of attacks. If it hadn't been for the forced phase transition, it would have been wiped out by this round of attacks. What the hell is this place? The spirit of resentful fire roared, and 4 massive phantoms emerged from its back, attacking the surrounding space from different angles. The 4 phantom spirit beasts, a snake, a bird, a turtle, and a tiger, unleashed skills of various attributes, such as thunder and fire, covering an area of dozens of miles in an indiscriminate attack. Besides the monsters engulfed in the flames of vengeance, even the Daka players were instantly killed. Though the Daka players were instantly annihilated, they were delighted. Because the phantom summoned by the resentful fire spirit is clearly the 4 sacred beasts, the source of sacred beast culture, even Tianqi recognizes this. Who dares to accuse them of plagiarism? The Yin Nation players reacted most swiftly, directly declaring there's a counterfeit. In Yin Nation culture, the 4 sacred beasts are the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. However, the phantom summoned by the resentful fire spirit, a snake that has already grown horns, shows signs of transforming into a dragon, but is a million miles away from a true divine dragon. To put it bluntly, the snakes conjured by a divine dragon peeing in a river exhibit similar characteristics. As for that bird, let alone a crested bird, it doesn't even have a crest, and yet it dares to call itself the Vermilion Bird. The flamingo is more like it. Of the 4 sacred beasts, the resentful fire spirit before us actually resembles the legendary white tiger. The turtle is even less impressive, lacking a snake's tail. However, considering that tiger-shaped spirit beasts are all roughly the same size, this resentful fire spirit can only be considered a close second. Yin country players and Daka players engaged in a heated debate on the forums, citing historical records and arguing with each other. Chapter 1080. But when it comes to cultural heritage, Daka can't even be compared to Yin Nation. It was completely blasted to pieces by the irascible old man. At this moment, the attacks on the field continued. It was clear that the resentful fire spirit's skill was a forced performance. Even after it had already passed its first stage, it was still unleashing skills from that stage. But it must be said that, worthy of being a world boss, this skill was incredibly powerful. The other peak-level players had already immediately retreated to avoid damage. Even Ji Xing and Ying Luo didn't dare to take the damage head-on. Whether it was the Black Flame Dragon or the Destroyer, their legendary qualities weren't enough to face this world boss. In this respect, Scripps was a bit better. It had now broken through to the Holy Realm, and as a dragon, its stats were much higher than those of its peers. Furthermore, having been with Qin Chuan for so long, it had been imbued with the power of shadow, so it could withstand such a situation. Of course, a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, but it could still be done by sneaking around between skills. Scripps said, somewhat annoyed, another skeleton. Lord Shadow, after you kill this guy, please leave me some bones. I want to see how truly valuable these bones are. Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, you have plenty." Scripps had a tragic past. When he first emerged from the catacombs, he encountered the Skeleton King in the Dark Moon Mountains, and was defeated. After finally breaking through the sanctuary, his first fight was against a world boss, and he was defeated again. He must have been resentful of his return to the undead. As he spoke, the phantom attacks on the fire spirit's back began to weaken, and new changes occurred on its body. The resentful fire spirit itself was primarily a skeleton, stained with the charred remains of burned flesh. Now, that charred material was bulging and tearing, especially on its face, where the remaining charred material was further ripped apart, making it appear even more hideous and terrifying. But this also revealed even more distinct details of its expression. At this moment, the resentful fire spirit's expression was remarkably eerie and smiling. After an indescribable roar, an invisible force spread out, causing the affected players to involuntarily laugh. Then, as if triggering something, several fiery demonic imps appeared out of thin air, charging at the players and erupting in a fierce blaze. In the series of explosions, those players who had managed to survive were unable to hold on, and were sent directly to the respawn point. Qin Chuan, however, was largely unaffected. He even had time to flash to the other peak-level players, and activate his shadow domain to block the sonic attack. His shadow domain could now swallow even light, so this sonic attack was no problem. The wrathful fire spirit's roar continued, and the ground was filled with a dense swarm of self-destructing imps, making the players in the distance shudder. With so many imps, if they landed, they'd probably be blown to pieces. This world boss is outrageous. All its skills have extremely large range and inflict insane damage. Apocalypse created this thing, but did the players really think they could handle it? The wrathful fire spirit's roar lasted for a full 5 minutes, during which time its health was locked, making it unable to attack. And how many players could withstand 5 minutes of attacks? The self-destructing imps scattered across the ground, combined with the surrounding vengeance monsters and the constant health-draining debuffs, meant that even tens of thousands of players would be wiped out. When the roar subsided, the wrathful fire spirit's expression shifted from joy to anger. With a roar, its entire frame glowed red. Angry face. Attack speed increased tenfold, and attacks now grant a sweeping effect. Once in this state, the fighting power of the spirit of resentment becomes even more terrifying, and each strike can destroy an elite team. Chapter 1081. Unfortunately, it encountered Qin Chuan. Before the resentful fire spirit could test its attack speed, another skill flew towards it. This familiar feeling made the resentful fire spirit think something was wrong. In an instant, the resentful fire spirit's health bar was reduced to the last 20%. But at this point, it locked on to the enemy again. It was clear that this thing was about to be forced into another phase, but who knew what tricks it would use this time? Since it couldn't attack anyway, it might as well wait and see. The resentful fire spirit's expression changed again. Although only charred flesh and blood remained, it was clear that it was now filled with sorrow. Perhaps influenced by this sorrow, rain began to fall from the sky. It was these dark green raindrops, brilliant in appearance, but carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. Qin Chuan saw raindrops on Scripps' body, leaving tear marks on his dragon scales that wouldn't dissipate. He knew this thing was going to be difficult to deal with, so he decisively summoned Scripps back into the Shadow Realm and peeled the tear marks off the scales, observing any further changes. Boom! The tear marks exploded, reaching a radius of 5 meters. Based on the number of tear marks Scripps had just received, this explosion would have completely destroyed all the scales on his back. With the attack of the wrathful fire spirit, even if Scripps didn't die, he would have been half dead. Followed by this, a series of explosions erupted on the ground. The raindrops were so dense that there was nowhere to hide. The players who had managed to survive the first few rounds of attacks could no longer hold on, leaving behind a few pieces of equipment and returning to the respawn point. I can only say that it is worthy of being the world boss. There is no skill at all. It is all about mechanism and numbers. Even if a player of the maximum level comes, if he does not open the long steps to ascension to godhood, he will probably be killed in less than 3 rounds. Crucially, these few rounds of attacks only constituted the first 2 stages of the resentful fire spirit. It still had at least 1 stage to activate. After 3 minutes of heavy rain blanketing the entire area, the resentful fire spirit shed a blood-red tear and let out a low, mournful wail. Accompanying the howl, a phantom appeared on its back again. But it wasn't one of the 4 spiritual beasts from before, but a humanoid figure. While this phantom lacked a health bar, it did have a name. Tangan. The Tangan phantom held a talisman in hand, its eyes slightly open. Invisible shockwaves immediately swept across the ground, disintegrating any stone larger than a fist. Even the vengeance monsters couldn't withstand the impact, transforming into exploding flames, leaving charred figures on the ground. At the same time, several talismans, resembling oracle bone inscriptions, appeared around Qin Chuan, each carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. And it wasn't just him, other peak-level figures encountered similar situations. Clearly, this was Tengen's ability. All players within range will be affected. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised that the talisman could enter the Shadow Realm, but he quickly calmed down after noticing its rapidly weakening aura. As long as he entered the Shadow Realm, it was still his home turf. The talisman was quickly devoured, causing no significant impact, but Qin Chuan knew that if someone else had come, it would have been carried away. It must be said that the resentful fire spirit, as a world boss, was quite intimidating and indeed difficult to deal with. As his ultimate skill, Tengen's shadow lasted for a full 10 minutes, with new talismans spawning every minute, but they were all dealt with by the Shadow Realm. However, the spell's effect was triggered by other players, who had rushed back to continue watching the fun. Players needed to cast the spells precisely. Failure would result in instant death. The other peak players looked at each other, lamenting that this boss was beyond their reach. Ji Xing and Ying Luo also suppressed their slight smugness and resolved to further improve themselves. Forget defeating a world boss like this, at least one had to withstand its tactics. Once the Dan'an illusion vanished, Qin Chuan immediately attacked, unleashing a flurry of skills that completely emptied the fire spirit's health bar. The boss had stats, and so did he. As the fire spirit fell, the Dan'an illusion reappeared, but this time, instead of attacking, it sighed. If this is the end of hatred, please let the snow fall once more on the 3 sacred mountains. Then it vanished once more. Qin Chuan pondered. The message of the apocalypse drifted through the sky. The world boss, the resentful fire spirit, Tenwa, has been slain. Daka's cross-regional maintenance of national fortune has failed, resulting in a loss of half of its national fortune. Yin Nation's cross-region player, Yushin, led his team to slay the resentful fire spirit, Tenwa. Yin Nation has won this national fortune battle, and the national fortune lost from Daka's cross-regional operation will be transferred to the Yin Nation region. The national fortune battle has begun, and we urge all players to keep up the good work. In addition to the server-wide announcement, Qin Chuan also received a personal notification. You have slain the world boss, and plundered its divinity, gaining a 100% divine damage bonus, a 50% divine defense bonus, and 100 divine fire origin points. You led the Peak Guild in this kill, and the guild receives the following permanent buffs: plus 200 to all 4 attributes, plus 20% to all speed, plus 20% to damage amplification, and plus 20% to experience gain. At the same time, the other Peak members were pleasantly surprised to discover that their attributes had increased again. Besides the guild buffs, even though they played a minor role throughout the entire battle, they had survived the world boss battle, and thus received numerous rewards, including attribute points, equipment, items, skill books, and even talent enhancement stones. While these didn't advance talents, they did improve their stats, making the overall haul extremely generous. However, Qin Chuan was more interested in the loot scattered across the ground by the wrathful fire spirits. Each piece emitted a golden beam that shot straight into the sky, and there were 7 of them. Every item dropped by the world boss was guaranteed to be top-notch. Sending the others to stand by, Qin Chuan flashed to the ground, collected everything, and then used a magic hand. You have obtained the 3 divine mountain spirit jade. You have obtained the embers of hateful fire. You have obtained the 4 divines destiny armor. 3 additional pieces of loot were in hand, and just by looking at their names, one could tell they were of considerable value. Chapter 1082. This time, after defeating the world boss, I harvested 10 pieces of loot. Although I haven't seen its stats yet, it's Daka's national boss after all, so it won't be any worse. Let alone mid-level or upper-level artifacts, it's at least a semi-artifact and a lower-level artifact. It's quite a bonanza. As the loot was taken, the body of the wrathful fire spirit turned to ash, completely vanishing from the spot. Qin Chuan called out, and fled with the top members. Daka had been dealt a heavy blow this time, and he'd probably be going crazy again. It's best to leave quickly to avoid arguing with him. If there's another boss, it won't be too late to return. Now's the time to go back and count the spoils. Use what you can, and give what you don't need to others. There's no need to keep it as a warehouse. Back at the Bailey City shop, everyone was excited, discussing the battle and discussing tactical planning and improvement. Qin Chuan looked at Debada and asked, "How's your mission going?" Debada quickly replied, "President, The mission requires me to collect an item called the Hahue Mask, which unlocks a new tiger form. Each form has 3 abilities: Group Taunt, Group Skill, and Group Shield. Qin Chuan nodded. It's probably related to the second stage abilities of the Blazing Spirit. At the time, the Blazing Spirit switched between 3 expressions and had 3 different abilities. I guess your mission is related to that. Qin Chuan glanced at the spoils, pulled out a dark red mask, and handed it to Debada, saying, "Here, I show everyone what I learned." Debada took the mask with both hands, shuddering at the quality of the lower-tier artifact. This is truly priceless. President. Debade's voice trembled. Is this really suitable for me? Qin Chuan placed a hand on Debade's shoulder, staring into his eyes. He said earnestly, "You already obtained the Tiger God's legacy, unlocking the associated inheritance. Have confidence in yourself. Since the Tiger God's legacy has chosen you, it proves you have potential. Stop nagging. Just take it." Jixing said, "Debade, just accept it. Our president always keeps his word." Ying Luo also advised, "Yes, take it without hesitation. Don't worry. If you really want to repay the president, mentor new players, or wander around the border and fight foreign servers." Debade nodded solemnly. "President, don't worry. I will master this new form as quickly as possible." Then he assured everyone, "I will not let you down." The others offered their congratulations. Di Jiaolingyu looked at Qin Chuan and asked expectantly, "President, are there any mounts?" Qin Chuan kept the question a secret and looked at the others. "Do you think a mount is a good idea?" Xiao immediately spoke up. "I think it should be. With Dijia's generosity, the red envelope will surely be huge." Shui Zhong raised her hand in agreement. Indeed, with Dijia's strength, she'd definitely be generous. Song Ling analyzed. Di Jiaoling's class attributes lean towards defense and crowd control, but she's weak in speed. If she really wants a mount, it'd be best if it can compensate for the speed gap in combat. However, this might lead to class losses. The changes in my profession have affected my stats, so it still depends on my attributes. Di Jiaolingyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, my primary and secondary professions are both strong in defense now, especially since I acquired the Ice Demon General Inheritance. My defense and control have improved significantly. My speed, however, hasn't improved. I made up for it with equipment and skills, but it's still a little lacking. After that, Di Jiaolingyu tugged on Qin Chuan's arm and said, "President, stop teasing us. Do you have a mount?" Qin Chuan pulled out an item and said, "This thing is considered a mount, but it's a little different from ordinary mounts." He then displayed the relevant attributes for everyone to see. Chapter 1083. White Tiger Symbiotic Contract, Mid-Level Artifact, all attributes plus 500%. Effect 1. Summons a young white tiger spirit as a mount, increasing speed by 500% and making it immune to knockdown, stun, and other control effects while mounted. Effect 2. The white tiger spirit can be transformed into a protective spirit beast, increasing damage by 200% and speed by 300%, allowing it to activate its associated skills. Effect 3. Absorbing enemy vitality increases growth stages, eventually evolving into the Four Gods white tiger form. Vitality effectiveness is reduced for those below the demigod level. Divine Power. Gain a deterrent aura, reducing the enemy's full speed by 70%. Divine Power. Gain a spirit beast aura, increasing the full speed of allies by 50%. Seeing these stats, everyone at the peak was a little shocked. This is too powerful. This can no longer be considered a simple mount. It can be considered a 3-in-1 composite mount, combining a mount, spirit pet, and equipment. Especially for a high defense class like Di Jiaolingyu, the increased damage and speed eliminate her weaknesses, allowing her to single-handedly dominate the battlefield. Anyone who obtains this contract, even if they only possess E or D rank talents, will instantly become a top-tier being. But now, Di Jiaolingyu wasn't enthusiastic. After a long moment of careful consideration, she slowly said, "President, this thing is more suitable for you." Qin Chuan teased, "Why has our mount-obsessed person changed their interests? You're not even tempted by a mount. That's not like you." Di Jiaolingyu blushed. How could this be the same thing? She bought other mounts without any burden, treating them as a collection. But this white tiger symbiotic contract was different. Rather than a mount, it was more of a top-tier pet. Moreover, even in its initial form, it was already a mid-level artifact. How powerful would a fully formed Four Gods white tiger be? A top-tier item like this only reached its full potential in the hands of the guild master. Qin Chuan was quite open-minded about this, and simply thrust the contract into Di Jiaolingyu's hands. "Take it if I tell you to." Di Jiaolingyu hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted it, blurting out, "Since the guild master says so, then I take it. Guild master, come see my white tiger next time you're free." Qin Chuan's eye twitched. This kid is talking nonsense. Ji Xing and the others also cast shocked glances at Di Jiaolingyu. So blunt and uninhibited? Could it be that the guild master and Sister Di are hooking up? When did this happen? In the silence, Su Chongqing, in the corner, said innocently, "Sister Di, I want to see a tiger too." Click. Ji Xing slapped Su Chongqing on the head and said angrily, "Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Go play somewhere else." Su Chongqing was confused. However, after this interruption, Di Jiaolingyu realized the flaw in her statement. Her face flushed, and she quickly explained, "What I meant was, well, it's not what you think." "Oh." Ji Xing's tone dragged out, and with a sly smile he said, "What we think is what we mean." Di Jiaolingyu logged off immediately. The white tiger incident ultimately ended with Di Jiaolingyu's escape. Qin Chuan glanced at the stats of the other trophies, and couldn't help but sigh. Daka is so polite. Including the 3 trophies Miesho Kong Kong had obtained, these 10 trophies were all top-notch. Of them, the Hathaway Mask and the White Tiger Symbiotic Contract had already been given away, and Qin Chuan prepared to deal with the remaining 8. 3 Sacred Mountain Spirit Jade, a lower-tier artifact, increasing all attributes by 300%. Effect 1. While worn, increases all attribute resistance, fire/ice/thunder, etc., by 99%. Effect 2. Attacks have a chance to inflict elemental damage of a random attribute. Effect 3. Grants Mountain Spirit Protection. When receiving a critical hit, summons a phantom of the 3 Sacred Mountains to block it. Lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Divine Power. Summons the Dandan Illusion, ignoring defense against enemies within a 1,000 meter radius. Lasts 5 minutes, cooldown 72 hours. This is a defensive-focused item. Even if attacked by surprise, triggering the Mountain Spirit Protection effect provides ample time to react. If you can't handle it yourself, simply summon the Dandan Illusion. Chapter 1084. Qin Chuan had a deep memory of the raindrops that washed over him when the Dandan Illusion appeared. It nearly overwhelmed Scripps. Its power was absolutely terrifying. It's a shame the cooldown was a bit long, making it a bit useless for Qin Chuan. Besides, he wasn't short of life-saving measures. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan looked at Jing. "Take this." Peak's combat strategy would still be primarily based on small group combat. Jing was a key player. Her spatial magic allowed the team to quickly escape in emergencies, but it also made her a prime target for enemy attacks, so she needed to improve her life-saving abilities. To put it bluntly, as long as Jing survived an instant kill, she could bring most of the group back. This was more important than anything else. Jing didn't refuse, she knew her role well. Checking the next piece of loot. Ember of Hate. A lower-tier artifact-level item, this item wields an inextinguishable flame, perhaps useful as a furnace core. Qin Chuan's mind struck, and he quickly flipped through the loot, finding another item. Hayfire Forge. A special construction workshop. Effect 1. Adds the black flame effect to equipment. Effect 2. Regularly produces the Master Craftsman's Manual, which allows direct class advancement to Master Craftsman. Effect 3. Produces 1 piece of epic equipment daily, and 1 piece of legendary equipment every 3 days. Qin Chuan was excited to see what would happen if he combined the Hayfire Embers with the Hayfire Forge. However, a construction workshop requires space, and it would undoubtedly take up considerable space, making this shop too large to accommodate. Qin Chuan planned to wait until the apocalypse arrived before setting up. Next. For God's Destiny Armor, a lower-tier artifact, increasing all attributes by 300%. Effect 1. Defense plus 150%, maximum health plus 200%. Effect 2. Chance to trigger the 4 spiritual beasts protection when attacked. Azure Dragon's power. Restores 50% of maximum health. Vermilion Bird's power. Deals fire damage to nearby enemies. Black Tortoise's power. Reduces damage by 70%. White Tiger's power. Increases damage speed by 100%. Effect 3. When a nearby ally dies, increase your own attack by 30% for 20 seconds, stacking up to 99 times. Divine Power. Unlocks the Dandan Bloodline Hidden Quest. This equipment is quite good, but Qin Chuan prefers his Death Shadows set. Although it's currently only Sanctuary level, it has good attributes, and he plans to upgrade it all to semi-artifacts later. Therefore, Qin Chuan doesn't plan to use the 4 Gods Destiny armor himself. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan gave the equipment to Ying Luo. After 2 kingdom annihilation bonuses, and this world boss defeat, Ying Luo and Ji Xing had both reached level 100. This equipment was perfect for him to tackle the challenging class advancement quests. Ying Luo accepted the armor and solemnly declared, "President, I will do my best." Beach Witch Bell, a lower tier artifact, boosting all stats by 300%. Effect 1. Continuously dispels negative effects on nearby allies. Effect 2. Summons 5 untargetable witch spirits, continuously healing allies. Effect 3. Attacks taken by the player are transferred to the witch spirits. Divine Power. Shaking the bell emits an inspiring sound, increasing the player's healing effect by 300%. Qin Chuan immediately looked at Su Chongqing regarding this healing-enhancing equipment. Su Chongqing also understood, excitedly saying, "Is it finally time for me to level up?" The others had no objections to giving this piece of equipment to Su Chongqing. Although Yulin Ai and Qi Yuqi were also paladins primarily focused on healing, they knew that there was a significant gap between them, and Su Chongqing in terms of seniority and contributions, so they didn't argue. Besides, they both knew that the guild master would definitely keep similar equipment for them next time it became available, so there was no need to rush. After examining the 7 pieces of loot, they all had excellent stats. Aside from the Hate Embers and the Forge, which couldn't be released at the moment, the rest had their respective owners, more than doubling Peak's overall strength. The next 3 pieces of loot were even more valuable. Hate Conversion, a god-level skill book that converts 20% of damage taken into attack power. After stacking 5 layers, it unleashes Hate Burst, dealing true damage to enemies and integrating into the domain. Qin Chuan didn't share this item with anyone, using it himself, further enhancing the power of Shadow Domain. The others had no objections either. Seeing the guild master improve is more gratifying than seeing my own improvement. Yin Yang Domain, Domain Seed. Upon absorption, it unlocks the Tai Chi Yin Yang Domain, restoring 10% health and mana per second to allies within range, while deducting 10% health and mana per second from enemies. Learning requirements: player level 100, having completed the 4th class advancement. Players who have already unlocked a domain are not able to use it. This item is used to unlock a domain, and since Qin Chuan already has one, he naturally can't use it. While this domain has good stats, it deals damage slowly, and is more suited to large-scale combat. Even if integrated into the Shadow Domain, the gains are relatively insignificant. 10 seconds was enough to wear down the enemy, and that was enough time for Qin Chuan to instantly dispatch him dozens of times. As for who to give the domain seed to, Qin Chuan was a bit undecided. This thing was a general-purpose domain, usable by anyone. At this moment, Senior Brother In, who was in the corner, mustered up the courage to say, "President, can you give me this? If I had a Tai Chi domain, I feel more like a sword immortal." After receiving the flight inheritance, Senior Brother In had devoted himself to developing the sword immortal class, but so far, he could only achieve sword flying flight. When Senior Brother In spoke up, Qin Chuan didn't object, but he still had to consult the others. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed. The main problem was that the domain wasn't powerful enough, and the effects were a bit slow. People like Ji Xing and Ying Luo had their own plans to open their own domains, and naturally didn't want to rely on external resources. In the end, the Yin Yang Domain Seed was given to Senior Brother In. As he received the domain seed, Senior Brother Hum was also surprised and quickly said, I actually mastered a skill called Crane Dancing Cloud Sword. It can actually summon cranes. Sounds pretty good." Hearing this, Qin Chuan was a little surprised. I hadn't expected that combining the Yin Yang domain with Senior Brother Hum would produce additional effects. It was quite a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1085. The light on the blind knight was initially a mere firefly. But in the absolute darkness of the Shadow Realm, this tiny ray was even more dazzling than the sun just now. Holy crap! What's going on? The water god's voice broke the dead silence. How can this broken sword glow? Guild Master, is there something wrong with your weapon? No one paid any attention to his ramblings. Everyone's attention was focused on the dagger that was supposed to devour all light. Qin Chuan lowered his head, staring at the weapon in his right hand. The ray of light wasn't attached to the surface, it seeped from the very core of the dagger. An aura of the laws of existence and creation, diametrically opposed to the power of the blind knight's nothingness, was awakening within it. Qin Chuan tried to suppress it with his divine power. But the light was as slippery as oil in water. His divine power poured into the dagger, like pouring into a veritable void, unable to reach the glowing core. Warning, high-dimensional law conflict detected. Ji Xing's electronic voice rang out, and data streams scrolled frantically across her visor. The conceptual negation authority of the Nightless Night is being reverse-engineered from within by another authority of equal rank. Before the words fell, the ray of light suddenly surged. No longer a firefly, it transformed into a pure white beam, rising from the blade of the dagger and piercing the sky of the shadow realm. A grand voice, free of any trace of decay and madness, remaining only pure holiness and majesty, echoed along the beam of light, resonating throughout the world. Mortal, what do you think you are erasing? Within the beam of light, a humanoid silhouette, composed of pure light, slowly coalesced. You erase only my tainted shell. You deny only the sins I stained. And I am light itself. The humanoid silhouette, its features, limbs, and contours, grew clearer and more perfect at a speed visible to the naked eye. No longer were there the wriggling dark veins. No longer were there the madly growing tumors. Every inch of its body was composed of the most fundamental laws of light, wholly beyond the reach of a single flaw. I sacrifice my decay, concealing the purest seed of light within your power of nothingness. Nothingness cannot deny something that never existed. And when your nothingness devours everything, that absolute emptiness will become my perfect breeding ground. The God of Light's voice carried the calm of profound enlightenment and absolute contempt for mortal wisdom. I will be reborn here in the purest form. The faces of the 7 members of the group all changed. I've been tricked. The water god cursed, but a sense of powerlessness lingered in his voice. This deity had actually used half of his own body as bait, using himself as a Trojan horse, sending himself into the president's most powerful weapon. This was no longer a battle, this was a calculation. A god composed purely of the concept of light. Su Chongqing's expression was more solemn than ever. This means he is no longer bound by the laws of physics and energy. Conventional attacks are ineffective against him. Boom! The God of Light's body completely condensed. He opened his arms, and the entire shadow realm began to be assimilated by the light emanating from him. The darkness receded, and space illuminated. Mortal, thank you. The God of Light lowered his head, his eyes, made of light, gazing down at Qin Chuan below. You have removed the last impurities from me, allowing me to ascend to a higher realm. In return, I will grant you an eternal prison of light. As his words fell, endless light pressed towards Qin Chuan from all directions. This light was no longer scorching, no longer violent. It simply existed. With its presence, it completely occupied every inch of space around Qin Chuan, preventing him from blending into the shadows, and from using any abilities related to darkness. Chapter 1086. An assassin, without the darkness in which he hides, is like a beast with its fangs broken. Faced with this desperate situation, Qin Chuan's face showed no emotion. He didn't even glance at the newly born God of Light. His attention remained on the dark night in his right hand. This weapon, which had accompanied him for so long, now hummed under the strain of the intense conflict between the two opposing powers within it. There was even a tiny, barely visible crack on the blade. I see. Qin Chuan spoke softly, as if mumbling to himself. Using the nature of negation to protect the existence of one's own concepts is indeed a brilliant tactic. He raised his head, finally looking directly at the God of Light, suspended in the heavens. But you seem to have made a mistake. For the first time, a hint of human doubt crossed the flawless face of the God of Light. Qin Chuan raised his left hand. There was nothing in it. The darkest hour had been reclaimed by him. Do you think my power comes from darkness? Qin Chuan said slowly. No. He shook his head. Darkness is merely my tool. Just as light is merely your prison. The moment the words fell, the madly pressing light around Qin Chuan suddenly froze. It wasn't blocked by force. It was because, beneath Qin Chuan's feet, the shadow that had been dispelled by the light reappeared. And, that shadow was no longer a simple plane. It had come alive. Countless pitch-black tentacles, composed of the purest shadow, stretched out from the shadow, like a blooming black lotus. They ignored the purifying power of light, and instead entangled the rays of light, pulling them and dragging them into the bottomless shadow. What is this? For the first time, the God of Light's voice wavered. In his perception, that shadow wasn't energy, wasn't matter, and certainly wasn't a law. It was like a hole in this world. An absolute nothingness that couldn't even be filled by the concept of light. My power comes from myself. Qin Chuan's voice reached the God of Light's ears clearly. He grasped the right hand of the Knight of Darkness and released it. He allowed the higher-level artifact, being torn apart by the laws of light, to fall. Then, he took a step forward, stepping into the madly expanding shadow beneath his feet. His body merged perfectly with the revived shadow. Then, A second later, all the light in the entire shadow realm was extinguished in an instant. A darkness deeper and purer than before descended. The sound vanished. The light vanished. Even the sense of space grew hazy. The water god and the others felt as if they had been thrown into a vat of thick ink, their five senses stripped away, their divinity suppressed, even their thoughts sluggish. What the hell? I can't move. The water god's terrified voice echoed through the communication channel, but was quickly drowned out by a cacophony of noise. In the absolute darkness of Qin Chuan's incarnation, all laws were redefined. Damn you, you remnant of shadows, what have you done? From a corner of the darkness, the voice of the god of light echoed, no longer grand or majestic, but filled with an incomprehensible horror. He found himself isolated. He was still the god composed of the pure concept of light, but his connection to all the light in this world had been brutally severed by the darkness. He was like a lamp unplugged. The bulb still functioned, but it could no longer shine. In the darkness, there was no response. The god of light could sense the shadow, the all-consuming darkness, coming alive, closing in on him. He attempted to refocus his light and dispel the blasphemous shadow. However, as soon as the law of light within him began to operate, a ray of light emerged. It was instantly swallowed by the even denser darkness surrounding it, without even a ripple forming. Chapter 1087. This darkness is not the opposite of light. It is preying on the light. No! I am light. I am order. You filthy shadow, retreat. The god of light roared angrily, his vast body trembling violently, attempting to use the most fundamental divine laws to carve out a domain of his own. However, in response, countless even darker tentacles emerged from the darkness. These tentacles had no substance, they were extensions of shadow, the embodiment of nothingness. They easily penetrated the god of light's barrier of laws, entangling his limbs, his torso, and his head. A terrifying feeling of being disintegrated and reduced to nothingness permeated the god of light's consciousness. He could feel his existence being siphoned away bit by these shadowy tentacles, dragged into the eternal void. Ah! For the first time, a shrill scream emanated from the mouth of this pure deity. This cry caused the water god and the others, who had just regained a glimmer of consciousness, to tremble in their souls. President. Devouring a god? The snow swordsman's voice was hoarse. He couldn't imagine what kind of power could accomplish such a thing. It wasn't killing, it wasn't destruction. It was a higher level of erasure. A god, conceptually, was devoured piece by piece. The devouring proceeded silently in the darkness. The god of light's resistance grew weaker, the light emanating from him peeling away piece by piece, the divine radiance rapidly dimming. His perfect body of light began to become broken and transparent. I will not end just like this. The god of light's intermittent voice carried a stubborn obsession that endured until death. As long as there is light, I am eternal. His voice grew fainter and fainter, and finally, as the last ray of light was swallowed by darkness, it vanished completely. The entire shadow realm fell into an unprecedented silence. The pressure on the water god and the others completely dissipated, and the suffocating darkness around them seemed to soften. Is it over? The water god asked tentatively, his tone filled with uncertainty. It seems. We won. Yingluo also loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the feeling of having survived a catastrophe leaving him somewhat weakened. The terrifying deity who had dominated them from beginning to end, even pulling off a coup de grace, had been reduced to a part of the shadow by the guild master. The darkness began to slowly recede. Qin Chuan's figure separated from the animated shadow realm, and stood quietly. He lowered his hands, his face expressionless. It was as if the horrific battle that had just devoured the gods was a mere trifle to him. The night of darkness floated quietly beside him, the crack on the blade, caused by the conflict of laws, slowly repairing itself. The power of the god of light within it had been completely absorbed, reduced to nothingness. Everything seemed to have settled. At this moment, in the heart of the absolute darkness that had just swallowed the light, a point of light, smaller than a pinpoint, suddenly lit up without warning. It did not come from the outside, nor was it a burst of residual energy. It was as if it had been born from nothing. From nothing, something was born. And then, a voice, calm and indifferent, resounded throughout the shadow realm. I said, as long as there is light, I am eternal. That voice belonged to the god of light. The moment the words fell, the tiny speck of light began to steadily and irreversibly expand outward. It wasn't dispelling the darkness, but rather enveloping it. Wherever the light reached, the laws of the shadow realm were forcibly rewritten, and the concept of nothingness was imbued with the attributes of existence. This world was being reshaped from the very foundation. Is this guy invincible? The water god's voice tinged with irritation. Eating him can bring him back to life. How can this be possible? No one could answer him. They watched helplessly as the light spread with unstoppable momentum, illuminating the entire shadow realm. A holy yet oppressive aura enveloped every corner. The all-consuming darkness, embodied by Qin Chuan, was actually retreating step by step before this new light. The voice of the god of light rang out again, with a calmness that overlooked the chessboard. Mortal, you have shown me the power of nothingness. Now, it's my turn. You devoured me, but you cannot digest the concept of light itself. In that absolute nothingness, I glimpsed the true meaning of existence. The existence born from nothingness is the purest and most unshakable law. You cannot devour me again, because you cannot devour a concept constantly emerging from nothingness. You cannot deny me, because my existence is the ultimate negation of your authority over nothingness. The light expanded at an increasingly rapid pace. The water god and the others could already feel the air around them filled with light elements, like invisible shackles, suppressing all the powers associated with darkness and shadow within them. As assassins, they were being expelled from their own home turf. Qin Chuan remained motionless at the center of the encroaching darkness. He let the self-repairing night of the darkness float by his side, and slowly raised his left hand. Darkest Hour. The supreme artifact representing time and space, in Qin Chuan's hands, emanated an aura distinct from the surrounding light, a kind of freezing aura. That dagger again? The god of light's voice tinged with contempt. Time and space are meaningless in the face of eternal light. Qin Chuan did not respond to his provocation. He simply held the darkest hour before his eyes, his gaze fixed on the blade, which shimmered like the shimmering fragments of a star. Mortal, give up. In this world defined by me you. Chapter 1088. The words of the god of light still echoed in the ever-expanding world of light. Mortal, give up. In this world defined by me you. His voice abruptly stopped. Because Qin Chuan moved. He ignored the god of light, hovering in the sky, presumably in control of everything. He simply tossed the darkest hour in his left hand upward. The dagger, simple in form, yet seemingly embodying eternal darkness, traced a path through the air, freezing time and space, then stopped. Time seemed to have paused at that moment. No, not paused. It accelerated. Bullet time, activated. To the water god and the others, the world remained unchanged. The holy light continued to spread unstoppably, oppressing their last remaining space. Their bodies remained bound by the laws of light, unable to move. But in Qin Chuan's eyes, the entire world slowed down. The expanding light was no longer an elusive concept, but a visible, slowly advancing ripple of energy, like a tide. The scornful expression on the god of light's flawless face was like a frozen photograph, every detail crystal clear. He could even see that at the source of the light, at the very core of the god of light, a tiny singularity connected to nothingness was constantly spitting out the laws of light, sustaining his eternity. Eternity? Qin Chuan strolled leisurely through a world of slow motion. With a single stride, he crossed tens of thousands of meters and arrived at the forefront of the expanding light. He reached out and touched the slowly advancing barrier of light. It was temperatureless, incorporeal, yet it held within it the majestic laws that would rewrite the world. Your eternity is too slow. Qin Chuan's voice was audible only to himself. He withdrew his hand, his figure flashing again, this time appearing before the face of the god of light. The two stood no more than half a meter apart. The god of light's eyes, composed of light, still maintained a gaze of contemplation over all living things, unaware that the mortal he considered a prisoner was now standing before him, observing him. Qin Chuan did not attack. He simply raised his left hand and grasped the darkest hour, hovering in the air. Then, he gently slashed at the heart of the god of light, the singularity that continuously gave birth to existence. Space-time rupture, severing the spatial connection to the target area, creating an absolute isolation zone lasting 10 seconds. Swish! A faint, almost inaudible tearing sound. In Qin Chuan's vision, the space surrounding the god of light resembled a painting cut open by scissors. A pitch-black cube appeared out of thin air, perfectly enveloping the god of light's core, and a small portion of his body. In this pitch-black box, time and space were completely stripped away. The singularity that connected to nothingness and provided the god of light with eternal power was isolated outside the box. The god of light within the box was severed from his eternity. He was no longer a concept coming into being, but a captive, finite entity that already existed. After completing this, Qin Chuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Bullet time ended. The world's flow returned to normal. The water god and the others felt a flash before their eyes. The oppressive light suddenly receded, like a light bulb without power. And at the center of the body of the god of light, suspended in the sky, a cube-shaped cage of absolute darkness, emanating an aura of nothingness, appeared. This. For the first time, the god of light's voice tinged with genuine panic. He discovered that his connection to the source had vanished, his eternal journey from nothingness to existence interrupted. He was imprisoned. What have you done? The god of light frantically charged the pitch-black cage. The moment his holy light touched the cage's walls, it was completely devoured and annihilated. Chapter 1089. Qin Xuan's figure appeared outside the cage. He didn't answer, but simply extended his right hand, and the slowly repairing dark night flew back into his palm. Clinging the recently betrayed dagger, Qin Xuan stepped into the pitch-black cage. No! The god of light gazed at the incoming figure, at the dagger in his right hand that had devoured his rotting body, and roared in despair. He finally understood what the other party was planning. Time and space, meaningless in the face of eternal light? No. The other party had used time to capture the trajectory of his eternity. Using space, they had severed the very foundation of his eternity. Now, he was no longer eternal. He was merely a finite god trapped in a cage. Qin Xuan stepped before the god of light. Now, who is the prisoner? He asked softly. Then, he extended the dark night in his right hand. Divine power, conceptual negation. This attack carries the power of negation. It can conceptually erase the target's equipment, skills, and even their very existence. This time, the god of light was not erased, not consumed. The moment the dark night touched his body, it began to become transparent and ethereal. His existence was being negated. I won't accept. The god of light's final consciousness, a message of resignation, echoed within the cage. 3 seconds. Just 3 seconds. The flawless body of the god of light vanished completely within the pitch-black cage, as if it had never existed. 10 seconds were up. The pitch-black cage vanished silently. The light that was frantically encroaching upon the shadow realm was also completely extinguished. In an instant, the entire world returned to deep darkness and deathly silence. The shackles on Shueishan and the others suddenly vanished. They gasped for breath, their minds blank as they watched the figure emerge from the void. What just happened? Shueishan's voice was dry. Did the president lock the light in a box? Yingluo's cognition was greatly shocked. The president won. Su Chongqing summarized the battle beyond everyone's comprehension in simple terms. Qin Xuan slowly descended, and the darkest hour, and the night of no light were retracted into his body. The battle was over. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. You have completely denied the existence of the god of light. You have obtained a special item, the source of light. A fundamental conflict has been detected between the source of light and your shadow godhood. Warning. The source of light is attempting to assimilate your divinity. Qin Xuan's body suddenly froze. He suddenly raised his right hand, and within his palm, a ball of purest light, as if the source of all light in the world, pulsed violently. It ignored Qin Xuan's divine suppression, and forcibly seeped out of his body. An indescribable burning pain exploded from the depths of his soul. The ball of light pulsed within Qin Xuan's palm, like a newborn heart. The burning sensation came not from a physical level, but from the very foundation of existence. It was the two diametrically opposed divinities of light and shadow, waging a primal conflict within him. Qin Xuan's body became a battlefield. President, the water god, and the others rushed forward, but were repelled by an invisible force 10 meters away. That power, half holy, half profound, the two attributes clashed violently, forming a chaotic field of laws around him. What's going on? This light. The water god looked at the blindingly bright light in Qin Xuan's right palm, then at the even more intense shadowy force emanating from the left side of his body. He was completely stunned. Qin Xuan's body was being clearly divided. On his right side, holy light flowed, and his skin took on a jade-like texture, even tiny golden runes flickering beneath it. On his left side, shadows surged, and his body seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, becoming ethereal and unreal. Chapter 1090. Warning! Your divinity is in a violent conflict. Divine damage conversion reduced by 50%. Divine damage reduction reduced by 50%. Your health is rapidly depleting. All your attributes are drastically decreasing. A series of negative status notifications flashed across Qin Xuan's screen. He could feel his control over his body being stripped away. The source of light, like a proud invader, attempted to purify all the shadowy divinity within him, completely transforming this body into a vessel of light. And the power of shadow was frantically counterattacking, attempting to assimilate this foreign concept. Qin Chuan groaned. The excruciating pain nearly stagnated his mind, rendering him unable to think. He attempted to invoke the concept denial power of the illuminated night to erase the source of light. But the light was already bound to his soul. To deny it would be to deny himself. This was the light god's final trap, a gift that could neither be refused nor escaped. Sister Ji, analyze this quickly. What's going on? The water god shouted anxiously into the communication channel. Data modeling in progress. Failed. The laws within the president's body have fallen into chaos and cannot be analyzed. Ji Xing's tone was tinged with frustration. Conventional healing and purification spells are ineffective against the president and may even exacerbate the conflict between the two forces. So what should we do? Just watch. The water god pounded his fist against the ground. At that moment, Qin Chuan, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head. His eyes held a strange expression. The left eye was as dark as ink, a bottomless depth. His right eye shone like the golden sun, its light radiating. He gave up suppressing it, and also gave up resisting it. Since he couldn't expel it, he would make it his own. A mad thought took shape in his mind. Shadow Reforge. This skill harnesses the power of shadow to reforge equipment, upgrading its level and quality, even changing its attributes. If it could work for equipment, then what about divinity? This torn body, these two warring powers, wasn't the perfect material? He would use his own body as a furnace, his own will as a hammer, forcing these incompatible light and darkness into a brand new artifact. What is the president going to do? Yingluo sensed the shift in Qin Chuan's aura. It was no longer simply pain and struggle, but a desperate determination. Qin Chuan mobilized the last ounce of divine power he could control, not attacking the source of light, but instead channeling it towards the Shadow Reforged skill rune. He set himself as the target for the recasting. The system's cold notification chime echoed through his mind, carrying an unprecedentedly stern warning. Special recasting command detected. Recasting target. Divine origin. Shadow/light. Warning. This action will irreversibly alter the very foundation of your existence. Risk assessment. Extremely high. Expected success rate. Less than 0.1%. Consequences of failure. Divinity collapse. Soul annihilation. And complete erasure of existence. Confirm execution? Qin Chuan looked at the less than 0.1% success rate, a smile of mixed pain and pleasure crossing his face. His forte was dancing on the edge of a knife. This time, he was risking his life. Confirmed. He commanded in his mind, exerting all his strength. The moment the command took effect, an indescribable, terrifying force erupted from him. It was no longer a simple clash of light and darkness, but a higher level of chaos, like the Big Bang. Black and white energies transformed into a tornado that soared into the sky, completely engulfing Qin Chuan. The 7 members of the group were directly blown away by the aftermath of the storm. They could only watch helplessly as the black and white storm, connecting heaven and earth, raged furiously in the center of the shadow realm, tearing apart space and churning the laws of nature. At the heart of the storm, Qin Chuan's consciousness was being crushed into the finest dust. Like a small boat thrown into a raging ocean of light and darkness. Every wave was enough to shatter his soul. The sharp pain faded, replaced by a deeper sense of disintegration. His memories, his emotions, his entire conception of himself as Qin Chuan were ripped apart by this reforging storm, reduced to the most basic fragments of information. Outside the storm, the water god and his companions were anxious. How long has it been? 10 minutes? Half an hour? The water god's voice was agitated. The storm of black and white energy, far from weakening, intensified. The entire shadow realm trembled slightly under this force. The president's vital signs have disappeared. Ji Xing's voice was low. The light representing Qin Chuan on her detector had completely gone out. Nonsense! The president can't just die like that. The water god roared, but his own voice was also filled with uncertainty. In the center of such a devastating energy storm, could any living being truly survive? At the heart of the storm, Qin Chuan's consciousness, on the verge of complete dissipation, suddenly sensed a hint of discord. In this chaos of only light and darkness, he saw a third color. It was his own, the gray divinity of a trickster. It was like a thin membrane, struggling to survive in the cracks between light and darkness, belonging neither to light nor darkness. It was this gray layer that preserved the last vestiges of his self-awareness. Fusion was impossible. Light and darkness, like water and fire, were inherently opposed. Forcing them together would only result in mutual annihilation. Since fusion was impossible, then order must be established. A thought, like a flash of lightning in the darkness, illuminated his crumbling consciousness. He did not need to transform light into darkness, nor did he need darkness to accept light. What he needed to do was to draw a line within himself. On one side was daylight, on the other was eternal night. And he himself was the eternal twilight line dividing day and night. Chapter 1091. At the heart of the storm. Qin Chuan's consciousness was disintegrating. Memories shattered, emotions became meaningless murmurs. In this chaos where only light and darkness annihilated each other, all existence would be smoothed over. He was about to vanish. But the gray divinity that belonged to the trickster persisted stubbornly. It neither clashed with the light nor merged with the darkness. Like a film of oil, it found a delicate balance at the junction of water and fire, protecting the last spark of Qin Chuan's self. This was it. That mad thought took full shape within his fading consciousness. The trickster's power wasn't conquest, it wasn't destruction. It was deception. If light and darkness couldn't coexist, then a lie was created that forced them to coexist. A lie that deceived light, deceived darkness, and even deceived the laws of this world. Qin Chuan's remaining willpower was completely absorbed by the gray divine nature. He no longer attempted to control the raging light and darkness, but instead imparted a completely new concept to them. Using the authority of a trickster, he spoke to the light. Darkness is not your opposite, but your deepest reflection. Light without shadow is incomplete. He then whispered to the darkness, light is not your end, but the boundary of your existence. Without the contrast of light, darkness loses its meaning. This was baseless nonsense. It was a complete lie. But in this absolutely closed inner world, where only three divine beings existed, when the trickster's authority was fully unleashed, the lie became the truth. The raging torrent of light slowed for a moment. The all-consuming abyss of darkness also faltered in its expansion. They understood. Or rather, they were persuaded by the lie. It worked. Qin Chuan's consciousness suddenly surged, and he poured all his energy into maintaining and perfecting this lie. He began to construct a boundary deep within his soul. This line, composed of pure deceitful divinity, was a chaotic gray. It neither guided nor absorbed light. It neither created nor dissolved darkness. It was merely a coordinate, a marker, an absolutely neutral concept. He placed this gray line between light and darkness. Boom! The moment light and darkness touched this gray boundary, a clash even more violent than before erupted. The lie had been exposed. These two fundamentally opposing laws instinctively resisted this forced division. Qin Chuan's consciousness was once again torn apart by a tremendous force, and his newly condensed self was once again on the verge of collapse. Not enough. This lie wasn't perfect enough. Qin Chuan's will raced frantically on the brink of collapse. Boundaries shouldn't be barriers. They should be bridges. A new, even bolder lie was born. He no longer used the gray line as a barrier, but transformed it into a Mobius strip. An infinite loop with no beginning or end, where both positive and negative sides were one and the same. He allowed light to flow along one side of the loop, and darkness to flow along the other. When light reached its end, it would naturally flip to the dark side. When darkness reached its end, it would naturally join the light's path. He instilled in them a new truth: you are one, a cycle that never ends. Light is the future of darkness, and darkness is the past of light. This time, the raging light and darkness quieted. They stopped attacking each other, and instead hesitantly flowed slowly along the gray Mobius strip. The force of light flowed through, dyeing the gray path a holy white. The force of darkness flowed through, immersing the gray path in a deep black. Black and white no longer clashed. On this infinitely looping path, they began a never-ending chase. Chapter 1092. It's done. Outside the storm, the water god and the others were nearing despair. The black and white energy storm connecting heaven and earth had lasted for nearly an hour. From their perception, Qin Chuan's presence had long since vanished without a trace. Is it over? Yingluo's voice was hoarse. He had already prepared for the worst. No, wait, look. Ji Xing's electronic voice suddenly rose. On her data visor, the curve representing the energy readings was changing in an unimaginable way, from frantic disorder to smooth and regular patterns. Everyone looked up. The raging black and white storm was slowing down. It stopped expanding and began to contract inward. The black and white at the center of the storm were no longer a chaotic conflict, but were clearly distinct, like two fish chasing each other, forming a huge and perfect circular pattern. One black, one white. One life, one death. One light, one shadow. A perfect Tai Chi diagram, composed of the purest laws, hung suspended beneath the sky of the shadow realm. This is the president's aura. The water god's mouth opened wide, speechless. The next second, The enormous Tai Chi diagram began to spin and shrink at an accelerated rate. All light and darkness, all energy and laws, transformed into a stream of light, flowing back to the point at the center of the diagram. There, Qin Chuan's figure reappeared. The energy storm vanished. Silence returned to the entire shadow realm. Qin Chuan hovered quietly in midair. He slowly opened his eyes. In his left eye, a deep black that held the entire universe's stars. His right eye was a brilliant gold, burning with an eternal holy fire. A series of unprecedented system prompts flashed frantically in his mind. Recasting successful. Your divine origin has been recast into the chaos divinity. Day and night. You have gained a new divine authority, Order Division. Order Division. You can freely switch your dominant attribute between light and darkness, or wield both powers simultaneously. The boundaries you draw become the law. Your talent, Sniper God, Mythic, has undergone an unknown mutation due to the conflict and fusion of divine powers. Mutation successful. Your talent has been upgraded to Law of Causality Unique. Law of Causality Unique. Your attacks no longer follow physics and energy transmission, but instead directly define the result of hitting. Whenever you attack, you guarantee a hit, regardless of distance, defense, blocking, dodging, law barriers, and even time-space faults. Your level cap has been lifted. All your attributes have received a significant boost. Qin Chuan felt the vast, distinct yet perfectly coexisting forces within him, and slowly raised his hands. In the palm of his left hand, a ball of pure dark energy slowly condensed. In the palm of his right hand, a ball of holy light energy quietly burned. Success. President, are you alright? The water god finally mustered the courage and cautiously approached. He wanted to pat Qin Chuan's shoulder, but halfway through, he pulled his hand back as if struck by an electric shock. He felt that Qin Chuan now possessed an indescribable feeling, as if he were no longer a being from the same dimension as them. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel and looked at them. His eyes had returned to their normal black, but the water god and the others felt as if they were being simultaneously watched by the abyss and the blazing sun, their souls trembling slightly. I'm fine, Qin Chuan said, his voice calm. He raised his hand and glanced at his palm. Then, he casually flicked his finger at a massive rock in the far reaches of the shadow realm. A semi-crystallized rock rippled by the power of the god of light. There was no energy fluctuation, no sound of breaking air. The action was like flicking away a speck of dust. And yet, the moment his finger flicked, tens of thousands of meters away, a finger-sized hole appeared out of nowhere in the center of the massive rock, the size of a small mountain. The edge of the hole was impossibly smooth, as if it had been cut by the most sophisticated instrument. Chapter 1093. No delay. No process. The instant Qin Chuan made the attack motion, the hit had already occurred. The eyes of the water god and the others instantly widened. Holy crap! The water god cried out. What was that just now? Hitting a bull from a distance? No, nothing flew past. No spatial fluctuations. No energy trajectory. Ji Xing's computing core was about to crash. It doesn't match any known attack pattern. What kind of attack method is this? Su Chongqing muttered to himself. This ability can no longer be described as powerful. This is unreasonable. Qin Chuan himself was also satisfied with the dominance of this new talent. This meant that no matter how fast the enemy was, or how strong their defenses were, as long as he attacked, damage would inevitably fall on them. He withdrew his hand, and turned his attention to another matter. The God of Light's final gift, the origin of light, had been completely consumed by the shadow reforging, becoming part of his new divinity. So, were his equipment, deeply bound to shadow, also affected? With a thought, the dark knight appeared out of thin air in his right hand. The blade of this superior divine weapon, which had devoured the God of Light's fallen body, remained a pitch-black black that absorbed all light. The cracks previously caused by the conflict of laws had completely vanished. But as Qin Chuan grasped the hilt, he sensed a subtle shift. The core of this dagger was no longer pure nothingness. At the deepest depths of this nothingness, something else seemed to have settled. It was neither light nor darkness, but a more fundamental attribute of existence. It did not weaken the power of the Knight of Illumination, but instead made the authority of conceptual negation even more weighty and stable. Negation is an act based on existence. The Knight of Illumination now not only negates existence, but can completely obliterate it from its very foundations. Qin Chuan waved his dagger, feeling both satisfied and a bit daunted. The recent battle with the God of Light had affected the entire shadow realm. Cracks eroded by the power of light covered the spatial barrier, rendering it extremely unstable. This was his base camp, and it must be repaired as soon as possible. He raised his head and gazed at the torn sky above, where the imprint of the laws of the God of Light's final outburst remained. Qin Chuan extended his right hand, aiming at the shattered space. Order Division. He whispered these 4 words softly. This was his newly acquired divine authority. As his words fell, an invisible wave spread out from him. This wasn't energy, nor was it a law. This was a definition. Qin Chuan was using his will to redefine the rules of this region. Light and darkness divided here. Instantly, as if receiving a supreme decree, all the remaining light energy in the shadow realm was instantly ripped away, converging into dazzling streaks of light. The previously chaotic shadow energy also gathered itself, transforming into a deep, dark torrent. The entire world was clearly divided into black and white, and the veins of law were clearly visible. The spatial rifts torn apart by the God of Light, like wrinkles smoothed by an invisible hand, were quickly restored to their original state under Qin Chuan's will. The remaining light power was completely stripped away, gathering into a sphere of light that hovered before Qin Chuan, constantly rotating. The shadow realm's fundamental energy, once again pure and profound, flowed peacefully within this space. The entire process involved no earth-shattering roars or dazzling bursts of energy. It was eerily quiet. The water god and the others felt their throats dry as they gazed at the sphere of light, a miniature sun, hovering before Qin Chuan. It held within it a terrifying power capable of rewriting the varied laws of the shadow realm. Qin Chuan extended his left hand, and the sphere, condensed with the essence of light, gently floated into his palm. It was blazing and holy, but without the previous aggression that threatened to incinerate him. Under his authority over Order Division, this ball of light no longer had the right to resist. President, you're not thinking. Yi Yingluo observed Qin Chuan's actions, her heart skipping a beat. You guessed right, Qin Chuan replied calmly. The next moment, with a thought, the Knight of Darkness materialized in his right hand. Qin Chuan prepared to merge this luminous power into the Knight of Darkness. The Knight of Darkness hummed in resistance, and the darkness within the blade seemed to come alive, repelling the light ball's approach. The two diametrically opposed forces, even at a short distance, caused the surrounding space to creak under the weight. I said, divide here. Qin Chuan's tone remained steady. The chaotic divinity within him stirred slightly, and the power of Order Division was activated once again. An invisible will envelop the light ball and the dagger. The Knight of Darkness's humming ceased abruptly. The light ball instantly became incredibly stable. The opposition between them was forcibly smoothed out by Qin Chuan using a higher law. He no longer hesitated, his left hand suddenly clasped together, pressing the ball of light completely against the blade of the Dark Knight. The blade of the Dark Knight trembled violently, and rays of blinding white light shone from within, as if threatening to tear apart the eternal darkness. But more darkness surged from the hilt, tangling with the white light. Qin Chuan released his grip, letting the dagger hover in the air. Shadow Reforged. Chapter 1094. The Knight of Darkness vibrated in midair, black and white light tangling frantically around the blade like two venomous snakes ripping at each other. Every clash of light sent dangerous ripples rippling through the surrounding space. Microscopic cracks on the blade's surface alternately appeared and closed with the impact of light and darkness. The entire dagger seemed poised to disintegrate completely at any moment, transforming into primordial energy dust. Can this still be considered forged? The water god took a slight step back. Why do I feel like it's about to explode? The energy structure is extremely unstable. The forces of the two opposing laws have exceeded the bearing capacity of the artifact's material, Jixing confirmed, the data stream she observed already swirling red. Has the president gone off the deep end? Yi Yingluo gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly, ready to help at any moment, even though he knew he might be of no use. Qin Chuan didn't respond, his entire mind absorbed in the floating dagger. He could sense the resistance and pain emanating from the Knight of Darkness. Its pure ethereal essence was being forcibly invaded and tainted by the concept of light. Not enough. Qin Chuan extended his index finger, a wisp of chaotic, gray divinity quietly emanating from the tip of his finger, lightly tapping the trembling blade. That was neither light nor darkness. It was the power of the trickster, the power that defined lies. The Mobius strip that established order within him, its concept replicated by Qin Chuan, imprinted into the core of the Knight of Darkness. From now on, light is the beginning of darkness, and darkness is the end of light. You are not opposites, but cycles. With the infusion of this lie, the dagger's violent tremors miraculously subsided. The black and white lights, clashing against each other on the blade, began to flow slowly along an invisible path, like tamed beasts. The white light swirled, coating the pitch-black blade with a holy glow. The black light flowed past, returning the glow to the profound void. The two forces, once incompatible, now achieved a strange balance. The water god and the others gaped in amazement at the incomprehensible scene before them. Is that all? Ere the words had escaped them, the night of darkness erupted with an unprecedented radiance. But this time, it was no longer a clash of black and white, but a chaotic gray radiance. The radiance faded, and the dagger hovered quietly in the air. Its appearance remained unchanged, still the same simple dagger. But the blade was no longer pure black. Its main body remained a dark color that absorbed all light, but a subtle golden light, like the first rays of dawn, slowly flowed along the blade's edge, forming a perfect edge line. At the end of the hilt, the original shadow crystal disappeared, transformed into a slowly swirling black and white miniature sphere. A series of system notifications appeared before Qin Chuan's eyes. Shadow reforged successfully. Your weapon, Blind Knight, has undergone a fundamental transformation under the reforging of the chaos divine nature, day and night, and the origin of light. Quality improvement. Higher artifact upgraded to main artifact. Blind Knight has been renamed Day and Night. Day and Night. Rank, main artifact. Attack power, 10 million upgraded to 25 million. Agility, 500,000 upgraded to 1.2 million. Required level, 100. Special effect 1, damage increased by 120%, upgraded to 200%. Special effect 2, each attack increases attack speed by 50%, stacking up to 50 times. Special effect 3, attacks have a chance to deal 10 times the damage. God's Might, Order Judgment. Your attacks will simultaneously inflict the dual effects of concept denial and law purification. God's Might, Dual Form. You can switch between Eternal Night and Day at any time. New God's Might, Causal Severance Passive. When your causal talent is hindered in any way, Day and Night will automatically consume divine power to sever the obstacle, forcibly ensuring the fulfillment of the causal effect. Ability, Chaos Rend upgraded to Order Rend. Attacks imbue with the power of order, ignoring all physical, energy, and conceptual defenses, and disrupting the laws of wounds, preventing them from healing. Chapter 1095. Features, Void Blade upgraded to Existence Blade. Day and Night's existence is partially defined, allowing it to ignore blocks and parries, directly affecting the very foundation of its target's existence. Eternal Night Form. After switching, Day and Night transforms into a pure shadow weapon, increasing divine damage by 600%, divine defense by 300%, and concept denial by amplified. Day Form. After switching, Day and Night transforms into a pure light weapon, converting attacks into holy light healing for allies or law purification damage for enemies. Purification damage deals an additional 300% damage to all evil-aligned units. Qin Chuan reached out and grasped the brand new weapon. A warm touch emanated from the hilt, half cold, half warm, the two sensations blending perfectly, without any conflict. With a thought Day and Night's form instantly switched. The golden edge of the blade rapidly expanded, transforming the entire blade into a pure platinum, emitting a sacred and warm aura. President, why does this dagger resemble that of the God of Light? The water god took 2 more steps back. He was a little frightened of the God of Light, fearing he might resurrect from his corner. Qin Chuan looked at the water god. Previously, while testing his law of causality talent, the residual force of his divine power had left a tiny law-based scratch on the water god's arm, which had yet to heal. Don't move. Qin Chuan's figure instantly appeared before the water god. Before the water god could react, the dagger, radiating holy light, had already gently touched his arm. The pain wasn't as intense as I imagined. A warm, gentle force surged from the wound, and the chaotic force that had previously eluded dissipation melted away like ice in the sun. The tiny wound healed with visible speed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. The water god flexed his arm, the previous sluggishness completely gone. He stared at Qin Chuan in astonishment. What the hell? President, you switched to a healer? Doesn't that mean Su Changqing is going to be laid off? Qin Chuan ignored his joking, and switched forms again. Day and Night had returned to their black, gold-rimmed appearance. He raised his head, and gazed into the farthest void of the shadow realm. There lay the boundary of this demi-plane. He casually waved his hand forward. Swish. A thin line of black and gold fused together silently sliced through space, leaving a bottomless crack in the crystal wall of the plane tens of thousands of meters away. Half the edge of the crack was being devoured by the void, while the other half was being purified by the holy light. These two opposing destructive forces completely negated the crystal wall's self-repairing function. This strike not only caused damage, but also rewrote the very laws of the area struck. It can kill, but it can also save. Su Changqing observed the distant scar, then the intact arm of the water god, and came to his conclusion. The others fell silent. They simply couldn't imagine the bizarre image of an assassin wielding a dagger that doubled as a healing staff. But there was no doubt that the power of this dagger was beyond their comprehension. Qin Chuan restrained his aura, and the dagger, a fusion of light and darkness, vanished into his palm. Looking around, the entire Shadow Realm, after his order division, had returned to stability. The spatial rifts torn by the power of light had healed. The remnants of the violent laws in the air had also been smoothed over. Aside from the large scorched and crystallized patches still lingering on the ground, the place looked much the same as before. But everyone could see that something was drastically different. President. The water god rubbed his hands, his face filled with excitement and curiosity. What level are you at now? Qin Chuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. My rank is still a bit short of a high god, but my combat power should be at the level of a major god. Chapter 1096. Hiss. The water god gasped, exclaiming, that's outrageous. But then he thought, since the god of light had been slain, it seemed only natural that his power had reached the level of a major god. Qin Chuan cast his gaze towards the spot where the god of light's clone had dissipated. Although his divine body had been devoured by the dark night, transforming into nutrients for his reforging, a successful kill still required trophies. Empty hands. Qin Chuan activated his skill towards the empty ground. Thanks to the legendary trait, he had a 100% chance of receiving 3 bonus trophies. 3 balls of soft light emerged from the void, hovering quietly before him. The first item was an irregular crystal fragment, barely the size of a palm. It emanated pure light, seemingly containing a complete world within, echoing countless hymns. Fragment of the Godhead of Light, Major God Level. Description: this fragment of the origin, containing the pure laws of light, is the core of the divine kingdom and priesthood. Effect: it can be used to forge or enhance artifacts, or absorb directly, gaining a large amount of light divine experience. Warning: forced absorption by non-light units will result in the backlash of the laws. This warning is no longer relevant to Qin Chuan now. His chaos divine power can harness light. The second item is a torn golden page. Written in unknown divine script, it contains the secrets of order. A fragment of the code of order. Description: a portion of an ancient code that records the fundamental order of the world. Effect: upon use, it slightly enhances one's understanding and control of the laws of order. This is exactly what he needs most right now. His new divine authority, Order Division, was founded precisely on the definition of order. Qin Chuan used the fragment without hesitation. The golden page transformed into a stream of light, merging between his brows. He felt his control over the light and darkness within him become more masterful. The sense of demarcation between them became less awkward and more harmonious. His gaze fell on the last, and most unique piece of trophy. It was a constantly rotating cube composed of pure light. Each of its faces was inscribed with complex spatial coordinates and time parameters. Spacetime Beacon Light. Description: a spacetime coordinate locked by a powerful force, pointing to a special world completely governed by the laws of light. This item surprised Qin Chuan, and then he was tempted. The effect of the darkest hour's divine power was to gather sufficient clues to travel to a designated spacetime. With this spacetime beacon, he could now travel through spacetime. However, the matter on Blue Star hadn't been resolved yet, so he had to wait a while. Qin Chuan collected the 3 trophies, his plan becoming clearer. This haul was a good one. He could continue to improve his strength. With a thought, several pieces of equipment emerged from his storage space, hovering before him. The Crown of Domination, the Ring of Destruction, the Unholy Chalice. These artifacts had accompanied him through countless life-or-death battles, but with his rapidly increasing strength, they were no longer sufficient. Qin Chuan held the fragment of the Godhead of Light in his palm. He planned to use this Master God-level material, combined with his Shadow Reforge, to perform a comprehensive equipment upgrade. He first looked at the Crown of Domination and the Ring of Destruction. Shadow Reforged, Qin Chuan whispered. The chaotic divine nature within him mobilized, and strands of gray energy enveloped the 2 artifacts. At the same time, he peeled off 2 small fragments of light from the fragment of the Godhead of Light, and injected them into the reforged energy. The conflict between light and darkness was forcibly suppressed under his Order Division authority, transformed into the purest forging energy, surging madly into the 2 pieces of equipment. The dark golden luster on the surface of the Crown of Domination deepened, and the gemstone at its summit reflected a destructive brilliance. The Ring of Destruction seemed to have been retempered, the patterns on the ring becoming more sinister, and a pure will of destruction emanated from it. The quality of your crown of domination has been improved. A lower-level artifact has been upgraded to a mid-level artifact. Defense increased from 2.5 million to 6 million, and Constitution increased from 150,000 to 400,000. Special Effect 1. Attacks deal 50% additional destructive damage, increased to 80%. Divine Power. Increased immunity to regular divine damage from 40% to 60%. New Divine Power. Absolute Royal Authority. Within your Royal Authority, you can designate a hostile target and forcibly deprive them of one beneficial effect. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Your Ring of Destruction has been upgraded. A lower-tier artifact has been upgraded to a mid-tier artifact. Strength increased from 80,000 to 250,000, and Constitution increased from 80,000 to 250,000. Special Effect 3. Destruction Beam damage increased to Attack Power * 400%, and its cooldown reduced to 30 minutes. Divine Power. Increases damage to regular divine defense by 40% to 60%. New Divine Power. Chain of Destruction. When a target marked by the Mark of Destruction dies, the mark explodes, dealing a burst of destructive damage to surrounding enemies. The upgrades from just 2 mid-level artifacts have caused his base stats to skyrocket again. Qin Chuan turned his attention to the final piece of equipment, the Unholy Chalice. The potential of this equipment far exceeds that of a mid-level artifact. It can store souls, and even grant wishes. Qin Chuan pressed the remaining fragment of the Godhead of Light onto the chalice. Shadow Reforge. This time, he infused it with even more chaos divinity. The unholy chalice let out a piercing scream, and the wailing soul reliefs on its surface seemed to come alive. The power of the Godhead of Light is both toxic and purifying to these dark souls. But under Qin Chuan's order, this purifying power transformed into a refining fire. Under the alternating wash of light and darkness, the material of the Holy Grail becomes more crystal clear, like a work of art. But the power contained in it is 10 times more evil than before. The quality of your evil Holy Grail has been improved. The mid-level artifact has been upgraded to a high-level artifact. Strength, Agility, Constitution, and Spirit plus 80,000 have been upgraded to plus 200,000. God of Power 1. The upper limit of soul storage has been increased to 10 million. God of Power 2. The number of friendly souls that can be stored has been increased to 5. New God of Power, Soul Sacrifice. You can sacrifice a specified number and quality of souls to permanently improve one of your basic attributes, with an upper limit. New God of Power, Wishes Balance. When making a wish, you can pay extra divine power or health points as a way to increase the level and success rate of the wish's realization. Chapter 1097. Qin Chuan frowned slightly. There should be many players exploring Shenlong Imperial City by now. Why didn't you tell me earlier? The crocodile spirit cried out. The water god translated in real time. The crocodile spirit said it is the key to Shenlong Imperial City. Without it, the city cannot be entered. Even the previous red-scaled crocodile god couldn't enter, so he could only hunker down there. Qin Chuan nodded and then asked, "What is in Shenlong Imperial City? Are there any dangerous traps?" I suggest the crocodile spirit think carefully before answering, or the truth will not agree. The crocodile spirit cried out again. The water god said, Shenlong Imperial City is the residence of the Xiong King, and it contains the Shenlong ritual. According to the crocodile spirit's description, the Shenlong ritual allows the recipient to break through from the Holy Land. Qin Chuan was slightly startled. If what the crocodile spirit said was true, then the Ascension Dragon ritual should be the long steps to divinity. As for how many levels it could unlock, that was uncertain. Unlocking all 7 levels of the long steps was unlikely, but even if only one level was unlocked, it would be a significant event. Qin Chuan's interest was immediately piqued. He absolutely had to visit Shenlong Imperial City. If the Ascension Dragon ritual could be reused, he would even have to send troops to garrison there to ensure Shenlong Imperial City remained under their control. If his speculation were true, then not only the water god, but at least 3 to 5 more peak members would have to be dispatched. Recovering his composure, Qin Chuan gestured to the water god to continue. The water god added, besides the Ascension Dragon ritual, Shenlong Imperial City also houses the Heroic King's treasury, which contains numerous treasures and artifacts. Furthermore, Shenlong Imperial City has a field buffing effect, making it an excellent strategic stronghold. After discussing the benefits, the water god spoke of the dangers within the Imperial City. Tanglong Imperial City, as the residence of the Hung King, is heavily guarded. These are fully automated puppets. Although many years have passed, they are certainly not all destroyed. Those puppets will be a nuisance for us to deal with. Beyond that, there's nothing else. After all, with the Hung King in charge, Tanglong Imperial City doesn't require conventional defenses. The Hung King himself is its most powerful trump card. Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging his words. However, before departing, Qin Chuan warned the crocodile spirit, "If you were in your prime, you might have a chance to escape me, but I can crush you with a single blow now, so don't try anything cunning." The crocodile spirit whimpered anxiously, indicating that it had absolutely no ill intentions. It had revealed everything it knew about the situation in Tanglong Imperial City. The only uncertainty was that the red-scaled crocodile god might have some hidden tactics, which the crocodile spirit couldn't predict. Qin Chuan remained silent on this statement, and simply instructed scripts to fly toward Shenglong Imperial City. At this moment, Shenglong Imperial City was crowded with players. The red-scaled crocodile god, entrenched there, was slain by the Night Wanderer, who simply turned and left without further exploration, leaving many players feeling lucky. Unexpectedly, even the Night Wanderer could miscalculate. The treasures of Shenglong Imperial City are theirs. Over 100,000 players filled Shenglong Imperial City, and numerous clashes erupted, creating a scene of intense fighting. But even after thoroughly exploring the entire city, the players couldn't find the entrance. Someone tried to dig 3 feet into the ground, but their hands ached with the shovel, leaving only a white mark on the floor tiles that vanished with a simple wipe. The players were completely stunned. Could it be that they had finally encountered a chance to become rich, and all they could do was watch helplessly? How tragic. Just as the players were discussing whether to bring some explosives, someone spotted a massive black dragon flying in from the sky and immediately exclaimed, "The Night Wanderer has returned." The scene was in turmoil. Many players retreated several hundred meters, stating that they had no intention of competing with the Night Wanderer for items. But some players felt that they were just there to watch the fun, and that the Night Wanderer couldn't be so unreasonable as to just clear the area immediately. Should it be, shouldn't it? The players' emotions were still fluctuating, when someone excitedly shouted, "It's open, it's open! The gates of the Imperial City are open!" Everyone quickly looked in the direction they were heading, only to see the magnificent gates slowly opening, a golden light flickering behind them. "Brothers, our chance to strike it rich has arrived. This is the Imperial City. Is there a heron there? I must find out. Brothers, wake up! Even if there is, it's probably just a pile of bones. Are you that picky? Can this gate be opened quickly? The Night Wanderer is coming. Why did this gate open right after the Night Wanderer arrived? Is there some connection? You can get in. Charge!" The moment the air wall outside the gate vanished, the players rushed in eagerly, then flew out in unison, transforming into streams of light in midair as they reached the respawn point, leaving behind only a few pieces of equipment. The players who rushed through the gate tumbled and scrambled out, but the players behind them were still charging in, pushing them back in. In an instant, their health bars were depleted, and they were on their way to the respawn point. Although Qin Chuan was far away, he could still see what was happening. Amidst the golden light behind the gate, a large number of golden-armored warriors, weapons in hand, charged out. However, a closer look reveals that those warriors lack even face marks, and their material isn't human flesh. They're most likely the puppet guards Crocodile Spirit mentioned. As the Imperial City's guards, these puppets are all level 100. While their stats aren't readily apparent, judging by their health alone, each one possesses the strength of a Dark Gold tier boss. The key point is that these puppets are clearly only the outermost guards of the Imperial City. The guards further in are undoubtedly stronger, with epic and legendary levels certain to appear, and even higher levels can be expected. Chapter 1098. The golden armored warriors advanced resolutely toward the gate, slashing all players who stood in their way to the ground, leaving them powerless to fight back. Even if some players activated their skills to withstand the melee attacks, waves of arrows would still scatter from behind the gate, occasionally interspersed with elemental spells, and even poisonous insects, leaving players in agony, leaving their equipment behind and heading for the respawn point. Qin Chuan looked at the crocodile spirit. "Is this what you mean by the guards being in disrepair, and most likely broken?" A few beads of sweat dripped down the crocodile spirit's forehead. It quickly stated that it had been driven out of Shenglong Imperial City for many years, and was truly unsure of the situation inside. And generally speaking, puppet guards do require additional maintenance, otherwise they will inevitably age and break down. Seeing Qin Chuan still unconvinced, the crocodile spirit's eyes rolled around and it barked twice. The water god felt a little embarrassed. The president's pressure was too strong. Look, the crocodile spirit is so anxious that he's barking like a dog. However, the crocodile spirit's message did arrive. The water god explained. Guild leader, the crocodile spirit says it's possible that the red-scaled crocodile god's appearance triggered a special arrangement in Shenlong Imperial City, effectively mobilizing reserve energy to maintain and repair the puppet guards. According to the crocodile spirit's calculations, a few years later, that reserve energy would have been nearly completely depleted. We were lucky to arrive early. Qin Xuan nodded, but said nothing. The crocodile spirit felt a little uneasy, unsure if his answer satisfied the person before him. But since he hadn't been defeated by the truth yet, he should have passed the test. Qin Xuan looked at the scene on the ground and said slowly, "Let's go down. Those players probably can't defeat the puppet guards." By this time, the number of players outside the Imperial City's main gate had dwindled to nearly half. More golden-armored warriors emerged from behind the gate, followed by crossbowmen and magic troops. They also included several peculiarly shaped puppets, dressed like witch doctors, a unique troop type unique to South Vietnam. Such a well-equipped dark gold-level guard could take out thousands of players in a single attack. Unless one possessed top-tier equipment and skills, they would be unable to withstand it. As he spoke, Qin Xuan activated his shadow domain, bringing the water god and the crocodile spirit down from the sky. They absorbed the puppet guard's new attack and then cleared the area with a single attack. The players who had survived nearby thanked him profusely. Some bravely asked if they could explore inside, and Qin Xuan smiled in response. Though he remained silent, his words spoke volumes. Most players were sensible, realizing that with the Night Wanderer's arrival, no matter how valuable the treasures were, they would have no business being there. Many immediately left, preparing to continue leveling. But some remained steadfast, preparing to wait. After Night Wanderer finished exploring, they go in and try to find some bargains. Maybe they could even snag a bargain. How could Night Wanderer, alone, explore such a vast imperial city? Their chances were still good. Qin Xuan said nothing. These players could simply wait outside for as long as they pleased. He waved his hand, summoning scripts and instructing, "Keep an eye on the gate. Kill anyone who tries to enter." The 200-meter-long dragon's presence was a formidable sight. The onlookers immediately retreated several hundred meters, fearing they might be misunderstood. Scripps crouched in the square in front of the Imperial City's gates, his menacing aura dimming the light. After completing his arrangements, Qin Xuan led the water god and crocodile spirit through the gate and headed inside. As for the strewn dark gold equipment, they naturally tossed it all into the guild warehouse to be dealt with later. After passing through the gate, the first thing I saw was a long corridor and puppet guards standing guard. Chapter 1099. Without a single exchange of words, the battle began. Qin Xuan then acquired over 2,000 pieces of dark gold equipment, enough to arm hundreds of players. Furthermore, a set of dark gold equipment provided a considerable improvement. While not top tier, it could at least hold a street. In the turbulent times ahead, these hundreds of players could definitely save 100, even 1,000, times more civilians. After defeating several guard regiments in a row, Qin Xuan's collection of dark gold equipment had surpassed 10,000 pieces, a staggering amount. But this also proved that the value of Shenlong Imperial City far exceeded imagination. If even the puppet guards could wear standard dark gold equipment, there was no doubt about the quality of the treasures within the Imperial City's treasury. Qin Xuan looked at Crocodile Spirit, nodded, and said, "You did a great job this time. I give you a credit." Crocodile Spirit danced excitedly. Continuing forward, at the end of the corridor, 5 golden armored guards, each over 3 meters tall, blocked the path. Their equipment differed slightly, but judging by their weapons, they formed a well-equipped squad. There were frontline guards armed with heavy shields, responsible for fending off attacks, assaulters wielding dual blades, archers, mages, and witch doctors, all of whom were epic level without exception. A single blast of dark rain ended the battle. As the 5 guards fell, the gate behind them swung open, revealing even more golden light. These were puppet guards again, but more numerous, with higher stats than those at the gate. They were considered elite within their tier. But for Qin Xuan, even legendary level dark gold guards, let alone elite level dark gold guards, would be easily defeated. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of dark gold level equipment were acquired, filling the guild warehouse to the brim, shocking the rest of the guild. Has their leader gone to rob the equipment wholesale market? Wow, all that equipment is like cabbages on the street, picked up by the truckload. While cleaning up the puppets, Qin Xuan also sent a message in the guild chat. Those who have completed the 4th class advancement, don't let up. Keep looking for opportunities to break through to the Holy Realm. If you succeed, come find me in Shenlong Imperial City. Currently, among the members of the Peak Guild, Ying Luo, Ji Xing, and Song Ling were all in the process of their 4th class advancement. They were equipped with legendary gear at the base, and some even had artifacts, making completing the class advancement a piece of cake. After completing the class advancement, the next step was to attempt to break through to the Holy Realm. With the aid of Crocodile Spirit Tears, the success rate would be much higher. Once someone broke through to the Holy Realm, and once Qin Chuan had found the Ascension Ritual and confirmed its effectiveness, they could then attempt to begin the long steps to divination. Every additional person who unlocked the long steps to divinity would provide an additional boost in combat power. Seeing the guild leader's words, the peak members naturally dared not slack off, gathering their strength and preparing to charge towards the Holy Land. At the same time, Qin Chuan also faced a new enemy. A legendary puppet, accompanied by 10 epic minions, rushed over. But aside from contributing a pile of equipment, it served no other purpose. After the battle ended, another gate opened. The crocodile spirit let out a low hum. The water god added, the crocodile spirit said that beyond this gate lies the inner city, the true Shenlong Imperial City. Qin Chuan wasn't surprised to hear of an inner city. He casually said, the treasury is in the inner city, right? What's the structure of the inner city? Draw a simple map. The crocodile spirit condensed elemental power into a curtain and began to draw on it. According to the map, the inner city was simply structured, primarily divided into the Hung King's Palace, the Imperial Guard's Camp, the Imperial Gardens, the Hung King's Treasury, and the Shenlong Hall. The Shenlong Hall was the site of the Shenlong ceremony. Of these 5 locations, the Shenlong Treasury and Shenlong Hall were of greatest concern to Qin Chuan. He immediately led the water god and the crocodile spirit into the inner city. They were greeted by the inner city's Imperial Guards, still in the form of puppets. Though few in number, they were all at the epic level. Chapter 1100. Furthermore, these Imperial Guard puppets shimmered with the light of buffing spells, filling the entire inner city with a powerful field effect that boosted all attributes. Furthermore, they could be teleported within the inner city, allowing for the fastest support. Qin Chuan nodded secretly. If we could capture Shenlong Imperial City and retain its buffing effects, then basing our construction and layout within the inner city would indeed be a suitable stronghold. With this in mind, Qin Chuan looked at the water god and said, if I asked you to hold this place, would you have the confidence? Yes. The water god replied immediately, his expression firm. He then added softly, but as you know, a single thread cannot make a line, nor a single tree a forest. Relying on me alone to defend it would be like 007 labor. I suggest adding another person to work in 2 shifts with me. Qin Chuan smiled. Don't worry. If we truly want to occupy this place, I send others. Let's go and take a look at the Shenlong Hall first. I'm very interested in the Shenlong ritual. As he spoke, the attacking Imperial Guard puppets had all been destroyed. After collecting the spoils, the 2 men and the crocodile headed towards the Shenlong Hall. Halfway through, the crocodile spirit called out twice. The water god said, the crocodile spirit said that the Xiong King had trained several dragons to test and perfect the dragon ascension ritual. I wonder if they're still alive. Qin Chuan glanced at the crocodile spirit and said slowly, I think I'm missing a belt. The crocodile spirit called out, nudging the water god's cheek with its short hand, asking him to translate. The water god added, at first, the crocodile spirit thought the dragons had starved to death, but now that the Imperial Guard puppets are largely intact, I think they might still be alive. Qin Chuan casually said, what level of dragon? Through the water god's translation, Qin Chuan learned that those dragons were originally legendary snakes. Through the infusion of the dragon ascension ritual, they transformed into Jiao. However, they were still far from becoming true divine dragons. Their strength was probably at the Saint Realm level, probably no more than a demigod. According to the crocodile spirit, if those Jiao had truly transformed into dragons, they certainly wouldn't stay here. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding, then smiled and said, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a bloody maw that descended from the sky. Amidst the flying debris, a large hole was chewed through the solid stone floor. The water god cried out in pain, my tiles. Qin Chuan nearly fell to the ground. Good grief. He wasn't even sure he could take over Shenlong Imperial City, and yet the water god had already made this place his home. That's a good attitude, worthy of praise. After all, Nanhua has been a vassal state of Yin since ancient times, like a private backyard. Taking their imperial city wouldn't be a problem at all. Furthermore, leaving this thing in the hands of Nanhua players would be a waste of natural resources. By then, not only would restarting the Dragon Ascension ceremony be a problem, Even maintaining the functioning of the Imperial City would be a problem. While he was pondering, the smoke and dust on the field cleared, revealing a giant, dark green dragon coiled on the ground, its vertical pupils fixed on Qin Chuan, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. Qin Chuan took a look. This creature was more like a giant snake than a dragon, except for the hump on its head, which wasn't even a horn. Woo woo woo. The crocodile spirit called out rapidly, and the water god explained simultaneously. President, this is the last exotic snake to undergo the dragon ascension ceremony, approximately 700 years ago. Well, at least that's what the crocodile spirit said. 700 years wasn't a long or short time. Given sufficient energy, the giant snake could potentially undergo further transformation, but Shenlong Imperial City had clearly been sealed off for a long time, preventing it from breaking through. But with Qin Chuan's arrival, the giant snake saw hope for transformation, and was the first to burst forth. Looking at the giant snake before him, whose aura was somewhere between legendary and sacred, Qin Chuan raised his hand and unleashed a lamentation attack, instantly dispatching it. A considerable amount of items were dropped, 6 in total, ranging from legendary to sacred. All of them, along with the loot Niesho had found, were thrown into the guild warehouse. As for the giant snake's carcass, it wasn't wasted either. Its scales and hide were both valuable materials, destined for legendary gear at the very least. Its flesh could be crafted into consumable items by casual players, offering minor stat boosts. The guild warehouse was a bit understocked, so Qin Chuan generously spent 100,000 gold coins to expand its capacity tenfold, ensuring it would no longer be overwhelmed. The crocodile spirit called out with a hint of pleading. The water god said, the crocodile spirit said it wants to eat the gall of this dragon snake. Qin Chuan didn't refuse outright, but simply said, what about our benefits? The crocodile spirit was somewhat at a loss for words. Qin Chuan gently coaxed, I give you a plan. See if it works for you. You used to live in Shenlong Imperial City, right? This place is like your home, but from now on, it will definitely be under our control. If you want to stay here, you must follow the rules. I need you to become Shenlong Imperial City's guardian spirit beast. If you agree, I can help you further improve your strength. If you don't, I won't do anything to you, but you won't get any benefits later. The crocodile spirit fell into deep thought. If he agreed, wouldn't it be like signing a contract to sell himself? But if he didn't agree, the crocodile spirit seriously doubted whether he could leave the Imperial City. Despite the human's nice words, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great. His life was not his own. As the old saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you never lack firewood. Crocodile spirit stood up cheerfully, patted his chest with his forelimbs, and nodded, indicating that this plan was quite satisfactory, and he had no objection. Qin Chuan smiled and said, since you agreed, you're one of us from now on. Take it. He then removed the snake gall, and tossed it to crocodile spirit. The giant snake was enormous, and its gall was roughly 100 times the size of crocodile spirit. But with a single sip of his tiny mouth, the enormous gall was swallowed by crocodile spirit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Burp! Crocodile spirit burped, his expression extremely content.